Franklin opened his eyes to find two pale faces staring right at him. He rubbed the ache in his head, stood up, and realized he was standing at a gloomy bridge's edge, dim light, chilly wind blowing through the air, with no trace of greenery anywhere. The barren landscape sent shivers down his spine. Even in a tourist town, could there really be such a place? Franklin remembered he would been on a graduation trip with his classmates. In the late afternoon, they would climbed an unnamed mountain when suddenly a downpour hit, followed by a landslide. He would lost track of everyone else, then closed his eyes and opened them again to find himself in this eerie spot. He was about to ask the two guys beside him where exactly they were, if they would seen anyone from his group. Then he turned his head and froze. These were not people at all. They were straight out of a scary story, two grim reapers. These two gentlemen were one black and one white, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin. They looked nothing like the ones Franklin had imagined. The white warden wore a friendly smile, was lean and tall, and though his face was pale, he seemed genuinely approachable. Then there was the black warden. Short and dark-skinned, with a fierce expression, broad-shouldered and round-bodied, clutching shackles and cuffs in hand. His teeth bared like he would leap at you any second to tear you apart. Given how these two looked, Franklin was not scared at all. He actually leaned in closer and asked, "Am I dreaming, or have I already died?" The chains clanked as the black warden spoke in a deep, gruff voice. "You are dead." Franklin snapped his head around. "Nonsense. The fortune teller said I would live to be old and healthy." The black warden was momentarily stunned by his boldness. Back in this day and age, it was not often you met someone who dared to challenge them. Fresh as a spring breeze, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. The white warden smiled warmly. "You might have been misled then. Death's ledger never makes mistakes. This is your death notice. Just sign here." A plain white sheet floated down from above, drifting softly to land in front of Franklin. He glanced at the death notice, then looked at the two grim reapers and back at the paper. After just a couple of rounds of that, he lifted his face with an expression of pure innocence. "But my name is not this one." 10 minutes later, Franklin's expression was calm and composed, no sign of a victim at all. The one responsible for dragging him here had already slipped into a corner, whispering away for 10 minutes straight. Franklin waited a while, then could not sit still anymore. He jumped up and said, "Hey, you two, have you made up your minds yet? If we keep dragging this out, my body will be cold already." The two grim reapers exchanged a look, words failing them. Their earlier fierce expressions had vanished, replaced by something subtly cautious. Franklin narrowed his eyes slightly. Something's off here. Just as he was thinking, the black warden stepped forward with a flicker in his eyes, his voice deep and booming like a thunderclap. "You cannot go back." "Why?" Franklin asked. "The black warden, you are dead." Franklin blinked rapidly. "But you have got the wrong guy. In my case, this should count as an unjust death, right?" The white warden cleared his throat, his face still frozen in a single expression, just a smile. "Here's the thing, we took a look at you and saw something truly rare. Your bones are extraordinary, your spirit unmatched. We have decided to grant you a gift, a chance to be reborn with a fresh body and choose your own family background. What do you think?" Franklin kept his lips pressed together, staring at him. The white warden, reincarnation with a power-up bonus, really. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Franklin narrowed his eyes slightly, studying both of them for a moment. "So it is not that you two made a mistake and then realized I cannot be sent back, so now you are just handing me any random body to make up for it. I am a smart college student. I am not that easy to trick." The white warden did not seem bothered at all when caught red-handed, simply nodding with open honesty. "You are right. We cannot bring someone back from the dead. If you want alive again, you will have to borrow a body. To make up for our mistake, we will give you every advantage possible in your new life." Franklin thought of another angle. Cannot I just be reincarnated directly? He had no family left and no lover, no ties at all. He was free to come and go, live or die as he pleased. The black warden gave a flat stare and snorted. Spirits crossing the bridge all need identity verification. If your credentials do not match, will not you drag both of us into trouble? Franklin suddenly understood, tapping his finger on his chin. Oh, so getting a soul wrong actually gets you in trouble. That slow, trailing tone, so annoying like it was meant to be irritating. The White Warden stepped in as peacemaker, gently urging, Franklin, the matter's already settled. Why do not you focus on choosing your next life? Choosing your own identity. That is pretty much like being reborn, no growing up pains, and it is a huge blessing. Franklin quietly rubbed his hands together, already scheming about what perks he could get. After a moment, the White Warden noticed Franklin's expression easing, as if he was starting to get interested. He quickly asked, Well, Franklin, have you made up your mind yet? Franklin paused thoughtfully, then went all in. I want to be a CEO, someone who makes millions in no time. I just want to taste what it is like to be rich. I want a top-tier Michelin chef to cook my meals every day, luxury cars for all my rides, 3 drivers on call, and a stunning place to live. Somewhere that makes it easy to do high-end stuff like swimming, skiing, fishing, and golf. Oh, and I need a crew of party-loving friends who keep things fun every single day. And hey, if I have to work, I would love an ability that handles everything for me, so I can just chill on the rooftop of some skyscraper, you know, and also. The Black Warden could not hold back anymore and cut him off. Are you seriously trying to glitch the system with me? Franklin flinched at the shout, pulled back slightly, then turned toward the far side of the Bridge of Forgetfulness and pretended to head off. Is Goddess of Forgetfulness over there? We are already here, I might as well say hi. What is scarier than messing up a soul's retrieval? There is one thing, when the mistaken soul threatens to report you straight to your boss. Getting caught would be disastrous, straight to hard labor in the 18 hells. The White Warden quickly grabbed Franklin's arm, his tone softening noticeably now that he was smiling, which eased most of Franklin's irritation. The White Warden wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, Franklin, you can ask for conditions, but please do not go too far. Franklin blinked innocently. Is my request really that far-fetched? The Black Warden bit his lip. What do you think? Franklin rubbed his chin, thinking out loud. All right then, I will not make things too hard on you. I just want a basic identity, about my age, male, and no daughter's body, got it. If you pull that stunt, I am definitely going straight to the Goddess of Forgetfulness with a complaint. I do not forget grudges. Franklin started counting off on his fingers. Solid background, wealthy family, no worries about food or rent. Preferably a respectable job too, monthly income, just plain old 10,000 after tax, you know. I am a law-abiding citizen, really. The Black Warden was taken aback. You just said you wanted to be a CEO. What has changed now? I do not even make 10 million in ghost coins a month. How dare you ask for that? Franklin pouted defensively. Being a CEO is too full of corporate vibes, and if I run the company into bankruptcy, cannot I change my mind? What kind of service attitude is that? The Black Warden was thoroughly annoyed. Who even dares to sass a Grim Reaper these days? It is downright infuriating. The White Warden kept smiling, but that smile looked oddly stiff. Go on, he said. Franklin, I would need a bunch of big shots around me, ideally both the good and the bad crowd. You know, since I am new here, it would be nice to have someone who can pull strings if I accidentally stir up trouble. With that mouth of yours, you would alienate someone within the hour. The Black Warden was once again on the verge of snapping. Fortunately, the White Warden still had his wits about him and firmly held on to him, cutting off any chance for Franklin to keep pushing his luck. He finally figured it out. This was not just a soul they were collecting. It was a hot potato, too risky to handle, impossible to scold or slap, and utterly frustrating. Best thing, get him out of here as soon as possible. Franklin kept pressing on. The employer should not be too nice. I like it when they humiliate me with money whenever they feel like it. And they should be good-looking, preferably someone who never makes me work overtime. Other than that, I cannot think of anything else right now. Wait, did you say something about getting a cheat code when you reincarnate? Franklin's eyes sparkled as he stared at the White Warden, full of anticipation. The White Warden's ever-steady smile nearly cracked. But eager to get Franklin out of his hair, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of slender cards, one by one. This one's unbeatable looks, total heartthrob material. Franklin stroked his chin and shook his head firmly. I am already good-looking enough. Next one. The White Warden, this one's an extraordinary weapon, with power that is absolutely unstoppable. Franklin said, No way, no way. I could not even get through airport security with something this deadly. The White Warden gritted his teeth. X-ray vision. Franklin wrinkled his nose. Cannot you offer anything like a magic touch that turns stones to gold or an elixir for eternal life? Even Mr. White Warden, usually so patient, was nearly ready to throw something. What do you think I am? Franklin said, all right, go on then. The White Warden was barely holding back a laugh. Top-tier lawyer. Franklin, no way, I am not good with words at all. You are the most sharp-tongued person I have ever met. The White Warden was so furious he trembled, then pulled out another card. Senior teacher. Franklin was horrified, shaking his head like a windshield wiper. I just graduated. Do you really want me to go back to school? No way, no way. Seriously, do you even want to be reborn? You reject everything. What, are you aiming to be emperor in your next life or something? The White Warden bit back his anger and flipped the next card. This one, amplify. Before he could finish speaking, a dark shadow flashed into view, snatched the card, pressed it against Franklin's mouth to silence him, then kicked the soul idly sorting through options right into the river of rebirth. The Black Warden clapped his hands. All done. If I had to listen to him go on any longer, I would rather be doing hard labor in the 8th level of hell. The White Warden stood frozen, as if still trying to process what just happened. The Black Warden suddenly remembered something. Oh right, what kind of advantage did you give that kid? I did not catch it. The White Warden paused for a few seconds, then moved his lips. A megaphone. The Black Warden scratched his head. What in the world is that? The White Warden gave a straight-faced shrug. Do not know, I have never seen it used before, it is pretty obscure. The Black Warden shrugged. Whatever, he is already reborn. Let's just go find the real deal first. This time we will be careful, no more mistakes. One black and one white shadow slowly faded into the distance. Franklin felt a sudden weightlessness, and just as a bright flash of light struck him, he passed out. It was eerily quiet around him, and Franklin had no idea how long he would been out when a furious voice suddenly snapped him awake. Jason, if you dare go with him today, I am pretending you are not my brother. Franklin snapped his eyes open. The suffocating feeling of being submerged in water still clung to his senses. Instinctively, he touched his neck, and the frantic pulse beneath his fingers reminded him he was alive. Thank goodness he was back, alive again. Franklin let out a relieved breath, staring dazedly at the two people beside him. Jason. He jolted fully awake in an instant. This was the love-struck side character from that novel he would read just a few days ago, first chapter. Already had his heart stolen clean out. Did the Grim Reaper's job scope really stretch this far? Did they even cross dimensions to dump him here? Franklin stared down in disbelief, wondering if he would really ended up as that clueless kid. Fine, go ahead and not have me. I do not even want a brother like you who uses his power to bully everyone. Came a muffled, tearful voice behind him. Daniel's so great. What is wrong with being with him? You are just a tyrant. I cannot do anything without your approval. Not far behind, a boy around his age was red-eyed and soaked in tears, shouting at his older brother while sniffling and wiping his face. So heartbroken it almost hurt to look. Franklin let out a quiet sigh of relief. The Grim Reapers were not entirely cold-hearted after all. He had not been reborn as some love-struck fool. Before he could even figure out his new identity, another voice chimed in from the side. Jason, how dare you talk to your brother like that? Confused, Franklin looked over and saw two strikingly similar adult men walking out from around the corner. Sharp features, long legs, unforgettable at first glance. The moment he saw all four of them, Franklin instantly knew where he was. the Lee family brothers. The doomed group from that angst-ridden novel where everyone ends up with a tragic fate. Amatzel and Benjamin turned toward their older brother. Brother. The man seated at the head of the table gave a slight nod, his gaze heavy and unwavering as he locked eyes with his rebellious younger sibling. You always side with the eldest brother and make things worse for me, Jason said, his voice trembling with both anger and hurt, his beautiful eyes filled with unshed tears. It was him who coldly broke us apart. I did not ask for that. But you two did not come to my aid, so why are you blaming me now? Amatzel, the second eldest, was a short-tempered guy. Before Jason even finished speaking, his brow had already tightened so much it could have crushed a mosquito. Big brother's only doing this for your own good. Jason was deeply upset. I do not want his good intentions, I just want Daniel. Before he could finish, his words were cut off by a smooth, calm voice from the corner. Daniel, who had been silent this whole time, spoke up gently. Jason, do not talk to your brothers like that. They will get hurt. It is all my fault for coming here today. If I had not shown up, you would not have ended up fighting with them. Franklin's attention snapped toward the corner. He was a strikingly handsome man, delicate in face and figure, so soft and refined compared to Lee family's uniformly bold features, like a rare orchid blooming in a quiet valley. With his poised smile, no one could guess he was a seasoned con artist who made lying feel effortless. After reading the whole thing, Franklin remembered only one character clearly, the main antagonist, Daniel. This man was a total fraud. His main job was stealing money. His side gig was stealing hearts. 3 months ago, he deliberately targeted Lee family's youngest son and successfully twisted him into a lovesick fool, driving him to the point of threatening to run away from home and even offering to hand over his entire fortune. But his efforts never got him true affection. Half a year later, he was kicked out with both legs broken and forced to survive by begging on the streets. Jason's hardship was only the beginning of Lee family's massive downfall. Without his 3 older brothers' careful protection, he faced the cruelty betrayal from his lover. Later in the story, Daniel sold him to criminals, and his body was stripped of every organ. Franklin glanced at the 4 exceptionally handsome men before him. This must be the Lee family, the villain's disposable pawns. As for himself, Franklin looked down. A perfectly tailored black tailcoat, a tie neatly fastened beneath his collarbone, white gloves covering both hands, polished shoes, gleaming, classic look of a trusted errand runner and butler. He had reincarnated as Franklin, the nameless servant from the original story, and now stood before the most infamous victim in the entire tale, Michael, the eldest son of the Lee family. If Jason was merely the first blow that signaled the Lee family's downfall, then Michael endured the final event that broke them completely. He watched his 3 younger brothers go bankrupt and fall apart one after another, then suffered betrayal from his lover, desertion by his subordinates, failure of key projects, and friends draining the company's funds, all while slowly breaking down under the weight of it all. He could only stand by helplessly as the Lee family crumbled. His 3 younger brothers died, and in the end he met a tragic fate himself. In short, everyone involved was a walking tragedy. The author really dumped a whole bucket of cheap melodrama on us. Benjamin could not take it anymore. You're Daniel's a total fraud. What on earth is wrong with you? You are accusing him unfairly. Jason, lost in his romantic delusion, cried out passionately. Daniel is the best partner in the world, and we will stay together forever, through thick and thin. Franklin let out a slow, heavy sigh. Love-struck idiots are deadly. The study fell silent. 4 people in the middle of an argument froze, stunned. Michael, with his sharp instincts, was the first to glance toward the corner where the sound came from. There stood his newly hired housekeeper, perfectly still and expressionless, looking professional and calm as ever. That is, unless the housekeeper had just spoken up behind their back. Jason shot a sharp glare at Franklin. I know you all think I am just chasing emotions, but I am completely clear-headed. I am choosing Daniel. I will not settle for anyone else in my life. I cannot imagine living without him. You are such a little fool. Having him will only get you killed faster. He turned in disbelief, eyes wide. Did he just insult me? Daniel blinked, his expression blank. Who? Michael narrowed his eyes, a flicker of unease crossing his face. If he had not misread the scene, the young housekeeper had not even spoken at all. Where had that voice come from? Matthew and Benjamin looked just as stunned, their eyes drawn to Franklin in the corner. The Lee brothers fell into an unspoken silence, which made Daniel feel uneasy. He knew he had to isolate Jason completely before carrying out his plan and stealing all of Jason's assets. Jason, just listen to me, Jason. The three Lee brothers exchanged glances, each seeing unmistakable shock in the other's eyes. Could it be that the new housekeeper has a bit of a special talent? Jason, do not let this cause trouble with the family. They are your blood relatives. I am fine. A man like me can handle a little pressure from your brothers. Do not worry, I will be okay. Daniel gently ruffled Jason's hair and gave him a soft, heartfelt smile. It is me who should be the one apologizing. Today I put you in a tough spot. Do not apologize to me, Jason said, his voice soft and filled with guilt, eyes reddened. You did not do anything wrong, they are the ones who were in the wrong. Brother, I have made up my mind. No need to try to talk me out of it. No matter what you say, I am sticking with Daniel for good. Jason wiped his eyes, seeming to have made up his mind. I am not asking you to accept him, but you cannot stop me. After I leave, I will hand over the companies I manage to Daniel. He will have that as his security. Lee family's youngest brother snapped, You are hopeless. The situation had reached a point where there seemed to be no way out. Franklin watched Jason, the young and innocent fool, slowly walking into the trap, feeling deep sympathy as he silently pondered what to do. What if I told Lee family's eldest brother that this young master would get fleeced of all his wealth, left crippled, and end up dead the moment he leaves the Lee family with Daniel? Would he even believe me? The Lee brothers all froze in shock. What? Jason finally realized that Franklin's lips were not moving, yet his voice came through clearly in his mind. He swallowed hard and turned to look at Daniel. Daniel, would you ever hurt me? Daniel was completely confused. Huh. The look of confusion on his face seemed genuine, and Jason realized he had been swayed by Franklin. He turned away in frustration, saying, Franklin, stop stirring trouble, keep pushing me, and I will have you leave the Lee family. Daniel adored him so much. Just a tiny scratch on his finger would have him worrying for ages. He was out of his mind to believe such garbage. Franklin was stunned by the outburst, meeting Jason's intense glare, his expression growing increasingly confused. What is going on here? Why did Jason, the little fool, end up shouting at him like that? Lovebirds really do not know when to stop. This is how angry they get. They end up blaming the wrong person. Are you really going to? Jason, Michael said flatly, cutting him off. Do not take your anger out on others. Jason pointed at Franklin, his voice defiant. Brother, he has been talking to me like this. Shut up. The second and third brothers spoke in unison. You two take it easy. I am totally lost watching this drama unfold. Benjamin watched Franklin with clear interest, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Jason glanced around the vast living room, his growing frustration over his brother's united opposition shifting into a sense of resentment. He looked at his family with disappointment, then turned away without hesitation. Daniel, let's go. Daniel, calm and composed, flashed a quiet smile. Do not worry, brothers, I will take good care of Jason. Jason, came the calm voice from behind. Once you step through that door, you are no longer part of the Lee family. Fine, I do not care. You are all just controlling and unfair. Michael spoke flatly. Since you are no longer a member of the Lee family, I will be reclaiming all your assets, company stocks, bank accounts, real estate, and yes, even those precious cars you have hoarded over the years. If you and Daniel truly love each other, I am sure he will not mind if you have nothing. Daniel's flawless expression cracked ever so slightly. That is for sure right, Daniel. Daniel snapped back to attention, his face darkening. Yeah. He could not believe Michael would truly abandon his own brother. Blood ties were not that easy to cut. This had to be another test. Daniel's face softened with deep sincerity. "Jason, I will love you forever." Jason said with a contented smile, "Daniel, I love you too, let's go." Franklin could not help but mock them, watching the two cling to each other like they were about to face the afterlife together. "Hand in hand we go, on the path to the underworld. You have got him, not me." Jason broke down. Franklin, Michael stepped in just in time to cut off his younger brother's outburst, speaking slowly and clearly. "Get a reporter to publish the statement that Jason is no longer part of the Lee family. Then have the lawyer draw up the agreement to reclaim all of Jason's assets, both movable and immovable. I want to see every document within 1 hour." Daniel's face went completely pale. He turned to look at Matthew and Benjamin. Neither of the two elder brothers showed any sign of stopping him. "Wait, you are actually serious about this?" He lowered his gaze toward the bewildered Jason beside him. "If we take him now, all our efforts from earlier would be for nothing. Everything we have set up so far would go down the drain." Daniel paused for a moment, then gently took Jason's hand. "Jason, do not act on impulse. I know you care about me, but please do not risk losing everything over this. I would be heartbroken. Let's take things slowly, okay? I will prove myself to your brothers." Jason looked at him with a dazed expression. "So you are not taking me away after all?" Daniel smiled softly. "You silly thing, how could I ever let you lose your family over me? It is not about caring for people. It is about the money. You are playing a smart game of retreat to gain trust, waiting until the Lee family feels at ease before taking your chance to lure Jason away, stealing both his heart and his resources." Franklin's words made perfect sense, clear and logical, hard not to believe. Jason paused, truly looking at his partner for the first time. Daniel stood up. "Today's visit did not go well. Be good now. I will come back in a couple of days. I will do my best to win over your brothers." After speaking, Daniel turned slightly toward Michael and the others with a small nod. "Well then, I will take my leave." Michael said coldly, "Franklin, see him out." Franklin had been standing so long his legs were numb. At the words, he sprang into motion right away. "Right away, Daniel, please." Benjamin let out a quick laugh. The new young housekeeper was quite entertaining. Franklin did his duty as the proper butler, following Daniel toward the door. But after watching the scene for too long and standing still so long, his legs were numb. Within just a few steps, he got a cramp. He stumbled at the doorway, sliding half a meter forward before dashing with wide-eyed shock straight into Daniel's legs. Then came a light flick, and Daniel went sprawling on all fours, face first into the flower bed right by the entrance. Everyone in the Lee family seemed to hit pause. Even Jason was too stunned by the sudden turn of events to react, standing frozen in place. The Lee family estate covered a vast area with an impressively styled garden in front of the main house. Blossoms bloomed year-round, creating a scene that was nothing short of breathtaking. And now here was Daniel, sprawled across a perfectly stylish flower bed, cracking his head against it with all the elegance of a clumsy pratfall. He was not dead, just thoroughly ungraceful in how he cried out from inside the flower bed. Franklin winced too, clutching his backside and grimacing in pain. Is this what the boss floor is like, so slippery it could be used as a weapon? Daniel's cry of pain snapped Jason out of his daze, and he rushed forward to pull Daniel from the flower bed. But Jason was still young and could not budge Daniel's large frame, straining hard. He managed to drag out just part of Daniel's leg. "Franklin," Jason called out, "hurry and help. That fall really hurt." Franklin, holding his waist and limping over to the flower bed, said to Jason, "You take one leg, I will take the other. On 3, we pull together to get him out." Franklin stared at Daniel's body split into a Y shape and paused thoughtfully. "This does seem a bit undignified." "Saving someone comes first," Jason said seriously after a brief pause. Franklin nodded in agreement and gestured for Jason to let go. "I will handle it myself. I am stronger." Dragging him by one leg each, That is straight out of a crime scene. Jason hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside to let Franklin take over. Franklin glanced at the fraudster lying on the ground like a dead dog, sighed, grabbed his ankle, and started dragging him out. Daniel was forced to scrape a long groove across the ground with his chin. It looked even more like a crime scene now. The air stayed silent for what felt like forever. Jason finally murmured, "Actually, we could each lift one half. Someone handles the upper body, and another takes the lower." Franklin suddenly snapped to attention. "Oh, right." They exchanged a glance, both silently amazed by how clever the other's brain was. Daniel suddenly collapsed, and Jason quickly called the family doctor before helping Daniel to sit against a nearby pillar. Every over-the-top CEO story has a trusted family doctor who is always on call. Just like the butler and assistant, these are veteran NPCs devoted to supporting the protagonist's romance and career for life. The Lee family's doctor was a young man with a EFTA who wore round gold-rimmed glasses. When he got the call, he assumed someone from the Lee family had fallen ill and rushed over, but at the front gate, he found Daniel unconscious instead. William, Jason grabbed his hand. "Please check on Daniel quickly. He cannot be allowed to pass away." Franklin nodded in full agreement. Not that he cared about anything else, just scared he would end up with a manslaughter charge from his earlier kick. Fortunately, William examined Daniel thoroughly and quickly concluded, "He is fine. The head injury is not serious. No concussion is likely. Still, if you are worried, he could get a full checkup at the hospital." Jason, "Then why did he pass out?" William put away the stethoscope and said coolly, "Blood flow reversed due to emotional shock. He was probably just angry enough to pass out." "What, how?" Franklin narrowed his eyes, thinking the family doctor was pulling his leg. "He hit that hard. How could he pass out from anger? Did he smash a flower in panic because he could not afford to replace it?" Franklin glanced at the modest, elegant flowers in the planter, whose name he did not know, and suddenly thought, well, maybe that was not so far-fetched after all. Daniel was clearly knocked out by you. Sliding, plowing, even a god would not have lasted that long. His head's fine, but his jaw took a real hit. William pulled out iodine and gauze, glancing at the deep trench in the flower bed. He was using his jaw to dig. So that is how he passed out. My bad, should have turned him over first." With William's word, Daniel came to pretty quickly. The first thing he did when his eyes opened was feel his jaw. Seeing that move, Franklin guiltily ducked behind the person beside him. Michael watched Franklin shrink back, first his shoulders, then his whole face, all the way to hiding behind him. Still, he could not resist poking his head out just enough to catch the scene. "Daniel, you are awake. You are finally awake." Jason helped the man up from the ground, his voice trembling with emotion. "You scared me so much, I thought I would never see you wake up again." "I am fine," Daniel exhaled tightly, voice hoarse. "Just my jaw hurts." Jason gently rubbed Daniel's jaw, his expression full of concern. Daniel glanced at the spot where he would made a fool of himself, shooting a cold glare at Franklin, who just shut his mouth tight and pulled his head away. "Daniel, I have made up my mind. I am going with you," Jason said, gently touching Daniel's jawline with concern. "I cannot leave you alone. I will take care of you." Daniel hesitated, his gaze drifting toward the 3 older brothers from the Lee family, unsure whether to accept. He wondered if anything had happened while he was unconscious. Had the Lee family already moved all of Jason's assets? "Daniel," Jason lightly tapped his shoulder. "What is wrong?" "Nothing." Daniel looked down, voice soft. "It would be wonderful to have you live with me, but I just hate the thought of burdening you like this." "I am not tired," Jason said with a bright expression. "I can arrange for a housekeeper and a nutritionist for you, and I will take care of the hospital too. Do not worry at all." Benjamin let out a low scoff. "Jason, did you forget? You are not the Lee family's little prince anymore. A housekeeper, a nutritionist, the hospital. What exactly can you arrange now?" Jason froze, his jaw tightening as he said, "I can still take care of Daniel." Worst case, he would learn to do chores on his own, cut back on spending, maybe even get a job outside. He would not starve, not as long as he kept going. "Anyway, I do not need your help," Jason said. "Daniel will not look down on me. I promise we will start a business together and rebuild our lives." Franklin peered over cautiously. "Seriously? You are still blindly in love. Just turn your head for a second. Cannot you see how dark Daniel's expression is right now?" Michael glanced sideways, noticing the person who had quietly curled up against his arm. The new housekeeper was fully absorbed in the scene, her lips pressed together tightly, her eyelashes fluttering with each blink, her hands fumbling on his suit and leaving two crumpled bunches without realizing it. Michael's gaze suddenly locked onto Franklin's face. The new little butler, was he always this handsome? That makes sense, really. Those fraudsters are always on the run, trembling at the sight of authority figures. They would not dare bring Jason back to their own base. Jason heard Franklin's words clearly and found them utterly ridiculous. He and Daniel had known each other for years, shared deep understanding and genuine care, supporting one another through everything. He was the one person in the world who truly knew Daniel. How dare Franklin slander his own lover like that? He refused to believe it. "Jason, Daniel, let's go." He would made up his mind to leave the Lee family, then turned to look at his lover and froze. Even though Daniel quickly hid it, Jason still caught a fleeting shadow of unease on his face. His Daniel, how could this be? Jason instinctively let go of his grip. After visiting the Lee family, Daniel had suffered both physical and emotional strain, making it hard for him to keep a composed expression, which ultimately gave away his secret during Jason's interview. He quickly thought through possible ways to cover up the mistake, and after a brief pause, he decided to feign fainting, collapsing softly onto Jason's shoulder. Jason immediately felt worried again and pulled out his phone to call back the family doctor who had just left. "William, you said he was fine earlier. Why did he faint again? Are you even qualified to treat patients? If you cannot help him, I will make sure everyone pays for it." Classic line, arriving late but unforgettable. That is just the kind of melodrama you would expect, threatening to bury people alive. Even the Grim Reapers would not dare play God like that. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. Who exactly are you planning to bury with him? Jason, who often acted recklessly, was most afraid of his older brother. Realizing his mistake, he lowered his head and said quietly, "William, I am sorry. Please help him." William had been rushed twice in half an hour, utterly exhausted, and quickly dropped to his knees to check Daniel. His conclusion remained unchanged. "His vitals are all fine. How long has he been out?" "Just now," Jason said. "Did he hurt his head earlier?" William frowned. That should not happen under normal circumstances. Even pretending to be out cold, his eyelashes were practically wiggling, and he kept gripping Jason's hand tightly. No one passes out like that. This act was painfully obvious. Michael tilted his head slightly, brushing his ear as if nothing had happened. The butler laughed too loudly. Jason quickly looked down at Daniel and noticed his eyelashes fluttering uncontrollably, and the grip on his wrist was unusually strong. Was Daniel putting on an act? Just like Franklin said, was he trying to lure him away? The young master could not quite believe it. Just then, Daniel's phone rang. His eyelashes fluttered even more violently, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking around with a weak, dazed expression. Where am I? Nice performance, really." The Lee brothers did not bother responding. Jason remained frozen in place, and Franklin burst into laughter. No one paid attention. Daniel's act fell flat on the ground. "Jason." Daniel was seriously injured and has passed out several times. Benjamin suddenly spoke up, having stayed silent until then. "William, help get him to the hospital for a full checkup." William blinked in surprise, then quickly agreed. "Yes, sir, 3 young master." Daniel was anxious. Not now, Jason. Before he could finish speaking, William grabbed him with one hand and started dragging him toward the door. He felt like he was really just a plow, having tilled every inch of the Lee family's land. Jason was dazed, watching Daniel being pulled away, and for a moment he hesitated before following him toward the door. "Jason," Michael said with a serious expression, "stay home for the next few days, no going out anywhere, Franklin." He lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the boy clinging to his arm. Franklin snapped straight in an instant, shyly pulling his fingers behind his back. "Young master, please give your orders." "Oh no." All I would been doing was watching the drama, and completely forgot Michael was right there like a pillar. "Michael, keep an eye on him." Franklin pointed at himself. "Me." Michael raised an eyebrow. "Who else?" "I am not." Then suddenly the image of the Lee family's head housekeeper's 8-figure salary flashed in his mind. Franklin froze for a second, then snapped into cooperation. "Who else is going to do it? Do not worry, master. I will keep a close eye on young Master Jason." Michael finally gave a cool nod. Franklin remembered that in the original story, Jason often got into trouble with his older brothers, and since they could not bring themselves to punish him severely, they would just lock him away for a short time each time, always letting it slide. Jason had grown so used to being confined that he always found ways to slip out. He was as slippery as an eel, impossible to catch. Franklin clearly had a time bomb in his hands. As a regular worker, Franklin had no choice but to take on Jason, despite the trouble he knew it would bring. The farce finally came to an end, and the three brothers of the Lee family exchanged a glance, their eyes aligning as they headed toward the study together. Jason was locked in the room, and as Franklin shut the door, two sharply dressed men in black suits approached. "Franklin, we are here on orders to watch over the young master." "Huh?" So he was not supposed to guard the door after all. Franklin blinked, then instantly smiled warmly. "Sure thing, thanks for your hard work. Consider it done." With that, the two guards took their positions on either side of Jason's door, standing firm like solemn sentinels. The troublesome task was off his hands, and Franklin happily strolled downstairs, swinging his keys with a bounce. When he reached a quiet corner where no one else was around, Franklin suddenly remembered something. He glanced left and right, saw no one, then swiftly darted into the shadows. Almost forgot. It was time to summon his flashy, unstoppable power-up. Franklin squinted one eye, grinning to himself as he mentally called out, "System, come on out." Silence met his ears. "Where is my huge, massive, super-powered cheat code?" A few seconds later, Franklin slowly realized he might have been scammed. Turns out he was the one who got played. How dare those shameless yin-yang tricksters fool a naive college kid? Was it pure evil or just total moral decay? Franklin felt like he could not breathe for a few seconds, as if the sky had literally collapsed. Now that he had lost his cheat code, Franklin slumped down like a wilted little bean sprout, convinced his future at the Lee family was going to be anything but easy. All four of the Lee brothers were hopeless romantics. Once in love, they would go all out, even if it meant burning bridges with their own family. Without a system to pull him through, he could only imagine how many tricks and plans he would have to come up with to stop disasters from happening. One wrong move, and the whole Lee family could fall apart, and he would be risking losing his job too. $8,000 a month. Franklin was frustrated. A good job just gone like that. He sighed, slumping toward the door, when a sideways glance landed on a human-shaped lump swinging from outside the window. In just a second, dozens of horror movie scenes flashed through Franklin's mind. Why are old-school tragic romance novels still full of ghosts? "Ishha, Franklin, do not scream," came a hushed voice from outside, the tone startlingly familiar. Franklin squinted, and there it was. Jason had escaped. Franklin pushed open the window, and Jason swayed back and forth. "Little master, just having a swing." "Not at all," Jason pointed to the ceiling. "The sheet's too short. Hurry and find something to pad it with. I cannot get down." Jason, always so clever, had not only miscalculated the sheet's length, but also looped the rope tightly from under his arms to across his chest, leaving him stuck halfway, hanging there like a big spider caught in the wind. "Come on already," the big spider urged him. Franklin nodded and turned to run. "All right, I will figure something out, rescue you, wait right there." "You better hurry up," Jason said with hopeful eyes. 5 minutes later, footsteps sounded behind Jason, and his heart leapt. "Franklin, did you figure it out so quickly?" "Yeah," Franklin said. "Is it a ladder? I am coming down." Jason turned around and locked eyes with the two men in black suits standing by the wall. Jason pouted. "Franklin, you tricked me." "I did not lie," Franklin said with a smile. "I scoured the whole villa inside and out, and this is all I could find, 2 human ladders." "You are such a naive kid. Who else would I trick if not you?" 2 bodyguards stepped forward, preparing to help Jason down. "Young master, we will get you down right away." "No, no, no." Jason cried out frantically, scrambling up the wall with both hands and feet to keep the bodyguards from reaching him. He looked more like a big spider than ever. "Franklin, you have to get them to leave." Jason clung tightly to the sheet rope. "Otherwise, I am not coming down, no way, not even if I had to stay up here forever." Franklin froze for a moment, his usual calm breaking into genuine thought. "Seriously, what is the threat supposed to do to me? He can stay up there if he wants. What has it got to do with me anyway?" Pouting, feeling like crying. 2 minutes later, Jason was still gently removed from the wall by the guards. The first thing he did after landing was wipe his face and glare at Franklin. "Franklin, I will remember this." Franklin stayed completely unfazed. "You are welcome to keep me in mind, young master." The commotion downstairs finally caught the attention of the 3 brothers discussing matters in the study. Michael appeared at the doorway with a cold expression. "What are you all doing?" Jason flinched and quickly ducked behind Franklin. Franklin blinked innocently, just giving the young master a swing on the swings. Michael glanced at the bedsheet rope still hanging from a second-floor window and immediately understood. "Jason, come with me to the study." He paused, then turned to Franklin. "And you, come over too." The Lee family's study was strictly off-limits, usually cleaned by a dedicated staff member, with no outsiders permitted. Michael was a workaholic who brought important contracts home. Given how this novel portrays the Lee family, those contracts were probably worth millions in minutes. Inside the study, Michael sat at the head of the table, while Matthew and Benjamin flanked him on either side, both expressionless and rigid, like ancient officials ready to shout, "Court is in session." Jason stood in the center of the study, facing a formal assessment. Franklin paused to consider his position, then slowly moved to stand beside Michael, perfectly placed as the secretary, a role that suited his clever and shrewd nature. "About Daniels," Michael began. "What are you planning to do?" "What else can we do? Everyone's already been pushed out by you guys." "Benjamin, what did you say?" Jason flinched slightly, clearly nervous. Franklin studied Jason carefully, realizing the boy still had not given up. Dodging in different ways would not solve anything. Something decisive needed to be done once and for all. "Actually, it is not hard at all. Just get Daniel out somewhere, let the young master see for himself what a fraud he really is. Then have Lee family send someone to break them up, hand over some cash to dismiss him, and once Daniel happily walks away with the money, we turn around and file a report, accuse him of scamming. Bingo, the fraudster gets a full package straight from prison life." But in this kind of billionaire drama world, do police even exist? The 3 young masters from the Lee family exchanged a silent glance, weighing whether the plan could actually work. Jason stared at Franklin in disbelief, his eyes reddening as tears began to well up. Daniel cannot be a fraud. He is kind and considerate, treats people with warmth, and has such grace. He said himself, he would not care even if I had nothing. Then why did he run off the second he found out you were broke? Michael gave him a look of quiet approval. Jason said, his face turning red. He must have had his own reasons. Maybe that call was from his boss, and he had something urgent to take care of, so he left first. He will definitely come back. Seriously, how does he manage to talk himself into this? Franklin let out a quiet sigh. This kid was swinging so hard, he would gone even dumber. There was a small discrepancy between the current plot and the original story. Jason did not know why he had not followed Daniel. Franklin went over the sequence of events carefully, trying to recall what Daniel did next. This scene happened right at the beginning, and with so many characters and wild twists throughout the story, he was starting to lose track. Franklin cleared his mind for a moment, pulling up that faint memory tucked away in some forgotten corner of his thoughts. "I remember now." Franklin bellowed so loud that Michael nearly dropped his pen. Benjamin, sitting close to Franklin, instinctively rubbed his ear. Daniel bribed a corrupt doctor to forge a medical report, claiming he had leukemia, a disease that always strikes tragic protagonists. The young master was heartbroken and immediately transferred all company shares to Daniel's name, urging him to focus on treatment and stop overthinking. However, while young master was tirelessly searching for a suitable match elsewhere, Daniel took advantage of the situation to take control of the company. Under Jason's name, he siphoned off hundreds of millions in project funds, leading to the company's collapse. It was not until half a year later that the young master found out the truth, but by then it was already too late. He was severely injured and thrown out of the building, forced to survive by begging on the streets. Not long after, a once privileged young master was gone. His fate ended in ruin. That is what happens when you let love cloud your judgment. Jason's fate was too heartbreaking, and Franklin felt a pang of sympathy. As he pondered how to gently hint to the young master, he looked up, only to find that all three older brothers had varying degrees of anger on their faces. Michael's face had turned dark with fury. Jason stared at the carpet, his face pale. What now? Had Jason done something foolish while he was just getting his thoughts together? The Lee brothers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and disbelief. Jason's short life could truly be described as one misstep after another, his promising future shattered, his fate plummeting from great heights into deep despair. In the end, he met a tragic and untimely end in a grim underground trading den, with no proper burial to speak of. If just a moment ago Michael still wanted to send the man straight to prison, now all he could think about was destroying everything. Dark thoughts surged uncontrollably through his mind. He wanted Daniel to go through every single one of these horrors, too. The Lee family had lost both parents at an early age, and Jason had been cherished by his three older brothers since childhood. Even though they were now furious, their deep bond could not be broken. How could the brother they treasured so much be treated this way by Daniel? Even a clay figure would finally burn with rage. Brother Benjamin, usually full of jokes and sarcasm, now spoke with serious tone. "Let me handle this." Matthew and Benjamin were twins, but their personalities and behaviors could not be more different. Matthew stayed cold and distant. "I will do it," he said. The thought Franklin had silently screamed inside his mind left Jason stunned. He could not believe that the naive person who had given everything, as described by Franklin, was actually himself. Giving his whole heart had only earned him a body left unburied and forgotten. He did not know if the truth was exactly as Franklin claimed, but whatever it was, it hit him harder than anything in 3 lifetimes. Jason could not process it. How could he do this to me? Benjamin gave a dry, frustrated chuckle. "Seriously, even now you are still holding on to that dream." Matthew frowned, disappointment in his eyes as he looked at his younger brother. "We have never interfered with your choices. When you wanted to learn horseback riding, we built a stable for you. When you fell in love with music, I found the best team to work with. After you returned from traveling abroad and became fascinated with skiing, our third brother spent months creating an indoor ski facility just for you. Jason, you have always had access to top-tier education and the finest op." Franklin just stared, stunned. He knew the Lee family was wealthy, but he had no idea they were this rich. Jason was speechless, wondering to himself, how had he ended up like this? Could it really be true, just like Franklin said? Was he losing his mind over love? He kept his head down, silent, when suddenly his phone buzzed. Jason opened it and saw a diagnosis document from a top-tier hospital. Jason could not understand the detailed medical report, but he recognized the word leukemia on the lab results. Everything matched exactly what Franklin had said. The phone buzzed several times in a row. Daniel withdraw 3 messages. Daniel, oops, sent to the wrong person. Sorry, Jason. I have been keeping it from you because I did not want you to worry. Daniel, I am in the hospital right now. My condition seems to have worsened. You know I do not really have many friends. I cannot find anyone to talk to, so would you come keep me company? Jason tightly gripped his phone. Amattheo thought Jason was once again lost in romance and let out a disappointed sigh. Forget it, brother. I will handle things with Daniel. No need. Franklin's brow twitched as he turned to look at Jason. The young master in the center of the room lifted his face, his earlier innocence gone. His gaze remained calm as he met Michael's eyes. I will handle the mess I made. After Jason spoke, all 3 older brothers were stunned. Jason knew what they were worried about, so he added quietly, If you are still uneasy, let Franklin go with me. Just as Franklin was pondering whether there were any other emotional twists left in the story, he snapped upright. Huh. What has that got to do with me? The Butler's got errands to run anyway. Franklin, Michael said, you are coming with me tomorrow. The young assistant was quite sharp, always thinking ahead, and seemed to have a good sense of what might happen next, so Jason felt assured having him around when going out. Though, heaven and earth are vast, but the client comes first. No fieldwork means no paycheck. Franklin kept muttering to himself for reassurance as the Lee brothers went their separate ways, and then he dragged his unfamiliar body back to the butler's quarters. He opened the door and was instantly thrilled. The room was huge, the bed incredibly soft. Just one lie down and you would be wrapped up like a delicate, squishy sesame soup ball. Franklin bounced around happily on the bed for a while, bouncing himself into exhaustion and hunger. That is when he remembered he had not even thought about dinner yet. He jumped off the bed right away and headed through Lee family's mansion, following his memory to find the kitchen. As he passed by the living room, Franklin heard a faint conversation. Michael's home has such refined taste, it is beautifully decorated, came a sharp yet smooth female voice. I have never been here before, it really gives me a fresh impression. Too kind of you, Michael said. Luna, you are here for the project today, right? Why do not we get straight to business? Luna, is not she Michael's childhood friend, the long-time unrequited love from that tragic side character trope? 2 bad things did not work out in the end. That secretly romantic guy ended up picking a cold-hearted, manipulative woman instead, and got played badly. Guess even big bosses are not always as sharp as they seem. Not wanting to interrupt the side character from building her charm, Franklin quietly slipped away toward the kitchen. The Lee family, young masters, must have already eaten. The place was completely quiet and untouched by any cooking. Franklin rummaged through cabinets until he finally found a plate of little pastries and a small bowl of braised pork, filling the air with rich, mouth-watering scent. Excited, Franklin grabbed some chopsticks and took a bite. This is delicious. Soft and smooth on the tongue, fragrant without being greasy. Just one more piece. In the living room, Michael was going over the contract Luna had brought, quietly calculating the initial costs and whether the plan was feasible. This strange ability of young master, how come it has no range limit? He can actually hear me from this far. And where was he even at in his calculations just now? Seeing the man's expression darken, Luna's heart skipped a beat. Michael, is there something wrong with the contract? Michael snapped back to attention. No. He let out a quiet breath and fixed his gaze on the document, concentrating. The texture is bouncy and delicious. Want to have another whole plate, but I am kind of full now. But will the pastries go bad if left until tomorrow? Oh well, I will just have one more bite. I am full already. Michael set down the file and dialed the kitchen on the intercom. After a long pause, the line finally picked up, the voice on the other end sounding thoroughly content. "Hello." Michael spoke straight to the point. "Franklin, come to the living room." Franklin wiped his mouth and said, "What is up, burp?" Michael had just managed to gather his thoughts, then nearly lost them all from that single burp. "Bring some food over to Luna." "Oh." Luna smiled politely. "You are too kind, Michael, but I do not usually eat much in the evening." "It is no problem," Michael said. "My cook is good, feel free to take some home if you like. Just do not let the little housekeeper sneak another bite." 5 minutes later, Franklin appeared, dragging his feet while carrying a tray. "Luna, try this special treat the young master personally prepared for you." "What is with that big crack in your tone?" Michael gave him a puzzled look, clearly not understanding. Franklin shot him a knowing smile. "Leave it to me. I will make sure your childhood friend comes with high hopes and leaves with joy." Franklin had figured it out. Why would Michael drag him here as the third wheel during their date? The answer simple. He needs a helping hand, someone to play the supporting role. Michael's future true love is a wicked, wild little witch with enough power to bring down the Lee family. If he gets his heart set on the right person early on, will not that help avoid disaster later? Franklin was more than happy to play matchmaker. Luna glanced at the delicately shaped pastry in front of her, mentally noting the calorie count and her daily intake, then gently picked up a piece. Her eyes lit up slightly as she said, "Thank you, Michael." Michael gave a faint smile that barely reached his eyes. "No need to be so polite, Luna." Mission accomplished. Franklin was about to quietly slip away, watching the tender moment unfold before him. Franklin stopped in his tracks. "Yeah. Stay a bit longer. Stay put, this is the price for your wild talk." "Oh, got it, the matchmaker's job is not done yet." For the next while, Michael said nothing, just stared at his documents. Luna pretended to nibble on her pastry, glancing sideways at the man working intently. Franklin grew bored, counting how many wilted flowers were scattered across the floor. Franklin was starting to lose feeling in his legs from waiting. Still no signal from Michael. Just a second before Franklin felt his leg cramp, Luna seemed to hesitate for a moment. Franklin. Got it. Franklin stomped his numb legs and zipped off like a whirlwind. What exactly did he get? Franklin darted into the kitchen like a breeze, pouring himself a refreshing glass of lemon water, just right to clear away the sweetness from Luna's little treat. He carried the drink back into the living room and slipped as he passed the sofa, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, he managed to grab the sofa arm just in time, keeping the lemon water from spilling onto Luna's face. Franklin patted his chest, still shaken from the close call. Out of nowhere, Michael remembered how just a few hours earlier, Franklin had pulled off that smooth slide right in front of Daniel. Michael slowly looked away, a barely noticeable smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Overreacting little Butler. That is what you get for talking nonsense. Clink. The glass lightly tapped the table. Franklin's eyes locked on Michael with intensity. "Luna," Franklin smiled as he turned his face toward her. "You are Michael's first woman ever brought home. I haven't seen him smile this happily in ages. So old-school romantic. Toes curling, what an awkward thing to say. He actually says stuff like this. He is a real pro at being an NPC." Michael held back his patience. "Get out of here." "Oh, okay." He made his exit with a stiff gait, dragging his toes across the floor. Being an NPC is not easy, that is for sure. You have got to do any job that comes your way, and say whatever lines you are given. After eating and drinking his fill, Franklin rushed through a quick shower and crashed into bed. What a day. The useless college student was completely drained. Time to sleep, really time to sleep. The next morning, Franklin was shaken awake, repeatedly. And when he finally opened his eyes, all he saw was a blinding overhead bulb with a double image. "Franklin, wake up." Jason grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard. Daniel reached out again, He is at the hospital now. We need to get there quickly. Jason's frantic shaking nearly knocked Franklin's soul loose. He quickly grabbed his hands. Stop, or I am going to throw up. Jason quickly let go, saying apologetically, Oops, sorry about that. Franklin swallowed back the panic rising in his throat, eyes still foggy from sleep. What time is it? 6:30. Need to be this urgent, young master, Franklin said with no energy. Daniel's right there. He is not going anywhere. I cannot wait anymore, Jason said. You all called him a fraud. I need to find out the truth for myself. Unable to resist Jason's insistence, Franklin changed into plain, unassuming clothes and followed him out the door, moving like a hollow shell barely holding together. As he passed through the living room, Franklin could not shake the feeling that someone was watching him from the corner, like a shadow lurking in the dark, cold and silent. Franklin turned around. Matthew was reading a financial newspaper on the sofa. Benjamin was having breakfast, and Michael, just out from a date yesterday, had his face clearly written with, I am not happy. Franklin thought for a moment, then got it. So the date did not go well. No wonder you are so annoyed. Matthew looked up. Benjamin let out a snort of laughter. Only young Master Michael gave him the icy glare of an ice king, cold and sharp. Franklin shivered, quickly grabbing the young master and darting out. After the two disappeared through the door, Benjamin finally set down his cutlery and laughed quietly for a moment. Brother, how could Franklin ever think you are involved with Luna? He has been so eager to play matchmaker. Michael did not feel like explaining the misunderstanding from last night. He simply said, Right now, you should be more concerned about whether Jason might not come back. If anything were to go wrong, Franklin would not stand a chance holding down a distressed Jason. Brother does not need to worry, Matthew said confidently, shaking his newspaper. I have got guards following him. Anyone who tries to run will be brought right back. Michael, A few seconds passed before Matthew slowly looked up. Who did you go on a date with last night, brother? Daniel was staying at a small private hospital, its front gate facing a narrow street. The plants by the entrance were withered, and nearby sat a trash can swarming with flies, looked more like a little dump than a medical facility. Jason stood frozen at the door for a long time, then said, Franklin. Franklin, Am I really that foolish? Jason gestured toward the lackluster building in front of him. He did not even bother to make up a believable lie. No, Franklin said seriously. Jason looked at him. After getting hurt, you should not be blaming yourself. You should be calling out the ones who caused the pain. They are the real jerks. Jason stared at him, saying, Franklin, you are really impressive when you say that. Franklin lifted his chin. Truth always comes with a glow around it. They walked into the hospital and were stopped at a front desk that looked just like a hotel reception. Daniel. The nurse flipped through the thin file, only 2 pages, and studied it for a full 2 minutes. Family member, follow me. They passed down a dimly lit hallway, stepping past a ward doorway that smelled faintly of damp and mildew, before the nurse finally led them to their destination. The patient's in there. Go ahead. Just so you know, he has been pretty emotional lately, so it would help if you stayed with him. Franklin remembered this scene was not in the original version. When the illness was mentioned, Daniel had already drained all of Jason's other assets. This forged medical record was created to fraudulently obtain company shares. This time, though, Daniel had not managed to get Jason away. He could not pull off his usual tricks and had no choice but to rush the plan ahead. Jason pushed the door open, revealing a sparsely furnished room where Daniel lay in bed, his face pale and drawn, his expression lacking its usual warmth and carrying an unmistakable look of illness, almost fragile. His neck was not powdered, the contrast was jarring. Jason stiffened slightly. Franklin tilted his head toward Jason. Young master, take a look at his neck. Jason, I see it. Jason, you are here, Daniel whispered weakly, offering a smile that looked like a resilient white lotus. I am so happy. Jason held back his emotions as he sat down beside the bed. How are you feeling? What did the doctor say? Daniel lowered his eyes. You know, leukemia is one of the hardest diseases to cure today. If we do not find a match, I am afraid I might not get to grow old with you. Franklin watched him perform coldly. Jason lowered his head, looking deeply upset. It will not happen, he said. Daniel gently took his hand. Jason, everyone dies someday, but I am glad I got to have you even just for a short while. Franklin's skin crawled, and he could not help rubbing his arms. Jason wiped his face and looked up, his expression unchanged. Do not worry, I will make sure you get better. I'm going straight to my brother right now to bring in the top specialists from overseas. Use the best medicine and do everything possible, tests, treatments, therapy, whatever it takes. You will be fine. After listing off that whole grim sequence, Daniel went pale. No, Jason, actually, I am fine right here. What is so good about this place? It is not even worthy of my Daniel. Jason flashed his usual spoiled attitude. Daniel, do not worry. I will make sure everyone pays if you do not get better. Please, Jason, I do not want you to spend so much. I just want to take care of you, Jason said, standing up and quickly wiping his hand after Daniel had touched it. Franklin, come with me. We will go to the city center's main hospital and book a private IVIP room. Daniel could not speak up. Jason, you really do not have to do this. I mean it. Franklin smiled warmly as he played along with Jason. Of course, young master. Jason, wait up, Jason. Franklin and Jason walked away without looking back, then found a secluded spot to rest after leaving the hospital. Franklin had expected Jason to feel disappointed or upset upon seeing the truth about his loved one, but that was not the case. Franklin, Jason asked, did I do well just now? Franklin said, you were great. I saw insincerity in his eyes for the first time, Jason said. I was really naive before. Franklin asked, so what is your next move? Author's note, if you enjoy novels, feel free to visit Jiangne.com. He is just pretending, is not he? Jason looked up, brushing the redness from his eyes. Then I will show him what it feels like to be overwhelmed by serious illness and despair. Jason turned to Franklin. Franklin, you will help me, will not you? Franklin nodded firmly. Of course. They are both from the Lee family, so to speak. They are almost fellow townspeople. Helping each other out is only natural. That is great, Jason lit up instantly. So, shall we go shopping? Now, Franklin asked. Yeah, Jason glanced at the clothes he was wearing. You are so good looking. Why wear such stuffy outfits? Come on, let's go. I will treat you to some new clothes as payment for today's company. Jason pulled out a black card. Use my brother's card. Jason took Franklin to the largest mall in downtown, where the two of them shopped and ate their way through every floor, from the first all the way up to the seventh, leaving a trail of excitement behind like a wave passing through. As they walked around, Franklin noticed that this world's technology was slightly more advanced than in his past life. Cities were bustling and spotless, sleek smart cars glided down the streets everywhere. Electronics kept evolving at lightning speed, and now people could even have real-time holographic video calls across long distances. After just one block of shopping, Franklin was completely dazzled by this dazzling world. Mr. Franklin, those clothes over there look great. Let's go check them out, Jason said. Young master, Franklin waved the dozen shopping bags in his hands. I am really worn out. I cannot carry these anymore. Let's head back. I just want to rest. I really miss my dumpling bed. Jason insisted, but those clothes would really suit you. Franklin thought for a moment and reminded him. I usually wear work clothes. I am not sure I would ever get a chance to wear something like this. Jason paused for 2 seconds, then nodded in agreement. Then buy something for my older brother. Franklin, you are serious. The clothing store Jason had in mind mainly featured soft plush fabrics, with white and pink tones that looked cozy and inviting. But someone as reserved and serious as Michael, this kind of style just did not seem to fit him at all. Franklin could not help but picture Michael in a cute, fluffy outfit, winking at him and giving a little meow. You. Franklin shivered. No, let's go to the suit shop next door, Jason said. Let's get a suit as a gift. I need you to send a few people with me. I cannot handle Daniel on my own. That actually makes sense. Daniel has a powerful influence over people. Jason was once an intelligent and well-mannered young master, but ever since he met Daniel, his mindset changed dramatically. Now that we have finally helped him regain his clarity, it is hard to let him out of our sight. They stepped into the store, and Jason picked out a black suit, classic and serious in style, though the color was a bit too dark, almost like something a dull, old-fashioned professor would wear. Franklin pointed toward the side. Let's go with that one, this one looks better. It was a deep gray tailored suit, with fabric subtly cinched at the waist. The clean lines flowed smoothly down to the legs. Under the store's bright lights, tiny sparkles flickered faintly along the hem and cuffs, subtle yet luxurious. Franklin, your taste is amazing, Jason exclaimed happily. My brother will look absolutely stunning in this outfit. Franklin accepted the praise without a second thought. He studied fine arts in college. This kind of taste is just child's play for him. Jason picked out a classic patterned tie and lion-themed cufflinks, completing the set to head to the front desk for checkout. When it came time to pay, Jason hesitated for once. Franklin, I am using my brother's card to buy something for him. What do you call this? Franklin thought for a moment, taking from the people, giving back to the people. After finishing the payment, Franklin called a delivery service to help carry the shopping bags back to the Lee family, then headed to Lee Group with Jason, who was holding their newly purchased clothes. At Michael returned to his office after wrapping up an international meeting, accompanied by his secretary. He loosened his tie slightly and asked, "Any other plans for the afternoon?" His desk phone rang 3 times. Michael frowned. Ever since he would arrived at the office, his phone had been buzzing with card notifications. And now, after 2 or 3 hours, it was still going. Could Jason really be spending all his money on something unreliable? Just about to ask the secretary to check the transaction details, the office line suddenly rang. Michael picked up. What is it? The receptionist reported. Michael, there are 2 gentlemen here claiming to be your younger brother and your butler, but they did not have an appointment. Let them come up, Michael said. Michael hung up the phone and said, Jason's here. Go greet him. He has never been to the office before, so he probably does not know where mine is. Got it, said the sharp-eyed secretary, adjusting her glasses and turning to leave with a file in hand. She had not taken 2 steps when she spotted 2 young men stepping out of the elevator side by side, about the same age, both strikingly handsome, dressed impeccably. For a moment, she could not tell which one was Lee family's youngest son. Sir, said the secretary, omitting titles as she opened the door to the CEO's office. Please come this way, Michael's waiting inside. Franklin had never seen the Lee Group building in person before, the skyscraper rising proudly on one of the most expensive plots in the city. The CEO's office stood high up on the 8th floor, with views that made everything else look small. As Franklin stepped out of the glass elevator, his legs gave a slight tremba. He would completely forgotten he had mild acrophobia. Thankfully, he was not the one wearing the suit. Otherwise, he would have to spend every day curled up alone in an empty elevator, shivering like a leaf. Is my brother busy? Jason asked. The secretary instantly knew who was the real master and who was the steward. Michael just finished a meeting, she said politely. He is not occupied now. Young master, Mr. Levi, please go in. Franklin glanced at the cool, professional secretary beside him and blinked once, suddenly remembering a scene from the story. He is a loyal little secretary, honest and kind-hearted. He even took a knife blow for the eldest master once. When the Lee family went bankrupt later, he still stayed on the job, repaying the elder master's kindness and support. Truly a good man. Michael slowly lifted his head. Jason glanced at the professional and composed secretary, a faint smile playing on his lips. Levi, first time meeting you, my treat for a milk tea. Jason handed over the drink he would just bought for Michael. Levi looked genuinely surprised. Thank you, young master, but it is not really proper to drink during work hours. I appreciate the thought, though. All right then, Jason did not press further, neatly putting the drink away. Since you do not want it, I will just save it for my brother. They stepped inside. Michael sat in the spacious, well-organized office, flipping through documents with a cool, refined air. What do you need? Jason explained his request, and Michael frowned. You should go to your older brother. He runs a security company. He can get you any bodyguard you need. Yeah, you are right. Jason rubbed the back of his head. Franklin, we came to the wrong place. Franklin was gazing at the fish tank by the wall, where a few small fish swam in graceful circles, each one beautifully unique. He tapped lightly on the glass with his fingers, guiding them back and forth. Out of nowhere, he was called out and instantly pulled his hand back, instinctively adding, Yeah, right. We should not have come here. 3 pairs of eyes shot toward him from different angles. He tensed his toes. Was it because he had been caught playing with the fish just now? Michael gave a cold snort, signed the document, and handed it to the secretary. Franklin, make me some tea. Franklin had no idea what was going on. Was this really how top-tier bosses acted? Even a single secretary was not enough to boss around. He glanced around and spotted a small counter by the massive floor-to-ceiling window, the standard setup for a CEO. Everything was there: teapot, tea leaves, all the tools. The kettle still held water at just the right temperature. He quickly poured himself a cup and handed it over to Michael. Mr. Michael, here's your afternoon schedule. Levi pulled up the calendar. You have a dinner meeting with the head of Chin Group at 4, a report from subsidiary companies at 5, and Uncle Ixai's birthday banquet tonight at 7. Franklin's hand jerked, clatter. Whose birthday party? Uncle Ixai. Franklin froze. This was a major turning point from the original story. Michael accidentally got drugged at Uncle Ixai's birthday banquet, and the malicious rival took advantage of the situation, spending a single night with Michael. The next day, major newspapers ran headlines exposing their romance. Readers who have seen the original novel know that the so-called drugging and the scandal were all orchestrated by the villainous rival. Just a staged performance to win Michael's trust and secretly undermine the massive Lee family from within. How come this major plot twist happened so soon? Franklin was still trying to figure out how to handle the crisis when he suddenly heard Michael's voice, sharp with anger. Franklin. Franklin jumped at the sound. Splash, hot tea splashed all over Michael's leg again. Michael was so furious he could not even speak. Franklin. The tone startled Franklin, who flinched hard, spilling the rest of the tea. Looks like you are soaked through now. Luckily, Jason was quick to notice his brother's mood shifting and immediately handed over the newly purchased suit. Brother, do not be upset. We got you a new outfit, and Franklin even picked it out himself. It looks really great. Michael gave a half smile, saying, So you soaked my clothes just to impress me with new ones. And did you possibly use my card to pay for it? Franklin flinched. There is no connection between the two. Michael stood up, dripping wet, took the clothes from Jason's outstretched hands, and gave a cold smirk. What else could it be about? Do you really have a connection with Elder Ixai that makes you react like this just hearing his name? Franklin paused, then said, Well, yeah, exactly. If I have got a connection with him, does that mean I can tag along? Michael laughed coldly. Dream on. After all, the birthday banquet's a disaster waiting to happen. It is the prelude to Lee family's downfall. If I do not go, how will Michael end up stepping into every single trap? Man, being a butler is such a headache, really stressing out. Michael's brow twitched, almost caught himself mid-sentence. Jason, get him decent clothes. He is coming to the banquet with us. Do not let him show up looking too shabby and embarrass Lee family. Jason finally came to terms with the sudden shift from a birthday celebration to a tense gathering. All right. Michael's gaze swept over Franklin, then shifted to Levi, whose face showed no surprise and did not linger on Franklin at all. So he cannot hear. The young butler's ability seemed limited, only working within the Lee family circle. That actually worked out well. No risk of being locked up as a lunatic. 10 minutes later, Levi had the new outfit pressed and neatly delivered to Michael's private dressing room, standing straight with steady grace. "Sir, please." Levi truly lived up to being a pro-chief secretary. His words and actions were flawless, thoughtfully polished, calming to be around. Wow, such amazing work skills. Franklin could not help but let out a compliment. So this is what the ultimate secretary looks like for a boss like him. Wonder how much someone like that even makes in a month. When he heard that, Michael paused for a second, then shrugged off his jacket and tossed it casually onto the chair before saying to Levi, "Levi, get a shot on the line." Levi pulled out his notepad and started scribbling rapidly with his pen. "Michael, starting next month, your salary, going up by 20,000. Skrayaya yikka." Levi's pen skidded hard across the paper, and he stared at it for a moment before finally snapping back. "Yes, thank you, Michael. 20,000 each time. Just for ironing one outfit. No wonder bosses like this are always throwing money around." Come to think of it, I actually gave Michael a little touch up just now. Michael's face darkened. "Franklin." Franklin snapped to attention instantly. "Yes. Bosses treat everyone the same. Do not just ignore the ironing. Think about how hard I worked picking out his clothes. Would my salary go up by 20,000 too?" Michael did not need to guess what Franklin was thinking. He gave his tie a little shake, water droplets flying off, and said in a chilly tone, "You ruined one of my suits. What do you think I should do about it?" That is outright favoritism. This is a blatant case of job discrimination. Franklin bit his lip, thinking hard for a moment. Just pay me to embarrass me. 2 seconds later, Franklin and Jason were asked to leave the office. Standing outside the closed door, Jason let out a heavy breath. "Franklin, how could you talk back to my brother like that?" "Franklin," I argued. "The atmosphere was fine all along. We were just having a polite back and forth chat with Michael." "Never mind," Jason shook his head. "Let's just go shopping for some clothes." "Again," Franklin said. "Formal attire is required for the celebration," Jason asked. "Do you have any, Franklin?" Franklin shook his head. "Not at all." "Then let's go down now. There is still time to try on clothes and get our hair done." 3 hours later, the two were fully dressed, and Michael's car pulled up outside the store. Levi was driving. Franklin sat neatly in the front passenger seat while Michael and his brother took the back. "Brother," Jason said as soon as he got in the car, "we did not bring a gift. Will not it be rude showing up like this?" Michael kept glancing through his documents, saying nothing. "Master," Levi said, glancing at Franklin briefly, "the main gift's already prepared, just take it inside when you get out. Franklin and I are just staff. We do not need to bring anything." Franklin curled his lips slightly. What a considerate rule. Franklin's little suit was bought with his own credit card. Just one swipe wiped out several months' salary, and the outfit would only be worn once. He was absolutely heartbroken. He would not have even thought about it if not for stopping the Lee family from falling apart. If he bought any more expensive gifts, he would be living on the streets with nothing but cold wind to keep him company. Michael stared straight ahead, his attention occasionally drawn by a flash of white in the front passenger seat. For some reason, he thought Franklin seemed livelier and brighter than when he first started, yet upon closer look, there was clearly no real change. The young butler had striking features and fair skin. His black little suit made his face look even paler and more delicate. From Michael's angle, he could see the tiny puffs on Franklin's cheeks puffing up slightly whenever he spoke, like a little animal. Suddenly, the car hit a speed bump, jolting Franklin forward. His head bounced off the window glass. Not long after, a voice echoed in his ear. "Ouch, why does it hurt so much even in a luxury car? Is this considered field work? I wonder if I qualify for injury compensation. I am such a dedicated butler, risking my health to protect the Lee family. I just hope I can trick the cook into making me a plate of Coca-Cola chicken tonight." "Adorable, please. This is just a dramatic, greedy show-off." Looks sweet and innocent on the outside, but it is all just a front. Half an hour later, the car pulled up to the Ixai family gates. Knowing Michael was coming, Old Master Ixai personally greeted him at the entrance. Michael stepped out of the car and adjusted his suit buttons by the side, giving Franklin a quick glance. "You said you knew Old Master Ixai. Why did not you go say hello?" Franklin gave a modest shake of his head. "It has been so long, I am sure he does not remember me at all." "Really no Grandpa Ixai?" Michael blinked. "How did you two even meet?" The young steward started jabbering. "We are neighbors, live under the same sky, both love breathing in oxygen, never met as kids. He played at his place. I hung out at mine." "Oh, just keep to your own corner." "So yeah, it has been ages, never even seen each other in life." Michael let out a cold laugh, no longer wasting words with the eccentric butler, and smiled as he went to greet Elder Ixai. The Ixai family and Lee family were old friends. Even though the older generation of the Lee family had passed on, Michael still kept up their connection. "Grandfather Ixai," Michael gave a slight nod. Elder Ixai had kind eyes and a gentle expression, leaning on his cane as he smiled warmly. "You are here. Jason's here too." Jason gave a polite smile. "Mr. Samuel." Michael spoke softly. "My second and third brothers could not make it due to overseas meetings. They asked me to send their regards." "You have come, that is enough. I am already happy," Elder Ixai said, tapping his cane. "Come on, let's go inside." At his age, the elder always doted on the young ones he favored, holding Michael and Jason by the arms with delight for quite a while. Franklin was scanning the crowd for a suspect carrying dangerous weapons when Levi suddenly started the car. Franklin turned his head. "Levi, are not you coming in?" Levi said, "I am not coming in, I need to calm down." Franklin guessed boldly, "Is the Ixai family suddenly getting rich quick?" "Too much of a raise," Levi said, staring at the steering wheel. "I am genuinely surprised." "It has been over 3 hours, haven't you calmed down yet? People's joys and sorrows really do not match up." Levi drove off to cool down, while Franklin entered the ballroom as an attendant. The Ixai family was also a top-tier dynasty with major influence. The reception hall was set up in grand style. Michael was walking beside old Mr. Ixai, moving through a crowd of distinguished guests, exchanging greetings and toasts, while Jason had vanished into the sea of people. Franklin, a hand landed on Franklin's shoulder as Jason suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "There is cola chicken wings over at that table. Want to go grab some?" "Whatever you want, it shows up right away." Franklin bit his lip, glanced toward Michael. There was still plenty of time before the party really kicked off. The suspect probably would not act so soon. He would be back in no time. He just wanted to taste how the Coca-Cola chicken wings at a high society banquet differed from those in regular restaurants. It had nothing to do with being hungry. At the table, Franklin noticed Levi was already there. "Levi, are you calmer now?" "Not yet." Levi grabbed a lobster and quickly cracked it open. "I am planning to calm down while eating. Want some, Franklin?" "Sure." Jason took a seat as well, not hungry at all. He peeled shrimp for Franklin while casually asking, "Franklin, why did you want to come to this party?" The chicken wings at the banquet were indeed different, crispy on the outside, tender and juicy inside, bursting with flavor as Franklin took big bites. Mumbling through a full mouth, "I did some quick calculations. I sensed Michael's in serious danger tonight, so I came here to help prevent it." Levi paused mid-motion, glancing at Franklin's plate piled high with seafood. "So Michael's getting kidnapped by a lobster." "Stop making jokes." Franklin shot him a reproachful look. Clearly, Levi had not calmed down yet. Jason pressed on. "Franklin, you still haven't told me what danger my brother might face tonight." Franklin paused, deciding this was the perfect moment to drop a hint. If things went well, he would gain 2 extra pairs of eyes to keep an eye on Michael, making it less likely he would get ambushed. "There is a Sophie," Franklin began. "Sophie," Levi looked up startled. "Sophie. Who is the one behind this?" The moment that keyword hit, Franklin snapped into alert mode. He spun around instantly. You know about the villainous love interest. Levi did not know what villainous love interest meant, so he pointed toward Michael's direction. Sophia's right there, drinking with Michael. In the distance, a crowd had gathered around Michael. One woman, wearing a blue mermaid-style dress, stood close by, holding a glass of red wine, ready to clink it against his. The original story said Sophia was the one who slipped in the drug. Franklin only knew her name. He could not match it to anyone he would seen. Turns out that villainous love interest had already shown up right by Michael's side. The eclectic scene was about to unfold right before their eyes. Franklin patted Levi's shoulder. Michael just gave you a 2,000 raise. Why are not you stepping in to protect him from the drinks? Levi remained calm and cool. I am driving, so I do not drink. Franklin said, I will get you a redeshui, go on, have one. In the heart of the banquet hall, Sophia smiled warmly, raising her glass. To our two families' partnership, here's to you. Business often meant dining with drinks, so Michael took a glass from the passing waiter. Sophia, please. The waiter gave a slight bow and subtly winked at Sophia, who nodded in understanding before raising her glass. Cheers. Michael slowly brought the glass to his lips. Sophia took a small sip of her wine, her eyes briefly flickering with something unreadable. Good evening, Sophia. A figure suddenly appeared beside Michael, raising his glass to clink with hers. Michael is not good with alcohol, so I will drink with you instead. Sophia blinked in surprise. Where did this guy even come from? Michael frowned slightly, clearly just as confused as to why his secretary had suddenly gone off the rails. Then his gaze shifted, and there was Franklin staring straight at the glass in Michael's hand with unwavering focus. That glass still has wine. Could it be dangerous? Sorry, I cannot handle alcohol. Michael pulled the glass away from his lips. Next time I will treat you properly, just let me take care of dinner. Sophia's smile almost slipped. Michael, you are joking. I really thought you were serious about working with us AHUO group. Guess I was too confident, did not expect you to turn down a single drink. Franklin nearly choked back a laugh when he heard her. Which company names itself AHUO group, and does not think that is bad luck in an introduction. So this is why you stopped me from drinking. Sophia, you are overreacting, Levi said, raising his glass and draining it in one go. Michael really values the contract with AHUO group. I'm just not feeling well lately, cannot drink alcohol, so I will take his place. I will go first, you do as you please. Sophia gave a thin, tight smile and took a small sip. Sure thing, Levi, just the two of us then. What is there to fear about blocking a toast? Once I have got his secretary drunk, Michael still will not get away. Levi's head was spinning. He shot Franklin a glare and reached for his glass, ready to down it in one gulp. A pale, slender hand shot out of nowhere, snatching the glass from Levi's grip. Levi just got promoted and a raise, he is all worked up inside. Better not drink right now. Let me take over with Sophia instead. You cold-hearted villain, the worst of the bad guys. Watch me drown you in wine. Franklin grabbed the bottle and poured straight into Sophia's highball glass with quick, forceful pours. All in there, Sophia, please go ahead. Sophia's hand trembled, spilling half her drink. Where in the world did this giant grasshopper even come from? Sophia was totally stunned. How could her tiny little glass of wine be so hard to get rid of? Not a big deal, not a big deal. Once they are all drunk, she will still be able to win Michael over. Franklin, I remember you do not drink, right? Jason raised his glass with a friendly smile. Sophia, let me take this one for our family steward. Franklin humbly replied, let me handle it then. Levi thought about the 2,000 extra in his recent raise and held firm. It is a secretary's duty to block drinks. Since Franklin does not drink, better not cause Michael any trouble. Jason, I am the younger brother, so it should be me to take my older brother's place. The three of them lined up like a little train between Michael and Sophia. Seriously. The three of them suddenly started bickering for no reason. Franklin stumbled back a step and bumped into Michael, his hand flying up, knocking the glass right out of Michael's grasp. Crack! Spilled liquor scattered across the floor. Franklin blinked, satisfied, crisis averted. Sophia turned pale green, muttered something about having to go, and hurried off, lifting her dress as she left. Franklin let out a long, heavy breath. Crisis averted. Michael should not get drugged now. Michael's pupils tightened. Drugged, Sophia would drug him. Why did not the butler say this sooner? Yeah, successfully dodged a major trap for the Lee family. However, Sophia might be ruthless, but she is truly skilled at relationships. Otherwise, Michael would not have become so deeply infatuated, more so than Jason ever was. At least young Master only gave away his own assets, but Michael ended up handing over the entire Lee family to her. Honestly, am I messing with Lee family's fate here? And what about Matthew and Benjamin? Is he really a love-struck fool too? Someone even more hopeless in love than Jason. And Matthew and Benjamin. Out of the corner of my eye, young Master Jason gave me a complicated look. Brother, we are all just love-struck fools around here. Nonsense. Alarm off, safe to eat now. I have protected Michael's innocence, and honestly, I am such a loyal steward that I would feel guilty if I did not treat myself to a slice of cake. Franklin, Jason said, the little cakes over there are really delicious. Want to go try a few together? Franklin gave a warm smile. Sure. Levi glanced at the sweet-looking cakes on the table. I am not really into sweets. Go ahead, you two enjoy. I would rather stick to seafood. The three of them split off right in front of Michael and headed straight for a corner of the party, diving into snacks without restraint. After all that fuss, Michael started to suspect every drink had been tampered with. He would not touch anything. After wishing the elder well and handing over the gift, he grabbed the three ravenous guys from the corner and headed home. The little butler was not even full yet. He snatched a few more tiny cakes into his pocket before being dragged off, eating one on the way while taking another for later. Franklin's ride had already arrived. Levi took the passenger seat, while Michael and Jason squeezed into the back. Franklin, Jason shifted inward, pushing Michael toward the car window. Sit next to me. We can chat and eat at the same time. Good idea, Franklin said as he slid into the car, pulling out a few treats he would brought from the Ixai family. Master Michael, want a little cake? He knew full well Michael was not fond of sweets and probably would not eat one. But as a loyal butler, he still asked in good spirit. Yes, hud. A cold, quiet voice replied. Then Franklin watched, wide-eyed, as the little cake in his hand began to drift away. You do not even like sweets, do you? Michael tore open the wrapper and took a soft bite. He had not dared eat anything at the banquet, so he was starving. This little cake had been tested for poison, so it was safe to eat. At 9 of the clock that night, the three of them returned to the Lee family residence. Michael was completely drained. Attending a birthday party felt even more exhausting than sitting through an entire day's meeting. Benjamin, still punching in the gym next to the living room, pulled off his gloves and wiped sweat from his forehead. You are back early. I thought Samuel might have kept you over for the night. Michael gave a quiet hum and called the kitchen. I am hungry, so I came home. None of the dishes at that huge banquet from the Ixai family are actually your kind of food, are they? At the front door, Jason was quietly talking with Franklin as they stepped inside. By the way, brother, Benjamin said, my company just signed an investment deal. There is a new amusement park planned in the northern part of town, but we are still short on funds. You interested? An amusement park in the north. The voice rang out so loudly, it felt like a thunderclap right next to their ears. The three brothers from the Lee family jolted in surprise, nearly losing their hearing. What was the housekeeper yelling about now? Franklin's eyes fixed on Benjamin as he quickly scanned through memories of the novel's plot. That is right, I remember now, the amusement park site was flawed. There is an underground river beneath it. Not long after construction started, the ground collapsed completely and buried the entire project. Benjamin froze in shock. If he went ahead with this investment, Benjamin would be ruined for sure. Got to think of a way to hint at it. "Brother," Jason suddenly spoke, "I think you are capable and level-headed. This kind of childish project does not really suit you. Maybe you should reconsider investing." Benjamin nodded without hesitation. "My younger brother makes perfect sense. I will contact my secretary right away to pull out the investment." What kind of logic is that? The novel's cardboard characters think they are something special, snatching every line like it is theirs. "At least let me get a chance to do something, huh?" Franklin grumbled as he stormed back to his dorm. After finally managing a time travel, holding the ultimate script that lets me see the future, still cannot do anything at all. Even though everything was unfolding just like in the novel's plot, those crises vanished out of nowhere before I even had a chance to act. The Lee family, young masters, were acting more alert and sensible than ever. His godly script was useless. Could he please give a time traveler a break? He must have ended up in a fake melodrama. Franklin grumbled, grabbed his pajamas, stormed into the bathroom, and slammed the door shut, only to see his own grumpy face staring back in the mirror. The face was still the same one he knew, the familiar features. But the original Franklin had been thinner, making the jawline look sharp and giving him a distant, almost cold expression when he was not smiling. He really ought to eat more. Being too thin is not healthy. Franklin rushed through a quick shower, then rolled into bed still damp, pulling the soft blanket around himself like a little dumpling and lying there, all plump and fresh. He tucked himself editor in the covers, and slowly his mood began to lift. He wondered if his classmates had made it out of the mountains safely after he died, and whether they would even dug up his body to give him a proper burial. His lucky break was stolen. May the Grim Reapers never get a warm slice of cake in their entire lives. And Michael, the stingiest boss in history, would not even give him $20,000. Franklin slept straight through until full daylight, feeling wide awake and refreshed. He had just opened his eyes when he heard someone knocking at the door. Franklin was not in the mood to get up. He rolled around lazily on the soft bed and mumbled, "Come in." The door clicked open, and Jason stepped inside. "Franklin, you are still not locking the door when you sleep." Franklin kept hugging his pillow, half asleep. "That lock's too fancy. I do not know how to use it." "What is so hard about it?" Jason said. "It is a voice-activated lock. It recognizes your voice. Just say unlock or lock and it will work." You guys in the novel world are really keeping up with the times. This can wait. Let's focus on the main issue first. I borrowed a few guards from my older brother and Daniel's already under watch. Jason looked at Franklin. "Franklin, you are coming with me." Another field mission. For some reason, even though he had not accomplished anything since arriving here, he just felt utterly drained. Who would stolen his energy? "Master Young, you have already got guards now. What use would I be?" Franklin rolled over like a sea lion, yawning again. "That is completely different," Jason replied. "I consider you a friend. And treating you like a cheat code, way too handy." Jason silently added to himself. Given everything that has been said, there was no way he could refuse. Franklin gave Jason a friendly pat on the shoulder and said, "All right then, I will go with you." Yay. Butlers had to report their outings to the head of the household. After changing into his everyday clothes, Franklin knocked lightly on the study door. A moment later, Michael's voice came through, "Come in." Franklin peeked his head in. "Michael, I am going out on an errand today." Michael looked up, with Jason. "Yeah," Franklin said, "going to deal with that deadbeat con artist." Michael seemed to hesitate for a brief moment, his gaze flickering with quiet uncertainty before he lowered his head and resumed working. Go ahead." Franklin narrowed his eyes, puzzled. What is the big boss hiding? But since his superior did not say anything, he did not ask. Off he went to hang out with young Master Daniel. Franklin skipped off happily. Only then did Michael lift his head, rubbing his temples. This young butler knew far too many secrets, like a walking bug detector wherever he went. Today was the company's signing ceremony, and he had originally planned to bring this living radar along to spot any potential issues, but Jason got there first. Oh, Wells. He would just have to be careful himself. Jason and Franklin stepped out with 10 tall, well-built men in black suits. Amattheo had personally sent these top-tier guards to protect his younger brother from any potential harm by Daniel. The leader was Asher, the head of security. Master Jason Franklin, Asher reported in detail, Daniel has been moved to a private hospital under our company's ownership and is now in a private room. The staff have been briefed. Just say it is a film shoot so no one will disturb him. Jason listened half-heartedly, as if discussing someone unimportant, even finding time to chat with Franklin about which chocolate tasted best. Soon after, the car pulled up at a high-end private hospital, and Jason went straight to Daniel's room accompanied by 2 bodyguards and a personal steward. Daniel looked utterly overwhelmed as he turned toward Jason, grasping at him like a lifeline. Jason, you are finally here. Why did not you come yesterday? I thought about you all night. I could not sleep at all. Franklin glanced at Daniel's eyes and saw the deep dark circles underneath. Clearly, he had not slept a wink. Jason adjusted his expression before entering, returning to his usual innocent demeanor. Daniel, my brothers kept me locked away and would not let me see you. I barely managed to get out. Daniel exhaled in relief and immediately grinned, saying, Sorry, I just missed you so much that I got a little impatient. As he spoke, he reached out and gently touched Jason's cheek. My dear Jason, you have been through a lot, let me see. Have you lost any weight? Excuse me, one night, you are not even a grasshopper thinner. Trying to be dramatic here would be more believable if you put in just a little effort. Franklin spoke with genuine sarcasm, and Jason barely managed to hold back a laugh, burying his face as he mentally went through every sad moment of his life just to keep from smiling. Jason, I do not want to stay here, Daniel said urgently. Let's get out of here, I really want to leave, but why will not the doctors and nurses let us? What is going on, Jason? Daniel, Jason said, his voice rough as he wiped his eyes. The doctor's test results came back. You do have a serious illness. If you do not stay here and get proper treatment, your health will keep worsening. Please just focus on getting better for now. We can talk about everything else later. Daniel's eyes widened so much they looked like they were about to change color. No, I could not possibly. What do you mean by that? Daniel swallowed the truth on the tip of his tongue and instead said, How could I ever be such a burden to you? I do not want things like this. Daniel, Jason gently touched his arm. We are partners, and I am here for you through everything. Do not worry, I will make sure you get better. We are already working on finding a match, and the surgery is being prepared. Just focus on taking care of yourself now. Daniel, I do not. The hospital room door was gently tapped, and a group of doctors and nurses in white coats stepped inside. Patient Daniel from Bied, pre-op checks ready, did not eat breakfast, right? Obludwakatode. Daniel's face turned pale at the words. I will not go, I am not sick. Jason, help me. Jason gently brushed his hand through Daniel's hair. Daniel, I am the one helping you, just cooperate and go with the doctors. Daniel stared at Jason, a faint unease creeping in. You. But upon closer look, the man in front of him was still unmistakably the same impulsive, obsessed fool he would always known. What exactly was wrong? Daniel could not figure out what was off about Jason, and was soon taken away by the doctors and nurses. Franklin watched Daniel struggling and whispered, You are really going to operate on him? No way, Jason said. That would be wasting resources. I just wanted to scare him a bit so he will not dare trick people again. Franklin blinked. What about the blood test? Jason clenched his fists and muttered, Just a routine checkup. Making him think he is in trouble will teach him a lesson. The two had been chatting in the ward for a while when they were about to head out for some dessert, and Asher burst in, drenched in sweat. Young master, I am sorry, Daniel got away. Run away, Jason exclaimed in shock. How did he get out? He really followed the doctor into the blood draw room. Our people did not go in. He quietly knocked out the doctor, slipped into a lab coat and escaped. They would seriously underestimated Daniel. A professional con artist, he had an instinct for anything going off script, enough to spot the cracks in this whole setup. Jason stood frozen for a few seconds, glancing out the window, then spoke with more composure than expected. Forget it. He can run. I have been fed up pretending here every day. I am letting him go. Asher paused. Young master, do not worry. The eldest brother has already sent someone to gather all of Daniel's fraud cases from the past few years, compiled them into a report, and filed it with the police. Daniel will not get far. Franklin raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Turns out there are actually police in boss novels. When he was reading, the whole story felt like a bunch of lawbreakers, so he assumed it must be a world with some serious plot holes. Guess not. And Michael, even though he would already been secretly looking into Daniel behind the scenes, still made sure to give Jason a chance to let off steam within his limits, finally helping Jason move on from any lingering thoughts about Daniel. Being a boss is not something everyone can pull off, that is for sure. With tactics and calculations like that, no wonder he has managed to go head-to-head with the main crew for over 3,000 chapters. Impressive. Daniel left, and since Jason and Franklin had no reason to stay longer, Asher sent them back to the Lee family just as they were. The round trip did not take long at all. When they got home, all three of the Lee family's young masters were still having breakfast, and there was a stranger sitting in the living room. Cookhouse maid Ianne carried breakfast out and let out a surprised little gasp upon seeing Jason. Young master, you are back. Your classmate has come to visit. He has been waiting for you quite some time. Jason paused in curiosity. My classmate. Ianne, yes. A really kind young man, seems like he is an actor. He chatted with the eldest master for a bit too. Now he is waiting in the living room for you. Franklin had already started sneaking toward the kitchen when he stopped, then quietly slipped back. An actor. Yes, Franklin. Franklin curled his lip. In the original story, Jason had only one classmate who was an actor, someone Jason trusted as a friend, but who saw him as naive and spent years manipulating him behind the scenes. Franklin took a quiet step forward. Let me take a look. What does this backstabber even look like? Jason paused mid-step, nearly tripping over the doorstep of his own home. Another con artist. Jason stumbled into the living room, still dazed and disoriented, when he was suddenly pulled into a tight embrace. Jason, you are back. I have been waiting so long. Henry eagerly and excitedly wrapped his arms around Jason. Franklin watched the flimsy fake affection from afar. Henry was young, strikingly handsome, his hair dyed bright blue like a high-end figurine plucked straight out of a manga. Is it even possible to be this convincing? Look at him. He is harmless as can be. Who would believe he is the real deal backstabber? Franklin's voice echoed through the Lee family mansion. Michael put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and stood up to head to the living room. Matthew and Benjamin lost their appetite too, and followed him to the living room to check out the fraudster. Henry was a rising star at one of Michael's entertainment companies, known for being low-key and having a gentle demeanor. With genuine talent and a close bond with his crewmates, Michael had instructed the company to give him more spotlight. Henry rose quickly on the back of the Lee family's reputation, landed top 10 artist honors last year, and took home Best Supporting Actor. Keep this up, and he will definitely carve out a solid place in showbiz. Given how driven and well-behaved Henry was, what kind of trouble could possibly make Franklin label him a backstabber? Michael steadied himself, then asked Franklin calmly, "Are you a fan of Henry?" Franklin jumped in surprise, shaking his head frantically. No, I am not. I really am not. Who would even want to be a fan of him? That would be a lifetime stain on your record. He puts on this upbeat, wholesome image, but behind the scenes, he is tangled in every kind of scandal. He might have done whatever he wanted on his own, but whenever he caused trouble outside, He always used Jason's name, damaging the reputation of the Lee family. At those words, the members of the Lee family's expression fell flat, brows drooping and mouths curling downward. It was probably last month. He used the Lee family's name to pressure a newcomer into compromising, nearly driving her to jump off a building. He is clean as a whistle himself, but all the dirty deeds get pinned on the Lee family. After making his comment, Franklin gave Jason a look filled with clear disdain. What a gullible kid. You are basically luck for frauds. They would not even have to work hard to hit their targets. As Franklin continued to voice his complaints, Jason stopped smiling altogether. Every single thing Franklin said could easily ruin Henry's reputation beyond repair. What hurt the most was that he would always treated Henry as a true friend, sharing every secret, actively fighting for opportunities on his behalf, and using the Lee family's influence to shield him from backdoor deals no one should be involved in. The best friend he would given his all to was actually a tainted celebrity who had been stabbing the Lee family in the back all along. Jason could not believe what he was hearing. But after everything that has happened these past few days, he had to admit it was true. Jason, Henry waved his hand in front of Jason's face. What is wrong? Why are not you saying anything? Jason forced a smile, but before he could speak, Henry suddenly glanced at Franklin. Who is he? New friend of yours? No, he is the new housekeeper. Housekeeper? Henry sneered at Franklin, letting out a dry chuckle with no expression. How come you are so close to him? Honestly, you have just got no backbone, letting some housekeeper walk all over you. Jason's expression shifted slightly. He is not just the new housekeeper, he is also my friend. You really should not be getting close with a servant, Henry said, completely missing the subtle change in Jason's expression as he continued pushing his views on social roles. The more kind you are to them, the less they will respect you as a master. They will start thinking you are easy to take advantage of, and before long they might steal from your home. I'm only saying this because I care about you, Jason. If you were not my closest friend, I would not even bother mentioning it. Michael narrowed his eyes. In his memory, Henry had always been like this. Nothing seemed to have changed. But ever since Franklin arrived, Michael felt as if he would woken up from some kind of dream. People who once seemed decent now looked off in every way. He even found himself wanting to kick the man out. He even thought about kicking the guy out of the house. Michael could not figure out where this strange shift came from, but so far, it did not seem like a bad thing. On the other side, Jason remained silent. Henry thought his words had taken effect, so he pressed on. My new bodyguard is just like that. My dad treats him too well, and now he does not know his place. He actually dared to lecture me and interfere in my private matters, which was completely overstepping. I got so angry I gave him a beating and kicked him out. Jason, you really need to learn from me. If you do not, you will end up getting walked all over. Franklin caught on. Henry was subtly suggesting that Jason should not be too kind, and should instead act like a strict master who keeps him in line with firm discipline. What a scoundrel! But Franklin vaguely recalled that this troubled celebrity had more than just one scandal. There was something else, was not there? Jason's expression darkened. Franklin was the son of their family's former head housekeeper, who had retired earlier this year due to old age and poor health. Worried that the Lee family might struggle to find someone trustworthy in the meantime, the elderly caretaker had temporarily recommended his own son to take over, planning to recall him once a suitable replacement was found. But after observing him for just these past couple of days, there was no one more suited for the role than Franklin. The three older brothers in the family seemed quite pleased with this new steward, and Henry's remarks clearly showed a disregard for ordinary people. For the first time, Jason sensed a hint of unease toward his close friend. Jason was worried Franklin might overthink things, and just began to offer an explanation and some reassurance when suddenly he heard a loud shout right beside his ear. I have got it, I remember now. My eardrums were about to burst. How loud was that little Butler's voice? Could his ability even adjust the volume on its own? Obviously not, because the voice in his ear got even louder. Henry and his bodyguard are both involved in this mess. Huh? The Lee family, young masters, perked up instantly, all leaning in to catch the juicy details. I remember this bodyguard. He was genuinely honest and kind-hearted. Every time Henry pulled some stunt, he would have someone clean it up afterward. The bodyguard could not stand it and warned Henry not to break the law. No matter how hard you try, secrets always get out eventually, and one day it will backfire on him. The man meant well, but Henry saw it as overstepping. He deliberately picked a fight just to get rid of him, had the bodyguard beaten up and kicked out that same night. But if only things were really that simple. There is a twist. The Lee brothers paused mid-task, all eyes on Franklin as he kept talking. Henry was just a fake heir who had stolen someone else's place last month. He got injured on set and ended up uncovering his true origins. Following the trail, he finally tracked down the real heir. Life's such a drama here, the fake heir flaunting himself in the Wen family, while the real one's struggling just to survive as a bodyguard. Henry kicked out the real heir the moment he found the truth, that guy's pure evil. Wait, what? The entire Lee family went pale. The only son the Wen family had been cherishing all along was actually a wicked imposter. This is too wild. Franklin would not have said it, who would even know? According to the story, Henry will continue trying to eliminate the bodyguard family to protect his true identity. Since he cannot act directly, he decides to pretend to be helpless at the Lee family. Jason, that well-meaning but naive young man, ends up nearly causing serious trouble for the bodyguard family in an attempt to help his close friend. It is quite unfortunate. Michael's eyes widened, and his anger spiked suddenly. Half of it was due to Henry's manipulation, and the other half was frustration over Jason's poor choices. Franklin was still lost in the story. The Wen family's parents are truly pitiful. I cannot just sit here. I need to figure out a way to secretly warn them. At that, Franklin suddenly shook his head and let out a sigh. What other hidden secrets could there possibly be? The next moment, Franklin slowly turned his gaze toward them, filled with sorrow and pity. The Lee family members stiffened instantly. What's wrong? Is something bad going to happen next? Franklin let out a quiet, weary sigh. No wonder the Lee family ended up ruined in the end, surrounded by these wolves and tigers stirring up hatred. It is no surprise they were despised. Got to find a way to hint at that again. Oh man, being a butler is seriously exhausting. And still no raise for all this effort. That last part was the real truth, was not it? No wonder little Butler, eyes nearly popped out when Levi got a raise yesterday. His greed was totally obvious. Still, the young Butler did help the Lee family avoid danger in some ways. He really deserves a reward. Maybe bump his pay a bit, round it up to something neat. Franklin had no idea his obsession with a raise had already been noticed by the Lee family. He glanced briefly at Henry. Occupying someone else's home for 20 years, heartlessly banishing the real heir, and using your best friend to get what you want. What kind of trash grows up to be? Meters tall, heaven really is not far. Franklin stared at his own ECMA frame, still bitter about. The Lee family living room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Henry glanced at Jason, then at Michael, and finally at Matthew and Benjamin. Everyone remained frozen in place, their expressions shifting unpredictably, flickering between surprise, anger, and sudden amusement. Henry was stunned. How could the Lee family be acting like this after just a few days away? He suddenly felt a chill all over, leaning closer to Jason. Jason, are you okay? What is going on with your family? Nothing. Jason took a deep breath, then sat down beside Michael, subtly avoiding Henry's touch. What is so urgent that you needed to see me? What else could I want from you? Just missed you, that is all. Oh please, what you really miss is the Lee family name, their power, and using them as your stepping stone without paying a cent. Speaking of money, young master does not know Henry secretly took one of his cards. The Wen family may be noble too, but they are not exactly rich. For years, he has been living off the young master's card. If not for that, how could he afford such a lavish lifestyle? What? He stole his card. Jason's expression turned extremely grim. He had always lived a life of comfort, with his older brothers giving him pocket money every month. After he grew up, they opened several accounts for him, each with 8-digit limits. With so many cards, Jason rarely managed them and could not even remember how many there were. Henry actually ran up charges. How long has he been doing it? How much did he spend? Jason could not hold back, his face turning dark with anger. Too bad, so much money could have gone toward raising Franklin's pay. Jason and Henry were classmates who had known each other since childhood. Because the Wen family did not hold much influence in high society, Henry often faced disrespect from wealthy peers and was frequently bullied. Jason could not stand it and stood up for him, driving away the group that had been tormenting him. Over time, they built a strong bond. Jason treated Henry as a true friend, shared good things together, and never left him behind when danger came. After more than 10 years of giving his all, he ends up with this heartless piece of work. Jason felt a sharp pain in his chest, overwhelmed by anger. Jason, Henry gently nudged his shoulder. Jason. Jason snapped, turning his face sharply. What do you want? Henry froze at the shout. He was about to speak when he looked up and met Jason's completely unfamiliar gaze. Anger, regret, and resentment mixed together, forming a Jason who felt utterly foreign. What is wrong with him? Henry's heart skipped a beat, almost convinced his little secret had been exposed. But he quickly calmed down again. Impossible. How could that be? Jason was so trusting. He believed everything he heard and accepted every word without question. Someone like that could not possibly uncover my secret. Jason, he tried again, voice cautious. You feeling okay? Jason replied stiffly, yeah. Should I go with you to the hospital? Henry said. I have got a major event this afternoon, I cannot miss it, but for my best friend I would cancel if I had to. Franklin rolled his eyes. Fine, do not go then. Who is forcing you? That big event, oh right, just trying to shut up that girl you pressured, rookie. If it were not for protecting that girl's reputation, I would go straight to the press and expose you. You will never make it in Eschaubes again. The little butler was full of energy, and Michael could not help letting out a soft chuckle. Franklin heard a laugh beside him and turned his head, eyes narrowing with suspicion. What is the young master laughing at all by himself this time? Such a sneaky vibe. Jason felt torn, momentarily uneasy, then suddenly laughing at Franklin's antics, struggling to keep his patience as he said, No thanks. I have a family doctor at home, and I do not feel like going out today. Henry, then how about we play games together? Remember, whenever we had free time back then, we would always just huddle up in our room and game. Jason shook his head. I am tired, I do not feel like playing. Henry, then maybe we could. Mr. Wen, Franklin stepped forward, unable to watch anymore. Young master is exhausted and needs rest. Why do not you come by another time? What do you even think you are? Henry glanced at the Lee family's young masters and snapped his mouth shut immediately. Mr. Butler, Jason's ill. How could I possibly leave? I should stay and keep him company. You are just a butler. How dare you give orders to a guest like this? No manners at all. In our Wen family, you would be punished by kneeling for 3 hours. Michael narrowed his eyes in exasperation. Franklin sighed helplessly. This is on you. I wanted to confront your true colors with young master alone, but you are clearly not taking the hint. Young master, Franklin said, a few days ago the bank called. They said one of your cards had suspicious activity. You will need to handle it in person. Before he could finish, Henry visibly tensed up, his face turned pale. Franklin glanced at Jason, giving a subtle nod and a quick raise of his eyebrows. You know what I mean, right? Jason had not quite processed it when Henry's face turned even paler, his lips trembling slightly but still trying to stay composed. I know, it is getting late. I am afraid I will not make the scheduled time. I will have to leave now. Before Jason could respond, he turned and hurried away. Young master, your car is ready. came a small maid from outside, stumbling in just as Henry accidentally bumped into her, knocking her against the doorframe. "Are you okay?" Franklin rushed to help the maid up. Her head showed no bump, but he could not tell if she had a concussion. "Ianne," Michael said, "take the young girl to be treated." "Yes, sir." Ianne quickly came out from the kitchen and led the young maid away. "Where is Henry?" Franklin glanced toward the doorway, empty garden, no sign of Henry. Could he really be that fast? In a flash, he spotted someone now standing beside the large flower bed. Another person had been planted in the big flower bed. Franklin blinked, then sidesitep at a good few feet. This time he was not the one who did it. One flower bed had tripped up two people. Henry had charged in head first and lay sprawled on the ground for ages without getting up. Franklin estimated how far he would been thrown and the force of impact, and decided, well, probably, maybe, it must have hurt pretty bad. The same position, the same spot, the same groans of pain, familiar as ever. Henry finally pulled himself out of the flower bed and turned to Jason, his voice whiny. "Jason, I am ruined." A thin red scratch ran from his temple down to his cheek. No break in the skin, just a messy, ugly mark. He looked like he would taken a solid fall. Usually when Henry had an accident, Jason would rush over right away, worried and eager to help. But today, no matter how long Henry waited, Jason did not show up. "Franklin," Jason said, "could you call a car for Henry? I am not feeling well, I cannot see him off myself." Jason turned and walked into the villa. Henry reached out. "Wait, Jason." Franklin gave a cool little smirk. This fake brotherly bond was pathetic, no one's buying it, and the acting was terrible. He did not feel like playing along, pulled out his phone, called a taxi to the front gate, shoved Henry inside, and that was that. Franklin clapped his hands once, about to leave, when suddenly the car window rolled down. Henry sat in the back, staring at him. "It was you, was not it? You must have said something to Jason, otherwise he would not have acted like this. Do not give me that it is a misunderstanding stuff. We were fine before you showed up, and right after that everything changed. This whole thing, it has got nothing to do with you." Henry spoke coldly. "Franklin, I remember your name." Franklin smirked. "No, you are wrong." "Henry, what?" "See that big flower bed over there?" Franklin pointed behind him. "That one's got serious bad vibes, do too many shady things, and you will pay the price," Franklin warned. "Do not pretend you do not believe it. There are two human-shaped impressions on top of it." He glanced over instinctively, and sure enough, there were two distinct human-shaped dents. Franklin waved a hand, offering what little politeness he had left. "Go on, leave now. Do not come back, or that flower bed might just give you another taste of karma." The taxi slowly vanished from sight. Franklin stood there for a few seconds, pulled out his phone, opened Weibo, found a major celebrity gossip account, and privately messaged Henry's dirt. Dates, locations, people involved, all the juicy details. That was all he could do now. From here on out, it would be up to fate. Back at the villa, Franklin felt like everyone from the Lee family was giving him weird looks. He blinked back at them. "What is wrong?" "Franklin," Michael suddenly spoke up. Franklin turned. "Got an errand today. Come with me to the office." Extra work again. His job title should not be butler, more like, do not bother manager, honestly. Why is the work always outside the Lee family? Franklin was mentally checking out, but kept up a show of concern for the company as he said with a half-hearted shrug, "Michael, I am just the butler. Going to the office might not look right. Michael, work as my assistant for a while, and your pay goes up by 20 grand. Franklin, sure thing, mister. Michael, your wish is my command." The Lee family butler's original salary was K a month. With the raise, it is now. A broke college student like me, where would I even see that kind of money? Franklin quietly figured it out in his head. Working at the Lee family for just 2 years, he could be financially free. Even if he lost the job someday, he could settle down in a small city, buy a car and a house, and live a life too smooth to even describe. Michael went upstairs to change his clothes, and Franklin patiently waited downstairs. Franklin, Benjamin shook the newspaper. Got a raise, feel happy. Happy, Franklin said, his smile widening. I would be even happier if young Master 3 gave me a little more too. You know what I mean. Benjamin laughed and stood up. Young Master 3 does not have as much money as the eldest, so you might as well keep milking the eldest brother, brother too. I am off to work. Amatheo stood up too. Let's go together. The living room was left with Jason looking glum. Franklin paused, then pressed his lips together and leaned in. Young Master, if I told you Henry is not a good man, would you believe me? Jason blinked, lifting his head up. His dark eyes stayed still, his expression calm and unreadable. Franklin started to feel nervous. Of course I believe you, Jason said. I will trust whatever you say. I will not have anything more to do with him from now on. He pulled out his phone and instantly blocked Henry. So easy to convince. In the original story, Jason was stubborn, never giving up even when he hit a wall. Raised by 3 older brothers, he would grown wild and headstrong. Any little thing that went wrong would send him smashing bottles and breaking dishes until everyone caved to his demands. He was the perfect spoiled brat, rude, reckless, and completely clueless. But now he looked like a well-behaved little angel. Franklin's mind went blank for a second, suddenly realizing something was off. Since he had been thrown into the book, it felt like nothing was going as planned. The original plot had taken over and run wild. Now it was spiraling into something completely beyond his understanding. Jason had not run off with Daniel and escaped the fate that would have killed him. Benjamin had not invested in the amusement park, dodging a trap that was supposed to fall from nowhere. Young Master Michael was not drugged at the banquet, dodging the scheming villain's trap. Everything was turning out for the better. But why? Had the characters in the book suddenly woken up? Or had someone else taken over the 4 young masters of the Lee family? But that does not seem right. If they would truly awakened or been possessed by someone else, they would have had a godlike perspective. So Jason would not have acted like he was dying over running away on day 1. Michael would not have shown 0 guard at the party, and Benjamin would not have casually canceled his investment as a joke. So what exactly went wrong? Could not figure it out. Whatever it is for the best, reasons do not matter. Franklin chatted with Jason for a bit, then grabbed a quick breakfast in the kitchen. Just as he wiped his mouth, Michael came down in a sharp, perfectly tailored suit. Franklin followed him outside and let out a soft when he saw the car waiting at the door. Another difference from the original story. In the book, Michael, the big villain, lived a flashy life and had the perfect boss-like image. He always flew in and out by helicopter. Michael heard the faint gasp and stopped in his tracks. What is wrong? Franklin glanced at the car, then around the surroundings. Young Master, do you really drive to work? Michael, what else? Walk there. Franklin said, do not bosses usually fly in helicopters to work? Michael sometimes really could not figure out what kind of thoughts were going through little Franklin's head. Franklin, I am a powerful boss, not a rebel. I cannot have my private helicopter flying into the city. Franklin was taken aback. A law-abiding boss, now that is something. All this nonsense is the author's fault. What even is this writing? Franklin took a step forward and nearly tripped, catching himself with a jolt against the pillar. What is going on with Lee family's floor? Why is it so slippery? Michael had been about to say something, but when he saw Franklin still shaken, the sharp edge in his eyes vanished instantly. His lips even curled slightly. Franklin narrowed his eyes sharply. Why is the young master smiling like he is hiding something again? Was he laughing at me? Young master. But before Franklin could say more, Michael gave a little nod with his chin like herding cattle into a pen. Get in the car. The silver luxury car glided smoothly out from the villa gate. Lee Group's headquarters was located in the financial district within the second ring road. 2 towering skyscrapers stood proudly high into the sky, a bold display of Lee family's immense wealth and influence. The driver pulled straight up to the company entrance, and Michael led Franklin through the front doors. Every employee they passed gave Michael a look of quiet respect. Michael greeted each one without stopping. Franklin walked behind Michael and finally got a taste of being stared at as he went along. They stepped into the elevator, and the transparent metal box began to rise outside. Cityscapes shrank rapidly on all sides, making Franklin dizzy. He pressed tight against the wall, shaking his leg to distract himself. "Young master, do you really like looking down at your empire from up here?" "Michael's not really." Franklin's lips trembled. "Then why would you make the elevator glass?" "Michael, to watch people shake." What a twisted taste in power, still pretending he is not a madman. The elevator kept rising, and Franklin clung to the corner like a gecko, trembling with relief when it finally stopped. His legs felt like jelly. Just as he was about to fall, a large hand caught him. Franklin leaned into the touch. "Thanks." Ding! The elevator doors slid open. "President, the department meeting for today is all ready." Levi stood at the doorway reporting. But as soon as the doors opened, he saw two people entangled in an embrace inside. Inside the elevator, Michael stood expressionless, his arm tightly gripped by Franklin, who was clinging to him like a koala bear, eyes shut tight and limbs wrapped around him. Michael frowned and pulled him away from his arm. "We are here." "Though." Franklin supported himself against the elevator wall, stepping out slowly, looking utterly drained. Back at Lee Family, he would still been a fresh little radish. But after one ride in that glass elevator, he was completely dried up. Doing $2,000 worth of fieldwork is not easy. Levi reached out to steady Franklin. "Franklin, are you okay?" Nothing. The dried-up radish weakly waved his hand. "Just got too excited from the raise." Franklin weakly grabbed Levi's arm. "Levi, you get what I am going through, right?" Levi did not feel like getting into salary numbers. Such talk was not allowed in the company. Levi helped Franklin into the CEO's office. Michael had another board meeting that morning and could not miss it, so he would rush straight from home without even catching his breath before heading to the conference room. A few minutes later, Levi came back carrying a huge stack of files. "Franklin, your job's here." Franklin glanced at the file folder that nearly reached his height. "Levi, you are kidding, right?" Levi straightened up. "It is Michael's orders." A few minutes later, Franklin sat at the small desk, flipping through the files Levi had brought over. "All of these are artists." Levi nodded. "Michael said you need to pick out suitable candidates from these. Headquarters will reach out to them for contracts." Franklin raised an eyebrow. "And what is the basis for my selection?" "He is just a house manager handling minor details." "Does Michael really not worry he will pick a whole bunch of Emaye Evalenza and Etienne Maus for the entertainment industry?" Levi did not understand either. He only passed along Michael's instructions. He frowned slightly and paused to think for a few seconds. "Gut feeling." Franklin let the corner of his mouth twitch. "Levi, you really have a sense of humor." Levi kept a straight face. "Franklin, get started." Franklin sighed. He was not going to argue. He would take the money and do the job. He pulled out a file at random, glanced at the name, and said, "This one's not going to work." Levi pulled out his notebook and began jotting down notes. "What is the basis?" Franklin, his forehead's dark, his lips are purple, clearly a bad guy. Levi's grip tightened on the pen, and a jagged line skittered across the page. In the conference room, Michael sat expressionlessly at the head of the table, listening to his subordinates report last quarter's revenue. "Michael, these are all the performance figures from our branch offices." The branch manager bowed slightly and returned to his seat, waiting for the boss's feedback. Michael nodded, "Compared to last quarter this time." No way. "Are we casting performers here? This feels like a jail registration list." "How is it that Lee Family keeps hiring criminals like they are walking through the front door?" Michael's expression grew darker and darker, the pen in his hand falling with just enough weight to echo through the silent conference room. The department head reporting wiped sweat from his forehead. "Michael, is there something wrong?" "No," Michael exhaled, still rattled. "Let's wrap it up for today, meeting dismissed." He needed to deal with something far more urgent first. "This one will not work, this one either, and that one's definitely out." Franklin glanced at the talent profiles and tossed them aside without a second thought. Honestly, these performers were just background extras among extras, throwaway NPCs whose entire existence barely warranted more than a page in the original novel. The author had no real reason to spend so much ink detailing their short-lived lives. But to make Lee family's downfall feel truly earned and showcase the underdog protagonist's rise, the writer planted one bomb after another throughout the story. The final explosion sent Lee family spiraling into oblivion, while the ordinary guys finally got their big break. Back when Franklin was reading the series as it came out, he would thought the author was just padding the story with unnecessary detail. Now, though, Franklin could not be more grateful for those extra pages. They gave him a head start in steering Lee family clear of these walking time bombs. Franklin was still sorting through the files when the office door swung open, and Michael stormed in, face dark with irritation. "Oh wow," the warden's back. "Sir," Levi stood up immediately. "Yeah," Michael tugged at his tie, annoyed. "Any progress on the selections?" Levi glanced at the thick allow book in front of him and felt like he would been wasting time all morning. He had no idea how to report his progress. Franklin did pick out a few people. Levi pulled a few thin sheets of paper from the drawer. Just a handful. Hundreds of potential artist profiles, boiled down to 5 flimsy pages, surprised. Michael blinked in surprise. That few. He could not even imagine how the company's background checks had missed so many red flags, letting all these problematic artists in without a second thought. If their scandals ever broke, the whole branch would collapse, not to mention the damage to headquarters' reputation and funding. No wonder the little manager had laughed at him, calling this place a trash dump. Turns out he was not wrong at all. Franklin noticed Michael standing frozen, his expression darkening. Thinking he was unhappy with the small number of candidates, too few to sign, he quickly pressed down on the files spread across the desk. "These will not work. Seriously, they are impossible. If you sign them, they will ruin you." Michael opened his mouth. "Levi, sign these 5. "Levi, what about the others?" Michael said firmly, "Termination. It is time for the branch to do a thorough cleanup, get rid of all the trash once and for all." Levi looked back and forth between Michael and Franklin, puzzled. For some reason, he could not shake the feeling that someone had played a joke on him today at work. "Yes, I will get right on drafting the termination agreements." Michael unbuttoned his coat and sat down to rest, when he suddenly noticed Franklin staring at him with a suspicious look from across the room. Michael paused, took a steady breath, and listened closely, only to realize that Franklin was whispering to himself in his mind. How did he just agree to this? Does he know I am from another world? No way, he must be imagining things. I have played the Butler perfectly, flawlessly. There is no way he could have spotted it. But those artists... Franklin... Michael's voice cut through Franklin's thoughts. "Huh." Michael lightly tapped the desk. "Bring me a cup of tea." "Ooh." Franklin headed toward the corner sink. He kept glancing back at Michael as he walked, something feeling off, but after thinking it over, could not pinpoint anything actually wrong. Weird. Could he really hear me thinking? Did the White Warden's cheat power get passed to Michael? Michael's fingers curled slightly. Was he caught so soon? The little manager was sharper than he would thought. But not long after, he heard Franklin muttering again. "No way. Then they must be 2 frauds from the underworld." The tea had just been brewed by Levi, still hot. Franklin had zoned out for a moment and poured too much, so he bent over with both hands cupped around the cup, carrying it slowly and carefully toward Michael. Michael turned to watch his little manager bring over the tea like he was delivering a bomb. "Franklin, Michael, your tea." Mr. President. The office door was softly tapped. Levi came in with the freshly drafted documents. Franklin set down the teacup with a bit too much force, spilling a small splash. Levi, is it time to eat already? Levi glanced at his watch. There was still an hour and 47 minutes until lunchtime. Not yet, Franklin, Levi said, adjusting his glasses. Well then, Franklin froze mid-motion, realizing he had been pulled by Michael. Michael's hand settled firmly on Franklin's wrist, easily wrapping around it. Beneath his palm, he felt the rapid pulse and delicate bone structure, so fragile it seemed like it could snap at any moment. Michael gave a barely noticeable rub. To onlookers, the gesture was full of unspoken tension. He finally understood why Michael always let Franklin cause trouble at the branch office. Michael pulled Franklin back to the small desk nearby and gave his order with a flat expression. Write me a written explanation for all those artists we just cut. Michael tapped the stack of files nearly as tall as he was. You asked me to fire so many people, you have got to give me a reason. Franklin widened his eyes. You did not say anything about writing reports earlier. He was barely out of college. Writing a simple essay was already tough, let alone crafting something clear and logically sound. Not going to do it, not even for 20 grand. He did not want the 2 grand anymore. Franklin shifted his focus. Let Levi do it. Levi gave the task back with a straight face. Franklin, honestly, I do not know why you are eliminating so many people. Franklin shot him a pained look. Fine, fine, we are no longer good desk partners who work together. Michael got to work. Franklin carried a stack of criminals over to his small desk, trying to figure out how to cover this mess up. From Michael's reaction just now, he probably did not have any powers, and definitely could not hear thoughts. That incident must have been just a coincidence. Right. Franklin slumped over his desk, idly spinning a pen between his fingers, feeling like he was back in that boring college political science class. Tired, bored, and completely uninspired. His gaze caught the laptop at the corner of the desk. He glanced at Michael, who was busy working, then quietly opened it. There are a few data errors in this file, Michael frowned, calling Levi over. Send it back to planning for a full rewrite. If they make another mistake like this, I am going straight to their department head. Yes. Michael rubbed his temples and glanced sideways with a casual air. The young assistant sat up straight, expression serious, fingers tapping rapidly across the keyboard. Good, he was taking it seriously. Looks like he was not suspicious about his thoughts being exposed anymore. Michael tilted his head, trying to peek at what the little assistant was typing. As he glanced over, he saw a flashy online game on the computer screen. Red and blue little figures darted back and forth in Franklin's hands, dodging every trap with ease. Franklin was so absorbed in the game he did not even look up. After who knows how long, his phone alarm rang at exactly. It's time to eat. He silenced the alarm and turned to Michael. Sir, can I go home now? The executive office was on such a high floor, far from the cafeteria, over 10 levels away. He was not sure if people really rushed for food at work, but he did not want to be late. So he would set an alarm to leave 10 minutes early. He asked so honestly that Michael could not bring himself to argue over just those last 10 minutes. Finish the report. Done. Really? You were not playing that game all morning. Thud. Franklin slammed a heavy object onto the desk beside him. Then I am clocking out. A gust swept past Michael's ear. Michael looked down and saw a thick copy of the Criminal Code of the People, Republic of China, sitting by his desk. Levi, Franklin said, tapping on the door of the CEO's secretary office. Levi adjusted his slipping glasses and looked up. Franklin. Franklin grinned. It is lunchtime already. Levi glanced at his watch. Actually, there are still 8 minutes left. Franklin said, the boss approved it. Levi stood up and pulled out his meal card from the drawer. The cafeteria's on the ith floor. Franklin could have gone by himself. Franklin gave a shy little smile, pressing his lips together. I know the way, I just do not have a meal card. Got it, this was not about eating together. He was just the guy carrying the meal card. Franklin had left 10 minutes early, thinking he would have the lunch counter all to himself and could order whatever he wanted. But the cafeteria was already packed. Office workers were there long before him. Levi. A bunch of people waved at Levi. As the CEO's secretary, he deserved a little respect. Franklin was about to join the end of the long line when Levi stepped in and led him straight to an empty window. 2 servings, Franklin. Pick whatever you want. Franklin looked at the distant, endless queue. Do not we have to wait in line? Levi pushed up his glasses. This is the executive window, only for people on the ether aflu. Franklin let out a little whoa. So, are we being a bit unfair by doing this? Lee Group's lunch was delicious. Besides the main dishes, they served fresh fruit and tiny desserts after meal. What caught Franklin most was that there were actually ice cream machines set up in one corner of the cafeteria. This is not even a company. This is paradise for office workers. Franklin stayed in the cafeteria until almost time to go back to work, eating 2 little cakes, 3 scoops of ice cream, and plenty of fresh fruit. After filling up, he patted his belly and headed back to the top floor. Michael had endless meetings in the afternoon and barely stayed in the office. Free to loaf around all day, he was perfectly content. By 5 o'clock in the evening, Lee Group had finished for the day. Another round of suffering through the transparent elevator behind him. Franklin slumped into his seat once back in the car. Michael glanced at him from the backseat. Why do not you just take the staff elevator if you are so scared? Franklin sighed weakly. During rush hour, I am afraid I will catch that office worker stink. Then you are just asking for it. The driver smoothly drove off, and when they reached the front of the Lee family mansion, Franklin noticed a bunch of workers by the roadside. Michael, the driver, said, "The area's under sewer maintenance. We will need to take a detour." Michael, still buried in work with that tired old soul vibe, glanced at his papers in the backseat and grunted. Franklin's fear of heights had eased quite a bit. His hands were not shaking anymore, and he tilted his head casually to glance at the passing scenery outside. Lee family's estate was so huge that just avoiding a short stretch of road under repair sent the driver off on a detour that took half an hour. After what felt like forever, they finally reached the main gate of Lee family's estate, and Franklin blinked sharply before suddenly sitting up straight. At the front gates of Lee family estate, Daniel, who had escaped from the hospital, suddenly appeared, holding a large bouquet of vividly blooming roses, dressed impeccably, completely unlike the pale mess he would been just days ago when he could not even finish applying his makeup. Not long after, Jason stepped out as well. Franklin suddenly felt the temperature in the car drop sharply. He turned slowly, his gaze meeting Michael's dark and icy eyes. The novel said a CEO's glance could chill the air. Turns out it is actually true. Way better than an AC. Jason, you are finally here, Daniel said, holding a bouquet of flowers, his face lit up with delight. The temperature in the back seat was dropping fast. Franklin quickly pushed open the door and stepped out. Young master. Franklin, Jason said with a warm smile, you are done for the day with my brother. Yeah, young master's heading out. Franklin glanced at Daniel. Jason, Daniel leaned in with a familiar warmth, his eyes filled with heartfelt longing. I have got some great news, I am not sick. I went to a top hospital for a full checkup, and it was a misdiagnosis. Jason, it has all been a mistake. I cannot tell you how thrilled I am, no illness at all. You must be happy for me too, right? Do I look like I am happy? This con artist switched tactics so fast, he is definitely a repeat offender. Is he still trying to milk Jason for money? Maybe not. He probably realized Jason had seen through him last time he ran. Now it will be hard to scam him out of cash, so this visit might not be about money at all. Maybe he is after something else entirely. Jason, Daniel said with sudden passion, his voice thick with emotion. I am here today to propose. We have been through life and death, even saying goodbye, but we made it. I love you, Jason. I want to spend my whole life with you. Jason, Daniel lunged forward in one big leap. I want to marry you. I'm willing to move into the Lee family. Franklin was startled by the sudden, dramatic motion. Seriously, people still try to live off someone else like this. What is next, dreaming of grabbing a share of the couple's assets? He already got what he wanted, now he wants more, taking everything without giving back. Jason stared at Daniel with clear-eyed clarity. The wild, romantic rush from just days ago had long faded. Now he saw Daniel like a clumsy little clown hopping around. Jason, please say yes, Daniel pleaded. I will love you forever. Suddenly Jason let out a dry chuckle, pressing his hand to his forehead as he laughed quietly, just as Daniel thought everything was going perfectly. The young master suddenly kicked out, sending Daniel sprawling straight into the storm drain outside. You really think I am that dumb? 1 or 2 tricks are not enough, now you want to trick me for life? Get lost. The sewer being repaired gave Jason the perfect chance. Daniel, once perfectly groomed, was now soaked in filthy water and thick mud, no longer looking like the well-dressed man he would been before. Daniel clearly had not expected to have a face-to-face with a sewer in his lifetime. Even a clever con artist was stunned, for once at a loss for words. Why, Jason? Daniel hoisted himself out of the gutter, limping. What are you even talking about? Did your brothers say something bad about me again? The moment Daniel moved, the stench from the sewer clung to him even more. Franklin clamped his nose and took a quick step back. Jason covered his nose too, voice low. It has got nothing to do with anyone else. I just finally figured it out. I do not want to be fooled anymore. We are done. Stay away from me from now on. Jason, Daniel sounded desperate. Stop it, Jason snapped, shouting at the top of his lungs. Daniel just stood there, mouth open, completely dazed by the outburst. Sirens wailed in the distance as police officers in uniform arrived at the Lee family's front gate. Michael stepped out of the car, spoke with the officers for a moment, and suddenly Daniel ended up wearing a shiny new pair of handcuffs. Daniel, you are suspected in multiple emotional fraud cases. The victims have filed a joint complaint. We have been searching for you. As the officer snapped the cuffs shut, he wrinkled his nose at the smell. You are telling me you were hiding in a sewer. Police, I am reporting a crime. I am filing charges. Daniel pointed angrily at Jason. I am pressing assault. He kicked me into the gutter. Did you hear that? He has to pay for this. Jason watched coldly as Daniel was led into the police car. The officers ignored Daniel's accusations, shook hands with Michael, then took him away. The police car vanished around the corner. Jason stared blankly into the distance, his genuine first love finally coming to an end. Michael reached out and ruffled his little brother's head. It is all over now, he said gently. Let's go home. Jason wiped his eyes. Brother, am I really that stupid? Michael did not say a word. Jason whispered, all the people I have been close to, they are not good. They keep bringing trouble into our home. I am so stupid, I could not even tell who was dangerous. Before Michael could say anything, Franklin started speaking up. Honestly, if you are talking about inviting wolves in, the young master's the real pro. He practically opened a prison. Honestly, why break up with those criminals? Just package them all together and launch a prison-themed debut, definitely going to blow up. Real drama, confessing crimes live, audience votes. The one with the most votes goes to jail. This would be a game changer for us showbiz. After all, no company has this kind of setup, bringing together so many talented misfits. Too bad, too bad. Michael's expression darkened, and his hand unconsciously tightened. Hey, stop, you are going to rub my head bald. Jason cried, ducking behind Franklin and scrambling to protect himself, only for his hair to stand up like a lion's mane. He blinked rapidly, then glanced at Franklin. What is going on here? Even my usually level-headed brother, making a fool of himself now. From the way Franklin was talking, his older brother's mistake seemed even worse than Jason. So bad it could have started its own prison. Curious. He just wanted to test the limits, pushing his luck on the edge of getting punished. Jason could not resist anymore. He slipped his arm around Franklin's, leaning in with a warm grin as he started to ask, "Franklin, what would you do at the office today?" Franklin turned, "Yeah. Tell the kitchen to get dinner ready half an hour early," Michael said coolly. "Oh, sure," Franklin replied without hesitation and hurried off. These small tasks were his job anyway, and honestly, he was hungry too. After Franklin left, Jason scowled. "Why did not you let me ask him? Did you just fall for the same dumb trap I did, and now you are scared someone will find out?" Michael shot him a sharp glare. Jason immediately shrunk back, ducking his head as he slipped into the house. Only after putting some distance between himself and his brother did he dare to mutter, "So only the governor can set fire, but not the common people. Brother, you are really too bossy." At the front gate, Michael was left alone. After a long silence, he pulled out his phone and called Levi. "Levi, how is the case going with the criminals from Shengshai's subsidiary, specifically the artist contract terminations?" Levi replied without hesitation, "It is underway, but we have hit a bit of resistance. The number of artists being let go is causing unrest. They are planning to jointly sue Shengshai in court." "Let them sue," Michael said flatly. "The termination contracts must be signed. Shengshai does not need artists with scandals." "Levi, understood, Michael. I will get right on it." "Michael is a weak enough." Levi answered professionally. 3 days will do." Michael's hurry up. He could not stand being an outside jailer for even one more minute. Back home, dinner was already on the table. Jason pulled Franklin to a seat at the dining room table. "Brother, I would like Franklin to join us for dinner, can he?" Franklin gave a polite little smile. "Young master, that would not be proper." Michael sneered. The housekeeper's eyes were glued to the plate. He was practically sliding off his chair. Lying through his teeth. "Sit down." Franklin slumped onto the last chair with a thud, his face glowing with satisfaction. "Thanks, young master." He was only ever this eager when it came to meals. Ayane went upstairs to fetch Amatheo and Benjamin down for dinner. Amatheo said he was not hungry, but Benjamin came stumbling down in his pajamas, yawning widely. "Work was exhausting, bro. I want an assistant too." Benjamin kept glancing over at Franklin. He would picked up a few rumors about headquarters. On Franklin's first day, his brother had suddenly signed up hundreds of upcoming artists. Everyone else was baffled by Michael's move, but Benjamin knew there had to be something big going on. Otherwise, his brother would not have acted so calmly and decisively. Benjamin was both curious about what those artists had done wrong and eager to take Franklin around the company. Maybe he would catch a clue or two while exploring. Too bad he was stuck in his brother's hands. He would have to file a request just to borrow him. Michael did not bat an eye. "No need to inform me about branch hiring." "I am not actually trying to hire anyone," Benjamin said with a smile. Michael lifted his gaze. Benjamin smiled warmly at Franklin. Franklin was sitting on the corner of the table, shoveling food into his mouth like there was no tomorrow, chewing hard, cheeks stuffed, when suddenly he got called. He blinked in confusion and slowly looked up. "Huh. Let me have you as my assistant for a few days. Whatever your brother pays me, I will double it. Wanna give it a try?" Benjamin said, practically tempting him. Franklin narrowed his eyes warily. "Something's off." Lee family's third son was looking at him like he was a plump little pig, ready to be wrapped up and sold on the spot. After all, he was a villain, better safe than sorry. Franklin shook his head right away. "I have already taken the eldest brother's money. I cannot afford to take on extra work for now." Benjamin offered a hint. 3 times the pay, okay. Franklin hesitated for just a second, tempted by the sudden windfall, but then shook his head firmly. "Third master, one must be honest in life, cannot go poaching right under the elder brother's nose." Benjamin, "Oh, so you are already all in on the eldest brother now." Franklin gave a modest smile. "Just a little bit of a good quality." "Let's eat first," Michael cut in. Old 3, bring the branch office documents to headquarters tomorrow. Franklin will handle sorting them out. Outsourcing work. You do not create the work, you are just shuffling it around. Should have taken that triple salary from Master 3. Now it is too late. Working for nothing. Benjamin could not help but snort a laugh. Franklin looked utterly miserable, angrily picking up a piece of braised pork and chewing it hard. Franklin, Jason said, scooping a chicken leg onto Franklin's plate. I grabbed the last one for you, eat up, eat up. As if someone else might snatch it away. Franklin looked touched. Thank you, young master. Still, the innocent kid was the least dangerous kind. Jason asked, Franklin, what else do you want? I will get it for you. Franklin did not hesitate to hint. That grilled eel by the young master looks pretty good. In an instant, Michael watched in disbelief as his brother carried off the entire plate of grilled eel and set it right in front of Franklin. Go ahead and eat, Franklin. Everything's yours. The eldest and third brothers do not like it anyway. Franklin was almost head over heels for the young master. After the meal, the young steward had grease on his lips and a face full of bliss. This was the first time in Lee family history that the table saw a clean plate. After dinner, servants cleared the table. Franklin belched softly as he headed out, Jason trailing behind like a shadow. Franklin, where are you going? Franklin let out a soft belch. I ate too much. I am going to go for a walk. He had not gotten to really explore the boss, the estate, since he would arrived. Jason, I will come with you. The Lee family estate was just like the kind of place described in old novels, vast in size, with a large golf course at the back mountain, and beautifully maintained gardens on both sides and near the entrance, lit up by charming little night lamps. Not a single mosquito in sight. This was the classic billionaire's mansion. While others had villas, the Lee family went all out and built an entire estate. Franklin, Jason said casually as they strolled through the fresh air garden, I think you are different from when you first joined the Lee family. Where is the difference? Franklin asked. I cannot really put it into words, Jason thought. Back then, I did not like you at all. You were so quiet and dull, always acting lifeless no matter what you did. But now, you are much more lively. Of course things are different. Your soul's been swapped. Franklin chuckled. People change over time. Jason laughed. Sometimes I even wonder if you are possessed by a ghost or something. Franklin froze, startled. Kid, you have hit the nail on the head. He really is a ghost. He has possessed Franklin. After wandering for half an hour, Franklin and Jason came back whispering to each other. Just as they reached the doorway, Franklin heard Benjamin's voice. Big brother, in a few days it is second brother's birthday. Let's throw him a party. He will be this year, which counts as halfway to a full round number. It is definitely worth making a big deal out of it. What do you think? Benjamin and Amatheo were twins, but their birth times were unusual. Amatheo was born just before midnight, while Benjamin came into the world early the next morning. That is why they had a one-day difference in birthdays. Benjamin did not like big birthday celebrations for himself, but he always loved organizing events for Amatheo. All right, Michael nodded. Things at home have been rough lately. What we need is a proper feast to liven things up. Let's go ahead and do it. Got it, Benjamin said. Just as he finished speaking, Franklin stepped inside. His thoughts echoed in the Lee family living room. Amatheo's birthday party. Another turning point for the Lee family is coming. If things go wrong, second young master might be broke. Michael and Benjamin froze, their expressions turning serious. Jason also shot a quick glance at Franklin. Franklin did not notice the strange reaction from the Lee family members. He stood rooted in place, rubbing his chin as he stared off into space. What exactly happened at the birthday party? I think I forgot. Was it someone stealing something important from young Master 2? Cannot remember clearly. The three brothers of the Lee family stood frozen for a moment. Franklin snapped his fingers, still cannot remember. Always fails when it matters most. Though I think I still have a general idea. Once I see the person, I should be able to recall what happened. Right. At young Master 2's birthday party, Franklin sat at the head table. The living room fell quiet for a few seconds. Then Michael and Benjamin went back to talking about the birthday party plans. Jason was not into that kind of thing, so he grabbed Franklin and pulled him upstairs to his room. They huddled together in the room, whispering away most of the night before Franklin finally made it back to his own space. The office drone rushed through a quick rinse and then flung himself onto the bed. The soft mattress gently bounced under him. So cozy. No kidding, Lee family's mattresses are truly snug and thoughtful. Lying down feels amazing. Even the manager's mattress is this comfortable. Imagine how much better the CEO's beds must be. Once he saves enough and retires, he will definitely buy a ridiculously expensive CEO bed, spend 12 hours a day lying on it, just living that lavish life. Franklin could not help but eye the Lee family's executive mattress with envy, drifting off to sleep slowly. The next day, Franklin was woken up by his alarm. To earn that extra $2,000, he had to work dawn till dusk as Michael's assistant. To make sure he was not late, Franklin set 5 alarms and placed his phone far away from the bed. He did not know how many times the alarm had gone off by now. With a grumpy face, Franklin dragged himself out of bed, got down to turn off the noise, but his mind was still half asleep. Dazed and confused, he floated into the office just as Levi dumped another mountain of documents in front of him. Franklin, these are the key correspondence files from the past 3 years at Third Young Master's company. Michael wants you to sort them again. To Levi, this kind of sorting was nothing but child's play. But since the boss liked it, he had no choice but to go along. Franklin stared at another pile of files nearly as tall as him and looked up. Levi, has your workload actually gone down since I started working here? Not at all, Levi said. These are extra tasks added by the boss after you came on board. So it was all about tailoring work to a person, classic capitalist move. Levi, keep it up, Franklin. Franklin sighed weakly. Levi, help me out here. Levi replied, I still have my own job to handle. Franklin, you are the one who can do it all. Franklin slumped over the desk, letting out a weary sigh of a corporate drone's frustration. After Levi left, Franklin lounged on the desk for a bit before lazily picking up a file. His memory was not great. College life had taken its toll, and he would have to pause every few minutes, worried that some hidden trap from the original author might be lurking in the documents. Michael had just finished the morning meeting and was about to head downstairs when it hit him. Were all the files sent over? Levi followed closely behind. Yes. Let's check, Michael said, turning on his heel toward the office. In the CEO's office, a smaller desk had been added beside the largest one. At that moment, Franklin was deeply absorbed in reading a file, holding it tightly between his fingers. Franklin, Levi called out, Have you finished selecting them all? Seeing the state of the files, Levi's voice dropped. There was not a single thing done. Just like when they were first delivered, the pile was still neatly stacked. Only now it had inched over to the corner of the desk, making a tiny move. Done, Franklin said, placing the last file on top of the growing stack. Michael glanced at the towering pile of folders on the desk and felt a wave of relief. Phew, no criminal code compendium this time. Guess third company's not as risky as we thought. This batch, Franklin said, tapping the mountain of files on the desk, all need to be scrapped. He cautiously glanced at Michael's expression and asked, Mr. Michael, could you explain a bit more? For instance, what is the basis for invalidating these contracts? Again, with the justification. Franklin frowned slightly, but he was prepared. He bent down and pulled up a stack of thick books, as if lifting a side of pork. Criminal law, commercial law, a National Geographic magazine. Hundreds of documents are traps. Some partners vanished with money, others got caught in landslides triggered by Mother Earth. Some used the deals to launder cash, and even entire project teams were arrested together. I wish I were a cop. I would have earned so many medals working for Lee family. Michael broke out in a cold sweat when he heard that thought. If all those bombs went off, Third Young Master's company would not be far from bankruptcy. Levi, Michael said without hesitation, call Benjamin and tell him to find another partner. He paused, then added, tell him from now on, all company contracts must go through headquarters for review before signing. Levi looked shaken. This is not really a good idea, is it? Is not that just like spying? The Lee family had 4 sons in this generation, and for over 20 years they would lived peacefully together, brothers getting along, no power struggles or fights over inheritance. Now doing something like this. Are they planning to seize control? Levi gave Franklin a strange look. It was almost as if the Lee family only started acting this way after Franklin showed up. Michael gave the order, "It is fine, go ahead and notify them." With a mix of nervous excitement, Levi nervously dialed Benjamin's phone. Third Young Master. Levi, Benjamin sounded cheerful. How did the contract review go? Levi swallowed hard. Yes, Michael said all contracts are canceled. You will need to find a new partner, and your company will have to get every future contract approved by headquarters before signing. Levi squeezed his eyes shut. This was Michael's decision. He was not going to blame the office worker, not this time. Sure thing, Benjamin said without hesitation. Why do not you set me up an office next to my brother's? I will just work from headquarters from now on. He did not even seem upset. Brotherly love and respect. In the office, Franklin stared at Michael with a strange expression. The young master trusted him way too much, letting an outsider run wild in the company, and taking every suggestion without question or doubt. That was $1 billion mega contract. Something's off. This is seriously wrong. Could Michael be a time traveler too? Or did he, like in the novels, come back from death with full knowledge of what is to come? Franklin propped his chin up and stared for a moment, then bit his lip and asked, "Young master, what do you think about reincarnation?" Michael casually flipped through the documents. "Franklin, I pay your salary so you can work, not to babysit me." "Franklin, I have already finished my tasks." Michael looked up. "That is not a good reason to be reading novels at work, especially when you are so absorbed." Franklin murmured in protest, "I was not reading a novel." Michael said flatly, "So you are telling me your mind just took flight and wandered into a story about rebirth?" Michael remained expressionless. "Let's go, Franklin." Franklin's eyes lit up. "Off work." Meeting, Michael stood up. "Levi's not here, so you will take the notes." This was Franklin's first time attending the legendary high-level meeting. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw a room full of old men with white hair, while Michael, seated at the head table, looked unusually young. The senior members blinked in surprise. "Michael, who is this?" "Assistant," Michael waved a hand to signal the start of the meeting. "Everyone's here, let's begin. First up, the Soa Thuinda Port Development Project." Soa Thuinda Port. Michael's confident flow of speech came to an abrupt halt. "What now?" Franklin's gaze dropped to the documents in front of him, scanning them closely. "This is the new Enancheng port that will be half destroyed by a tsunami and typhoon in 6 months, then shut down for shoddy construction." He remained expressionless as he switched topics. "Oliver, let's hear about the resort project you have been leading last month." Michael's brow twitched. "Oliver, this is the major plot hole that runs through the whole story. On paper, he is vice president of Lee Group, but in reality, he is a corporate spy sent by our rivals, secretly funneling construction funds into gambling, which caused the resort project to stall, led to worker strikes, and left it dark and dead for ages." Michael's expression tightened. Oliver smiled warmly, signaling his assistant to display some photos as he explained the progress. "The resort project is moving smoothly, but since it is on an island, transportation is extremely difficult. Many building materials cannot be delivered on time. So I am asking headquarters to consider additional funding. I have done the math. It will take just 80 million. Franklin sucked in a sharp breath. Wow, how much debt is he even in? Or maybe the rival company, running low on funds and wants to steal some from Lee Group. Plausible. This kind of thing's their specialty. Michael raised a hand to stop him. Leo, I remember you have got a project on your plate too. Silence filled the room. Michael casually glanced at his young assistant beside him and noticed he was scribbling furiously on a piece of paper, looking focused and professional. Michael leaned in for a closer look. Every single line was about wanting to eat. Michael picked up his water glass and took a sip, then gave a soft cough. Franklin stiffened instantly, as if caught daydreaming in class, quickly covering his notebook and straightening up to look focused at the meeting table. Leo cannot say I remember him. Michael let out a long breath, finally relaxing. Good thing Lee Group is not completely full of useless people. There is still at least one decent project on the board. I remember later, Leo from Lee Group got caught for bribing officials. Do not know if this is the same guy. There is only one Leo at Lee Group's headquarters. Michael glanced around the vast office, eyebrows furrowing in disbelief. For the first time, he found himself questioning what exactly he would been doing with his life. Was he really just slaving away at this company, raising bugs all day? Michael stood up with a grim expression. That is it for today's meeting. Dismissed. Franklin, The board members were completely baffled. Just a quick mention of each project, and that is it. Everyone walked away confused. As Franklin packed up his things and left the meeting room, he ran into Levi by chance. Franklin, was that it? The meeting ended so fast. Franklin nodded, sort of. Levi asked, what was the main point of the meeting? Franklin paused for a few seconds, then summarized, just the beginning. Levi walked off with his files. Franklin had planned to head back to the office and keep slacking off, but then Michael suddenly announced he would be traveling for a few days, and generously gave Franklin some time off. Franklin's eyes lit up. He clapped like a seal. Thanks, old master, a no-pay deduction, right? Michael said, no deductions. Franklin gave a little cheer and quickly gathered his things before dashing back to his own space. Not long after he left, Michael's expression turned serious. He pressed the intercom button and called Levi in. Check whether any of the board members have been doing anything improper behind the scenes. Levi said, Michael, you mean? Michael, the Thwinda Port substandard construction project, Oliver's gambling, and Leo's bribery. Levi snapped his pen clean in half. Franklin went full slack for a few days at the Lee family. Paid leave, and his monthly salary still had a full 10 de ubu alayu left, plenty to keep him cocky for a long while. So soon after arriving, Franklin, once he would finished his duties as butler, was always sneaking out whenever he could, proudly swiping his bulging wallet to treat himself. Milk tea had to be loaded with extra toppings and a thick cream foam. Pastries had to be freshly baked, no buses, and taxis were only acceptable if they had air conditioning. That was the only extravagance a poor kid like him could think of. He lived it up like this for a few days before Lee family hosted their lively celebration. Second Master Amatheo's birthday might be late, but it finally arrived. On the day of the party, as butler, Franklin had risen early. The venue setup, meal arrangements, and guest list distribution were all handled by Lee family's dedicated staff. Franklin just needed to patrol the place like a foreman, and his job was done. $8,000, that is easy money. That evening, the Lee family was packed with guests. Before they went bankrupt, the Lee family had been a legendary aristocratic clan in this novel world. As the author put it, at 18, Michael took control of the Lee family conglomerate and within just 10 years pushed them to unprecedented heights, building his own business empire. In a boss-heavy novel like this, you start with an empire. Without some sky-high titles, people would not even feel comfortable stepping out the door. Amatheo's birthday party at Lee family brought every big name in the novel world. Luxury cars lined up like a parade, everyone dazzling with jewels and fine attire, and an array of evening gowns on display. To others, these people embodied the peak wealth in this novel world. But to Franklin, No matter how rich or powerful they were just NPCs, mere cannon fodder crafted by the original author to bring down Lee family. As the party was about to start, Franklin slipped into a quiet corner, scanning the crowd for any troublemaker aiming to harm Lee family. To kill time, he even brought some sunflower seeds and cracked them between his teeth. Franklin, Jason said, having searched for him everywhere before finally spotting him, he pulled up a small stool and sat down beside him. "You are hiding here? I have been looking all over for you." Franklin kept cracking sunflower seeds as he asked, "What do you need me for?" "What else? Gossip, of course." The usually quiet and serious second brother actually acted silly. This little brother is seriously intrigued. "The party's so boring I came to keep myself entertained," Jason said, grabbing a handful of seeds. "You have been disappearing all the time lately. I could not find you anywhere. Where have you been running off to?" Moving chairs and tables and bringing along the seeds had made Franklin a bit warm. He tugged at his collar and said casually, "The house was too hot, so I just went out for some air." Jason glanced up at the ceiling's degree climate control. "Still feeling war?" Franklin sighed. "Not really anymore. Once the fire's out, it cools down naturally." "Sir, look, the party's starting." Jason was about to say more when Franklin tapped his hand and nodded toward a distance through the crowd. All the invited guests had arrived, scattered across different parts of the ballroom, with many already congratulating Amattheo. After a few polite exchanges, Amattheo walked over to Benjamin, who was quietly chatting with friends in a corner. "Everyone's here now. Where is Franklin?" "Easy, brother," Benjamin said, taking a slow sip of red wine. "He is over there by the corner. He is with Jason." Amattheo took a quiet sip from his glass, his gaze drifting across the hall's hidden nooks. Sure enough, he spotted Franklin and Jason huddled together, whispering. "Can I help but be worried?" Amattheo loosened his tie slightly, lowering his voice. "This is about the company's very survival." His voice was heavy. "Cannot you see how frantic our eldest brother's been lately? They have uncovered over 100 tons of counterfeit building materials at Ainanfeng port. Oliver and Leo were arrested for embezzlement and bribery. If even someone as calm and composed as our eldest brother made a mistake, then my situation, it is definitely worse." Benjamin narrowed his eyes slightly, gently spinning the wine glass. The deep red liquid swirled inside the high-quality crystal, glowing with a sharp, intense hue. "Do not worry. As long as Franklin can uncover whoever's behind this, Brother Amattheo, I will make sure he pays 1,000-fold for it." Amattheo nervously drained his glass in one go, glanced at the clock, and said, "Keep an eye on things for me. My wife's here, got to go greet her." A woman in a silver little dress stood by the entrance, flawless makeup framing her face. The halter neckline revealed smooth, pale skin, and a sapphire at her collarbone sparkled brightly. "Amattheo," she called out softly. Normally cold and quiet, Amattheo surprised himself by softening into a rare, gentle expression. "You are here." She nodded, her gaze sweeping the room. "What a lively night." Amattheo let out a soft laugh, gently guiding the woman to take his arm with a sweet expression. "Come on, I will introduce you to my brother and little brother." She murmured in reply. In the corner, Franklin happened to catch the scene. Fleeting memories flashed through his mind. But before he could grasp them, a sharp voice cut him off abruptly. "Jason." Franklin looked up to see a dazzling boy standing right in front of him, blue eyeshadow, red fingernails, yellow hair. The whole look left Franklin momentarily dazzled. Where would this peacock come from? "Heard you got played by a guy," the flashy boy said, chewing gum with a lazy smirk as his eyes raked over Jason. His long, fake lashes fluttered with every exaggerated blink. "He is a scam artist through and through. You always brag about how sharp you are, so why would you still fall for this kind of trick? You actually ate that guy up, huh? Did he keep things spicy enough to satisfy you?" Jason's face darkened. The peacock sneered with contempt. Lee family's young master was still as easy to push around as ever, never fighting back or even daring to complain to his family. He would feel restless if he did not pick on someone for a day. He let out a cold laugh, ready to dig deeper into the mockery, when suddenly everything blurred before him. Then sharp pain shot through his eyelid. The flashy boy yelped, "What the hell was that?" "Turns out it was fake all along," Franklin said, waving the ridiculously long false eyelashes, longer than his own nails, with a look of pure disgust. "How can you even wear something this heavy? You are going to blow cold air on our young master and give him a chill." Franklin remembered. In the original story, Jason had a long-time rival who loved splashing colorful makeup all over himself. Franklin could not remember the guy's name, but he definitely recalled this peacock was one of the accomplices in the illegal trade. When Jason hit rock bottom and Daniel sold him into the trading house, this peacock would torment him every single day, mocking him, yelling at him, treating him with cruelty. "Today you ran into me. That is your comeuppance." Franklin was actually furious. The words were cold and detached, the Lee family's grim ending overshadowed by the satisfying payoff of the main characters turning the tables. Back when reading along, it had not felt off. Now that he was seeing it firsthand, Franklin could not help but feel uneasy all over. The flashy boy fumed and cursed, not because it hurt, just because Franklin's move had been lightning fast and totally shocking. Franklin clenched his jaw, ready to deliver another shock blast, when a voice cut in from right beside him. "What is going on?" Michael emerged from the crowd, his expression icy and sharp. Franklin's brow twitched. He instantly covered Jason's temple and fired back. "Who do you think you are, attacking someone? Is the young master all right?" Franklin cradled Jason's forehead like a fragile glass flower. "He is hurt. Ayanne, get the family doctor now." Michael's cold gaze swept over them without expression. The peacock flinched, his spine straightening in panic. "It was not me. I did not touch him, I swear. Everyone saw it. No way did I hit him." Then Jason finally came to, melting softly into Franklin's shoulder. "Franklin, my head hurts so bad." Franklin turned sharply and muttered, "Look what they did to our little master." The guests began whispering among themselves. The peacock snapped. "I did not even touch him. Accuse me of attacking. Go on, let go and show the wound. If Jason is not hurt today, you are going to regret it." Furious, the peacock yanked Franklin's arm away. The crowd gasped in unison. Jason's temple was a mess of deep purple and red, with fresh blood oozing from the center. Clearly, he would been badly wounded. That was a brutal hit. Showing up like this, they are not respecting the Lee family at all. That is a real slap in the face for the Lee family. The Aue family really messed up this time. Franklin eyed the crowd suspiciously. Did the peacock actually believe in flowers? The peacock went pale, too furious to speak. Michael was momentarily stunned. Franklin played the loyal steward perfectly, cradling Jason, who looked dazed and weak, while boldly leaning toward Michael. "Young master, I do not think we can just let this go. What do you say? Look at me, look at my eyes. This guy's a villain. He is the mastermind behind what happened to your brother. Arrest him, catch him, get revenge. Let's bankrupt the Aue family, young master." Michael lowered his gaze, locking onto the small steward's urgent eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden poke landed in his lower back. He started to say something, then felt another poke. In a hidden corner, Franklin's fingers boldly kept jabbing at the villain's waist, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, each one sharper than the last. Michael felt the intense urgency, not just from the relentless poking at his back like a drilling rig, but also from the sharp, insistent voice of the little steward echoing in his ear. Are my signals that unclear? Why is not he responding at all? Help, another day of missing my lucky break. Who gave you the right to blurt out like that without letting me speak? Brother, let me handle this, Benjamin said, pushing through the crowd and grabbing the peacock's shoulder with a cheerful grin. I will have a good talk with him. Michael caught hold of the hand reaching behind him. Yeah, go ahead. Franklin froze, warm, dry fingers firmly wrapped around his slender wrist, the solid pressure sending a jolt through him, stirring an unexplained sense of helplessness. He did not dare move any more. The peacock was led away, pale-faced, and the elegant party carried on. Jason claimed he was not well enough to stay. Franklin had planned to slip away with him, but Michael stopped him. Franklin wore his dutiful steward expression. "Young master, do not stop me. I must check on the little master's injuries." Michael gave a cold smirk. "Oh, really? I thought you would be checking how deep that new well is." "A wrist so thin and delicate. Where did it get such strength to poke like that?" He gave a sheepish smile. "Sorry, Master Michael, I had to act fast. I am doing this all for the Lee family's sake. How can you blame me?" Michael took a deep breath. "Stay put, do not go running off." "Why?" Franklin asked. Michael rubbed his lower back. "Hand me." "Rub it." Franklin reached out. Michael slapped away his overly dramatic hand. "Pour the wine." "Should have said so sooner." "Pouring wine is one thing. Why were you rubbing my back?" "That is such a weird question. Even the gods would not know the answer." But honestly, the feel of it was great. A lean, smooth waist. Anyone would lose their head just looking at it. Michael could not hold back anymore. "Franklin." Franklin looked up, puzzled. "Him. What now? Did I do something wrong? How come he is about to explode like a pufferfish?" Michael gritted his teeth. "Pour the wine." "Though," Franklin mumbled to himself as he went to get the decanter, which was heavier than expected. He lifted it with both hands and rested the base on the rim of Michael's glass, then pushed hard. Wine surged up from the bottom in a rolling rush. Michael felt his palm grow heavy all at once, then a splash. The glass was full and spilled over generously. Franklin jumped in surprise, instinctively leaning forward to sip from the cup, then suddenly felt a chilly stare slicing across his cheek. "Oops, habit." Franklin snapped back to reality, retracting his ridiculous neck. You do it, go ahead and suck on it yourself." Such a brat of a butler. Just as the tension thickened, Amatheo came over with a stunningly beautiful girl on his arm, smiling sweetly. "Brother Franklin, what is going on here?" His eyes landed on the glass, completely overflowing. Amatheo paused, choosing his words carefully. "Are you thirsty?" "Thirsty like that?" Michael exhaled softly, placing the glass into the hands of a passing servant. "Nothing much, ready to cut the cake." "Yeah," Amatheo nodded. The kitchen pushed out a freshly baked, beautifully shaped two-person cake. Its sweet aroma blending fruit and cream in that unmistakably delicious way only a special cake can have. Franklin swallowed hard. This is the boss family cake. There must be something unique about it, right? So delicious. How can I possibly sneak a tiny piece? "Franklin," Amatheo said, "today's my birthday, join us for the cake." Franklin's eyes lit up instantly. "Thank you, second young master." The second young master is such a kind-hearted guy. Franklin was still staring at the cake and licking his lips when Amatheo gently pulled the girl beside him forward. "Brother," he whispered, "this is my girlfriend, Ave. I mentioned her before. Today I am officially introducing her." "Michael, this is my older brother." "What the heck?" A thunderous voice crackled in his ears. Michael and Amatheo were both nearly deafened. What the heck is going on now? "Orilai Ave." Amatheo's expression shifted instantly. This is the one person who has been Amatheo's biggest obstacle in life, the source of so much pain for the Lee family. The second young master might look good on the outside, but he is a real fool. Ave never really loved him. She only wanted his money. She has been colluding with her secretary behind the scenes all along, secretly siphoning off his assets. I would bet they have nearly emptied everything by now. The second young master stumbled sideways and almost face planted into a cake over a meter tall. Amatheo stared at Ave, disbelief flashing across his face. From what he knew, Franklin's predictions had never been wrong. Daniel's scam, the third son's contract, even the criminals in the elder brother's company, all uncovered by Franklin. His track record was flawless. but believing that his own lover was a fraud still felt impossible to accept. A love story since childhood, turning out to be nothing more than a carefully planned deception. It was too much for Matthew to handle. Maybe Franklin just got it wrong this time. He was not great with memories to begin with. Maybe he really just mixed up the person, messed up the details. Ave could not possibly. Matthew swallowed hard, clinging to a sliver of hope as he looked toward the butler beside him, lost in thought with eyes downcast. Franklin quickly sifted through his memories, pulling out bits of Matthew's brief history from the overly dramatic saga of the original story. Got it. Well, I think I might have been mistaken. Matthew's eyes lit up and he let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness he would remembered it wrong. That made sense. How could his kind and gentle Imanjai possibly be a fraud? Ave was not just cheating. She used Matthew's private office at the company as a secret meeting spot with her assistant. Last month, she even had young Master Franklin replace the mattress because it was too firm, insisting it needed to be bouncy and comfy. If I am not mistaken, she is already pregnant now, just waiting to collect the money before flying off abroad with her assistant, living like royalty as a happy little family. As for Lee family's second son, Franklin gave Matthew a look full of pity. Spend money on raising the kid, hand over cash, total sucker. Turns out love struck fools never end up well. Matthew swayed on his feet, and Michael caught him instantly, glancing sharply at Franklin. Enough. Stop yelling, you are going to break him if you keep it up. In the original ending, Matthew ended up bankrupt and heartbroken, while the Lee family faced a major crisis at the same time. Michael was too busy saving himself to help anyone else. But luckily, Matthew eventually tracked down Ave's whereabouts overseas and was on the verge of reclaiming his fortune, turning things around completely. Then, out of nowhere, the stepmother author threw in a twist. She ended Matthew's short 20-something life in an instant explosion, just a plane crash. Sure, the main character is the real one, side characters are just adopted. Look at these poor little souls from the Lee family. What kind of life have they been living? Even someone like me, just a regular reader, cannot help but feel deeply sorry for them. Franklin opened his mouth. Young master, you. Brother, I have got something urgent at the office. I will leave this to you. Matthew's face suddenly turned pale. Within minutes he looked as if he were dying, barely able to stand. I haven't even said a word yet. Why do you look so crushed? Ave, who had been silent until now, reacted too. When she heard Matthew was heading back to the office, her face instantly twisted in shock and confusion. She quickly grabbed his wrist. Matthew, why now? The cake's about to be cut. Matthew turned around, his eyes sharp with hidden intensity. He did not want to accuse anyone falsely before the final moment. But if Franklin's words were true, then going back to the office now would just happen to catch the secretary stealing the seal in the act. Matthew did not want to see that kind of scene unfold. He wanted one more chance, both for himself and for Ave. I will be back soon, Matthew said, too hurried to care about appearances. He let go of Ave's hand and strode out the door. Matthew, wait. Ave called weakly, taking a few stumbling steps after him. Ave, Michael called out to her. You are already here, why not enjoy the cake first before you leave? No, I have got something else to take care of, maybe another time. Ave's eyes stayed fixed on the door, watching as Matthew's car rolled out of the garage and vanished into the night. Michael said nothing, his gaze cool and distant, like a weight pressing down from above. His eyes swept the room, and instantly the guards stationed outside the ballroom understood. They all turned their attention toward Ave at once, locking her in place with their stare. Ave suddenly realized what was going on. Without Michael's approval, she could not step out of the Lee family estate. The evening gown fit tightly, and she had not even brought her phone. No way to send a message now, her fingers clenched tight with nerves. Franklin noticed her unease. Not surprising, her lover was still sneaking around inside Matthew's company. Of course she would be frantic. But one thing puzzled Franklin. Wait, why is second master suddenly going to the office? I haven't even had a chance to hint at it yet. Are you seriously making me look like a fool? Even the butler had moments of guessing blindly, and Michael barely noticeable curled his lips. Clumsy little butler. When will he finally realize his thoughts are slipping out? So far, Michael had found no real evidence of mind reading, nor did he understand the origin or limits of Franklin's ability. But from what happened over these past few days, this unusually young butler proved to be quite useful. He would help the Lee family narrowly escape deadly traps on multiple occasions. Even mind-clearing experts could not match that kind of precision. So Michael was certain, as long as he kept the little butler by his side at all times, he would be able to diffuse danger in time and keep the Lee family safe and clear. Feeling good, fancy a drink. Michael let out a light laugh and turned to reach for his wine glass. Master, master, the little assistant suddenly squeezed in, patting his arm repeatedly. What a dazed little assistant. Still so annoying, really. Franklin turned around and noticed Michael's dark, wet leg. Oh, wow. Michael nearly laughed in exasperation. I am the one soaked through. What are you even doing? Franklin carefully chose his words, apologizing with my tone. He shook the clinging fabric on his leg. Franklin, you need to be more composed. Take a good look. How many messes have you made since you have been at the Lee family? You are supposed to be acting like a proper steward, not this. Franklin held up one finger. There is a reason for it. Master, that finger pointed toward the distance. Luna's here. Among the crowd, Luna, who had previously come to Lee family for business talks, was chatting and clinking glasses with a few close friends. Her evening gown was elegant, her expression soft and warm, utterly beautiful. Franklin whispered cautiously, Are not you going to go over? Michael, what would I even be doing there? Franklin gestured toward the distance. She likes you, and she is really pretty. Her face just screams good match for a husband. Hooking up with Luna would keep us out of the toxic rival's schemes. Totally worth it. Michael tightened his grip on his fingers and let out a cold smirk. When did you start playing matchmaker? Franklin smiled shyly, just a little side hobby. Michael was not in the mood to chat, so he turned away with wet pants. Franklin would not give up. Young master, just take another look at her. I do not believe you are blind. Michael bit his tongue and said, Franklin, go to the cloakroom and fetch me a suit, then bring it to the dressing room. As long as he stayed busy, there would be no time for idle chatter. Franklin The Lee family had separate guest houses on the estate, but they were far apart. Walking back and forth took at least half an hour. So during every banquet, servants always kept a spare outfit ready in the lounge cloakroom, just in case. Franklin wandered around the hall for a few minutes before finally finding the dressing room entrance. Inside the transparent cabinet, an entire suit was sealed in a dust cover. He took the whole hanger and carried it over to the adjacent dressing room. With his hands full and worried about crumpling the suit, Franklin simply tucked it under his arm and quickly yanked open the door. The door swung open with a sudden rush. As the door opened, the dust cover caught on a protruding latch and tore open. A small rip revealed the deep gray fabric underneath, its corners neatly folded. That was it, ruined. Was he holding a doorknob or a knife? Before Franklin could react, the dark gray fabric drifted down gracefully, landing face up with a subtle curve in the center. Wow, what a huge size. Do authors really make up stuff this wild? Franklin's eyes darted around. Seeing no one, he quickly scooped up the item from the floor and shoved it back into the closet drawer. After all, it was a shared changing room. Any guest could use it, and the floor was definitely not clean. A diligent steward like him would not let his employer wear dirty clothes. Carrying the remaining clothes, Franklin knocked on the dressing room door. Click! The lock clicked softly, and Michael appeared behind the door in a black shirt, his jacket already off. With long fingers, he neatly untied his tie, lifting his chin slightly as he did, revealing a sharp, taut jawline. His posture was effortlessly cool and relaxed. "Master, your clothes are here," Franklin said, watching every move with undivided attention. "So hot. No wonder he is the villain." Michael took the clothes and shut the door. "Wait. What am I waiting for? I need to eat that cake. If I wait any longer, there will be nothing left but crumbs." Inside the room, Michael let out a soft breath. That annoying little butler really needs a lesson. He took off his clothes, then opened the bundle Franklin had brought. After a long pause, a question mark seemed to slowly appear above his head. "Franklin," Michael called out to the door, "I asked you to bring something. Why is it missing half of what I needed?" Franklin's voice sounded strange. "Tea the thing. Maybe it was not necessary. You only got your outer trousers wet right." The dressing room stayed silent for a long time. Franklin blinked twice and finally got it. That slap must have been way too hard, almost knocked over the whole barrel. Franklin hesitantly spoke up. "Young master, would you mind?" "Shut up." "Yes." Michael's temple twitched. "Go get it from the main house, leftmost cabinet in the master bedroom's wardrobe." Since he would cause the mess himself, Franklin did not argue this time. He gave a quick nod and headed straight for the main house. He still had Amattheo's untouched cake on his mind, so he hurried off in a rush and nearly knocked into Jason, who was peeking around the doorway just as he left. Phew! They both winced from the impact. "Franklin, are you hunting for money with your head down like that?" Jason rubbed his chest. "You nearly knocked me apart." Franklin winced too and pressed his lips together. "Young master, what are you doing out? You were supposed to be faking illness." "I came to bring you something," Jason said, pointing at the bandage on his head. "With this on, no one will notice, though William just asked me why my head was covered in blackberry juice." Franklin winced as he helped Jason up, then noticed the thing in his hand. His attention instantly zoomed in. "Cake." "Yeah," Jason said, still holding the cake steady despite falling. "I saved you the tastiest and biggest piece. I really wanted you to try it." Franklin had been eyeing that cake for ages. He grabbed a fork, stabbed a piece, and shoved it in his mouth. Rich milk aroma burst out, sweet flavor filling every corner of his mouth, nothing like those store-bought cakes loaded with artificial cream. A true boss treat really does taste amazing. The novels were not lying. Franklin happily munched away, over and over. "There is more fresh cupcakes over there, strawberry flavor, still warm. Let me take you to taste them," Jason said. Franklin beamed and dashed after him. "Young master, you are so kind to me." Jason felt encouraged and sped up. "Let's grab a bunch, pack them for later. You can snack on them tonight if you get hungry." Franklin let out a choked sob of emotion. He would just eat 2 little cupcakes. Just 2. Then he would sprint straight to the main house. Michael should have dried off by now, perfect timing for a fresh pair of pants. Franklin was lost in thought, his steps quick and eager toward the treats. In a corner of the banquet hall, Franklin was deeply absorbed in devouring a cupcake, with half a dozen wrappers scattered beside him. Jason was busy packing up his things while glancing around. I wonder where brother's gone. Should I grab a few for him too?" Franklin's eyes shot wide open, the cupcake lodged in his throat, turning his face bright red. "Franklin, are you okay?" Jason flustered. "Drink some water first." No more. I have got to get out of here." Suddenly he heard Jason's voice. "Brother, you are here." Franklin froze, stunned, petrified, panicked. "Oh no. This cannot be happening." Franklin held his breath for a split second, then slowly turned around in disbelief. "Michael's here. How did he even get here?" Michael strode in from the changing room, face dark and jaw clenched. Franklin froze in fear, totally stunned. His gaze, however, could not help sliding downward. Franklin nervously ducked behind Jason, shrinking back with every inch, silently praying Michael had not seen him. "Franklin." "Oh no." Franklin peeked out like a cat. "Young master. I told you to fetch my clothes, and instead you are at the banquet. Michael spotted the crumb on the little butler's lip and his eyebrows shot up. "You ate cake." Franklin quickly wiped his mouth, not stealing it. "Then you just ate openly." Franklin shook his head and started making up an excuse. "It was for testing. I was worried someone might secretly sneak into the Lee family to harm the young master, so I volunteered to test the cakes myself, just to help keep you safe." He waved a hand casually. "After my brave and fearless testing, I have confirmed these cakes are completely safe. Would the young master like to try one?" Franklin swallowed hard, his curious eyes lingering below Michael's waistline like a little rascal. Michael's lips tightened into a straight line. "Franklin, what are you staring at?" Franklin rubbed his nose sheepishly, shifting his gaze away, whispering, "Young master are not you, hanging loose." Michael reached out and shoved a piece of cake into Franklin's mouth. "Shut up." Michael's expression was grim, but the little cake he handed over was delicious. Franklin chewed on the tiny cake with rhythmic bursts of his cheeks, like a squirrel stashing food, and kept scanning the table, hunting for another victim cake. "Is it really that good?" Michael frowned at Franklin for a moment, feeling the little housekeeper growing bolder by the day. At such a critical time, he would left him in the dressing room for half an hour. If it were not for his phone, and if he had not managed to get one of the main house staff to send over clothes, he would still be sitting there with his shirt open, waiting for someone who never comes back. "Hey, big brother, you went to change?" Jason, holding the takeout bag, pointed out something odd. "This outfit is not as nice as the last one." Michael gritted his teeth. "Cannot help it, some crazy bird knocked a glass right onto me just now." "Jason, crazy birds in the banquet hall. Where would that even come from?" The gluttonous bird paused slightly. Did he just insult me? Chewing, nah, forget it, filling my belly's the real priority. That yakitori over there looks pretty tasty too. Cake's getting old, time to switch things up. Munch munch. Franklin clapped his hands, his eyes fixed intently on the new treat. In an instant, an arm shot out of nowhere and snatched both meat and plate away. "Who even are you to just grab food like that?" His gaze followed the arm upward, and he saw Michael's cold, composed face. Seeing the junior steward get flustered gave Michael a quiet satisfaction. He did not care much for banquet food, but making the little steward unhappy, that was all too delightful. The junior steward looked over at him, eyes full of hope. Michael picked up a skewer of grilled meat and took a bite. Franklin pressed his lips together, silently grumbling in annoyance inside his head. Eating barbecue at a banquet, Michael's got no boss vibes at all. Michael let out a cold scoff, then noticed what Jason was holding. "What is this?" Jason held it high, "Take out for Franklin." Michael grabbed the bag, yanked it open, and found it stuffed with little snacks. Grabbing food and going, Franklin's really grown up. He took back the cake as revenge and shoved it back onto the table. Franklin froze in place. His eyes flashed with fury as he stared at Michael's hand. "How dare you touch my stash? This is my royal supply." Michael really lives up to his villain reputation. Will not even let the butler have a little cake, silence the world, and listen to me breaking down in silence. He cursed silently inside, but on the outside Franklin remained calm and polite, bowing slightly. "Master Michael is absolutely right. I have learned my lesson. I will not be taking anything home." If I could not hear his inner thoughts, I would actually believe you. The party still went on. With Amatseo, the main character, nowhere to be seen, Michael had to take charge. He did not have time to argue with the young butler. He gave him a warning glance and walked away. "Phew." Franklin let out a long, relieved breath. "Franklin," Jason whispered, sneaking up carefully and slipping a heavy bag into his hand. "Do not be upset. I hid another pack just for you. Got every flavor, none of it caught by the big brother. Eat it in secret under your covers tonight." "You are such a good little master," Franklin said, touched. Jason smiled shyly. "I am glad you like it." The ballroom blazed with light, but Ave drifted through it pale-faced and hollow-eyed. Trapped inside, unable to reach her lover who had stolen the seal, she was torn between dread and panic. feeling completely out of place amid all the laughter and celebration. No one knew what Ave had in mind, but eventually her focus landed on Franklin. "Franklin," Ave said softly and sweetly. At that moment, Franklin was lost in thought about whether Amatzeo would run into the thief who stole the seal upon returning to the company, his mind briefly wandering. I wonder if young Master Amatzeo, suddenly showing up at the office, ran into that burglar. That scene must be something amazing. It would be perfect if we could live it. Definitely a show worth watching. Jason nodded in quiet agreement. Exactly. He really wished he could see it too. "Hey, Franklin," Ave tried again, her voice soft and weak when she got no reply. That is his name, right? Why is not he responding? Finally snapping back to reality, Franklin turned and saw Ave, then startled himself. What now? Ave did not have time to care about the small steward's casual attitude. She had something urgent on her mind. "I am not feeling well. I need you to go to my car and make a phone call so my family can come pick me up." Franklin pointed toward the distance. "There are guards at the main gate. They can run errands for you." If that were possible, would she really be darting around like a mad fly? The Lee family seemed to have caught on. Michael was watching her too closely, guards all around, at least 3 pairs of eyes locked onto her every move. She could not even make the smallest gesture without being noticed. She had to get the message to her lover right away, or the next time they met would be through iron bars. "Franklin, please help me," Ave said, grabbing his hand and pressing a shimmering jade bracelet into his palm. Jason's eyes widened in surprise. Having grown up surrounded by antique jade and collectibles, he knew at a glance that this piece was priceless. Ave really was not holding back for her lover. Franklin would not. Franklin glanced at the bracelet. "Is this a bribe, Ave?" "No, no," Ave said quickly. "It is just payment for the errand." "We do not accept bribes here," Franklin insisted, shaking his head vigorously. "Ave, you would better think twice before going further." Ave froze. Jason's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Franklin is awesome, so awesome. What a perfectly honest little housekeeper he is. Like I am stupid, what kind of good stuff could a scammer have? It is probably just glass, no one would even take it for scrap. Trying to pull one over on me, umpha. Am I really that easy to fool? Franklin was just clueless about valuable things. Ave felt so hopeless, she nearly passed out. Franklin was holding his little cake, ready to move to another spot and keep stuffing himself with the harmless young master, when Michael suddenly appeared out of nowhere, piling on extra work. Working at a proper banquet, what a curse. And now even the little cake is not allowed to be boxed up. My life is just tragic. He cleared his throat lightly, handing Franklin a thick notebook, preparing to do a sweep for trouble in the ballroom. What a perfect chance. The people who should come and those who should not are all here. Perfect for the young steward to use elimination. So he will know exactly who to avoid in future relationships and business dealings. "Listen up, you write it down, list today's guests," Michael added quickly, worried the young steward might give up. "Finish this and you get a reward." Jason stared for a few seconds, then it hit him. His brother was about to go all in, their family was finally going to break through. Clear out the scoundrels and reclaim who we really are. His brother truly was his brother. Franklin went from a wilted little sprout to a fresh, vibrant cabbage in just 1 second. Our reward, what kind? Michael, 10,000 in prize money. Nice. Yay's yay. Even landlords have days when they open their granaries. Feelin' so happy. Even Juana set off a couple of firecrackers to celebrate. The money-loving little manager was daydreaming way too hard. Franklin gave a small nod, his eyes shining with delight. I am more than happy to serve the young master heart and soul. He would been writing all night, and by the end of it, he was so hungry he could have eaten his own pen. It was late at night. After brushing up, Franklin let out a big yawn and burrowed into his blanket like a little dumpling. Time passed, and suddenly a wave of steam rushed into the room, damp and heavy, as the ceiling lights flared to life. Franklin was fast asleep in bed when he was abruptly yanked up. Without a word, someone tossed a heavy object into his hands. Amattheo stood dripping wet in the room. "You have been doing well lately. Here's your reward." Franklin, hair a mess and eyes half closed, mumbled, "Huh." Franklin woke up to the cold, hard pressure of something against his body. He blinked dazedly, realizing he was leaning on a stone. His face had gone numb from being pressed against it. He reached up and touched his skin, only to find it now rough and pitted where the stone had left marks. Who dared to pull a prank like this on him? Daring to throw rocks into his little cozy nook. That is unforgivable. Dogs can take it, but not humans. Do not they think people are stupid if you do not get mad? Franklin grabbed the stone and was about to toss it out, when a sliver of sunlight slipped through the window crack, making the object in his hand give off a faint, unique glimmer. He tilted his head slightly and saw he was holding a golden watch, rich, shimmering gold all over with tiny diamonds set around the face. It looked expensive. Wow. No way, his little cozy nook just grew gold all on its own. Franklin sat cross-legged, flipping the watch over and over, checking it from every angle. Then he even bit down on it, nearly cracked a tooth. Just as he was completely puzzled, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "You have been doing great lately. Here's your reward." The second young master's golden reward. Franklin grinned from ear to ear holding the gold watch, thinking how generous the second young master was. It must have been that he ran into some trouble at the company last night, did not just spot them, but gave them a proper beating. No wonder he could not wait until late at night to share his joy with everyone in the family. He even handed out pieces of gold watches casually to the housekeeper. The novel was right on point, boss type, loaded. Franklin admired the watch for a while before carefully stashing it away, then hopped off the bed, whistling a tune to head to the bathroom for a quick wash and get ready for work. The Lee family was quiet after the banquet. Breakfast was set for 3, Jason still had not stirred, and the 3 brothers sat around the table in rare silence. "I have looked into that man from the Ihue family." Benjamin finally spoke up. "There are definitely some illegal earnings, but whether it is organ trafficking, I am not sure. The time was too tight, and he has buried his tracks too well." That said, given how capable Franklin appeared to be, there was no way the Ihue family was not involved in illegal trade. Michael spoke calmly. "Report it to the proper authorities. We will not get involved." Benjamin nodded, then turned to their usually quiet second brother. "Second brother, how did it go last night? Did you catch him?" Amattheo paused mid-motion. "Yeah. Not only did he arrest the guy, but caught him red-handed. Now they are both locked up together with Ave." "Older brother," Michael looked up. "What is your plan?" As the family head and eldest brother, Michael did not play hardball or impose his will. He fully respected his 3 younger brothers' independence and rarely interfered in their matters unless absolutely necessary. Even now, he still gave Amattheo a great deal of autonomy. "Brother," Amattheo set down his chopsticks, his face twisted with distress. "I cannot do it myself. Take care of it for me." Michael glanced at him. "All right." With both major matters settled quickly, the mood at the table did not lighten much. Benjamin took a sip of soup and said with a smile, "Second brother, I heard from the house staff that you broke into Franklin's room last night." Michael froze for a second. "Yeah," Amattheo said. "Without his help, I could not have caught the inside traitor. I gave him something as a reward." Benjamin asked, "What was it?" "The watch I just bought last week." He had not brought anything valuable, had not even had time to prepare. He would only put on the new watch before the banquet and took it off in a hurry. Benjamin remembered that watch well. "Brother, you really are generous." Amattheo buried his face in his food. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. "You gave it only to Franklin, no one else." "Amattheo, of course." Benjamin quickly caught on. "Oh no, if Franklin finds out he is the only one who got a reward, That secret about revealing feelings is going to be impossible to hide now. The restaurant fell silent for 2 seconds. Matthew stood up. I am going right now. Wait, Michael said. Matthew and Benjamin both turned to look at him. Michael pulled out his phone, his long fingers tapping a few times on the screen. Install this app on your phones. Matthew and Benjamin did not object. They did as told. The next second, the familiar alarm sounded from the living room. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Franklin finished breakfast. As he stepped out of the kitchen, he saw Ayane and Chef Alexander huddled together, talking animatedly. Curious, Franklin leaned in. Ayane, Alexander, what are you two up to? Franklin, you startled me. Ayane laughed brightly, showing him the item she was holding. This is from young Master Michael. He said everyone's been doing great lately and wanted to give out some little perks. I do not really get it, so I asked Alexander to help me check. She was holding a beautiful jade bracelet. Franklin did not understand it, but he thought it looked better than the glass Ave showed last night. Whole thing was purple, like purple aura rising in the east. A good omen. Alexander got a jade carving piece. The new maid Xayeo Aki received a pendant. All of them were worth quite a bit, so much that even the dozens of guards each got one. Franklin was stunned. Young Master Alexander must be a charity kid, right? He must be over the moon about this. Franklin had been wondering if all this was somehow connected to him, but now it seemed he would just overthought it. Matthew could not possibly be trying to hide the truth by handing out money like this, could he? Not even the god of wealth would be this extravagant. Franklin pushed all his doubts aside and around. Followed Michael out again to earn some extra AK. As soon as he arrived at the office, Franklin noticed something was off with Lee Group. No quiet chats, no people rushing around carrying files, no gossip in the break room, just a lifeless silence across the entire floor, broken only by the rapid tapping of keyboard keys, a faint sign that there were still people alive inside. Franklin's expression turned odd as he glanced around nervously. He would only been gone for a few days. What on earth was going on? Before he could ask, Franklin and Michael reached the elevator door. He tensed up instantly. Young master, I will just take the staff elevator. No way he would get to enjoy that boss-type fantasy of looking down on everyone. He might as well play it safe and be a regular office worker. Michael stared blankly at the elevator panel and pressed the button. No need. You do not mean it. Come on, you are not scared, are you? Michael stumbled slightly. Franklin was about to speak when the elevator dinged and slid open, revealing green mountains and clear waters. Did I just imagine it? How the heck did a primeval forest end up in a tycoon's elevator? Michael clearly had not expected this kind of entrance, pausing for 2 seconds before stepping inside. The elevator's interior was completely covered in screens, so Franklin could not see the dizzying view outside. The cliffside scenery no longer made him nervous. He started scanning their surroundings instead. The screen display looked incredibly lifelike, so detailed it was almost real. Towering ancient trees, twisted vines coiling through the canopy, faint sunlight filtering through rustling leaves and casting dappled golden spots on the ground. Franklin could even see every dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass. It felt like fresh air was rushing into his lungs. The elevator began rising slowly, swaying gently. Young master, Franklin said, voice light, I swear we are acting like monkeys. Swinging around in the middle of a primeval jungle. Michael gave him a flat glance. Drop the we, you are the monkey. Franklin did not care about Michael's cold response. He was in a good mood today, his mind wandering for a bit before he asked curiously, I mean, just hypothetically, no bad vibes intended. If your building is this tall, would not it be tough to get out quickly if something like a natural disaster or fire happened? Ground floor, easier to escape from. Imagine everyone else bolting, while the CEO still crying on the big window with shaky legs. Michael lifted a corner of his lips. Add we back in, now you are stuck up there too. Spit, 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 jinx, jinx, jinx. As they spoke, the elevator came to a stop on floor. Levi, who had not been seen in days, stood neatly at the door. Franklin stepped forward with a greeting. "Levi, good morning." "Good morning, Franklin." Levi nodded and handed the envelope to Michael. "Michael, everything you asked for is ready." Michael gave a grunt but did not take it. Levi understood at once and slid the envelope smoothly toward Franklin. "For me." "Yes, Franklin." "A thick stack of cash." "Last night's bonus," Michael said with a quick wave, then strode off. The Lee family really has deep pockets. This employer is generous. As long as the Lee family stays strong, I can keep shining in this role forever. Michael marched into the office, a faint curve at the corner of his lips. With the money in hand, Franklin was over the moon and hurried after Michael, unusually eager to get to work. "Young master, Michael, where is my task for today?" Michael gave him a glance, so eager all of a sudden. Franklin tucked in his lips with quiet dignity. Taking someone's pay means doing their dirty work, natural enough. Was that really the right phrase for this situation? In the CEO's office, Franklin sat at a small table just a few feet from Michael, like the classroom troublemaker who had been given a special seat beside the teacher's desk. Franklin blinked and slid his little table a bit farther away from Michael. "Franklin," Levi handed over several files. "These are the project directions for Lee Group over the next few months. Take a look." The empty desk held only 5 documents. Far fewer than before. Franklin nodded. "So I still need to sort them." "No," Levi shook his head, giving Michael a strange look. "Read through them once, then summarize what you have learned for Michael." "What on earth is going on?" Levi wiped his brow. Ever since Franklin showed up, he felt like he would hit a career ceiling. The recent events seemed to belong to an entirely different level, one he could not grasp, but still respected. As long as the paycheck came on time, he would even point out every single word if needed. But lucky for him, he did not have to go through that hassle. Levi adjusted his glasses and turned to get back to work. Franklin glanced sideways at Michael and, seeing no reaction, knew Levi was telling the truth. "All right," Franklin said, picking up the file. Next thing you know, Subway, an old man scrolling on his phone. What in the world? Why is it still all in English? Franklin had just graduated, but he would studied art. His academic grades were not great, and he would failed English 3 times. Being asked to read a whole document full of technical jargon was like public humiliation. Could he still go back in time and escape this? "What is wrong?" Michael noticed Franklin freezing up. "Anything wrong?" "Yes, big problem." Michael snapped into full alert mode in an instant. Franklin stammered, "I do not have a strong vocabulary. This kind of technical contract is tough for me." He was about to panic from the butler's heavy breathing, thinking another landmine had just been uncovered. "It is okay, just skip any words you do not know," Michael said, sounding like a teacher assigning homework. "Read it through and then tell me what you remember." "Franklin, you are the one who said that." He opened the file, sat up straight, and cleared his throat. "Something about island development. What was it again? Something." "Franklin, national development, some kind of industrial transformation, funds, something like that." The office fell silent for the 3rd time that day. Michael snapped out of it and let out a dry laugh. "You must have inflated your resume." Franklin gave a shy shrug. "That is just how job hunting is." Michael rubbed his temples. "I will take over myself." Franklin quickly handed the hot potato back, offering a superficial compliment. "Thanks for taking care of this, Michael. Really appreciate it." "Michael, mehem. You should be thanking me. You are the reason I am even stuck with all this work." Franklin smiled. "Actually, there is another way Levi could translate these files, and then I can summarize them for you in Chinese." Michael scoffed. "Outsourcing work." Franklin shrugged shyly. "When you are in a jam, you do what you got to do." Michael felt a headache coming on. He was about to refuse when the phone on the desk suddenly rang with an urgent work call. He waved his hand dismissively, shooing Franklin out the door to let him handle it however he wanted. Michael was worn out. Levi. Franklin held the files and hurried to the adjacent secretary's office, only to find it empty. He glanced around suspiciously, but could not spot Levi anywhere. Just as Franklin was about to give up, the elevator doors slid open, and there stood Levi. He looked up and locked eyes with Franklin. Both of them lit up instantly. Levi rushed out of the elevator in a flustered dash. "Let me speak first, Franklin. I remember you graduated from a university, right?" That was the original guy's background. Franklin nodded. "Yeah, so what?" Levi asked, "How is your foreign language skill?" Franklin said, "Not much vocabulary, kinda tough." "Franklin's being modest," Levi said, glancing at the full English document in Franklin's hand and assuming he was just downplaying it. "We have got 2 foreign partners coming in, and we are short on a translator. Can you cover for me?" "That is me. I am the one." "Exactly." Levi glanced at his watch, panic rising. No time to waste, grabbing Franklin and pulling him toward the elevator. "This is urgent. The other party, some major overseas client from Lee Group. We cannot afford to offend them. You have got to cover for me right now. I will treat you to a big dinner tonight." Before Franklin could even protest, Levi had already dragged him down to the basement conference room. Downstairs in the meeting room, 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners were sitting and quietly talking at a rapid pace. Seeing Franklin and Levi, they warmly stood up to greet them. What on earth was that? It flew by in a flash. Franklin was already struggling with reading written text, and listening was even harder, especially since business English is quite different from everyday spoken English. The words just turned into a jumble the moment they reached his ears. All he caught was hello. Oh no, how was he supposed to translate this? Just then, the meeting room door swung open and Michael stepped in wearing a sharply tailored suit. Levi immediately pulled out a chair. "Michael, the materials are ready." Michael nodded. "Where is the translator?" Levi adjusted his glasses. "The branch office in Arongcheng is hosting a foreign inspection team today. Early this morning, 2 translation teams were borrowed from headquarters. Right now, there is no available translator left, so I specifically asked Franklin to help." Asked whom to help? He turned in disbelief and saw the young steward already seated beside him. Levi glanced at his watch, leaned closer to Franklin, and whispered, "Franklin, I am handing this over to you. I have got an important reception downstairs. I will be right back." Before Franklin could even react, Levi was gone in a flash. "You are really something, Levi, outsourcing work like this. I will remember this." Seeing Michael take his seat, the 2 foreign guests assumed the meeting had started and spoke up first. This time, their speech was even faster. But maybe it was nerves. Franklin focused intensely and actually caught a few scattered familiar words, quickly doing a mental translation. "If I am not mistaken, they are saying they love our company's long socks, that the project gave new life to their work, and next time, come with an accent so you can sneak up on me." Franklin's voice trailed off, his brow gradually furrowing. What is with this getting more and more awkward to say? Is that really what the foreigners meant? Not just awkward, it was actually painful to listen to. The foreigners kept chattering on, and Franklin turned his head again, ready to translate. Michael could not stand it anymore, gently but firmly turned his chin back, then launched into smooth, fluent business English to chat with the 2 guests. "You can do it yourself, cannot you? Then why even hire a translator? Just create jobs for people." After a pause in the conversation, Franklin nervously asked Michael, "Michael, what did they actually say? Are you serious? They are really going to sneak up on you?" Michael's eyebrows twitched. "Franklin, who is the translator here, me or you?" Franklin pulled his head back quickly. "Oh, I am." "Who asks their boss to translate for them? That is the opposite of how things should work." "Franklin," Michael paused for a second but could not help adding, "You did well. Just do not do it again next time." Yeah, you could tell it was sarcasm. The next meeting, Michael switched into full communication mode, chatting effortlessly with the foreign business partners while Franklin happily relaxed. drifting off to sleep surrounded by the constant stream of D-style chatter. These two foreigners were Michael's newest potential partners. With domestic markets overrun by scammers, most collaborations had stalled, so to minimize losses, Michael had no choice but to look overseas for deals. Luckily, his luck held. He quickly found someone viable. The catch was, these two were still hesitant and not ready to commit just yet. Michael spent over an hour chatting with them, eventually sealing the cooperation agreement. At 2:00 in the afternoon, the meeting wrapped up, and Michael sent the foreign guests off the company premises. Levi stepped out of the staff elevator, soaked in sweat. The sudden resignations of directors Oliver and Leo have sparked outrage across the board. They are demanding you publicly explain the reasons right away. Michael, how is the lawyer team coming along? Levi handed over the documents. It is all done. Michael glanced through it, then signed decisively at the bottom. Go ahead, sue them into oblivion. Levi remained expressionless, understood. Franklin stared at Michael's back, suspicion in his eyes. Oliver, Leo, were not those the lawless troublemakers from last time, already out of a job this fast? How would the young master figure it out so quick? Did he cheat, like really cheat? No wonder the office felt off today. The sudden departure of two directors with no explanation had everyone on edge. Michael handed the documents back to Levi, lowering his gaze. In a way, he really was playing at cheat on a whole different level. Eavesdropping advantage. He had to listen to the little assistant buzzing in his mind every day. Back in the top floor office, Levi asked Franklin for the meeting notes from earlier. Franklin glanced at the notebook in his hand. No one asked me to take notes, did they? He would thought he was just there to play a minor role for the whole meeting. Levi said, I forgot, Franklin, can you go over what happened in the meeting? I will jot it down. As he spoke, he took the notebook from Franklin's hand, flipped it open, and found the first page covered in doodles of a Mackay. Levi had seen far worse storms before. After just a 2-second pause, he turned to the second page and got ready with his pen. Franklin stared at him, completely thrown off by the sudden seriousness. He could not remember much of what was said. The first half had been a mix of guessing and piecing things together. The second part was just random scribbling. After over an hour, he could only recall a vague idea. Under Levi's expectant gaze, Franklin began slowly. They said, our company's thigh-high stockings are selling really well. They are begging Michael not to end their lives, otherwise his accent will kill him. Crack. The pen in Levi's hand snapped clean in half. After brushing off Levi and the broken pen, Franklin returned to his small desk. He idly spun a pen between his fingers, glancing sideways at Michael with quiet curiosity. Done staring, after some time passed, Franklin was startled awake by a voice. When he snapped back to focus, he locked eyes with Michael's sharp, probing look. What were you watching? Without thinking, Franklin replied, just admiring the young master's main character aura. The Lee family's been acting really strange lately. Those big plot holes from the early part of the story haven't triggered at all. What is going on? Did the original author completely rewrite the whole thing? Or could it be that the novel's world changed because of my arrival, the butterfly effect in action? But I haven't done anything yet. After thinking it over, Franklin figured the Lee family must have unlocked some extraordinary ability. Something like a resurrection system, foresight, or even a protagonist's lucky streak. Michael listened quietly as the young assistant laid out his theory, sounding logical at first glance, but drifting further from the truth with every word. He kept a calm expression and said, "This is one of those new novel plotulliness you have been reading, is not it?" Franklin nodded, watching Michael's reaction closely. "Yeah, does it seem weird to you, young master?" Michael glanced back at his files. "You are just bored. These are the employee records from Third Brothers Company. Take a look." "More work, here we go again." "Franklin, what is with that look?" Michael said, eyeing him. "Why do you suddenly go limp whenever work comes up?" Franklin sighed weakly. "That is just how it is at work." We are all just cogs in the capitalist machine. Who is really more dedicated than anyone else? Tap, tap, tap. The office door was gently knocked. Franklin straightened up instantly, eyes bright and fixed on the door. Please come quick. Someone save this poor overworked employee. President Levi softly pushed the door open, only to meet Franklin's eager stare and instinctively took 2 steps back. For some reason, just seeing Franklin made him feel uneasy. Michael looked up. What is it? Levi stepped forward from behind the door, holding a tablet with its screen glowing brightly, showing a large face centered in the middle. Franklin leaned forward curiously. Levi, did someone at the company pass away? The person in the black and white image twitched their lips. Have you ever seen a dead person with eyes wide open? Franklin jumped back in surprise. He squinted closer. Oh, wait, it was just a video call. Levi placed the tablet in front of Michael. Sir, Ethan broke into my device and insists on meeting you. Shen, that is a major protagonist's surname, right? Let me see, over 3,000 chapters of build-up, the entire Lee family reduced to stepping stones, all just to launch one guy into the clouds. What does this so-called main character even look like? Before Michael could react, a fluffy head suddenly appeared in front of him. From his angle, he caught a perfect view of the young assistant's soft profile and elegantly long neck. Up close, the assistant's skin looked unreal, so pale it almost glowed, with tiny, delicate hairs that seemed fragile enough to leave a mark if you squeezed them. Franklin leaned in closer to the tablet, studying the person on screen intently. Short, neat haircut, slim build, cold expression, deep creases around the eyes, narrow, sharp eye sockets. He was handsome enough, sure, but every line of his face hinted at calculation. You could tell right away he was not a good guy. Seriously, that is it. Not even as good-looking as Michael. How can this guy be the main character of some over-the-top novel? The one who gets all the luck, doted on by mom, and pushes every rule to its limit. That is not how it was written at all. In the story, the male lead was supposed to be impossibly handsome, so much so that every woman in sight would fall head over heels. Any girl with a pulse would line up perfectly straight, pulling out all stops just to win the one and only position of official wife. Franklin glanced at the tablet, then at Michael, back to the tablet, then again at Michael. He could not help letting out a loud sigh. Are they even sane? Michael's got someone quietly standing by his side now. Are not you going to introduce them? The voice came from the tablet. Franklin turned his head, realized he was blocking the view, and quickly shifted aside. Michael gave a faint twitch of his lips, but did not reply. Ethan's been sneaking into my company's systems without so much as a hello, same as you. Do not mind it, I have got something urgent to discuss with Michael today. Tried calling, but the line was dead. Had no choice but to take this route. Michael remembered the new app on his phone and gave a small smirk. What is up? Next Tuesday, our Shen group is holding its 3rd anniversary celebration, and we are honored to invite Mr. Michael to attend as a guest of honor. The man smiled. Mr. Michael, you up for it? Michael grinned. How could I possibly say no to an invitation from Ethan? Straightforward, the man laughed twice. Heard you have been cleaning house lately, cracking down hard on all the company's weak links, really sharp moves. Looks like you are no joke. My own team's been having some issues lately. Maybe you could show me your tricks right here and now. Sure. Michael ended the call, his fingertips tapping lightly on the desk. Franklin, come with me on another errand. Ethan, whose full name is Ethan, was born in a slum, but luckily for him, he is exceptionally handsome and has a deeply thoughtful mind. Thanks to a string of lucky breaks that felt like parental favoritism, he managed a flawless transformation from a poor kid to a member of the wealthy elite. In the story, Ethan has been locked in an ongoing battle with Michael for over 3,000 chapters. There were wins and losses on both sides. Occasionally, Michael even gained the upper hand. If it were not for all the hidden plot traps the author set up early on, Michael might not have lost at all. By the later stages of the story, Michael had even gathered a loyal fan base. When the author suddenly wiped out the Lee family in one stroke, plenty of readers jumped to defend him online. Franklin had been here for over half a month now, and this was the first time he would laid eyes on the legendary chosen protagonist. Saying he was not curious would be a lie. But once the curiosity wore off, the disappointment felt real enough. Franklin pointed and muttered, "This is clearly a trap, the kind where you are invited to dinner with someone who wants to betray you." Michael turned his head. "You actually know what a hongmen banquet means. What are you even talking about?" Franklin furrowed his brows and corrected him. "I am just bad at foreign languages. My Chinese is still solid." Michael remembered that earlier comment, limited vocabulary, a bit tough, and the awkward way Franklin had patched together his translation. He gave a dry, half-hearted chuckle. He was about to argue back when Michael suddenly said, "You remember what you just translated, something that practically burned your tongue." Michael raised his eyes with a faint, mocking smile. "Maybe next time you go out, do not bring up the teacher's name." Levi stowed away his tablet and asked, "Michael, should we bring something as a gift?" Michael lowered his gaze slightly, expression unreadable. "Yes. Whatever you need, I will get it right away." Michael drifted into thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to his young assistant. "Franklin, what do you think?" Franklin narrowed his eyes with a sly glare. He was all sharp-tongued and picking fights just a moment ago, but now that he is in trouble, he suddenly remembers how useful I am. Men. Mind rolling its eyes at fate, Franklin kept his expression polite and offered with a friendly tone, "Why not just send him a clock instead?" Levi tightened his grip just in time. His brand new fancy pen did not shatter. He stared at Franklin, stunned. "Franklin, meaning, I really like you clock style." Levi, Franklin, that is not how you use that phrase." Michael narrowed his eyes with a small smirk. "Fine, let's go with Franklin's meaning then." Maybe it was because of Ethan's forced video call, but Michael got off work unusually early today. Before 4 of the clock, he took Franklin home. Franklin automatically opened the passenger seat, his gaze dropping as he spotted a huge clock lying on the seat. A square box with no visible material, but its all-over black color looked kind of unlucky at first glance. Franklin's eyes widened. Young master Levi really knows how to pull off a surprise. Michael glanced at the back seat and nodded in approval. That is basic secretarial skill right there. But then Franklin suddenly remembered something. "Wait, I will not have a seat to sit on now." "Michael, sit in the back." Franklin with a shy smile. "That would be kind of awkward, though." Before he could finish speaking, Franklin slipped through the open car door like an eel, slid all the way to the far corner, and enthusiastically slapped the seat cushion. "Young master, hurry up, work's done, we are going home." The luxury car glided smoothly away from the company building. Michael turned his head, as if sensing something. "Young master," Franklin said, pointing forward, "do not you think this is a bit unlucky?" "Franklin," Michael said sharply. Meeting Michael's heavy gaze, Franklin wisely shut his mouth. All right, I will not say another word." He would almost said something bad. The two returned to the Lee family residence together, but Matthew and Benjamin had not come back yet. Only Jason was there, lost in thought as he held a document. "Jason," Michael asked, "what are you looking at?" Jason looked up and spotted Franklin, his eyes instantly lit up. Franklin, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you forever." He rushed over to Franklin like a gust of wind. Ignoring his older brother, Jason took Franklin by the arm and led him to the sofa. "I am thinking about joining a talent show. I have applied to several producers' teams already. I did not expect all of them cleared my first round, but now I do not know which one to pick. Want to help me decide?" Franklin was surprised. "Little master, you are joining the entertainment world." "Yeah," Jason said. "Staying at home doing nothing feels kind of pointless. I just wanted to give myself something to do." In the original story, Jason's life had nearly ended by the next day after fleeing. His fate was grim. But now that things had changed, Franklin did not know what lay ahead for Jason, nor could he imagine his little brother stepping into this glittering, unpredictable world. Franklin glanced through the several audition confirmation slips in his hand, his expression serious. "You do not have to sign up for so many. Do you have to be a spinning top?" "I did not even know if I would pass the first round. I just signed up on a whim," Jason said, sounding frustrated. "Who knew they all went through?" "Got it, casting a wide net to catch more fish." Franklin could not make heads or tails of the professional documents, but his gaze suddenly locked onto something, his expression shifting in surprise. Jason noticed and quickly asked, "What is wrong? What is going on?" Franklin's eyes fixed on the event organizer, Shanghai Entertainment. "Oh, the lawless territory of Elder Warden Lee." Michael's hand twitched, almost dropping his cup. Franklin hesitated before speaking. "Young master, maybe you should try a few other shows instead." "Jason, why?" Franklin glanced at Michael, who stood silent nearby. "These shows, they do not really match your vibe." "To be honest, these shows are all headed for disaster. Controversies among audition contestants keep piling up. This one got exposed before airing. The producer secretly married and cheated, obsessed with group activities. Dozens of trainees were ruined and buried. That one, a trainee accidentally leaked their phone album live on stream, revealing a ton of private videos from strangers. Recording was shut down immediately, and it is now a total mess. And this one. Now that you mention it, I am starting to think these shows are not for me either. Jason took the documents back and tossed them straight into the trash. I will pick a different one. Michael slowly closed his fingers, his face darkening. He thought he would cleaned up every scandalous artist within the company. Shanghai could finally get back on track. But now, no one's gotten in trouble, yet projects keep blowing up one after another. This company might not be worth keeping anymore. Jason pulled out his phone and started scrolling. "Let me see if there is anything else I can apply to." Franklin narrowed his eyes, blinking in suspicion. Here it is again, this strange thing. Am I imagining things? It is like no matter what I say, the Lee family just accepts it. No questions, no reasons, Do tycoons really treat their household staff this lenient? Franklin gave Michael and Jason a strange, sidelong glance. "Hope I do not find anything weird, Amakke Baka." Just then, the driver came in carrying the black clock and broke the silence. "Michael, where should we put this timepiece?" Michael said offhand, "Just leave it by the front door." He blinked in disbelief. "This looks really valuable." "It has been raining lately. Leaving it out there will probably ruin it." Michael glanced at the young steward, then took a sip of water. "Do not worry, it is more about the meaning than anything else." Franklin suddenly caught on to Michael's joke and let out a quiet chuckle. "Do not worry, Mr. Ulin. Those things are not lucky to have around. Just leave it by the door. If you are worried about rain, cover it with a cloth." Michael looked up. Driver Ulin's arm trembled violently. "No, that is not a good sign, is it?" He nearly dropped the clock in alarm and swallowed hard. "Franklin, cover it with a cloth. It might be bad luck too." Franklin thought about it. Yeah, he supposed so. But that thing really should not go inside the Lee family's gates. After thinking hard, he finally remembered a spot. Is that Ditch Daniel and whoever still there from last time? Driver Ulin Ishu nodded nervously, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes. Let's just bury it there for now. We will dig it up in a couple of days, clean it off, and send it to Mad Dog Brother." Bang! Ulin Ishu's hand jerked, and the clock fell to the ground. The Shen Group's celebration is just 2 days away. Afraid Michael might back out of the event, Ethan made an urgent video call early in the morning to push him. Since Michael's phone had anti-fraud protection, he could not reach him directly, so Ethan took a roundabout way and sent the video to Franklin's phone instead. Franklin was still asleep when he tossed over in bed, and suddenly locked eyes with a man grinning widely on his screen, his teeth blindingly white. Ethan had a fixation with cleanliness. His clothes, the home decor, everything was in shades of white. Combined with his unnaturally pale face, he gave off this eerie vibe, like a living corpse barely holding on. "Hello, you must be the new butler from the Lee family," Ethan said with a faint smile. "You are quite striking. Your natural looks really hold up. Why are you serving at the Lee family? Come work for me instead. I will make you famous in just 3 days." Franklin went pale and stayed silent for a few seconds. What is wrong with him? So what if you are the main character? That make you some kind of ghost who can scare people. Why the silence? Ethan raised an eyebrow, his fingers lightly brushing his chin. Speechless? Come on, pal, wanting to steal my looks is probably the dumbest thing you have ever done in your life. Franklin was speechless, just raised his hand like he was about to hang up. Hey, wait a sec, Ethan said. You haven't agreed yet. Come work for my company, pay whatever you want, and just name any other condition you would like, except for getting me. Go ahead and take a big bite of yourself, Franklin snapped. Cannot you see I am still sleeping? As the main character, this was probably the first time someone had ever insulted him. Ethan froze for several seconds before giving a faint smile. Young man, do you really think swearing at me will get my attention? I'm only tolerating you because you like my face. Franklin tapped the screen, realizing he could not end the call. His phone was probably infected. He grumbled, sorry, but I do not do flesh trades. Ethan, for God's sake, I am not here to sell myself. Franklin grumbled, even if you were for sale, I would not buy you. You are just a personal assistant. What makes you think you can refuse? He realized he would been taking sides unfairly and quickly pulled back, stopping himself from acting like a kid in a playground fight. Forget it, I will not waste my breath on you. Tell Michael I will be waiting at the Imperial Court Hotel at 1 p.m. If he is a real man, he will show up. Franklin, you could have just called him yourself. I am not a megaphone. And honestly, that whole line sounds like kids picking a fight online. If I could have broken in myself, why would I even bother coming to you? Honestly, I do not know what kind of firewall Michael set up. My top tech people cannot crack it either. He paused for a few seconds. Franklin, if you can get that system for me, I will pay you this amount. Franklin remembered the app he had been tinkering with for Michael just days before, and immediately pulled out his own phone to install it too. Ding, ding, ding. Illegal communications signal detected. Please safeguard your personal assets. In the flood of red warning lights, Ethan's pale face shrank into a thin line and vanished from the screen. Phew! Franklin exhaled in relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. The Shen family celebration was held in the city's most luxurious hotel ballroom. As the star of the event, Ethan naturally drew attention. His reputation was big enough to bring representatives from politics, business, law, and even the underworld to offer their congratulations. Right before the ceremony began, the entrance to the banquet was packed so tightly that not even a drop of water could slip through. The gift for Ethan sat on the front passenger seat, and Franklin was still in the backseat today. I thought bosses like you all flew around in airplanes, Franklin said, tilting his head toward the window. Turns out, you are all just regular law-abiding citizens. Franklin's eyes darted around when suddenly he spotted a car beside them. Michael, what kind of car is that? The emblem looks exactly like a Ozongzai. Michael rolled his eyes. It is a Maybach. Franklin leaned against the window and let out a soft wow. Thinking Franklin might like it, Michael glanced briefly at the car outside. We have one in the garage, want to drive it. The front's so big, it really looks like a tractor from the village. Franklin turned to him, eyes wide with curiosity and surprise. Is this car super powerful? Michael pinched the bridge of his nose, voice low. Powerful. Franklin smirked, I knew it. This is the most iconic car in boss romance novels. Turns out, it looks more like a fancy tractor. The image of those flashy boss fantasy stories instantly turned into rural village fiction in his mind. Franklin could not help but burst into giggles. Michael raised an eyebrow. What are you laughing at now? Franklin, I am just imagining how a country boss would handle romance. Ha he he. It was a boss-level event, so the traffic was not too bad. A few minutes later, the road cleared up, and the cars at the celebration began inching forward slowly. Franklin could not help but think of Ethan. This lead guy was definitely a bit unhinged. At the celebration, he would already dug plenty of holes for the Lee family. Honestly, Michael might not be able to dodge them this time. Franklin replayed the plot in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the worse it seemed. He should have warned Michael before they arrived at the celebration, instead of waiting until Ethan made his move and then scrambling to react. Right. With his mind made up, Franklin pressed his lips together slightly, then turned to Michael. "Young master." "Mehem." Franklin hesitated, then asked, "Do you think Ethan might set a trap for you?" Michael did not hesitate. "He will." Ethan had been at odds with the Lee family for years, and now that he finally managed to set up a banquet right on his own turf, there was no way he would pass up the chance to strike. With several forced videos sent straight to the Lee family, it was clear he had full confidence in the traps he would laid and was ready to go all in face to face. But Michael was not fazed at all. He glanced quickly at his little assistant beside him. After all, he had an advantage. Franklin looked out the window as the hotel came into view and turned back to Michael, chattering on. "What if he sees our gift? Will he get so mad that he digs an even bigger hole?" Michael kept his patience. "He will." Franklin whispered softly, "So should we back out and change the gift?" Michael's "No way." Franklin's eyes widened slightly, staring straight at Michael without blinking. After a pause, he boldly reached out and tapped Michael's arm. "Switch to human." "What kind of nonsense is that? Sounds like talking to a machine." Franklin bit his lip, studying Michael's expression for a long moment before cautiously asking, "Are not you scared at all?" Michael remained deadpan. "Why would I be?" Franklin studied his expression, excitement creeping into his tone. "You have got a plan, do not you? What is next?" Michael finally looked up at him, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. "First, we just walked to the hotel entrance, no drama." He gave a light tap on his own arm and muttered, "Human mode, human mode." What was he even talking about? 5 minutes later, the Lee family's car pulled up at the hotel entrance, and Franklin stepped out after Michael. A doorman checked their invitation. Franklin handed over a black leather card, and instantly the man waved them inside. Franklin had been broke in his past life. No car, no house, no savings, just out of college with no job yet, and even his part-time wages were spent on a graduation trip. Honestly, even if the White Warden had not made a mistake back then, he would probably be starving by now. Being reborn is amazing. Seriously, being reborn is amazing. Now he is riding in a luxury car and stepping into a high-end hotel. What a difference. Wonder if the food at this fancy place is actually better than usual. All the little servant cares about is eating. The Shen Group's corporate celebration was a grand affair, with the hotel setting up its largest private hall for the event. As Franklin stepped inside, he nearly got dazzled by the sheer opulence all around. This is what a billionaire's gala looks like. The grand hall was dazzling with gold and polished elegance, guests in formal attire clinking glasses, a beautiful champagne tower towering higher than people, and a renowned pianist playing in the corner. Every detail screamed luxury and refinement. Michael was not new to this kind of event. With the Lee family still standing, many kept their distance out of caution, offering polite smiles while holding back their true thoughts. Michael gave a subtle nod in return. The piano piece is so lovely, it is no surprise it is by a master. But can he really play all night? His hands would be cramping up, haha. Michael almost lost his composed expression. "Franklin." The young butler bounced over with sparkling eyes. "What is it, young master?" Michael turned his gaze away and sighed. "Nothing." Let him cause a little trouble. Feels pretty relieving, actually. After finishing the piano solo, Franklin grew cautious about everyone in the hall. After all, they were all Ethan's allies. He could not help but worry that some hidden trap or ambush might come at him any moment. Why, if it is not Michael? Franklin had just turned serious when he heard that taunting tone, so dramatic and grating. even more annoying than the piano music itself. This is Ethan's celebration. Only certain people are welcome. How dare Michael bring someone in without Ethan's permission? Michael barely frowned, a quiet tightening of his brows. Before he could speak, the little butler poked his fluffy head out from behind Michael. "Let me see now, what is this seasoned toady here to show off loyalty?" Michael could not help but chuckle. Bringing the little manager to the party was definitely the right move. It not only eased his stress, but also helped him stay calm and focused. No matter how many people tried to stir trouble, Michael did not feel annoyed anymore. Michael decided to let the young assistant know the man's identity, and said, "Oh, so you are the general manager from Kexing Biotech." Franklin sucked in a sharp breath at the name. "Mr. Ojang from Kexing Biotech." Michael lowered his gaze slightly, waiting for the housekeeper's gossip. "So this is Ethan's biggest gopher, huh? I think this Ojang boss had some kind of drama too. When the timeline reaches the Shen Group Gala, oh, it just clicked." Michael's ears twitched. The girl he had feelings for fell for Ethan and was determined to be with him alone. This so-called chapter boss became utterly devoted, going to great lengths to help her achieve her goal, setting a trap for Ethan. After a wild night, Ethan came to his senses and left her with a blank check. Obsessed with love, Ojang boss not only brought the young woman home to care for her properly, but even considered taking on the role of father to the child she carried. Unfortunately, the girl was not trustworthy. She mistreated her stepson, schemed against Ojang's parents, and ultimately vanished with all their assets. So really, being too emotionally driven in love is a big mistake. He was not obsessed, and he would never go crazy for love. "You are overthinking it, young master." Mr. Ojang did not hear Franklin's remarks. Seeing Michael suddenly fall silent, he felt his humiliation had taken effect, and instantly became more animated. Michael must not have attended gatherings of this caliber in a long time. He went on. It would not be appropriate to bring someone unfamiliar to such an event. Franklin paused for a beat, then turned sideways and said, "Honestly, I think bringing a corpse here would be worse." At that moment, Ethan stepped out from the crowd, a mischievous plan in hand, greeting Michael directly. "Michael, you are here." His gaze shifted to Franklin. "And you, my lovely little housekeeper who hung up on me, here too." Michael stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Franklin, and exchanged a polite but superficial greeting with Ethan. Franklin handed the gift over to Ethan. Franklin took a large canvas bag from the driver and handed it straight to Ethan. Ethan stared at the boxy thing, and his gut said it was not going to be anything good. Michael raised an eyebrow. "Ethan, what is wrong? Afraid I slipped something in." Seeing that Franklin had been holding it fine, Ethan figured there was no poison, so he cautiously took it, opened it up, and found a large, boxy grandfather clock inside. Michael had sent him a clock. Ojang Ozong's brows immediately furrowed as he saw what Franklin pulled out. "You are giving Ethan something like this." Michael gave a soft smile. "Since Mr. Ojang mentioned that Ethan is not fond of strangers, I actually put quite a bit of thought into picking the gift. Hope Ethan can understand my intention. It is a holiday, and you get handed a clock. Tell me honestly, if I still laugh, am I crazy?" The clock was a bit overwhelming, so Ethan forced out a couple of awkward laughs before tossing it to Director Ojang and quickly changing the subject. "Tonight's banquet is different from usual. There are some fun games planned. Would young Master Michael like to see?" Michael nodded easily. "Whatever you prefer." What they called fun games were really just little quizzes. A temporary host stepped up, and people brought out various sized gift boxes. They drew questions on the spot, riddles, math puzzles, truth or dare, all sorts of light-hearted challenges. Answer right, win a box. The mood stayed lively and cheerful. Franklin had never seen anyone play games like this at a banquet before. Curious, he glanced up. "Interested in joining the fun, mister? Perfect. Why do not you give it a try?" Ethan said. Franklin straight-faced. "Ethan, my surname is Jing, not Paeo. Are you even literate? As in scenery, the kind of view that is pleasant to look at." Michael suppressed a laugh and asked the young steward, "Want to give it a try?" Franklin shook his head. "I am just curious about the answer." Michael raised an eyebrow. That problem was a primary school math Olympiad question, simple on the surface, but tricky to solve, really a tough spot in the game. How did the young steward figure it out so fast? His foreign language skills are not great, but he is pretty good at math. Michael nodded. "You can go ahead and try, get it right, and you will win a prize." "No thanks," Franklin said, stepping back. "I just have this weird feeling 8.5 people on a bus. That does not sound quite right." Michael's brow twitched, just a bit odd. Franklin blinked, then realized, "Oh, right, it is wrong, you cannot have half a person." Michael felt his head throb from the laughter. "Cannot tell, looks like little Franklin's actually a math whiz," Ethan sneered. "Even spotted a pregnant woman in the car." Franklin smiled shyly. "Just a little talent, really. Do not you hear the sarcasm?" The conversation was quickly spinning out of control, so Ethan stepped in to stop it. The little manager was not someone to mess with, better to just tease Michael instead. Ethan said, "Michael, thanks for coming to the celebration today. Want to grab a drink over there?" Michael hesitated, then nodded. "Sure." "Alcohol?" A voice rang out in his ears, and Michael's words cut off mid-sentence. If I am not mistaken, Ethan's plan is to knock Michael out and take him to the private room of some gang boss's daughter, just to spark a war between Lee Group and the underworld. At that moment, Franklin's gaze suddenly locked onto something. Michael's long eyelashes drooped slightly, his eyes unfocused, head tilted a little as he listened intently, as if hearing some quiet voice no one else could. Franklin glanced around, but there was nobody in sight. What was Michael listening to? A strange thought flickered through Franklin's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Michael was not some supernatural. He could not possibly hear what was going on inside his head. The next second he heard Michael turn down Ethan's offer. "Yeah, no drink tonight, maybe next time." "Why not?" Franklin felt a flicker of doubt and decided to test it. He turned his head quite noticeably, fixing his gaze on the distant entrance of the hall, then silently formed each word in his mind. "Oh, look, young master's here," and he brought Daniel along. Before he could finish speaking, Michael snapped his head around. Wait, was he actually hearing my thoughts? Before Michael could react, Franklin said softly in his mind, "Old master." "Yeah," Michael asked, turning his head in confusion. Franklin's round eyes locked onto him, a smile playing on his face that was not quite a smile. Michael met his gaze, and his chest gave a sudden jolt. "That last thing the housekeeper said, was it actually in my head?" Franklin narrowed his eyes, staring hard at him. Michael's heart slammed in his chest, caught red-handed. But calm, not much slipped, and he could still cover it up. Franklin, that black truffle steak over there looks good. Why do not you go try it?" Michael gestured toward the door. From their vantage point, they had a straight view of the banquet table. Franklin gave him a suspicious look. "Did not you hear anything just now?" Michael flashed his familiar smirk. "I heard it, your stomach's playing a fake siege." "Did not eat breakfast, just hungry." Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Franklin quickly covered his stomach, eyes wide with odd glances at Michael. Something's off. Something just did not feel right. But he could not put his finger on it. Franklin scratched his head, frowning. "Young master, I called out to you a minute ago, did not you hear me?" Michael replied, "I was talking to Ethan. If either of you had so much as glanced my way, I would not have ended up feeling like such a background character." Franklin did not notice anything odd. Then again, the smell of food from across the room was pulling at his attention, so he decided to skip around and just go straight for it. Michael's a total dummy. Michael, secretly housing escapees from jail. The most powerful truth often comes down to the simplest test. Franklin eagerly turned his eyes toward him. "Franklin, quit showing off your empty fortress bluff," Michael said coolly. Everyone in the whole ballroom's going to hear you. Franklin quickly clutched his stomach. Everything was fine. He must have been starving. That is the only explanation for the hallucination. Franklin shook his head, brushing aside the jumbled thoughts. I guess I will grab something to eat first. Going too long without food is not good. It is starting to mess with my brain. Hey, Ethan spoke up. This is my ballroom, my party, my theme. Do not you two think this is kind of disrespectful to me? Franklin turned around, surprised. Ethan, you are still here. What else? This is his turf. Franklin humbly said, Actually, I have got a few questions I would like to ask you. Ethan let out a couple of grunts, thinking to himself, An ignorant, ordinary guy finally realizes he needs me. Go on, what is it? Franklin turned back, eyes bright with hope. So, can I take the party food home? Watching the lead guy sweep out in a huff, Franklin sidled up to Michael. So, is that a yes or no? Michael could not help but laugh. Yes, go ahead. Got it. Franklin dashed off with a bounce in his step. Right there, Michael let out a long breath, like he would just survived something. The little butler may look simple-minded, but he is actually quite sharp. One slip, one too obvious reaction while eavesdropping on thoughts, he got caught red-handed. Got to be even more careful from now on. Michael loosened his tie, just about to find a quiet spot to rest, when he saw the little butler shoot off again and come right back like nothing happened. Michael kept calm. What is up? Franklin spoke softly but seriously. Young master, at this party you have got to be careful with everything. Do not eat anything from strangers, do not drink any beverages, better yet, just leave everything alone. Knowing Franklin was looking out for him, Michael's expression softened for a brief moment, but he kept up the act of pretending ignorance. So I am just supposed to starve. True enough. The banquet hall, dazzling with flowers and food, was almost cruel to keep him from eating or drinking anything. Here's what we will do. Franklin grabbed Michael's arm and led him to the buffet table. I will eat whatever you are going to eat. I will taste it for you. Then he picked up a fork, speared a truffle cream potato, shoved it in his mouth and chewed away, delicious. He popped another one right after. Having had enough of the potatoes, Franklin stepped back. All clear, young master. The truffle potatoes are safe. You can eat now. I will go check out the grilled lamb chops. Michael held his fork, staring at the plate with just a few specks of truffle left, unsure whether he should feel touched. Franklin had not gone 2 steps when he darted back. Young master, there are too many shady characters around here. It is quiet and isolated. Just stay put while I bring the good stuff back to you. Michael was at a loss. I would still rather walk around myself. Not listening. Franklin marched down the buffet table, devouring everything. No surprise. It was a star's domain, and the food was top-notch. When he would eaten half his fill and stuffed several plates under his arms, Michael had vanished. Franklin set down the tray and scanned the ballroom. No sign of him. For some reason, Franklin suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. This is Ethan's turf. No matter how careful they are, it is still impossible to stay safe. The ballroom flickered with 100 or so figures in the dim light, none of them Michael. Franklin weaved through the crowd from one end to the other, but still could not find him. Oh no! Could he have fallen victim to Ethan's schemes? Franklin was drenched in sweat, searching frantically through the crowded ballroom. Only minutes later did he finally spot Ethan. Ethan stood by the elevator with his trusted aide, quietly giving instructions. Too far away to hear, Franklin decided to follow them up to the upper floors of the hotel. Boss, what about Lee Group? A hushed voice whispered from the quiet hallway. Franklin pressed himself against the wall at the corner, eavesdropping on Ethan and his loyal aide's conversation. Afraid of giving himself away, he silenced his phone first. Did you get the stuff in place? Ethan's voice. It is already in the water. He drank it, and I saw him do it with his own eyes. That is good, Ethan said with a quiet laugh. Follow the plan, get him into the prearranged room. In half an hour, I will bring people in to catch him red-handed. Got it, I am on my way. Wait a sec, Ethan said. That Lee family butler. Figure out a way to get rid of him. Always yapping, it has been driving me crazy all night. Yes. Franklin's face went pale with shock. Who even lets the main character do this kind of underhanded stuff? That is supposed to be the villain's role. Was Ethan really going to steal this scene too? Franklin patted his chest, still rattled, then decided rescuing Michael had to come first. He took a quick look around, turned back, and headed off in the opposite direction. He had not taken 2 steps when a door suddenly flew open beside the corridor. Before Franklin could cry out, he was yanked into a dark room. Oh my God, help! The door slammed shut with force. Before Franklin could scream, he was pinned against it, his lips covered by a hot, trembling hand. Do not shout, the voice came low and rough. It is me. In the darkness and panic, Franklin somehow recognized Michael's voice. He hesitated. Young master. Michael gave a sharp nod, breathless, then released his hand from Franklin's mouth. Franklin looked up. What are you doing here? I got caught by accident, so I hid myself before Ethan sent anyone over. Franklin said, I told you not to step out of line. History always treats those who go off the rails badly. Michael was not in the mood to listen to his young assistant's nagging. His whole body felt like it was submerged in boiling water, his skin flushed red, and some unspoken secrets were stirring awake, uncontrollable now. Michael clenched his brows tightly. The soft, fragrant warmth of the young man, layered with the sweetness of a little cake, curled through the air, drawing Michael toward something he could not resist. His temple throbbed with each pulse. Mr. Franklin spoke from the dark, so what do we do now? Just stay like this? Something's pressing against me. He reached down blindly. Michael gritted his teeth. Stop. But it was too late. Franklin had already touched something indescribable, and he trembled in shock. My young master. His mind went blank, a tangled mess like yarn after a cat's playing, completely lost and unable to think straight. He stammered out, You soothe it. Get it back under control. Michael's head was splitting from the noise. He let go, leaning against the wall and gritting out, Franklin, go to the bathroom and run some water. Oh. Franklin was completely stunned, trembling as he staggered toward the bathroom and filled the bathtub with ice-cold water. Young master, the water's ready. Michael lay down in his clothes, frowning deeply. Get out. Franklin tumbled out of the bathroom. He paced back and forth outside the bathroom, slamming his left fist into his right palm several times, still no luck, still caught in it. Was he really supposed to call? Young master, should I call an ambulance? No, shut up. No. Franklin just stood there, dazed by the door. Footsteps came and went outside, people rushing past several times. Franklin quietly made his way to the foyer and peeked through the peephole. Ethan's men were searching for Michael. Where is he? We have checked the ballroom already, no sign. Expand the search, check the garden, kitchen, balcony, garage, every single spot. If you do not find him, Ethan's going to make you regret it. Yes, I will go look again. What if we still cannot find him? Then knock on every guest room door, check them one by one. This is not right, is it? Footsteps tapped away. Only after they would faded into the distance did Franklin reach for the doorknob and turn the lock. That guy really is not what he seems. He is capable of pulling a stunt like this. Franklin wandered around the room with nothing to do. How much longer is Michael going to take? I am so bored I am falling asleep. The bathroom was completely quiet, except for the soft sound of running water. He could not hear anything else. Franklin let out a yawn and leaned back on the sofa for a bit. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 2 in the afternoon. After what felt like an eternity, Michael finally called out to him, Franklin. Franklin jumped at the sound. Young master. Go get yourself a new set of clothes, Michael said. His voice sounding much more normal now, seemed like he was back to okay. Franklin let out a quiet sigh. Yes, young master, I will go right away. Everything, Michael stressed. No shortcuts, nothing missing. Franklin nodded. Got it. Franklin opened the door, glanced left and right, then quietly made his way downstairs. The party was over, all the guests had gone, and Ethan had vanished somewhere. Franklin stepped out of the hotel and found a small, convenience store nearby, picking up a casual outfit on the spot to cover himself. When it came time to choose underwear, he hit a snag. The store did not carry Michael's size. "Hi sir, need help?" The cashier approached with a friendly smile. Franklin pointed at the fabric on the shelf. "This one, any large sizes available?" The clerk asked, "What size are you looking for?" "Damn, last time I was too stunned to even check the size." Franklin paused for a few seconds, then said, "About this big." He fumbled with his hands, gesturing vaguely at a rough length and width. The clerk choked slightly. "Sorry, we do not carry sizes that big." Franklin blinked a few times, then gave up. He stood on his toes, reached up, pulled the fabric down from the shelf, and headed straight to the front desk to check out. Half an hour later, Franklin returned to the room, and Michael had already come out of the bathroom, his hair still damp, wearing a pristine white robe. Franklin gave a quiet mental gasp and quickly looked away. "Young master, I got the clothes back." Michael hummed in response, took the bag, glanced inside, then frowned. "Did you get the size wrong?" "No," Franklin whispered. "Supermarket sizes tend to be pretty standard." Michael let out a faint, dry laugh. So, Franklin cleared his throat lightly and rubbed the tip of his nose. "Maybe you could just wear 3 layers." Michael had never felt this speechless in his life. That annoying little manager. Michael really wanted to hang him up and give him a good beating. Finally, Michael did not go with Franklin's suggestion. He made a quick call, asking the driver, Uncle Ullin, to return home and fetch another set of clothes, though it meant waiting a bit longer. An hour later, someone knocked urgently on the door. Franklin opened it to find Jason standing there. "Brother Franklin, I heard you were targeted by someone sneaky, so I came over with Uncle Ullin. Are you two okay?" Jason handed the clothes to his brother. Michael took them without a word, face cold. Jason felt something off in the air and quietly asked Franklin, "Why does my brother seem so mad? What were you guys talking about?" Franklin glanced at Michael. "Oh, nothing much, just a few sensitive topics." Michael shot a sideways glare at Franklin just as he was about to step into the bedroom. "Franklin." The warning in his tone made Franklin lower his gaze and rub his nose nervously. "Oh, never mind, I'm not saying anything else. I have seen this kind of thing 100 times in novels. People are just people. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Jason's ears burned at those words, his eyes widening as he stared at his brother. Brother. Did he actually mean all of that? Michael turned and walked into the room, slamming the door behind him. After changing clothes, the group headed back home. Michael had just been ambushed and did not go into work. He stayed home to rest for 2 days. Franklin was glad for the break, happily eating and drinking, and when he had free time, he would chat with Jason in the living room about which entertainment show could withstand the test of time. "Franklin, what kind of cursed luck do I have? Why does every show I pick either fall apart or stink?" Jason tossed the files onto the table and threw up his hands in defeat. Franklin could not believe how unlucky the Lee family was. No matter how many cups of water there were, even if they picked just one poisoned cup out of 1,000, they would always end up choosing the tainted one. It was like they were cursed. Franklin sighed and bent over to help Jason sort through the options. The Lee family's bad luck came from a curse placed by the original author above their heads, but he was lucky enough to be able to help pick the better ones. Later on, a bodyguard came into the room to report that Ethan had arrived for a visit. "What is he even here for?" Jason smirked. "We do not have any ties with him." Jason did not know about yesterday's events, just assumed Michael had been targeted by someone who wanted his older brother. "Oh, look, Fox showing up to wish the chicken a happy new year." For a moment, he could not tell who Franklin was actually insulting. Michael said, "Let him in." Got it. The bodyguard turned and left to fetch the guest. This was Ethan's first time visiting the Lee family, and they sent a bodyguard to guide him. Michael and Jason were sitting on the sofa, not even bothering to lift their eyes. Franklin did not look up either, still munching on his cookie. "Michael," Ethan said, offering a sheepish smile. "I heard you were targeted at the banquet, only found out afterward. Came straight over to check on you. Hope it is not too much trouble." Michael spoke flatly, "Nothing serious. Guess that will disappoint you." Ethan let out a dry chuckle and settled himself onto the sofa. "What are you talking about? This is all my fault for not keeping better watch. My people messed up. I was worried sick about you, not exactly thrilled to hear it." Franklin finally looked up at Ethan. His grins practically splitting his face. How dare he claim he is not gloating? If you are going to pretend, at least hide your fox tail better. No one was paying attention to him, and Ethan's expression turned a bit sour. He got straight to the point. "I came over today with something I would like to discuss with Michael. Your little house manager really caught my eye. I have been doing business with him, and we are on good terms. Mind if I ask for a favor? Why do not you let Franklin join me at my place?" Franklin blinked in confusion, realizing he was the one being targeted for New Year's greetings all along. Slap! Jason slammed the program down on the table with a sharp crack. "Trying to steal their head housekeeper, not a chance." Michael said coolly, "Ethan can pick from any talent he wants. Why is he suddenly set on Franklin?" Ethan waved it off. "Honestly, just felt like we clicked." Michael glanced toward the corner. "Franklin, Ethan's really interested in you. Would you consider working for him?" Franklin chewed on a small cookie, looked up, and answered without hesitation, "No way. Ethan's not a good guy, and I do not want to be one of his goons doing dirty work. The Lee family's the better choice. No way am I going." Michael seemed to let out a quiet chuckle. Ethan stared at Franklin, holding out the bait. "Franklin, I really like you. Come on board, and your salary's whatever you want." Franklin did not take the bait. "Then how about 100 million right off the bat? You cannot even afford that. How dare you come here and try to poach me in person? Get lost already." Ethan's smile faltered, his tone unreadable. "Franklin, you really know how to crack a joke. Seems like you do not think much of Shen family anymore." Franklin said, "If that is how you see it, I cannot change your mind." Ethan took a deep breath. "Franklin, if you join me, I will offer you 10 times the salary. What do you think?" That was his absolute best offer. If the little housekeeper still refused, he would be downright disrespectful. Michael glanced over. He really did not want the little housekeeper to accept the job switch. After all, he was still a bit of a money lover. "Not interested at all." Franklin kept his eyes on the biscuit as he said, "Forget it, Ethan. I have been thinking about this for a while now. We just are not right for each other. You are a great employer, but honestly, you are not good enough for me. Let's pretend we never met and part ways nicely, okay?" Did not he usually say exactly that to ordinary girls? This was all straight from his own playbook. That sharp, backhanded mockery left him feeling uneasy. Ethan was completely undone, stood up and left without even saying goodbye. Doing his duty as a butler, Franklin saw him to the door. Ethan gave a sly look, not getting any advantage, but still wanted to stir up trouble for the Lee family before leaving. "So this is how the Shen family welcomes guests. I have certainly learned something today." Franklin said modestly, "Well, not bad at all. We always bring a gift when we visit, unlike some people who show up empty-handed." "It's a big one." Ethan thought of the huge grandfather clock in his own warehouse, and could not help but fume. His chest ached with rage as he slammed the car door shut. Franklin watched the car's backside speed off, then shook his head with a soft chuckle. "Guess the main character does not have much mental toughness," ran off already. "It's boring. What if I call him back for another round of fun?" Franklin jumped in surprise, turning around. "Young master, when did you get here?" Michael smiled faintly, eyes lowered. "Right at the moment you said a big one as a gift." Franklin gave a shy smile. "Oh, then you arrived just in time. Look at me showing the Lee family some serious respect." Hurry up and tell the kitchen to treat your little steward right." Michael's expression softened, his mood clearly bright. "There is not much in this card, just take it as pocket money." A card landed in Franklin's hand. Franklin's eyes lit up instantly. "Thank you, young master. Told you staying at the Lee family was the right call. There is even a bonus now." Carefully slipped the card into his pocket, Franklin bit his lip and asked Michael, "How much is in the account?" "If he gives too much, I would feel awkward taking it, haha." Michael kept it simple, 50. Franklin tilted his head, 50 what? Michael gave him a look, what was he even saying? Yeah. Wow, the boss is generous. Ethan's car vanished around the bend, and from the way he left, it looked like he would not be coming back to cause trouble for the Lee family anytime soon. Franklin walked home clutching his $50, still worried as he warned Michael on the way. "He is still a bad guy, do not think he will just let it go like that." Michael gave a single grunt, "So you have got a plan?" "Yeah, right. I am not his mind reader. I cannot predict what he will do next." Franklin straightened up, dead serious. "We will just meet trouble when it comes. When the enemy attacks, we defend. When water flows, we build a dam. Remember this, young master. Open fights are easy to dodge, but sneaky tricks are hard to guard against." Not long after getting the bonus, Franklin's first paycheck landed, after taxes, exactly yuan. He was so thrilled he held his phone and counted every zero one by oh. With Michael's bonus added in, he now had a savings of a. Franklin lay on the bed, happily rolling around with his phone in hand. He was so rich now. 2 days later, Jason finally picked out a decent option from the list full of traps. After Franklin personally checked it and confirmed it was safe to go for, Jason enthusiastically took the documents and signed up. Michael, worried his brother might act reckless or get scammed again, ordered Franklin to keep an eye on him. Jason was actually happy to have Franklin with him. He did not even mind his older brother placing a spy right by his side, and happily dragged Franklin out the door. On the way, Franklin got several entertainment alerts. It was about Henry. Celebrity actor Henry scandal has been exposed. Henry stole things. Henry's a fake heir. Real-life cat and mouse swap. Henry has been posing as the real heir for 20 years. After discovering his true origins, he repeatedly betrayed and ruined the genuine young master. His heart's pure evil. The real young master suffered unjustly for years, but remained innocent and kind-hearted. The cat can never replace the prince. Henry was trending on social media, with 3 of the top 10 spots taken up by his story. Netizens were having a field day digging into this juicy celebrity downfall and the scandalous secrets of high society. Franklin had once secretly sent some dirt on Henry to a big expose account, but he would forgotten all about it, until now, when the whole thing suddenly blew up. Jason got the same alert at the same time, and stared at it for a while before falling silent. Franklin closed his phone and asked, "Young master, you okay?" Jason snapped back to attention. "What?" Franklin looked at him. "What were you thinking about?" "Just wondering what to have for dinner," Jason said. "I just saw online that white truffle mushroom rice sounds amazing, and scallop and abalone stir fry with veggies is good too. Franklin, let's go eat after our audition, okay?" Turns out he was just watching food vlogs. Not actually upset over Henry's scandal, that is for sure. Good, that spared him the trouble of coming up with comforting words. The audition was set at a small entertainment company in the city center, with no big names among investors or actors. But Franklin knew this show would later blow up. Ethan even pumped in extra funding halfway through and ended up making a fortune. In the office, the director handled auditions personally. Jason had his materials ready and gave a confident self-introduction. The producers nodded in approval, tucked the documents away, then turned to Franklin. "You are up next, young man." Franklin looked around, then pointed at himself. "Me." "Of course," the director said. No, not me." Franklin pointed at Jason. I am his assistant, just here to carry bags. I am not auditioning. To be fair, Franklin looked quite good. He had a soft, gentle appearance, round, bright eyes, and plump lips that gave off an innocent, dreamy charm. Perfect fit for their show's vibe. Too bad he had no intention of debuting. The director sighed regretfully. Well then, next one. Hey Franklin, how did I do? Did I stutter at all? Jason asked after leaving the office. Franklin gave him a thumbs up. You killed it. Jason bit his lip and smiled. The director said if I pass the audition, I can join the shoot tomorrow. But it is a reality show. What if I do not have any funny moments? What if I am not even remotely entertaining? Franklin said, just stay natural, young master. Jason nodded. Yeah, then I will fix myself up at home tonight and make a big entrance tomorrow, blow their minds. The young master's being modest. You are actually pretty funny. That evening, Jason got a call from the production team. Shoot tomorrow at the designated location. Jason immediately shared the good news with Franklin, and the two of them giggled together for a while. In the evening, Michael came home from work. Franklin gently knocked on the study door. Master. Michael set down the documents, his gut telling him the little butler was up to something again. Come in. A small head peeked through the crack. Not interrupting you, right? Michael snorted. You do not disturb me, but you scare me. Franklin pushed the door open wider. The young master passed the audition. He starts shooting tomorrow. Michael nodded. I know. Franklin stayed put by the door. Michael raised an eyebrow. Something else. The young master's already joining the crew. Franklin hinted, as his elder brother and pillar of support, should not you show some backing? Invest. Breathtaking returns. This is a Sarefiri hit, going to blow up nationwide. Right now it is still just a tiny seedling, so let's water and fertilize it fast before we harvest big. I would invest myself if I had the cash. Michael said with interest, like what? The loyal aide was sharp enough. Sometimes it paid to play dumb. Like, Franklin carefully chose his words. Pour in 100 billion so the young master can walk through the set like he owns it. Is he a crab that needs to go sideways? Michael paused. And do you think my money just blows in on the wind? Blowing 100 billion. Even game gold does not get spent like that. That is pushing it a bit. Franklin racked his brain. Could you at least put in something substantial? That way the young master will have real backup and will not be bullied on set. The loyal aide was working hard to boost Lee family's income. Michael figured it was time to end the act. He nodded. All right, I will have Levi handle the investment. Franklin clapped his hands twice. This might just be the wisest move the young masters made all year. Before this, every other decision was a total mess up. He reached behind him and pulled out a book from the towering shelf that stretched all the way to the ceiling. Franklin clapped enthusiastically. This is easily the most brilliant decision young master has made this year. The next day, Jason received the filming notice as promised. It was a food reality show designed to uncover hidden culinary gems tucked away in alleyways and backstreets. The production team had been preparing for it for 3 months, but progress had stalled due to lack of funds and manpower. Yesterday was the final audition day. Jason filled the last open spot, and today they were rushing straight into filming. On the way to the shooting location, Jason rummaged through his luggage in the limo, muttering, First appearance, what should I wear? The agent sitting in the front passenger seat, mister. He responded, Young master, since this is your first show, just go for something youthful and understated. Sophia was Michael's professional agent, who also arranged a dedicated team to handle all of Jason's affairs in the entertainment industry. But that is too boring. I am afraid no one will remember me. Jason groaned, sprawled across the backseat, flipping through clothes. Franklin turned to look at the backseat. What kind of outfit are you thinking? Jason said, something that will make people's eyes light up and never forget. Sophia chimed in. Young master, this is a reality show. You cannot wear anything too extravagant. Jason replied, I do not want expensive, I want unforgettable. I want people to remember my face the moment they think of me." That request was way too broad and abstract. Even Sophia found it tricky. "Simple," Franklin said with a small, knowing smile. "If expensive is out of the question, then go for something bizarre instead." The filming location was set in an old district filled with narrow alleys and winding lanes. Everywhere you looked, there was a thick sense of history. The directing team was setting up the shooting site. With little known actors involved, there was not much buzz on site. After a quiet launch ceremony, the first episode officially began filming. "Franklin, there is nothing much to do right now, just rest in the car. I will come find you after I am done filming." Franklin hesitated before speaking. "Young master, are you really sure about wearing that outfit?" Jason nodded. "Sure thing, I think it will stand out. That way the audience will not forget me." Franklin offered a gentle warning, "But they might never forget you, ever." Jason paused for a moment, then let the storm come crashing down harder. "As long as you are happy, that is all that matters." Jason carried the clothes off to the temporary changing room. Franklin had nothing else to do, so he sat under the shade of a tree, sipping slowly at his passion fruit bubble tea. It had been getting a bit chilly lately, so he ordered it without ice and even brought one extra for Jason, just in case, to drink right after filming wrapped up. Michael happened by the set to meet with the director, and that is exactly what he saw. Under the tree shade, his young steward was dressed in a crisp white casual outfit, skin pale and smooth like freshly steamed dumplings, completely absorbed in sipping on his milk tea. Michael stepped closer. "Where is Jason?" Franklin was squinting at the fruit bits in his drink when he heard it. He choked slightly. "He went to change clothes. What brings you here, Mr. Michael?" The cool shade felt nice, so Michael unbuttoned his coat and sat down beside Franklin. "I came to discuss funding with the director." Franklin glanced at the chair beneath him. "Then why are you still here?" "Stuff like this, a secretary's more than enough." Franklin lightly chewed on his lip, puzzled. "So what exactly are you here for?" Michael seemed to read Franklin's mind with a quick glance. "Just here as the boss checking in, making sure no one's slacking off on set." "Then just read my ID number already." "Everyone ready. Our first episode is officially rolling action." The camera started rolling, and all the guests began introducing themselves and picking up their episode materials. Michael glanced into the crowd. "Where is Jason?" Franklin, still sucking on his straw, looked up. He made a deal with the director, big entrance. Michael's eyes flickered at the word big. How big? Before Franklin could answer, a loud voice rang out from nearby. "Let's welcome our newest guest, Jason." Franklin and Michael both turned to look toward the side of the stage. A big green frog was smiling cheerfully by the edge, waving one hand while making a heart shape with its other, bright green and glowing. I knew it would be shocking, but I did not think it would hit this hard. And that was not even the end of it. Franklin was just about to say something when, suddenly, the guy in the frog suit bent over and launched into a dozen backflips right there on the spot. Franklin was genuinely startled by the green, glowing frog suit. Michael's voice remained calm and flat. "So this is your big entrance?" Franklin blurted out, "Just tell me if it is heavy or not, how much does it weigh?" Not only the audience watching the show, but even random passengers would carry that image in their minds forever. The emerald green frog flipped backward, landing perfectly. Everyone froze, guests included, and even the director in charge of pacing forgot to react, his face turning green. "I have got one more performance," said the green frog. "Director, can I go ahead?" The director was caught off guard. "Yeah, okay." "My talent is..." The giant green frog pulled out a wireless microphone from his pocket, voice booming through the speakers. "I can sing dolphin tones." The filming site fell silent. A single dry leaf twirled lazily across the empty ground. The frog looked up and said, "No applause at all." A few scattered claps echoed through the room. Jason cleared his throat. "Then I am starting." Franklin's milk tea slipped right out of his hand and shattered on the floor. Not you, young master. Why start with 0 frame delay? The frog screamed into the sky, utterly wild and frantic. Michael seemed shaken. Did you teach him to do this? Franklin quickly waved his hands, raising his palms. Young master, I swear on my life, I only gave a weird idea. How it turned out, that is all down to young master's own creativity. He would originally invested because the young manager said it could make money and also help boost his younger brother's standing. But now, he felt too embarrassed to stay. Michael stood up. Franklin picked up the discarded milk tea box and stood as well. Michael raised an eyebrow. Where to? Franklin lowered his head slightly. Find a place to lie low for now. The young master's star power is too strong. I cannot bear to be seen riding on it. Michael let out a cold scoff. You just want to cause trouble somewhere else, do not you? Franklin shot him a teasing glance. How could I? You are misunderstanding me. For the sake of the bonus, I am willing to be your loyal servant. Michael did not respond, but he also did not stop Franklin from coming along. The filming crew had nothing urgent going on. So long as no one interfered, the show was bound to blow up. Franklin left a message for the young master and quickly followed Michael out. Still, mister, Michael was steady. He would never wear that frog suit or scream dolphin sounds. When they got to the car, Levi was already sitting in the passenger seat. Levi, Franklin greeted cheerfully, grinning from ear to ear. Michael's lips barely moved. Watch the road. The main road's wide open, Franklin said with a sweet smile. It has been ages since I saw Levi. I just waved. That is all part of team rapport. Michael, but you are grinning like you are about to go looking for trouble with him. Levi stepped out of the car and opened the back door, giving Franklin a polite nod. Franklin, good afternoon. Franklin asked, Levi, are you on an outing too? Sort of. I am accompanying Michael on a business trip. Franklin took a small step back. Looking at the open back seat, Franklin did not get in. Young master, would having me along on this trip be inconvenient? Just thinking about it sounds exhausting. At least little young master is easier. His torment only lasts a moment. Michael gave a knowing smile. It is perfectly fine. He asked softly, but I do not know anything about this kind of thing. Michael said, you do not need to worry about business matters. Just handle the logistics. Franklin hesitated. Michael said, did not we agree you would be my servant? Self-inflicted mess, I will have to jump in anyway. Just kidding. I am ready to serve the young master. Michael did not believe a word of it. The trip was headed to the neighboring city. Michael had learned from his personal assistant that the Eshengsha branch secretly held major risks. He would originally plan to let go of the company, but after years of effort, he could not just cut ties. So he decided to visit in person and see if there was any way to salvage some losses. The branch office had already heard the news. Headquarters' top boss was coming for an audit, sending shockwaves through the whole company. Sebastian, the branch manager, urgently called a secret meeting with his most trusted subordinates, drew the curtains shut, turned off the lights, and huddled together in low whispers to plot. Sebastian, I just got word. The person coming from headquarters is the big boss. Why did Michael come in person? Sebastian let out a sharp sigh. He is always so sharp, cannot fool him. If he catches on to anything, we are done for. Sebastian, I have got an idea, just not sure if it will actually work. Sebastian, go on, tell me, hurry up. The plan is, as soon as Michael arrives, you play up the tiredness from the trip. Treat them to a night of wild indulgence, get them drunk, sweet-talk them a bit, and have 2 lovely women attend to them. That will smooth everything over, will not it? Sebastian's eyes lit up. Exactly. Who can resist wine and women? Let's get someone to make the arrangements right away. Oh, by the way, Michael, into both boys and girls. Nothing in the file says, but he has kept clear of women all these years. I would bet on boys. Sebastian nodded firmly. All right, let's do it this way. 2 hours later, Franklin stumbled out of the airport behind Michael, dazed and unsteady on his feet. His face was pale and translucent, all his usual bounce gone. He said nothing after stepping off the plane, just grimaced in discomfort. It was Franklin's first time flying, ever, and he would been violently sick to his stomach. Even on solid ground, his head still felt like it was floating. Levi glanced at a message on his phone, quickly found the exit, and led the two out. The branch manager was already waiting at the entrance. When he saw Michael arriving with a stranger, he paused for a moment. "Michael, hello, I am Sebastian, head of Shanghai. It is a pleasure to meet you." Michael paused slightly. Before he could finish, he felt something hit his back. Franklin, still disoriented and too slow to stop, stumbled straight into Michael's back. The man's broad, solid shoulders filled the space behind him, close enough to catch the rich scent of fine men's cologne. Michael reached out and caught the person behind him. "Since when did you learn to face break?" Franklin rubbed his sore nose and shot back instantly. "Do not be silly, this was a soft landing, not a crash." Michael glanced at the man beside him, who had been barely behaving all this time but suddenly started acting up, and finally noticed his little assistant's pale face. "Sick from flying." Franklin slumped forward with a hand on his head. "Probably." Michael turned to Sebastian. "You should rest for a bit." "Ah, sure, of course, no problem at all." Sebastian kept a calm and cheerful face, but as soon as he turned away, he sent a message to his trusted aide. "Michael brought along a stranger, check their identity right away." The reply came quickly. "Got it, Sebastian, be careful with him. He is the new assistant to Michael. All of Michael's project contracts go through his hands. He is definitely someone important." Sebastian's expression flickered. "Arrange the same package for Michael and make sure to prepare one for this new assistant too. Take good care of him. There will be plenty in it for you down the line." "Understood." Putting his phone away, Sebastian let out a soft sigh. No wonder he dared to challenge Michael head-on. He really is someone serious. Michael even delayed his schedule for him, so it is clear how much he trusts this guy. "Good thing we caught on early. We still have time to fix things." At the airport entrance stood a private car sent by the local branch. As soon as Franklin got in, he curled himself up into his seat and just rested for the whole ride until he finally came to. Sebastian led the group straight to the hotel and ordered a big spread of gourmet dishes, which was right up Franklin's alley. Before the kitchen even brought out the main dishes, Franklin grabbed some fruit from the table and took a bite, but immediately scrunched up his face. "This is so sour." He placed the fruit back on the table, its bite mark still visible. Michael glanced at his little assistant, who was scrunching up his face in distress, and for once found it amusing. "Is it really that sour?" Franklin tried hard to keep a straight face. "Not sour at all, just my toothache." Not sour. Hurry up and eat, it will shut you right up." "How can I bear all this bitterness alone? Everyone else better share the pain, hand it over to me." Goodness, our little steward turned crafty now. Levi did not suspect a thing. He picked up the fruit and took a bite. Michael gave him that half-smile, half-doubt look. "Not sour." Franklin quickly shifted blame. "The owner here is not great at picking fruit. This one's not even ripe. Apples should be nice and red, you know. After the trip, I will pick you a whole basket. Trust me, I am good at it. I will get you some real tasty ones." Sebastian nearly dropped his wine flask. Is this really the everyday routine between the assistant and the boss? Stunned for 2 seconds, Sebastian raised his glass. "I am truly honored that Michael himself is visiting our Shanghai branch today. It really shows how much headquarters cares about us. Michael, I will not say more, everything's in this drink. From now on, we will keep serving you faithfully." Michael lifted his glass with dignified poise. "No need for that. I have got my own horses and donkeys right here." A barely noticeable smile tugged at Michael's lips as he started giving orders to his faithful crew. "Jing, pour the wine." Franklin set down his chopsticks and poured the wine. "Mr. Michael, Assistant Jing, peel the shrimp." Franklin let go of the half-chewed crab leg, picked up a lobster with his fork, pressed his lips together, and started peeling it for someone. Mr. Michael kept going. Assistant Jing, bring another bowl of soup. Bang! The sound of the bowl's bottom slamming hard against the table. The dining room fell silent. Sebastian did not dare move a muscle. He was completely baffled, feeling like he was stuck in some strange dream. It was unreal. How could an employee actually push back at the boss like that? Seriously. Assistant Jing, now that is what I call a real tough nut. Others might have good reasons to be mad, but little mister. Jing was furious because his dinner had been delayed. He was so annoyed his cheeks were puffed out like an angry pufferfish. Still, it was a golden chance. Oengaheng thought he might finally hear what little mister Jing said about him behind his back so he could plan some payback later. Mr. Michael sat there calmly, waiting for Franklin to slip up and reveal his true thoughts. Franklin blinked a few times, snapped back into focus, realized what he had just done and went stiff all over. Did not say anything. That is not like Mr. Jing at all. A few seconds passed before he saw the little man twitch slightly. Mr. Michael leaned in, listening closely. Your eating posture is wrong, my legs cramping. The dining atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. Levi was so shocked he forgot about the sourness, while Sebastian looked horrified yet secretly thrilled. His little assistant was rebelling. This guy really was a heavyweight. Franklin felt equally awkward. His leg was cramping, and he could not sit still, but standing up only made things worse, adding embarrassment to discomfort. Franklin was so flustered his eyes darted around, but in the thick silence, he calmly reached across the table with his chopsticks, plucked a tender bamboo shoot from in front of Sebastian, and then sat back down with steady composure. Thank goodness I am quick on my feet, came up with using the chopsticks to cover up the awkwardness. Otherwise, this moment would have been a total disaster. The situation was already bad enough. How clueless can this little assistant be? Such a thick-skinned and eccentric assistant clearly had never been put through the ringer by a strict boss at work. Honestly, it was nearly impossible not to tease him. At that moment, two waiters carried trays into the private room. Michael raised an eyebrow slightly. Franklin. Franklin snapped his head around sharply. What now? Michael gave a soft order. The freshly served lobster looks promising. Shell 1. Though he could not quite catch what the little assistant was muttering, judging by the tone, it sounded pretty harsh. Franklin muttered under his breath in annoyance, but his body moved without hesitation to bring over the lobster. Seeing Sebastian and Levi staring at him with hopeful eyes, he even generously handed one each to them. Michael gets one, I get one. Levi gets one, I get one. Sebastian gets one, I get one. I am such a genius. Michael glanced down and let out a quiet scoff. When did you learn to line your own pockets? Click. Franklin turned to face him, then started making up excuses. Michael, this is clearly a fair division based on effort. I am the only one doing any work in this whole private room. Everyone else just sits and eats. I have already peeled 2 lobsters and haven't even taken a bite myself. Do not I deserve a few more to make up for it? No way, Michael is not that stingy, is he? The mood eased up a bit, and Michael did not seem angry at all. Sebastian wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly changed the subject away from embezzlement, letting out 2 forced laughs. Looks like Assistant Jing really likes lobster. No problem, I will have the kitchen bring out 2 more servings. Franklin's eyes lit up instantly when he glanced over. Sebastian was just scratching his head, trying to figure out how to win Franklin over, when he caught the man's eager glance, right away. He added 2 more portions of squirrel mandarin fish and lion's head meatballs. As soon as the dishes hit the table, Franklin's eyes sparkled. Sebastian smiled to himself, relieved he had not misread the situation. This top assistant right by the big boss' side was actually someone who could not keep their mouth shut. That made things easier. He was not worried about people being hard to reach. It was the opposite. If someone was too open and everywhere, all you needed was a crack. And then how could you not get a handle on this Jing assistant? By the time they finished dinner, it was already 7 in the evening. Sebastian personally escorted Michael and Franklin to their hotel for rest. Michael's room was on the Erta floor, while Franklin and Levi were both on the Itha. They got Michael settled first before heading back down. On the way downstairs in the elevator, Sebastian could not hold back his restless energy. He slowly leaned closer to Franklin, trying to get friend. "Assistant Jing, did you enjoy tonight's dinner?" Franklin nodded. "It was great, thanks for the generous hospitality, Sebastian." Those huge lobsters were absolutely delicious. He could not stop thinking about them. If he did not have to keep up appearances while traveling, he would have definitely packed two back to his room to devour. "Oh, you are too kind," Sebastian said with a polite smile. "As long as everyone enjoys their meal and drink, that is all the reward I could ask for. Money is not an issue at all." Franklin suddenly shifted his gaze. He noticed that Sebastian was standing a bit too close for comfort. What is going on? Everyone in this pure love BL story is into a full-blown romance. That cannot be right. There is no mention of that in the original. Sebastian gave a faint smile. "Nice to meet you, Jack. Please take care of me." He picked it up and found it was a bank card. "It is just a small token. Please accept it, Assistant Jing." Franklin got the picture. He was being bribed. Right in front of Levi. Franklin turned to warn, "Sebastian, Levi's still here. This is not right." Sebastian did not really care about Levi. He had his own eyes planted at headquarters, and according to the intel from those sources, Levi was already out of favor, effectively pushed aside by Michael from the core operations. Now, at the main office, he was just a high-level errand boy. With your position and standing, how could a mere secretary possibly spread rumors about you? Mr. Jing, this is just a small token of appreciation. Please do me a favor and speak up for me when you are around Michael. Levi pushed to the corner of the elevator, adjusted his glasses, and a flash glinted off the lenses. Franklin asked curiously, "How much is in there?" Sebastian gave a thumbs up, 2 million. He glanced sideways at Levi, just slightly. Levi, there is a big worm right here. Catch him and send him to Warden Lee. All this is prison profit, you know." Levi pushed his glasses up again and gave a slight nod, showing he understood. Franklin relaxed, turned back to the person beside him and chatted casually. "That is a lot." Sebastian gave a sly wink and slid the bank card across the table toward Franklin, saying, "Miss Jing is always up for more responsibility. This money's definitely yours to keep." The small card spun twice between Franklin's slender fingers as he said casually, "I bet the branch manager could get away with quite a bit over the years. Sebastian must have made a nice little fortune by now, huh? This kid's so polite, and yet not at all, bringing up private stuff like that in an elevator." The elevator had just reached the floor when Sebastian quickly stepped in to hold the door open, then slipped the card into Franklin's pocket. "After you, Assistant Jing. It is late and chilly out. There is a surprise midnight snack waiting for you in your room. Please enjoy it at your leisure." Franklin stepped out of the elevator, completely confused. "You made me dinner." Sebastian grinned with mischief, then shut the elevator door slowly as Franklin stared in utter confusion, before heading down the stairs at a leisurely pace. Franklin turned to Levi. "Levi, what was that about?" Levi adjusted his glasses. "There is probably still something he bribed you with back in your room." Franklin asked, "Then why does not he bribe you?" Even though there were 3 of them, Sebastian seemed completely oblivious to Levi's presence, ignoring him entirely. Levi explained, "In recent times, you are clearly better at winning Michael's favor than I am." "Really?" "Michael's been treating me like a beast of burden these past days." Franklin shivered and patted Levi. "It is late at night. What kind of ghost story are you telling?" He looked down softly. "I am serious. Haven't you noticed? Ever since you showed up, Michael's smiles have increased. With Lee Group's work piling up, I haven't seen him this happy in ages." Franklin snapped his head around, giving Levi a sharp, scowling glare. "Levi," Franklin said seriously, "that is not your line. Do not steal the scene." What a weirdo, you even stole the Butler's lines. Besides, that classic line belongs to the heroine. Why are you dumping it on me? Dragging his feet, Franklin stopped at the doorway and called out to Levi. Levi, you would better come in with me. What if Sebastian tries bribing me with a whole room full of cash? Levi did not hesitate. Do not worry, Michael can handle it. Franklin frowned. I am just not sure I will be able to resist. Franklin widened his eyes slightly. I really do not think I can handle such a huge temptation. Please come in with me, perfect and dedicated Levi. You are my personal guardrail against doing something wrong. Levi could not help but laugh and sigh. All right then. Franklin pulled out the key card and swiped it, sliding it into the slot. The room flared to life in an instant. 1 second after seeing inside, Franklin froze for a split second. At the foot of the large bed, 2 muscular men in nothing but their pants stood up with cheerful grins, revealing well-defined muscles across their shoulders and waists. Their sun-kissed skin gleamed under the light, broad shoulders tapering to narrow hips, abs so sharp they could have been used as a clothes rack. Bang! Franklin slammed the door shut in one motion. He stepped back too fast and accidentally kicked Levi in the foot. Levi clutched his leg, hopping up and down. What is inside? Nothing. Franklin's eyes flickered uneasily. Levi did not buy it. Nothing. You are acting totally weird. Could it really be a room full of cash? How much has Sebastian even stolen? No, Franklin carefully chose his words. There are just 2 clothes boards in there. Levi felt like he would been on a roller coaster, nearly thrown off by Franklin's sudden turn. Clothes, boards. Yeah, no problem. I am certain there is no money in there. Go get some rest, Levi. Levi raised an eyebrow, suspicious. Half a minute passed. He seemed to figure something out, or maybe not at all. Either way, he waved his hand and walked off. Franklin dared not step inside. He paced back and forth outside the door like a caged animal. After a moment, he pulled out his phone. Reporting to young master. Hostile presence detected downstairs, requesting immediate in-person briefing. He figured Michael would not reply at such a late hour, but less than 2 seconds later, his phone buzzed. Lee's come up. Following it was a room number. After reading the room number, Franklin blinked in suspicion. Why was not it on the flow? With a mind full of unsettled worries, Franklin made his way to the top floor and knocked on the door. Michael opened the door himself, still wearing that sharp suit from earlier. Young master, I am glad you are still awake. I was just about to say, but before he could finish, Franklin suddenly heard a tiny, muffled sob. Franklin cautiously peeked around, spotting 2 small boys sitting on the floor behind Michael, their eyes and noses red from crying, looking utterly pitiful. Franklin's expression toward Michael changed completely. No way, did not expect you to be like this, Michael. 1 night and you are taking on 2 already. Franklin, Michael quickly cut him off, his voice sharp. This is someone Sebastian sent over. Franklin only knew Sebastian, but it took him a few seconds to connect the dots. Then his eyes widened in shock. I have got 2 in my room too. Michael suddenly looked up, his gaze somehow colder than before. You have got 2 in your room too. Yeah, Franklin said, but they are a bit different from the ones in your room. Michael's brows knitted ititur. How are they different? They look like they can handle themselves, Franklin said, glancing at the guy on the floor. You can tell they are real fighters. I am half convinced Sebastian sent them to shadow me. Michael asked, how do you even know they are fighters? Wait, did the junior housekeeper actually get beaten up in his room? Franklin explained. They were not wearing clothes, huge muscles everywhere. Franklin looked from the 2 boys on the ground to his own room's situation and suddenly clicked. Michael, I get it now. Michael said, what do you understand? Sebastian looks down on you, Franklin said with mock seriousness. He sent these 2 little guys to ambush you, unlike the ones in my room. Those 2 look like they could rip a man apart just by staring. Thank goodness I got away fast. Michael was not going to expose Sebastian's scheme. Better for the young steward to be a bit simple-minded, just as long as he had a clean heart and never meant anyone harm. If he stayed foolish his whole life in the Lee family, no one would ever be able to take advantage of him. Michael brought Franklin inside, asked a few questions, then politely escorted the two boys out of the room. The two boys were crying so pitifully, wrapped in loose bathrobes. As they stood up from the floor, their long, straight legs came into view, and as the robes slipped off their rounded shoulders, a sheer inner layer revealed beneath, barely thicker than a cicada's wing. Franklin narrowed his eyes sharply. Who even sends an assassin out with a spaghetti strap? That is not professional. A few seconds passed before he finally realized something was off. Franklin's eyes snapped wide open. No way, I am the one who has been looked down on all along. Sebastian has terrible taste. What kind of eyes does he even have? I did not do anything wrong at all. Franklin immediately turned to Michael, complaining, I am reporting Sebastian. He tried to bribe me with money. Michael did not seem surprised at all. Is that so? Franklin nodded. Yeah, supposedly 2 million. Michael's eyes flickered. So much? Seems like Sebastian really values you. Value me? Give me 2 muscle guys? Why not 2 sweet little boys instead? Then I could boss them around at night, cracking lobsters open and savoring the life of a greedy capitalist. Just as he thought that, a soft chuckle landed from above. Franklin quickly shoved the bank card forward, but Michael pushed it back. Keep it. Franklin, Any movement from Sebastian, report it to me right away, Michael explained. This is your hard-earned pay. Franklin's eyes lit up instantly. No trouble at all, no trouble. All this money is mine now. If I add it to what I have got, my savings are already. Franklin happily tucked the card away, then suddenly remembered something. Young master, does this make me a traitor or something? Michael gave a deadpan look. Being a traitor means doing evil. Are you doing that? Franklin thought it over carefully, then relaxed his expression. Then I guess not. Michael gave a non-committal hum. Franklin fumed. Young master, let's secretly team up and infiltrate the enemy camp. Know your enemy and win every battle. Let's give him a real taste of his own medicine. Thinking back to what he would said at the dinner party, Franklin quickly shut his mouth and spoke carefully. Different. Your fruit and his fruit are not the same kind of fruit. Michael let out a cold laugh. Franklin was sweating bullets. Young master, Sebastian's got what he deserved, but you are different. You are kind-hearted, always doing good deeds, and your virtues are endless. You are truly a top-notch person. Michael's face darkened instantly. Franklin snapped his mouth shut. Okay, I will stop talking now. It was deep into the night when Franklin let out a weary yawn. Young master, your presidential suite is absolutely stunning. Franklin had never seen anything like it in 2 lifetimes. The butler's longing expression was too obvious. Michael lifted his chin slightly. There is another room on the left. Franklin lit up with excitement, peering over. That feels a bit awkward. Where is the door? Michael raised an eyebrow. Is that your catchphrase? You say it all the time, but I have never actually seen you look even slightly embarrassed. Franklin blushed, a white lie. Door's on the left, go find it yourself. Got it, thanks, young master. Chapter top, floor luxury presidential suite. Here I come. Franklin's room was not the master bedroom, but it was still miles better than a regular one. He would never stayed in a fancy hotel before, no matter how big the trip. He would always settled for a basic US thousand. So he had no idea that the bathroom could be this lavish, with a view of the city skyline from the tub, like you were looking down from above. It was pure bliss. Then he remembered the snacks and drinks on the coffee table, and slipped out again. Michael was going through the annual report from a Shanghai branch, sent over by Sebastian in a rush. Probably bribed Franklin to make him feel completely secure, so careless that he had not even wiped off his hands and feet. In just a few minutes, Michael had already spotted several glaring flaws. Suddenly, a hushed whisper came from beside him. Young master. Michael's brow twitched. No one else is here, come out and speak. After a pause, he added, "Put your clothes on first." "I did not take them off," Franklin said, stepping through the door. "You busy young master want some fruit." "No good deed goes unpunished." Michael kept his eyes on the report. "Not hungry." "Got it." A gust blew the fruit bowl right off the table. 2 seconds later, the sneaky little butler returned with a smile full of white lies. Snack time. Michael did not snack at night, he just was not into it. Hearing the voice, he instinctively blurted out, "No." "Got it." Another gust swept through, and the table was suddenly missing a basket of snacks. Not 2 seconds later, the side door creaked open again. Was it really not over yet? Michael remained as cold and expressionless as ever. Franklin. Franklin paused mid-step, searching for food. Michael asked, "Want some champagne?" From what he knew, Franklin did not touch alcohol, hardly ever drank even champagne. That was clearly listed in his hobbies on the resume. Michael was waiting for him to say no, so he could take all the bottles away right in front of him. The housekeeper stood there with a blank face. It must have been quite a sight. As soon as Franklin heard champagne, his eyes lit up instantly. Champagne, expensive, a boss must have. One sip and your vibe goes straight up, this has to be drunk. This field assignment is going to be awesome. Franklin, yes please, thanks young master. The housekeeper boldly opened the wine cabinet, not knowing a single word on the label, then turned to him and asked, "Which one's champagne?" Michael stared blankly, "The one at the very top." Without a word, the housekeeper grabbed the bottle and a wine glass and walked into the room, shutting the door neatly behind him. Franklin returned to his room, laying out all the snacks by the bathtub, then stripped off completely and slipped into the warm water. The soothing temperature gently embraced his tired body, making him hum in delight. Oh wow, it even has a massage feature. Gosh, I never knew bosses could live this well. This is ridiculous. He closed his eyes briefly, brushing the mischievous little butler out of his mind, then settled back into reading the reports. So this is champagne with bubbles, looks just like Sprite, is young master pulling my leg. Actually kind of sweet, with a citrusy taste. Try some fruit, so sweet, all the best ones. Grab a few good ones to eat. In the bathtub, Franklin was living his best life. The massage jets washed away his exhaustion, and strangely, he was not feeling tired at all now. The phone on the vanity gave a soft buzz. A damp wrist emerged from the tub, fingers pale and plump from soaking, fingertips tinged faintly pink. "Sebastian, Jing, are you there?" Hate these roundabout openings. Cannot just say what is on your mind. How would I know if I am here or not? And seriously, does Mr. Oing think so little of me? Just sent 2 bodyguards over and now he is already pestering me again. What nerve. After Franklin set the phone down for a moment, Sebastian could not sit still and sent another message right away. "Sebastian, the branch report's been submitted, but the team messed up a few details. Has Michael looked at it yet?" Franklin let out a few chuckles. Surprise, Michael staying up all night to review it. But his fingers still calmly tapped the screen. "No." "That is good. Could you quietly retrieve the report? I will submit a new one tomorrow." "Quietly?" "Exactly. Be careful not to get caught by Michael." "No need for that. You are my partner. No need to be sneaky all the time. We are both breaking rules, and you really know how to paint yourself golden." But now that things have come this far, he could not afford to push too hard in front of Franklin. He did not want to rub him the wrong way, not when he still needed him to sneak the report. "Then hurry up, I am waiting for your update." Franklin soaked in the bath until his skin turned rosy, glowing with quiet satisfaction. He sipped the last of his champagne and climbed out. He wrapped himself in a pristine white robe and stepped out to find Michael. The living room was empty now, with only 2 dim wall lamps casting soft glimmers. Franklin glanced around briefly and easily found the master bedroom door. "Young master, are you asleep?" The shower in the master bathroom stopped. Michael listened carefully, barely catching the soft knock, so faint it was like a kitten scratching at the door and almost missed it. Michael dried himself off, slipped into a robe, then opened the door to find a freshly steamed pink and white dumpling staring back at him. His throat bobbed slightly. "What is it?" Franklin looked up and locked eyes with a half-naked chest, still damp, droplets glistening down from his chin and trailing into the dark folds of the robe. Franklin was momentarily stunned by the sight of Michael fresh out of the shower, then could not help but gossip aloud. "Well, to be honest, Michael's pretty tempting, way better than those two boring wooden boards from earlier. Then again, if he did not have that body, the villainous rival would not be able to drain Lee Group dry while still enjoying this feast of a man. Talk about having it all. Pretty tempting. Oh, really? Go on. Exactly how is he tempting? And what exactly would you do with him?" Franklin snapped back to reality and gently looked away. "Young master, did you leave the report in your room earlier?" Michael gave a soft hum. "What is up?" Franklin handed over the chat log, saying, "Sebastian's teaching me how to commit crimes." Michael glanced through it briefly, then stepped back inside. Franklin figured he was probably going back to hunt for evidence, so he stood quietly outside the door and waited. "Sebastian, how is it going?" "Sebastian, did you manage to steal the report?" Michael did not notice, did he? Franklin, "Not yet." "Sebastian, hurry up, there is not much time left." Franklin narrowed his eyes dangerously. Damn it, asking for a favor and suddenly acting all high and mighty. He was not about to let that kind of attitude slide. And that default friend id was just annoying to look at. He tapped a few keys and changed it on the spot. "You do it yourself then." "I did not mean it that way, but after all this time you are still not doing anything. I am getting worried. What exactly are you even up to?" Franklin, just enjoying the view. Franklin was still smirking when Michael returned, holding the report. "What are you laughing at?" Franklin took the phone, snapped 2 quick pics, sent them to Sebastian, then immediately showed Michael the chat screen. "He is pushing me to do something shady." "All right," Franklin slipped his phone into his pocket. "Done. I'm heading back to bed. Good night, young master." The little butler yawned and walked off. After a pause, Michael finally said, "Yeah, good night." The next day, Franklin slept in until he woke up naturally. He flipped over and glanced at his phone, nearly 10 of the clock. Michael had a inspection scheduled with Sebastian, and he was running law. No time to shake off the drowsiness. He jumped straight out of bed. After a quick wash and change, Franklin stepped out. Levi was already briefing Michael when he saw him, his clothes slightly rumpled, and shot upright from his side, eyes widening in surprise. Franklin, feeling refreshed and cheerful. "Morning, Levi." Levi looked dazed, struggling to find the right way to greet him. "Morning, Franklin." Franklin shot him a mock, reproachful glance. "Look at you, just one night apart, and you are already forgetting how to say hello." He was about to say something when the door knocked. Breakfast had arrived. Since Michael had a special status, the manager had stepped in as the food runner. "Mr. Michael, this is our specialty today, a pork rib and fresh bamboo shoot soup. Perfect for breakfast, please enjoy." Franklin leaned in eagerly. "How delicious is it?" The hotel manager had not seen anyone ask like that and paused, caught off guard. "The pork ribs are freshly slaughtered, the bamboo shoots just harvested. All ingredients go from kitchen entry to being served in under an hour, very fresh." "Then it really is." Franklin stared longingly at the bowl. "Mr. Michael's got quite a treat ahead." If the butler had not been swallowing so hard, Michael might have believed his smooth talk. "Just sit down if you want to eat." Franklin plopped right onto the chair. "That is kind of awkward, though." "Michael, you can take off the polite mask for now." Franklin chuckled nervously. "All right, got it." He would worn it so long it had become second nature. Breakfast was great, and Franklin had an extra 2 bowls of soup. As he came downstairs, he saw Sebastian personally waiting to pick up Michael. "Mr. Michael, Assistant Jing, good morning. I am here to drive you both to the office." As usual, he completely ignored Levi. Michael nodded and led Franklin into the car. Ishenshai Corporation was located within the second ring of the neighboring city, with prime real estate. Since it was not rush hour yet, they drove smoothly all the way to the building without any delays. As soon as they got out of the car, Sebastian gave Franklin a suggestive tug. "Assistant Jing." Franklin yanked his sleeve back and stepped away in one fluid motion. What is with the grabbing? It is not exactly classy. He would have sworn right, then, if he did not need Franklin's help. Sebastian clenched his teeth. "I just want to know about last night. Did Michael suspect anything after you got the report?" Franklin, "Nope." Sebastian frowned, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. "No." Franklin lied through his teeth. "Yeah, I accidentally knocked over my coffee. Everything was ruined." "Oh, now that makes sense." Sebastian pushed down the flicker of doubt and fully trusted Franklin. Handling such a tricky situation was exactly why the million bribe had been worth. Franklin glanced at the guy's smug, satisfied face and sneered inwardly. "Go ahead, gloat, human. Soon you will be a proud member of Lee Group's luxury off-the-books prison." He turned, Franklin. Franklin looked up. "Come here, what is with all the mumbling?" Franklin took a step forward. "Oh. Look at my importance, mister. Big cannot function without me for a minute. If Sebastian does not bribe me, who else would he bribe? 2 million free and clear." Franklin followed Michael upstairs, determined to play the cool, unreadable card in front of Sebastian. His expression went blank, face hard as stone, standing behind Michael like a cold-blooded assassin with no emotions. When they reached the boss' office, Michael immediately got down to reviewing the accounts, but suddenly Sebastian looked genuinely guilty. "Sorry about this, Michael. There was a break-in at the office last night. Some valuable items went missing and the reports vanished too. I am already looking into it. Please give me a few more days. I will make it right with you, I promise." Franklin blinked in disbelief. "Not cool, you did not mention this part at all. You just take from Michael without giving anything back. What about the assistant Jing who stole the report? Having you around is pure bad luck." Michael realized that Sebastian had repeatedly blocked him from auditing the books, which meant there were likely some shady dealings at Ishenshai Corporation. But right now, all the dirt was buried deep underground, just waiting for time to bring it to light. Michael stayed on at Ishenshai for now, ordering Sebastian to find the report right away. Sebastian mumbled an awkward agreement. With the office door shut, Michael did not hear his little assistant's usual chatter for a while. He turned slightly, a bit out of habit, and spotted him standing stiffly in front of a bookshelf. Michael walked over. "What did you find?" Franklin turned around with excitement, saying, "Young master, look, Sebastian has set up a statue of the god of wealth in the office." Michael was not surprised. Sebastian was always greedy, so worshipping the god of wealth made perfect sense. He figured the little butler must have found something important. "So?" he asked. "So I was thinking," Franklin said carefully, "if I pray here, would it actually work?" Michael raised an eyebrow. "You still not broke yet?" "Who would not want more money?" Franklin said. "Even the master with all that wealth still shows up every day to work for a living." There was no arguing with that. But at his level, working was not just about money anymore. For a moment, Michael was speechless. By then, the young steward had already bowed deeply, his posture reverent and earnest. Had it not been for Michael hearing those unexplained thoughts leaking from him, he might have genuinely believed the man was praying for promotion or wealth, hoping for a smooth path to success. "I wish the Lee family would never fall. I just want to keep living like a lazy little rice worm in luxury. God of wealth, if this wish comes true, I promise to live a life of endless wealth and gourmet feasts." "You really do not hold back on yourself at all." After bowing 3 times, Franklin stepped forward to offer incense. He tripped over the floorboards by accident. Michael gasped in alarm and lunged to catch him. But Franklin moved too fast. He tumbled like a burlap sack and crashed hard into the altar. The altar wobbled, and the god of wealth nearly toppled off. Franklin clutched his sore arm as he got up, and then cracked something else with a sharp crack. Crack! Franklin followed the sound and spotted a small crack beneath the altar. Nestled in the narrow gap was a stack of documents, quietly waiting. Hiding it this carefully, there is definitely something fishy going on. I get it now. Oh, what a cunning little frog, sneaky as ever. There is only one truth. The real financial statement that vanished must be this. Where did that awkward foreign language even come from? He grabbed the stack of papers first. The steward was right. This was definitely a financial report, and the figures looked genuine. Franklin kept nodding. I knew it, he said. It is definitely the report. Levi on the side was stunned, his jaw nearly hitting the floor as he stared at Franklin. Quick, close it. Do not want to see anything embarrassing. He is just lucky. He does not have to act this shocked. With the report finally in hand, Michael said nothing as he scanned through it, his expression darkening more with every flaw he found. Just then, Sebastian walked in carrying a freshly brewed tea tray. The moment he saw what Michael was holding in the damaged altar, his face turned pale as paper. Jing, 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 jing. Franklin sighed. There are not that many jings. He stood frozen for a moment, shaking so hard the tea spilled out of the pot. He would made up the excuse of an office robbery to buy himself a few extra days. Once Michael left, he could do whatever he wanted and keep lying without anyone catching him. The real report was hidden inside the altar, for two reasons. No one would pray to his god of wealth anyway, and no one dared storm into his office to ransack it. But now, just 2 minutes out, all his secrets were laid bare. Sebastian swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he stammered, Michael. Michael, there are not that many Lees either. Franklin's eyes lit up. Master, you are really good at copying homework. Michael, Sebastian stammered, frantically signaling Franklin with his eyes. Help me out. Hurry up and help me already. Over there, Jing's assistant was completely frozen in place, not even glancing his way. Sebastian was at his wit's end. Embezzling 20 million, exploiting company staff, falsifying accounts, bribing headquarters employees. Michael listed off Sebastian's misdeeds over the years. Sebastian, you have been anything but idle these past few years. Sebastian hurried to explain. No, it is all a misunderstanding, Michael. I can clear this up. Michael was not about to back down. Go explain it to the police. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 security guards stepped forward and grabbed him. It all happened so suddenly. Sebastian glanced at Michael, then at Franklin, both standing close together, as if nothing was wrong between them. Sebastian's eyes widened. You are kidding me, right? Franklin grinned. Yep, fun was not it. Thinking about the 2 million he would hand it over, he got so angry he rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground. Old age has its perks. You can just drop off to sleep anywhere, no complaints. As soon as the security guard pulled Sebastian up, he snapped awake, glaring at Franklin with icy eyes. Michael, I am turning myself in. Jing's assistant took 2 million from me. This is something he would never dare tell you, I confess. Full disclosure means leniency. I promise I will never do it again. Please give me another chance. Michael said nothing. Levi adjusted his glasses with a crisp motion. Michael already knew about this. Those 2 million will be transferred into Franklin's personal account as company housing assistance. I will personally thank you for your generous gift of property. Franklin let out a soft wow. He actually had a house now. Sebastian stared at Levi in disbelief. You. Levi nodded. That is right, me. Cannot believe it, can you? The one you have always overlooked, me, is actually Michael's most capable assistant. Sebastian glanced between Levi and Franklin, stunned. You are lying to me. Franklin shook his head. No way. To be honest, he would never told a single lie from start to finish. You bribed me and I took it. You told me to steal the reports and I did. Franklin looked completely innocent. How exactly am I lying to you? Sebastian paused, then said, And what about you saying you spilled coffee and ruined the reports? He pointed at what Levi was holding. Then, what is that supposed to be? Franklin did not even blink. That is your evidence, cannot destroy it. Other than that, I swear I haven't lied. Sebastian finally realized he would pick the wrong person. Not only had 2 million vanished into thin air, but he would been led around by a housekeeper all night for nothing. And to top it off, Franklin ended up with a whole apartment. Anyone would be furious. Sebastian struggled to charge forward, but security held him down tight and dragged him away, cursing under his breath. Things had happened so fast. Before Franklin even had time to process it, the big boss was already completely wiped out. It all moved too quickly. In a proper story, this kind of villain should have dragged on for 10 chapters or more slow burn tension, building up the reader's anticipation. Then finally, in the last chapter, slam shut the door and deliver that ultimate payoff. Franklin had read all chapters of this over-the-top drama just riding on that kind of instant ithrai. Franklin, Michael noticed the young man's thoughtful expression and asked, "Anything else on your mind?" Franklin gestured toward the person being dragged out. So it just got wrapped up this smoothly. So clean, so crisp, so effortless. Michael, what else would you expect? Franklin murmured with doubt. In stories, dealing with this kind of villain usually takes slow simmering. That is how you get a plot that is rich and deeply satisfying. Michael raised an eyebrow slightly. I do not like slow simmering, I prefer high heat to reduce the sauce. Wow, the young master's almost like a straight man. Even if he ever does go bankrupt down the line, he would still have a skill to fall back on. Franklin finally managed to keep his excitement in check. Young master, am I actually going to have my own place now? Michael looked up. You decide, it is your bribe money. Once it is cleared, it is officially yours. Do whatever you want with it. Franklin thought for a moment. Then I guess buying a house is the way to go. At least it is settling down somewhere. After a lifetime of drifting, what he would always wanted most was just his own little home. Never thought getting reincarnated would actually fulfill my long-held dream. The crisis at Ishingshay Company was temporarily under control, but the mess left behind by Sebastian still needed cleaning up. Michael had to stay on site for a few days to prevent anyone from abusing their power and taking advantage of the situation. Michael got busy, and Franklin ended up stuck working overtime right beside him. Levi, Franklin said, eyeing the square little desk placed side by side with Michael's. I am seriously doubting if you brought the headquarters desk here. With files piled all over it, he almost felt at home. Levi remained calm. Franklin, traveling is not the best time to carry bulky luggage. Franklin glanced at the mountain of documents stacked by the desk corner and gave a skeptical look. Would not this stack count as luggage? Is it just not big enough? Or maybe it does not even qualify as luggage. Levi adjusted his glasses. Only part of this is actually takeout from headquarters. Franklin, then what about the rest? Levi, the traps left behind by the former company boss. He wobbled as he stacked the last batch of files on top. Franklin, you are the one who can handle it. Let me go make you a cup of coffee to stay alert. Levi, ever the alert, slipped away with a sly grin. Running that fast, your share's definitely in there too, is not it? Franklin sighed with utter exhaustion as he flipped through the files, trying hard to recall every twist and turn from the novel, cross-referencing them with the documents in hopes of steering Lee Group clear of trouble. Ever since he started taking on side jobs, Franklin had grown to hate the original story. Of course, anything connected to work just turns into something you cannot stand. No matter where I go, I am still stuck being a slave. Ping, ping. The phone on the desk chimed twice, and Franklin grabbed it without hesitation. After a long day's work, I will just take a quick break to relax. Young master, whatever. Young master, Franklin, why are not you replying to me? He replied, young master, was the shoot over? Did it go well? You really do not care about me. I already told you yesterday night that it was over. Franklin swiped down to check his screen, and sure enough, Jason had messaged him late last night. Young Master Franklin, where were you? The shoot's done. The director said I was amazing, so good it made people go, whoa. He suspected the director had actually meant made people see black, but Jason was too excited to hear right. But young Master Jason was just so pumped, he misheard it. There were too many emojis in the chat, and his messages got buried under them. Franklin glanced at the time, yesterday at p.m. That was when he was walking Sebastian and did not check his phone. Franklin quickly apologized. Good thing Jason was not bothered by it. When are you coming back? I found a tiny kitten last night after work. It was so small, all wet and shivering in the drain, so pitiful I wanted to take care of it. Look, is not it adorable? Image, image, image. It was a tiny black and white calico kitten, just born not long ago, held gently in Jason's hands like a little ball of fur. Franklin, so cute. When I get back, we will raise it together. Young Master, Mahim. Michael had just finished a meeting with mid-level executives at Eshengsha, confirming the next general manager. The company was now temporarily stable. As he pushed open the office door, he saw the young housekeeper curled up in the office chair, laughing to himself over his phone. Michael stepped inside and said, "Pull it together, your jaw's about to hit the floor." Franklin snapped the phone shut and sat up straight in an instant. Oh no, the boss always shows up right when you're caught playing on your phone. He casually picked up the briefcase from the big desk. Let's go home. Franklin sprang to his feet, then paused mid-motion. What about these? The desk was still piled high, with the files he had not finished reading. Michael thought for a moment. I will have Levi pack them up for you. Franklin was stunned. While others bring back souvenirs when they travel, Franklin packs up a mountain of files to take home. Franklin stormed out of Eshengsha Company with a fierce expression. Levi copied all the documents, tossed them lightly into his briefcase, and walked away with complete ease. Hey, Michael! A voice barked from nearby as a middle-aged man rushed out of a car by the roadside, his expression anything but warm. Someone told me you fired Sebastian. What is going on here? What an accusatory tone. If Franklin had not read the original text and known Michael had no close relatives, he would have sworn Lee family. Elders were back from the dead. Who is this guy again? Franklin paused for a few seconds, but came up with nothing, no memory of this person at all. Still, that made sense. The novel did not go into every little detail about the villain's perspective, let alone dive into distant relatives. Michael clearly was not in the mood to play nice. He broke the law and ran his business illegally. He deserved to be punished. The man protested, "How can you talk like that? Is it really necessary to air this dirty laundry in public?" I rushed over as soon as I heard about it. Honestly, he is family. How could you be so harsh on your own kin? Michael frowned impatiently. He would never liked dealing with this tangled web of distant relatives to begin with, and the man's condescending tone only made him more annoyed. Cold remarks brewed in his mind for a few seconds before he was about to speak. That is your cousin's mother-in-law's younger sister's brother-in-law's older brother, family through and through. Do not go dragging in courts or police. It will just bring shame if word gets out. Franklin was stunned. What a twisted, roundabout way of claiming kinship. Even in a way herself could not untangle this mess. The man continued, even if Sebastian's made mistakes, it is still family business, keep the law out of it. A household is not a place for logic. My advice? Let him go first, give him another chance. If Eshengsha Company is giving him trouble, just hand him over to another firm. He will do better managing something within the family than some outsider ever could. Franklin started giggling. Does this guy have his brain and intestines switched? Talking about family ties to a criminal. Do you think the law is just a stepping stone outside your front door, something you can stomp on whenever it suits you? The man pressed on earnestly. Lee family does not have many relatives to begin with. If you do not start building closer ties now, things will get ugly later. People will gossip behind your back. Listen to me. Buy some gifts, go see them in person, apologize properly. And for heaven's sake, do not send him to the police station. It will ruin your reputation. How can someone make mooching off family so elegantly phrased? They are sucking dry from Lee family and still claim moral high ground. Classic case of a beggar who will not eat rotten food. With the housekeeper's voiceover, the man suddenly did not seem quite so despicable after all. He could not get angry at all. The little housekeeper had already said it all for him. Franklin's brow slowly knitted as he watched the man spouting crude insults at Michael. While reading, he would only focused on all the convenient coincidences and thrilling moments tied to Ethan, completely missing how grim things were for Michael. With toxic relatives at home and enemies circling outside, caught between internal turmoil and external threats, Franklin's eyes softened with deep pity as he looked at Michael. Yet in the midst of such dangerous circumstances, Michael still managed to go head-to-head with Ethan for 3,000 chapters. The villain, seriously impressive. Michael was about to say something when the little housekeeper gently tugged on his sleeve and whispered, "Young master, let me handle this for you." Before he could react, the little housekeeper darted forward in one swift move and stepped right in front of him. "Sir, Michael was only trying to help. Why are not you grateful?" The man blinked. "Who even are you? What business is it of yours how I talk to my own young relative? What do you mean he was being helpful? Are you mad or something?" Franklin spoke coolly. "Sebastian's willing to embezzle funds today. He will burn down the city tomorrow. When he finally screws up big time, do you really think you will be able to pull strings with a judge?" The man shot back, "You dare curse him?" Franklin, just telling it like it is. If you do not like it, go rescue him yourself. No need to come crying to the young master, dragging out family ties like that. Cannot handle your own problems but still sucking blood from one person. Are all of you leeches? The man's face turned red as he sputtered. "How dare you defy an elder?" "Franklin, my elders are all gone. Are you?" Michael, seeing Franklin's sharp comeback, the man shifted his focus back to Michael. "Are you really going to let some outsider talk to me like this? Do you only feel satisfied if your cousin ends up behind bars?" "You know what? I do not like that at all." Franklin kept talking, his words flowing fast. "Michael just hopes he can turn things around sooner so he can start fresh once he is out. Why are you blocking someone from reforming? Do not you want him to do better?" The man, "You." Franklin, you, shut up already. There is no ownership on moral high ground. First one to grab it wins. Franklin, a real force in an argument. His mouth was like it had been dipped in poison. Franklin let out a quiet breath. After getting it all off his chest, he felt good. Levi took the chance to call security and had the antagonist number escorted away from the Iski. As they left the company, Levi paused for a moment, then turned to Franklin in the back seat and said, "Franklin, I will go through these documents and show you the key points later." Franklin leaned forward, propping his head on the seat and gazing at him with bright eyes. "Thanks, Levi. You are a real lifesaver. I will treat you to afternoon tea tomorrow." Levi let out a soft breath. "You are welcome." Michael glanced at Franklin without showing any reaction. The little steward switched faces like it was nothing. Just moments ago, he had been shouting angrily with hands on his hips. Now he is tapping away on his phone, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Outwardly, he looked refined and delicate, but who knew there was such a wild, energetic bug hiding inside? But right now, that big bug actually suited him just fine. Thinking that, Michael gave a small shake of his head and focused back on the papers in his hands. A few seconds later, he suddenly looked up, staring straight at Franklin. What on earth did he mean by "all the elders are gone"? On the way back, Michael had bought high-speed train tickets, still business class. Even though it took an extra hour and a half compared to flying, Franklin was thrilled. Finally, no more floating around in midair. He was scared of planes, always imagined terrifying things happening to himself. In just 2 short hours, he would already died 1,000 times in his mind. Each time, the way he died was different. Franklin was a real stickler for life, and he really did not want to ever get on a plane again in this lifetime. It was already 7 of the clock when they got back to the Lee family residence. Matthew and Benjamin were both in the main house too. Ever since Matthew broke up with his girlfriend, Franklin had barely seen him around the house. When they did cross paths, he always looked like he was lost in thought. Third brother Benjamin was always lively and often out of sight for days. It was not unusual at all. Big bro's back, Benjamin spotted Franklin behind him and immediately grinned. Franklin's back too. How would the business trip go, huh? Tired. Franklin, not bad. Mainly because screaming at people made him feel way better. Benjamin raised an eyebrow, giving his older brother a look that said something interesting had just happened. Did he get into trouble or something? Michael ignored him, loosened his tie, and asked Ianne to bring him a glass of water. After bouncing around on the high-speed train for over 3 hours, Franklin was worn out, and just about ready to excuse himself back to rest when Jason came rushing in with a tiny, fluffy bundle in his arms. Franklin, look quick. After being washed, this little kitten is even cuter than before. Jason held the tiny kitten up to Franklin's face with both hands. The little one was now clean, fluffy, and soft, perfect for petting. Franklin took it in his hands and gave it a few strokes, but within minutes, he got several swift swipes from the kitten's paws and some playful kicks. Jason burst out laughing. Franklin, you got to see this. After washing it, the little cat looks even cuter. I am planning to adopt it, but I have come up with so many names and none of them feel right. Franklin, help me pick one. Franklin stared at the warm little bundle in his palms, rubbed it gently, then got a couple more cat kicks for his trouble. Let's call it Yee. Jason said, why? Franklin patted the kitten's backside, got kicked, touched its spine, kicked again, petted its little paw, more kicks. Not giving up, he tickled under the cat's chin and was rewarded with a few contented little purrs. Franklin looked down at the tiny creature in his hands, because it will not let you touch anything below its neck. Jason hesitated. That sounds kind of not really proper. Franklin said, how is not it proper? It is a green melodrama. Cannot you keep your mind from wandering in the gutter? Jason hesitated, then muttered, who even names a kitten JJ? He could not bring himself to say it out loud. Franklin blinked. It is JJ, not JJB, young master, no way, no way. The family had a new member. The other 3 young masters did not mind, but they all agreed that naming the cat Lee JJ was just too much. So Michael finally decided and gave it a name, Tangayuan. Franklin turned his head. Why Tangayuan? Are you hungry, big brother? Is this a plan to raise a kitten as emergency rations? Michael was used to being baffled by this kind of thing, so he just sighed and explained. He looks like a munakaki with the filling spilled out. Franklin took one look, and sure enough, it was true. The little creature was soft and fluffy with delicate fur. Its belly was snow white, but there was a streak of black along its spine. On first glance, it really did look like a sesame munakaki that had lost its filling. Franklin giggled. Then why not just call him Sesame? Jason said, sesame sounds bad. Tangayuan's better, nice to say, tasty and sweet too. Michael glanced at his little assistant and said, And so the little cat's name was officially decided. Jason doted on it, and as long as he was not out doing gigs, it stayed home curled up in his arms, sitting on the sofa with the tiny kitten crawling all over his chest, a perfect picture of calm companionship. Franklin was now officially a small-time millionaire. He would stashed all the money he would earn since arriving in this world into a little box. Michael, step below you bonus, Matthew, the second young master's gold watch, and his monthly salary card that brought in every moan. Just waiting for Levi to help him buy a house. Then the box would have one more thing, a property deed. Franklin happily daydreamed about it, feeling that life finally had real promise ahead. That night after Franklin finished his bath, Levi sent him a bunch of floor plans straight to his phone, followed by a detailed explanation file. So thorough it even listed the exact distance to nearby supermarkets and subway stations. No wonder he was the CEO's secretary. He really knew how to get things done fast and clean. Franklin picked out a layout he liked. The prices here were several times higher than in his old world, so he did not dare go for anything too big. Just one bedroom would be perfect, since it was just for him. After making up his mind, he sent the choice straight to Levi. Levi, Franklin, are you sure about this unit? Franklin, definitely. Please get it locked in quick. First come, first served. Levi, these units are all still pre-launch properties under Lee Group. Nobody else is after them. Franklin finally got it. Franklin, oh, I am just a backdoor insider. Levi, exactly. It is through Michael's connections. Franklin, hehehehe. Franklin rolled over on the Tangayuan bed, propped himself up, and started typing for Levi, but suddenly froze mid-sentence. Why does this development name feel so familiar? Franklin opened the brochure Levi sent over, read a few pages, and his face went pale in an instant. Franklin, Levi. Wait, do not place the order. Levi, what is wrong? I am about to make the payment. Franklin's fingers flew across the keyboard. Nope, no deal, do not buy this one, please do not. If he was not mistaken, there would have been a brief mention in the original story, a small hint, barely noticeable, but Franklin had almost forgotten all about it. In the original story, a week before Lee Group's project went on sale, Ethan's neighboring development unearthed an ancient tomb. To ruin the Lee family, the protagonist waved his hand and spread the news far and wide, instantly drawing in archaeologists to investigate. Because Lee Group's project was too close to the tomb, residents would open their curtains each morning only to be greeted not by a golden sunrise, but by centuries-old dust and skeletal remains. No one wanted to live alongside ghosts from thousands of years ago, so the property quickly stalled, no units sold at all, leaving the whole development stuck with inventory. After the news broke, Ethan stepped forward and reported it himself, earning national recognition. Shen Group's stock skyrocketed as a result, while Lee Group nearly ran out of funds. Franklin grew anxious, pulled up Michael's contact info, and sent him a message in the dead of night. Young master, are you asleep? What is it? Major enemy threat detected, requesting immediate in-person briefing. Upstairs study, come on up yourself. After getting the reply, Franklin instinctively glanced at the time, 10 of the clock already. Michael was still working late. Who else but him should be the boss? If it were not for Ethan being the protagonist, Michael would have had the perfect life. Second floor study. Michael put down his phone and paused his work, wondering what massive disaster the little housekeeper had just uncovered this late at night to come warning him. Such dedication, he almost wanted to give a reward. Michael pressed the intercom button, connecting directly to the kitchen. The kitchen was staffed around the clock until midnight, so that the young masters of the Lee family could have a meal any time they were working late. Young master. Send up some snacks, Michael said. No main course, just something light to munch on. Yes, young master, coming right up. The chef moved fast. 5 minutes later, he brought up several beautifully arranged fruit platters and small delicacies. Michael set the tray down in a corner of the desk, planning to hand it over only when the young assistant's eyes lit up with hunger. He could already picture the way the young assistant's face would light up while tasting those little treats. 5 more minutes passed. The study was silent, no one came. Had the young assistant been gone that long? Could he have gotten lost? Michael stood up, and suddenly the phone on the table rang several times in a row. He sat back down. The phone buzzed with a bunch of messy links from the little assistant. Expert talk. What if you discover a complete ancient tomb on your own property? How much money could you actually get? Shen Group real estate project suddenly halted. Bodies secretly removed overnight. Neighbors reported terrified screams. Tianayan news. A year-old tomb discovered in this very garden, massive in scale. Hayayowain video. Live stream from an ancient tomb. Close-up view of Han Dynasty couples' coffins. The local subway plan has been delayed for 10 years just to preserve the tomb intact. The next day, Franklin woke up feeling refreshed and energized. After a full night's sleep, everything just feels better. Even the morning light seems lovely. Last night he would sent Michael so many hints, such obvious clues. Surely he must have figured it out by now. After all, he is the villain. He should have a sharper mind than me. It was nearly, and Franklin showed up in the living room on time, ready to head to work for his side. Michael was unusually late getting up, and had not come down yet when Franklin showed up downstairs, playing with Jason's cat. Franklin, the first episode of our show airs in 3 days. I will have to be at work then, make sure you watch it. Franklin remembered the green frog suit he would seen that day, his toes curling against the floor. Do I really have to watch? Of course, Jason said. It is my debut, you cannot miss it. Fine, he would just watch it then. Worst case, he would just have to be less embarrassed for someone else. It was not until nearly 9 of the clock that Michael finally appeared upstairs, looking worn out. Franklin studied his expression, thinking he must have stayed up all night. The boss works hard. Did he stay up all night fixing some mess? Michael stumbled slightly as he stepped forward. Like hell I was fixing any damn hole. The little manager sent over a few shady-looking links, and Michael stared at them all night before finally spotting something fishy. He was a businessman, sharp-eyed when it came to certain things. One tiny red flag was enough to set off alarms. Combining the potentially harmful projects associated with the Lee and Shen families, he ran a simple elimination process and quickly reached a conclusion. Ancient tombs had been unearthed on the land intended for the Shen family's real estate development. He issued urgent instructions overnight, dragging every employee in the construction department out of bed to work late. The resentment level right now must be pretty high. Idiot junior assistant. Why cannot you just say it straight? Why copy others and go for vague hints? Fine, if you are going to hint around, just do it clearly. What even are these links supposed to mean? It made him waste an entire night chasing dead ends. The junior assistant still had the nerve to ask, "Young master, did not you sleep well?" Yeah, right, such a massive flaw. Who could sleep soundly? Turning a brand new house into a haunted one overnight. Anyone would be shaken. Totally understandable. He cleared his throat lightly and headed out the door to go to work. Franklin immediately followed suit. No sooner had they stepped outside than Levi sent a message. Franklin was typing away while walking and suddenly crashed into a wall of flesh. A soft chuckle came down from above, another soft landing. No, I just was not watching where I was going. Michael let out a cold chuckle. You are awfully proud of yourself. Franklin thought for a second, then offered an example. Young master, have you ever seen a car rear-end the one in front after it suddenly brakes? The back driver's always at fault. Michael snorted, so it is my fault. Franklin gave a quiet, composed, tight-lipped smile. I would not dare. You are definitely not afraid at all. That little Butler, getting bolder by the day, should probably tie him up and give him a good scolding. Michael let out a dry, half-hearted laugh and opened the car door with a straight face before climbing in. Franklin sat in the front passenger seat. After the car had driven for a while, he noticed something off. Young master, are not we heading to the office? No, Michael said. First, we are going to meet with Shen Group to discuss a project. Going to talk business with Ethan? That is seriously bold. Young master, you really are a true daredevil. Shen Group and Lee Group were far apart, each holding opposite ends of the capital city, north and south, and had been locked in a long-standing rivalry that was common knowledge throughout the city. While Lee Group's headquarters stood as twin skyscrapers, Shen family went all out with an entire 5-finger mountain range of buildings. 5 towers were scattered across the ground in a graceful arrangement, symbolizing the kind of pampered treatment reserved for a boss's favorite son. Ethan clearly knew Michael had arrived early and sent his personal assistant to greet them downstairs. Mr. Michael, I am Ethan's chief secretary. Please follow me, Ethan is already waiting upstairs. As they stepped out of the car, Franklin spotted Levi getting off a taxi, still looking sharp and cool as ever. "Michael, sorry I am late due to traffic." "Fine," Michael said with a subtle hint, as long as there was not a fender bender. Levi immediately turned to glance at Michael's car. "Were you hit from behind on the way? I will get someone to handle repairs right away." "No need," Michael said. "No car was rear-ended, but one person certainly was." "He really holds a grudge, huh?" Levi shot a quick glance at Franklin's unusually tense expression and understood immediately. So that is what happened." Franklin rammed right into Michael's arms. "Just a little couple's trick, nothing special." "Not surprising at all." Levi adjusted his smart glasses with a little push. The group headed upstairs straight to the top floor. The boss' top-floor office was pretty much like those cold, minimalist setups from novels, except Ethan had placed a full-sized statue of Guan Yu right at the elevator exit. Franklin stepped out of the elevator and came face to face with that fierce, red-faced expression. He nearly choked from shock. "What kind of niche hobby is this?" "Excuse me, please, thanks." 4 young men carried a large wooden chest, wrapped in red cloth, straight toward the CEO's office. Noah frowned and asked, "What is that?" The delivery guys replied, "It is a blessed god of wealth Ethan got from a temple. He told us to bring it to the lounge. Could you please move aside? Do not touch the red cloth. Master said we cannot take it off for 7 days." Noah nodded. "Go ahead." Franklin watched the red silk fluttering through the doorway and quietly asked Michael, "Young master, does not our Lee Group do stuff like this?" He would never seen anything like that at Lee Group before. Michael glanced at his curious round eyes and said, "We do not do that stuff. We are a legitimate company." Franklin nodded slowly. "Oh, so Ethan's company is not exactly serious then." "Top floor office." Noah went in to report, and not long after, Ethan came out. Seeing Franklin, a slight pause flickered across his face. "Michael, bringing your personal assistant along on a business trip. Seems like Franklin really fits your taste." Michael stayed calm. "Not bad. Franklin's got a lot of skills, fun to explore." The words sounded like normal speech, but made no sense at all. Franklin tilted his head up in confusion. "Huh?" Michael lowered his eyes. "I meant it as a compliment." Franklin, "Yeah, right. You think I believe that?" Franklin knew he was just there as a token today. Levi handled the real work. He had no actual tasks, just needed to accompany Michael on stage and then quietly wait in the lounge until the show ended. Next door, Michael and Ethan had already gone back and forth with sharp barbs in their negotiation. Franklin still could not take his eyes off the statue of the god of wealth. Ethan smiled as he spoke. "Michael's land in the southern district is already built. All that is left is to wait for the launch and cash flow. Why bother fighting over such a small profit?" "Ethan's being overly optimistic," Michael said coldly. "With properties still unsold, who knows if the money will actually come back in." On the business floor, Michael was cool and composed, unshaken even when sitting across from a man radiating star power, his presence just as strong. In just a few short minutes of trading blows, he would not back down an inch, pressing forward with relentless force, leaving Ethan flustered and off guard. Mid-conversation, the small assistant in his peripheral vision sneaked quietly toward a bright red altar in the lounge area. From that angle, it was clearly the god of wealth Ethan had just brought back. Why is he so obsessed with worshipping the god of wealth? Michael wondered. This time, he will probably make some miserly wish again. Could a blessed god of wealth actually be more effective? Franklin thought, staring at the bundle of red silk. Sure enough, Franklin stared at the red bundle, his eyes full of restless energy. Michael started to drift off. Why hasn't the little attendant bowed yet? Is not he still asking for blessings? How come he cannot hear my thoughts? That does not make sense. How come those guys did not secure the god of wealth properly? The little attendant scrambled to steady the item on the altar. The red ribbon fluttered down, and the little attendant stepped on it, dragging the statue off the table and knocking it over. "Oh no, it is falling, falling." The little attendant lunged forward and shoved the wobbling god of wealth deep into the altar. A soft thud echoed through the air. The statue wobbled for a moment, then lay still face down. Troublemaker little attendant, causing chaos again. Which delivery guy is so careless, daring to use the god of wealth like a weapon? So heavy and awkward, would not it kill Ethan if it hit him? The little attendant grumbled under his breath. He wanted to laugh, but he had to hold it in. Ethan was still going on and on. "What do you think, Michael, about this kind of collaboration?" Michael had not fully come back to himself yet and blurted out, "Ethan's way too optimistic. We do not even know if the funds will flow back from a project that hasn't even gone on sale yet." Was he imagining things? Why did it feel like he would heard those words before? "Let me rephrase." Michael cleared his throat and snapped back to attention. "Since Lee Group has put in more capital, they have every right to claim a larger share of the equity." Outside, the young assistant was standing on tiptoe, straining hard to straighten the fortune god's body. But he could not budge it, his face turning red from effort. "Wait, is this even a fortune god? More like an iron god. How heavy is this thing?" Inside the office, voices clashed sharply. Outside, the young assistant was swarming with activity all alone. Ethan said, "But Lee Group has already sunk most of its capital into real estate projects. Does the company even have spare cash left for new ventures? Our Shen Group's different. We have got solid funds, experienced staff, and plenty of know-how. We are definitely the right team to lead this project." Over there, Franklin had been pushing with all his might, but could not even shift the solid fortune god an inch. He finally gave up and just let it be. "Anyway, it was not me who did it. Let Ethan pray to this fortune god every day for all I care." The little steward grumbled under his breath as he hastily wrapped the red ribbon around it. "Ethan's got it wrong," Michael said, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Leader of the pack. Eh. What is so funny? Did I just walk into your punchline?" Franklin did not notice the tension thickening in the office just behind the wall. He was lost in thought. This does not feel right. Ethan would have spotted something off if he would taken a closer look. Need to find something that can stand up. Franklin's gaze wandered across the lounge until it suddenly stopped, landing on a corner. Michael wiped the grin from his face and glanced at his watch. "Let's call it a day for now. I have got other things to attend to. We will talk more with Ethan next time." Michael stood up. "Franklin." The person sneaking around the altar stiffened, then turned sharply. "Yes." "Michael, let's go back to the office." "Uh-huh." Franklin reached out and tugged the red ribbon down from the altar. Once they stepped out of the office, Levi, the only one who had been serious during the meeting, was unusually upset. "What do they think Lee Group is?" Levi frowned. "Paying all the costs and doing all the work, yet asking for no shares? Where in the world could you find a partner like that? Ethan's going too far." Right after venting, he spotted the statue by the elevator. Levi was so furious he lost his usual composure. How dare someone like him pray to Guan Ayu? Franklin glanced at the statue and said, "Maybe he wants the statue to blush for him." Levi immediately nodded. "Yeah, I think so too, Sai, if only I could disappear." Franklin tilted his head. "What are you planning?" "I would pour boiling water on their lucky money tree, turn off the main power strip in the office, pull out the network cable, and smear all the toilet paper with insect repellent." After hanging around Franklin long enough, even the sharp-minded secretary had picked up a bit of his wild streak. Franklin was stunned. Levi, the ultimate master of corporate warfare. After letting it all out, Levi exhaled. "Still, my biggest wish is to steal his lucky god statue, just so he can fall into chaos at work." Franklin grinned with a sly look. Michael noticed. "What are you grinning about?" Franklin whispered, eyes darting around. "I messed with the altar a little." Levi blinked in surprise. "Franklin, what did you do?" Franklin winked. "I swapped his lucky god for a litramen." There was a small cabinet in the lounge filled with all sorts of random trinkets. No one knew where they came from. Franklin spotted a EDA toy and quickly slipped it under the red silk cloth. Franklin chattered away. I hope he believes in light. Back at the office, Levi was once again his usual cold and efficient CEO secretary. Franklin had been slightly shaken up by the incident at Shen Group, so he felt drowsy as soon as he got back. He sat down at his own little desk, glanced at the documents, and immediately felt dizzy, slumping over the edge with a series of sighs. Michael took off his jacket and handed it to Levi, then gave the junior assistant a quick glance. How come you are already slacking off at work? Franklin flopped onto the desk with no energy left, eyes half-lidded. 20-something? That is the perfect age to be lazy. Michael sat down and opened his computer without a hint of fatigue. How come I do not feel tired at all? Even though he would been working a few years longer, there was not much of an age gap between him and the young assistant. Franklin kept chatting away. So you are just destined to be a boss. You know we common workers always need time to slack off. Seeing the young assistant nodding off at his desk, Michael lightly tapped on the surface. Did you finish processing yesterday's souvenirs? Franklin, I handed it over to Levi for a first round of processing. Franklin pointed at himself. I will do the second pass. Michael let out a cold scoff. Looks like Levi's going to need a raise. Franklin instantly shot upright from the desk. Same work, different pay. Michael said coolly, it is a double position salary for him. Where on earth is this second role coming from? Michael raised one eyebrow. After all, going from CEO secretary down to house manager secretary, that is a 10-step drop. Levi deserves better. Levi gave a very willing smile and did not turn down the raise offer. After speaking, Michael glanced at his watch. Meeting time had arrived. He did not pay any attention to the little butler's wistful look and stood up to leave. Franklin stared after the man's back, his eyes dark with silent resentment. Curse you, ancient demon of darkness. Motivated by Levi's double shift bonus, Franklin managed to pull himself together and took care of the work on his own. A few local specialties, no big deal. College students are always lazy, yet oddly productive. He had been hunched over for a while, and by the time he realized it, his stomach was growling. He checked the clock. It was only o'clock. So he decided to head to the break room for a snack. Lunch could wait until later. Lee Group had excellent employee perks. The break rooms were spacious, around square meters, stocked with all sorts of drinks and pastries, plus a pro-grade coffee machine that looked expensive. In the corner, there was even an ice cream emac. Franklin walked into what felt like a grand garden. He could not resist trying everything he saw. Assistant Jing. Good morning, Assistant Jing. Passing coworkers greeted him warmly with a nod. Everyone in Lee Group knew the new powerhouse who had taken up residence by the CEO's side. No documents could leave without his approval. The legendary Jing assistant was said to have a sharp eye and controlled the fate of every project across the entire Lee Group. Even Levi had to run errands for him. Who would have thought he would look so harmless, and actually quite dapper? Hello, Franklin replied with a warm smile. Then he marched straight toward the ice cream machine in the corner. As soon as he arrived, the tea room crew could no longer pretend to be busy, quickly pairing off and slipping away. Franklin stood there for a few seconds in front of the ice cream machine, then turned toward the door. Do any of you know how to use this? Who even makes an ice cream machine with all English labels? If you do not want people using it, why put one in the first place? Franklin sighed dramatically. The girl who had just reached the door turned back and powered up the machine for him. This is the start button here, where you adjust the amount, then use a cone to catch the swirl when it pops out. Franklin got his ice cream cone without a hitch, thanked her politely, then scoured the wall shelves, grabbing one of everything, arms full and barely able to carry it all. As he stepped outside, he met a crowd of stunned stares. Franklin swallowed hard and calmly said, "Michael's hungry." The words had barely left his lips when he caught a familiar figure flicker in the corner of his eye. Franklin looked up, directly meeting Michael's gaze. Their eyes locked, and silence stretched between them. Michael did not say a word, but the trembling in his eyes revealed the storm of emotions inside him. His fingers twitched, and 2 packs of snacks slipped from his arms. Michael finally found his voice after a pause. "What kind of hunger tyrant are you?" Jing Ebe grabbed the snacks tightly and quickly disappeared. When Michael returned to his office, he caught sight of the young housekeeper stuffing food into his mouth, cheeks puffed out, brow furrowed, chewing hard as if devouring snacks was a way to vent frustration. "Michael, lunchtime's almost here. Can you even eat dinner after all that snacking?" "Do not know," Franklin glanced at him, mumbling. "Mostly just needed to blow off some hunger steam." After finishing the snacks, Franklin was so full he could not eat anything else. He spent his lunch break lounging in the office like he would been quietly fattening up. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, Levi suddenly became active, directing workers to clean out the office next to Michael. Franklin quietly stepped out to take a look. The room next door was small and oddly shaped, originally used for storing junk, but it had a great view. Facing the sea, with spring warmth and blossoms all around. "Levi, is this my new office?" Franklin said with a surprised tone. Levi blinked. "Franklin already has a great desk space. This one's been cleared for young Master Michael." Franklin gave him a slow, steady look. "You really think that spot is so good?" "It is just like sitting by the front desk in school. Hardly any room to sneak off and zone out." "Getting Michael right there, personally watching over your work," Levi said with a proud tone. "That is priceless. Most employees would kill to have it." Franklin narrowed his eyes. "So, would you take this luck if it were offered to you?" Levi was firm. "No way." "Knew it." Still, the news that Benjamin was moving to headquarters surprised him, himself stuck in place, while Benjamin practically ran straight into the front row seat. The way a good student thinks really is different. Later that afternoon, Franklin sorted through the documents quickly and handed them off to Levi for follow-up. After all, the souvenirs from Shanghai were officially wrapped up. He was just playing Minesweeper on the computer when the office door suddenly creaked open. "Franklin, good afternoon. Did you see me and get surprised?" Benjamin pushed the door wide, flashing a bright grin with 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Franklin said, "Nope, young master. I saw Levi cleared out an office for you." Benjamin pouted. "Boring, nothing left to surprise me anymore." Franklin just stared at him. "Honestly, it is more of a letdown than a surprise. You are not cash or a bonus. Why would I be thrilled to see you?" Benjamin narrowed his eyes. "Long time no see, Franklin. You have gotten spoiled by my brother." Franklin shot back quietly. "It is mostly because the eldest is so easygoing." The little housekeeper was subtly calling him arrogant. He had been traveling non-stop lately, barely home. Now that he had returned, he realized the little housekeeper was even more entertaining than before. "Franklin," Benjamin said, leaning forward with his hands on both sides of the desk, his body slowly tilting toward him. "Quit working for my brother and come be my secretary. I will pay you 80,000 a month after tax." I will admit I like money, but Benjamin's acting like he is trying to kidnap someone. No thanks. Better stay safe with the young master. "No need, third young master," Franklin said. "I am quite happy staying right here." Benjamin made a dismissive sound and leaned in closer. "You are sure? How much does my brother pay you to be this loyal?" Franklin's eyes widened with alarm as he flinched backward. "What are you two doing?" Michael's voice came from nearby. Franklin let out a sigh of relief, darting to Michael's side like a lifeline. "Young master, he is trying to steal your staff. Thank goodness I am completely loyal and refused with all my heart. Turned down 80,000 a month. I am officially the best employee in the capital city." Benjamin gave a slow, intrigued smile, his expression darkening. "Franklin, you are accusing me right to my face." Franklin shrunk back slightly. "Oh no. Forgot." In the original story, Benjamin was not someone easy to get along with, deeply calculating, known as a grinning tiger by the protagonist. Always smiling on the surface, but secretly plotting revenge. No one knew what scheme he was cooking up next. "Old 3, Michael said, warning in his voice. Benjamin blinked, the dark intensity in his eyes instantly fading as he returned to his usual playful demeanor. "Just joking around, no big deal. I am out, brother. Call me if you need anything." Benjamin shut the door behind him, and only then did Michael turn to the person beside him, whose face had gone pale. "You are scared of old 3. Franklin clutched the chair. "No, no, not at all." "Right, saying that, when you are trembling so hard your limbs look like they are doubling." Michael sighed. "Old 3 does not always think things through. I will make sure he knows better." "It is fine," Franklin said. Benjamin from the Lee family might act like a troublemaker sometimes and enjoy playing pranks, but he has never done anything illegal, just harmless jokes. Nothing to be afraid of. It was just for a second. I swear he looked like a Tibetan mastiff, snarling and fierce as hell, yet the next moment he would be wagging his tail, begging for a treat. Michael froze. "Do not let him hear you say that." "Of course I know," Franklin said. "You do not talk behind someone's back. Rules are rules, I get it." Afternoon slipped by quickly, and it was once again Franklin's favorite time to clock out. As soon as 5 of the clock hit, Franklin lit up, counting down the seconds while packing up, completely different from his usual work face. He was practically glowing with joy. But today did not go quite as smoothly. Franklin had just shut down his computer when Benjamin pushed the door open. "Brother, I am heading back to my place tonight. The fridge is empty. Can you come with me to grab some groceries?" Michael did not react much. "Just get the supermarket to deliver." "Benjamin, where is the fun in that? The joy is in browsing and picking out what you want." He turned his gaze toward Franklin. Besides, Franklin's here, perfect chance for him to help push the cart and carry bags. Darkness in a flash. "Franklin," Benjamin said with a sly smile, "your eyes are screaming darkness. Are you really unhappy about the task I assigned you?" The teasing came out of nowhere. Franklin shook his head side to side. "Not at all." Benjamin stared at him. "Is that so?" "Junior," Michael said, his voice low and firm. Benjamin looked up at his older brother. The man's features were shadowed with warning, and Benjamin shrugged. All right, no more teasing. Let's go. By the time we get back, there will not be any fresh ingredients left." Franklin did not quite get it. Why a top-tier boss from a novel would be so into grocery shopping and actually enjoy browsing and picking things out. But then he remembered from the original story that Benjamin loved cooking, which made perfect sense. Chefs do not usually mind going to the market. The 3 of them headed downstairs together and got into a car, driving to the largest fresh food supermarket in downtown. Benjamin seemed to have quite the shopping habit. He grabbed anything that caught his eye, did not care about price or quantity, and just tossed it into the cart with a casual flick of his hand. Before long, both carts were completely full. Franklin and Michael each pushed one cart. "Sir," Franklin said, eyeing the contents of the cart, "does Third Master have a walk-in freezer at home?" "Do not know," Michael frowned. "I have never gone grocery shopping with him before." Who knew he would turn out to be this kind of guy? The carts moved through the aisles, and Franklin glanced around at the shelves. Everything was expensive. Prices were all in 4 figures or more. With only a few bucks in his pocket, he could not afford any wild spending, so he just looked, indulging his curiosity and picking up some new ideas. As he passed by the fresh produce section, Franklin suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He quickly stopped and gave Michael a couple of quick taps. "Young master, look, it is Ethan." Far off, Ethan looked flustered as he gently tugged at a beautiful girl. She wore a mix of doubt and irritation on her face, pouting angrily while he patiently tried to soothe her. The girl sniffled. "You do not care about me at all. Even the one action figure I asked you to get for my little brother, you lost it. Let's break up, Ethan." "Oh wow, a simple toy action figure. And now there is a sequel." Ethan's expression darkened instantly. "What do you mean?" "Girl, I said break up." Ethan, Noah, who was carrying the bags, spoke hesitantly. Madam, she. Who gave you the right to call her madam? Ethan said coldly. Did not you hear her say she wants to break up? From now on, refer to her as Miss Chin. Ethan, I really thought I misjudged you. The girl turned and walked away, accidentally bumping into a shelf with a sharp gasp. Oof. Ethan vanished in a flash, scooping her up instantly. What is going on? Did you hurt yourself? Noah, get the family doctor waiting at home. If she does not recover, I will have all of you buried with her. Noah calmly said, Ethan, Miss Chin only has a minor injury. It is unlikely to be life-threatening. Who gave you permission to call her Miss Chin? Ethan said coldly, she is mine. You address her as. When you are speechless, you really just want to call the police. Far away, Franklin watched it all unfold. Embarrassed, stunned, toes curling in sheer discomfort. Holy crap, these two are wild. What kind of outdated boss romance dialogue is this? My toes are practically digging a hole to the Forbidden City. How can one superhero even trigger such a huge drama? When the truth about the god of wealth finally comes out, would not Shen Group be even crazier? I really want to see it live. I just want to see how far these two can go. Young master, Franklin said with difficulty, do people here always act this dramatically when they are in love? Reading it in a novel did not feel this awkward at all. Michael shot him a glance. Not everyone's like that. Franklin stood in God mode, chuckling skeptically. When stuck with an evil on-screen couple, you are even more ridiculous than Ethan. Far away, Ethan and Chin Iningning made up, walking hand in hand with warm affection. Noah trudged behind them, utterly defeated. Franklin glanced at Noah and realized being the right-hand man to a boss was not easy. There was the risk of getting dragged down with him, not to mention having to endure the physical chaos of those two lovebirds all over the place. Still, Levi was great, salary up by 20,000, double roles, double pay, and his boss was a total workaholic. It was practically the perfect job. Ethan and Chin Iningning disappeared among the shelves. Franklin turned his gaze back just as he noticed Benjamin had already gone far ahead. He pushed his cart to catch up when Michael suddenly said, You did not say you knew how to pick fruit. Franklin blinked, then realized, so the young master actually wants good fruit, huh? Michael pursed his lips, go pick some. Franklin, oh. Fine then, let's pick. For the sake of the bonus, he would go out of his way to be generous this time. He froze the moment he stepped into the fruit aisle. No way, there they were again, the lovebirds. The two of them had stopped dead in front of a fruit rack, whispering to each other like no one else was around, and Noah's eyes were darting everywhere, not knowing where to look. Cannot you two just keep it private? Is the bed at home too small, or is the car seat too cramped? Ethan was facing away from him, patiently showing the young woman how to pick perfectly ripe and sweet kiwis, earning a look of admiration from Chin Iningning. Noah spotted Franklin instantly, blinked once, then stayed silent. Franklin was not really good at picking fruits. He usually went to the store with someone he knew and just grabbed from their bag. If no one was around, he would force himself to pick out big, heavy ones. Half the time it worked, half the time it did not. Franklin stared at Ethan's plump, perfectly round fruits, then glanced down at his own skinny little mess. After a 2-second pause, he quietly reached over. He gave Franklin an odd look, watching with wide eyes as a pair of stealthy hands snaked toward the fruits Ethan had just picked. Franklin stood behind Ethan, quietly prying open the plastic bag. Ethan grabbed one box, and he copied him, grabbing another. If there was not room, he shoved some odd-looking ones back onto the shelf. As soon as Chin Iningning said, "That is enough," Franklin grabbed the plastic bag and hurried away. What a ruthless business move. Michael watched him sneak off and sneak back, completely at a loss for words. Is this what you call being good at picking? Picking from someone else's bag? Franklin, I have always done it this way. Michael, never get caught. Franklin, dead serious. I only backstab friends. Michael snorted. You are actually proud of that. Franklin, modestly. Well, mostly my friends are kind enough to let me off easy. Guess your friends are pretty nice then. The two finally found Benjamin at the checkout area, pushing a cart and lounging around bored. What took you two so long? I have been waiting ages. Michael pushed both carts over. You handle your own payment. Wait, Franklin hurried over, pulled a few boxes of fruit from the cart. There you go, young master, those are yours. On the other side of the checkout lane, a sudden argument erupted. This is so sour. Chin Inningning's face twisted in discomfort. Ethan, are you messing with me? Not at all. I do not care, I am breaking up with you. Noah, from today on, you are not allowed to call her Missessa. Chin, call her Miss Chin instead. Benjamin glanced at what Franklin was holding, raising an amused eyebrow. Franklin, was it you? Franklin did not deny it. Benjamin's curiosity sparked. Why do you hate Ethan too? Real business warfare, Franklin said seriously. It always starts from the most ordinary places. A cold scoff was Franklin's only reply. Fine, go ahead and play dirty. Benjamin chuckled, leaning on his cart. Franklin, what is this nonsense about business warfare? He paused, then said with a smirk, go ahead and play your little tricks. Though your methods are kind of childish, the outcome's not bad at all here. Take this whole cart for free. He glanced toward the checkout counter 10 meters away. But you haven't paid yet. Stealing groceries to make a personal favor. So this is what people mean by fake generosity. Michael gave a faint smile. Let's go home. Franklin carried the fruits over to the register, and as Michael was about to follow, Benjamin spoke up. Brother, could you help me carry a few things to the car? Michael stopped mid-step. My car. Benjamin nodded. I did not bring my own. Michael glanced at the 3 shopping carts filled with frozen goods and said flatly, no way. Benjamin, why not? Michael, I do not want my car smelling like food all the time. Franklin grabbed just 6 boxes of fruit, distributed them among the Lee family's young masters, and even saved one for Levi. Beep, scan complete. 6 items total amounting to yuan. Please select a payment method. Franklin froze mid-reach into his pocket. So expensive. Oh, so you are the fruit assassin, huh? Did your kiwis get gold fur or something? Just as he was about to pull out his phone, a black card brushed past his cheek. Use this one. Franklin blinked in shock and turned around. Wait, was not I supposed to pay? Michael lowered his eyes slightly. You have already fought that whole business battle for the Lee group. No need to spend on top of it. The young assistant's eyes instantly crinkled, smoothly slipping into a polite smile. That would be terribly awkward. See, that is why it pays to stick with the eldest master. Master Michael is way more generous than third master. Michael swiped the card, then led Franklin away. Brother Franklin, you are just leaving me like this. Will not you help me? Benjamin was stuck at the checkout counter under a mountain of his own purchases. At least wait for me. Even with 2 cashiers helping to count, sorting through all that stuff would still take at least 10 minutes. Michael did not have the patience for it. He just walked off. After browsing the supermarket, Michael did not buy anything and told driver Mr. Ulin to drive the car to the main entrance. Franklin clutched the fruit box as he got in the car, instantly overwhelmed by the sweet smell. But with kiwis covered in fuzz, he was worried about dirtying Michael's car, so he kept his head down, sniffing the expensive aroma. Michael watched his assistant, who kept ducking his head every few seconds like a puppy nosing at the box. Just eat it if you want to. What are you sniffing for? Franklin turned his face toward him. The fuzz is thick. I am afraid I will mess up the car. Michael kept a calm expression. The point of a car is not to stay spotless. Franklin paused, then opened the box and handed Michael a piece with a grin. Then let's go ahead and get guilty together, Your Highness. Back at home, Michael stepped out of the car still carrying that sweet fruity scent, while Franklin brought the box inside to share a piece with young Master Jason. But before he could step in, he heard a voice that did not belong to anyone from the Lee family. Young Master Jason was crouched outside the front door. curled up small and peering inside. "Master Jason," Franklin said as he walked over with the box. "What are you looking at?" When Jason saw Franklin, he smiled first. "Franklin, you are back. Come quick, my second brother's arguing with someone." Franklin tilted his head, curious. "You just watch like that. Do not you even try to stop it." "My older brother said not to interfere," Jason said. "Love matters. There is nothing I can do about that." Franklin crouched down beside him, then remembered Michael and patted the young master. "Move a little to the side. The big brother does not have space anymore." Michael did not crouch. He glanced at the mess inside the living room and stepped in. Two people stood in the living room, Amattheo with a furious expression, and beside him a girl in a white dress, pale and utterly hopeless. "Brother," Amattheo said upon seeing Michael. His face shifted instantly, and he stood up straight away. Michael spoke without expression. "What is going on?" Amattheo gave a slightly awkward bow of his head. "It is just something personal, brother. I will handle it myself." Michael raised an eyebrow. "If you could really manage it yourself, would someone even show up at our door? Even if you do not say a word, do you think I would not find out?" Amattheo glanced toward the doorway where Franklin and Jason were curled into little balls together, then sighed. "Her name is Charlotte. She is my girlfriend." The girl let out a bitter laugh. "Girlfriend? Did not you just say I was only Ave's stand-in?" Amattheo's expression immediately turned cold. "Since when did the second brother start dating someone?" Jason muttered. "He only broke up with Ave a fortnight ago, spends all day drowning his sorrows in drink, barely even comes home. How does he suddenly have a girlfriend?" Franklin stared at the girl, his eyes widening sharply. "I remember now." Then something else came back to him. Could Charlotte be involved in this too? Amattheo's face turned visibly colder. Franklin quickly ran through the storyline and realized what was happening right in front of him had completely strayed from the original plot. In the original story, Charlotte was just a tragic supporting character who had secretly loved Amattheo for 12 years without ever getting her feelings returned, quietly leaving after he happily married Ave. But letting go of Amattheo completely was not easy for Charlotte. To get through the heartbreak sooner, she chose to move abroad and lived overseas, returning only 3 years later. By then, the Lee family empire had already collapsed. When Amattheo died in a plane crash into the mountains, Charlotte was overcome with grief. She rushed to the wreckage site across thousands of miles, only to recover one broken piece of his watch. That day, Charlotte stayed by the wreckage all night long. What is going on now? How did Charlotte end up with young Master Lee? Is she a stand-in? For whom exactly? Wow, could it be because Ave's departure left young Master Lee feeling empty, so he just needed someone to fill the void? Charlotte is gentle and caring, perfect timing for a romance to naturally take shape. Franklin's voice echoed through the entire room, loud and clear for everyone to hear, like a public execution. Even Amattheo felt awkward listening in. Michael and young Master Lee's younger brother, Jason, both looked at him differently. Was he really that much of a jerk? Franklin did not notice the sudden silence in the living room. He just kept talking, chin propped up. Charlotte and Ave do not even look alike. What kind of eyes does young Master Lee have? Treating someone's 12 years of quiet devotion like this, ending it all with just this sigh. Honestly, Charlotte should not have wasted so many years pining after young Master Lee. It was not worth it. Amattheo, the big jerk, has no idea what she did behind the scenes, how she secretly helped the family after the Lee clan collapsed, or how she traveled thousands of miles to retrieve his body after the plane crash. And still he treats her like a replacement. How can he even face her? Franklin glanced down at the box in his hands and decided not to save those expensive fruits for young Master Lee. That big jerk deserves nothing but kiwi fuzz. After hearing Franklin's rant, Michael felt deep respect for the seemingly delicate young woman. Clearly, she had genuine feelings for young Master Lee. Amattheo was the one who wronged her. Charlotte glanced at Amattheo with a sad expression, and the Lee family brothers' faces suddenly darkened. Clearly, they despised her. She wiped her tears hastily, then gave a self-mocking smile. Amatheo. Amatheo's expression shifted, suddenly looking guilty in front of Charlotte. Charlotte forced a smile. I thought you would ask me here because you had feelings for me. Instead, I am just supposed to be someone else, stand in? That is laughable. I will not waste my emotions. I have never made a bigger mistake than liking you this long. From now on, let's not see each other again, or I might not be able to stop myself from punching you. Franklin bit his lip, whispering in surprise. Wow, girls so fierce. Amatheo hesitated, then said, Ayun, I did not mean it that way. Whatever you meant, Charlotte said coldly. I am done serving you. Charlotte turned and walked away, then paused when she saw two figures crouched outside the gate. She blinked, then kept going. Charlotte, Amatheo hurried after her. Franklin and Jason were quietly nibbling on kiwis, watching the two figures fade into the distance. Jason said, My older brother is something else. Just a minute ago he was all fired up, now he is practically crawling back after her. Franklin turned to look at Jason and gave him an approving nod. You are really good at putting it into words. Jason hooked a smirk. I actually hope my older brother wins her back. I like this girl, and I would be happy if she became my second sister-in-law. Franklin turned his head, narrowing his eyes slightly. Why? Jason paused for a second, then grinned. Do not you think she looked totally awesome just now? She will definitely have my older brother wrapped around her little finger, so I would finally have someone to rely on. You are thinking way ahead, kid. It is not really anyone else's place to interfere in matters of the heart, but Franklin, seeing Charlotte's calm and level-headed demeanor, figured she would hold her own with Amatheo just fine. He happily split the kiwis with Jason, and even handed over Amatheo's share. Franklin, you remembered me when shopping. I am so touched. Jason clutched the kiwi like it was a star. Franklin felt a bit sheepish. Actually, the big boss charged the card. Jason insisted firmly, but you carried it all the way here after working so hard. Not a single one of us is easy to manage. With the ruckus makers gone and Benjamin not home, dinner was quiet. Michael sat at the head of the table with a blank expression, eating slowly and deliberately. Franklin and Jason huddled together, watching TV while they ate, Franklin paying especially close attention. Jason frowned. This show's huge, did not you watch it, Franklin? Franklin took a bite of the braised chicken wing. No time. Jason said, Oh, so you are just swamped with work. Yeah, Franklin kept his eyes on the screen, muttering casually. Got to be a slave to the grind. When the action hit its peak, Franklin stared intently. Hurry up, young master, watch this, it is going to blow your mind. So excited, he slapped his hand down on a solid thigh, and the skin beneath tensed sharply. Young master might look all soft and cuddly, but his legs are actually pretty toned underneath. Jason froze, then turned to glare. Franklin, you just grabbed my brother's thigh. Franklin yanked his hand back so fast, he nearly jumped off the chair, man. What was that? His paw must have gone blind. How would he end up slapping Michael right in the leg like that? Michael's face turned dark. Franklin stammered, Mr. Michael. Michael waited silently, expecting the little manager to come up with some more excuses. Franklin's eyes darted around as he desperately tried to change the subject, making up nonsense. Just add another pot, there is still rice left. Michael paused for a brief moment, his voice low. Try to behave during dinner. Franklin lowered his head and mumbled, Yeah, okay. No way, keep watching, and the next slap might land anywhere. Still, got to admit, he really is a bossy type, but his touch, kinda nice. Jason coughed violently. This part, terrifying, the killer's getting seriously twisted. Franklin leaned in curiously. Really? Let me see. Well, I will just have to see how twisted it really is. But Jason immediately shoved the phone down. Let's eat first. This stuff ruins your appetite. Franklin did not suspect a thing, gave a nod, and went back to eating quietly. On the other side, Jason was gripping his chopsticks so hard he almost broke them, stunned. Franklin had nerve, actually spying on his brother. Lucky his brother let it go today, otherwise. As he thought that, Jason glanced over at his brother. He found Michael calmly seated in his chair, not a trace of anger on his face. The next day, Jason got a call from the production team. Episode 1 would air that evening, and they needed him to come to the office to discuss how to handle the promotion. Jason walked off happily. Franklin and Michael arrived at the office on time at 9 of the clock. As soon as they stepped into the building, they saw a crowd of employees gathered in the lobby, buzzing with chatter. Benjamin was there too, pacing around a small box that stood nearly as tall as a person. "What is going on?" Michael spoke up, and the employees scattered instantly. "Brother, this is wild," Benjamin said, tapping the box. "Sent by Noah from Shen Group, says it is a gift, not a holiday or anything. Could this be some kind of bomb to mess with Dark Shark?" Franklin was speechless. Could it really be? Was Ethan that reckless? Michael said, "Open it." Benjamin nodded and used a small knife to pry open the packaging. "It is so beautiful. The scent is amazing." The staff murmured among themselves. The box was opened, revealing a multi-tiered mousse cake with 8 layers from bottom to top, intricately carved and topped with fresh fruits, elegant in appearance and delicious in taste. As soon as the lid lifted, an intoxicating aroma wafted out. But Shen Group's move here, honestly, it is hard to figure out. Benjamin let out a sharp "Itska." What does this even mean? Is he trying to poison us? Michael furrowed his brow slightly, scanning the cake from top to bottom, but still could not make sense of it. Is Ethan out of his mind? Sending a cake to a rival company? Franklin stared at the cake for a moment, then let out a soft "Itska." Could this be? Benjamin and Michael both turned their heads at the same time. Michael, got anything figured out? Franklin nodded. I see it now, this is their new tactic in the business war. Franklin pointed at the cake. Noah's probably saying our league group is done for 8 floors down. A long silence hung in the air. Benjamin let out a cold chuckle. Do they really have time for this kind of nonsense? Franklin said firmly, maybe it is payback for yesterday's Kiwi incident. He turned to the front desk. Who delivered the cake? The receptionist looked flustered. It was Noah from Shen Group. He said it was a special gift, meant as a thank you to Assistant Jing. Franklin gave a knowing smile. See. It is definitely revenge. Benjamin lowered his voice with a smirk. So it was Franklin's fault, huh? What is your next move? You are going to strike back, huh? But that is only fair. Reciprocity is how it works. Franklin thought for a second. How about we send them a bunch of bamboo shoots? Benjamin frowned. What do you mean? Franklin said, that way they will be bamboo shooted right at home. Franklin glanced nervously at Michael. Not good enough. How about we set up a statue of Eliu Ubi in the lobby? Just wait for Shen Group to come and pay him respect. Still not okay. Franklin kept going. Or we could print a ton of Shen Group business cards, then whenever our staff messes up, they just hand one out. A pair of hands clamped over his mouth. Michael said, Franklin, stop. Always coming up with wild ideas. Franklin nodded frantically while still muffled. Mihem, mihem. Michael finally let go. His lowered fingertips curled slightly, as if the soft, smooth touch of skin still lingered on his fingertip. Franklin's really made of nothing but sweet glutinous rice balls. Benjamin laughed heartily, something rare, for a couple of seconds. Franklin, you are truly a one-of-a-kind genius in the business world. Franklin smiled shyly. Young Master Benjamin is too kind. Benjamin's mischievous side kicked in as he nodded toward Michael. Brother, leave this to me. I will make Ethan furious. He was eager to get started. Their usual business tactics had always been outdated, time-consuming, and exhausting. Nothing compared to the 2 quick words Franklin just tossed out. It might not have any physical force, but it is definitely enough to annoy someone. As long as he could make Ethan lose his cool, that would be perfect. Benjamin whistled a tune and walked off happily. Franklin turned to look at Michael. hesitating as if he wanted to say something. "What is it you want to say?" "Can I speak now?" Michael gave a soft nod. "Yeah." "Could I tag along when we mess with Shen Group?" "No, when we go head-to-head in the business war. Just want to see the main guy's reaction." "No big deal. Mostly just wanted to catch a glimpse of the lead guy losing his cool." "Did you deliver the package?" In the top floor office of Shen Group, Ethan stood in front of an altar, the red ribbon still draped over the god of fortune. He solemnly lit 3 incense sticks. Noah replied without hesitation, "Yeah, I did it myself." Ethan casually asked, "What exactly was in the package?" "Noah, a cake." "Noah sent 8-layer one." Ethan froze. The incense stick snapped sharply between his fingers. He turned in disbelief, eyes wide. "Noah, did Lee Group send you as a spy? Are you sending them a cake to celebrate your sabotage success?" After arguing with Chin Iningning yesterday, Ethan went home and carefully reviewed everything, finally realizing someone had tampered with the fruits. All the fresh, carefully picked fruits he would chosen for his lover were now ugly, sour ones. Just one bite would make your teeth ache. Ethan followed the trail, checking everyone around him, but did not find anything at first. Finally, he traced it back to the supermarket, where he saw with his own eyes Michael standing in a hidden corner, secretly telling Franklin how to sabotage him. Ethan nearly exploded. How could Michael, of all people, a proper boss with style, learn such underhanded tricks? Furious, Ethan ordered his subordinate Noah to find a way to get back at them. He held his breath and waited all night, only to end up with this. That made him even angrier. "Ethan, I am not a spy," Noah said softly. "You are sending them a cake," Ethan snapped. Noah calmly replied, "The point of the cake is to signal that their 8th floor is done for." After a long silence, Ethan felt like he would been insulted. "Are you kidding me?" Ethan snapped, his voice rising in frustration. How is anyone supposed to understand what that means? They might have already started celebrating by now. "They will get it," Noah said, looking up. "And Lee Group has just launched their first counterattack." Ethan froze. "What do you mean?" Noah opened his phone and slid it toward Ethan. "This is a photo I just took. Lee Group has brought in a statue for their own company." In the picture, Lee family's 3rd son and Franklin were both in view. A large truck was parked at the front gate, and a dozen workers were unloading a statue. Ethan did not get it. What does this even mean? Noah leaned in and zoomed in on the image. "It is a statue of Eliu Obi. I am guessing their message is clear. We will always be the younger ones." Ethan was utterly stunned. What kind of bizarre corporate warfare is this? Back when we have been clashing with Lee Group, it has always been smart and strategic. Today you trick me out of land, tomorrow I sabotage you at an auction. This time you seal a big deal. The next day I slip in a corrupt manager into your key department. After all these years of back and forth, why did Lee Group suddenly change tactics? And now it is so childish. It is like kids throwing mud at each other. This has nothing to do with his boss-type image, who would want to play such a low-level game. Noah, get rid of the Guan Ayu statue at the entrance. What about Lee Group then? Leave them alone, Ethan smirked. Who would want to play such a low-tier business war? You go ahead. Knock, knock, knock. The office door swung open, and a young assistant walked in carrying a jute bag. Ethan, this is a gift from Lee Group. Noah untied the bag, revealing it was packed full of tender bamboo shoots. Ethan gave a strange look. Is Michael losing it? What is with sending me a whole sack of bamboo shoots? Noah studied it for a moment, then carefully said, I think what they are trying to say is, you have really shot the mark now. He turned red with anger. Noah, drain Lee Group's front pond and cook all those koi into a fish head soup, then send it straight to Michael, the nutcase. At the entrance of Lee Group, Benjamin was directing workers as they placed a statue into the pond. With lotus plants, koi fish, and a small fountain, this sculpture would be well taken care of. But Franklin glanced at both sides of the gate. Third young master, this might not be such a good idea. Benjamin smiled warmly and turned around. What do you mean by that? It is too conspicuous, Franklin said, pointing to the sides. People might think our company is some kind of superstitious cult. Not good for business negotiations. Benjamin nodded. Then where should we put it? Franklin dropped a bombshell. In the wall. Oh, Benjamin stared at the statue. We will offend the sculpture to death. Not only would we offend Eliuabi, but Guan Ayu might just show up with his green dragon crescent blade. Franklin quickly clarified. I mean, carve a hole in the wall of the main hall, put the statue inside, and cover it with glass. Benjamin was speechless. Franklin, that is called a display case. Franklin blinked, then suddenly understood. Right, that is exactly what I meant, just a display case. Benjamin chuckled. Franklin, your word choice really gives me the jitters. Franklin blinked. Really, the young master clearly handles it just fine. Probably Benjamin just does not handle stress well. Benjamin, who could hear everything, let out a cold scoff. He rolled his eyes and walked off, telling the workers to carry the statue into the hall and set up a special display case in one corner. No need to drill into the walls, 4 sides were load-bearing anyway. The Butler's idea was only useful if you cut out the worst parts. The workers left, and Franklin was about to head upstairs when he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A car slowly pulling up in front of Lee Group, and a familiar figure stepping out. A stone sculpture sat in the pond, perfectly blocking Franklin's view. Noah whispered into the phone, Ethan, no one's around. Ethan lounged in his large office chair, sunglasses on, dramatically lighting a cigarette. Go for it. Empty out all the Lee Group koi, let them have bad luck for life. Noah pulled out a net and bucket from the trunk and carefully lowered himself into the pond. He rolled up his sleeves and pants, then started scooping the pond's plump, colorful koi. These fish had been fed by office workers every day and were now chubby and happy. When they spotted someone coming, they swarmed instantly to grab food, making it easy for Noah to catch them all in one go. Franklin watched for a few seconds before speaking softly. Noah, what are you doing? Noah jumped at the sound, his net slipping right out of his hands, sending ripples through the pond as startled koi darted around in panic. J.J. Jing assistant. Noah stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. Franklin was startled by the sudden reaction too and quickly reached out to catch him, then patted his chest. You gave me a scare. Franklin stared at him. What are you doing stealing our fish? Noah shrugged and said straight up, I am waging a ruthless corporate war. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of childish business tactic is this? This is not how it is done in the original story at all. What on earth has the author been writing since I came here? Franklin frowned and muttered with a hint of disdain. Your methods are so low class. Noah gave a dry look. Assistant Jing, what is so devious yet sophisticated about that? Franklin spoke softly. The difference is I do not break the law. His stolen fish net slipped and hit the edge of the pond with a soft thud. Noah thought it over carefully, and honestly, Franklin had not broken any laws. He was different, he was stealing fish right now. And he was still in the surveillance zone. Noah quickly scrambled onto the shore, pulled down his sleeves and trouser legs, then said to Franklin, Thanks. Not a problem, Franklin waved it off. Colleagues should help each other out. Noah gave a cool nod, then turned and walked away. As soon as the hassle was gone, Franklin got a text from Benjamin. Benjamin, the informant next door just sent word, Shen Group, sending someone to steal fish. Franklin, keep an eye on things. Those are the premium koi the boss personally picked out, super expensive. Franklin replied with confidence. Do not worry, third young master, I am watching over them. All the koi are just fine. Right after sending the message, Franklin noticed a small fish had already been caught in the bucket Noah had not taken with him. Sticking to his duties as a proper house manager, Franklin picked up the bucket and poured the fish back into the pond. Splash! Splash! Franklin blinked. What was that splash? He squinted, and saw a little fish head straight for the fake rock. It tipped over. The small fish flopped twice on the stone before tumbling into the water, zigzagging like a drunk driver, knocking over several calm, swimming friends along the way. After a while it slowed down but kept trying to float belly up for a sunbathe. Wait, we're not you supposed to wait. Franklin, message deleted. In the Lee Group CEO's office, Franklin quietly cracked the door open, peeking through with eyes that darted around like a curious puppy. Michael, dressed in a crisp dress shirt and vest, was listening to Levi's monthly report, his expression unreadable, no hint of emotion one way or the other. Franklin paced anxiously outside for 2 laps, waiting until the voices inside stopped before knocking. The knock was soft and hesitant. Michael's face relaxed slightly. "Come in." Franklin pushed the door open slowly and carefully. "Young master, I am back." Michael gave a soft grunt. "So, what did you do to Shen Group this time?" Franklin pressed his lips together. "Just regular business warfare." Michael tried hard to ignore the sneaky vibe coming off him. "Right, so how exactly did your regular business war mess up Shen Group?" The young master really knew him too well. Franklin blinked rapidly, recalling what had happened downstairs. They were furious, like a gas canister about to explode. Noah came back empty-handed, and Ethan was probably going to be beside himself. He would seriously underestimated the little steward. Franklin sat down with a hint of guilt, remembering Benjamin's text, "So damn expensive," and suddenly felt his wallet screaming in protest. What now? One wrong move, and it is all over. Michael had been caught glancing at the little steward 9 times in 3 minutes. When he looked up for the 10th time, Michael raised his eyes. "What is on your mind?" Franklin wet his lips. "Young master, the koi by the company's entrance looked pretty nice." Michael raised an eyebrow. Franklin probed cautiously. "Are fish like that really expensive?" Michael blinked. Franklin blurted out, "Where can I get one?" Michael's gaze softened as he looked over. "Spit it out, how many did you wreck?" Is he reading my mind or something? Franklin explained, "I did not mean to. I was just trying to put it back where it belonged, but I accidentally hit a rock." He lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers, his face full of regret. "I will pay for the fish out of my salary." Seeing the little assistant's miserable expression, Michael could not help but smile. "No need, it is just one fish." Franklin looked up. "Really?" "Michael, if you are really set on making it up, I suppose you can." Franklin instantly changed tone. "Thank you, young master, for your generous mercy. How kind of you to spare me the expense." "Michael cannot help it. I brought it on myself." The young master's words were getting sharper and sharper. The uneventful workday was over, and Franklin returned home with Michael Benjamin. "Great, you are back." Jason greeted their arrival with a warm smile. "Just in time, everyone. Come watch my debut variety show." Franklin's eyes flickered with surprise as he turned to Michael. The latter gave a subtle shift in expression, his face pausing for just a moment. Benjamin squinted slightly beside them. "What is going on between you two? It is like your eyes are full of some hidden secret." Franklin corrected him. "Brother 3, it is a matter of internal affairs, not what you think." Benjamin, "All right then, I will rephrase. What exactly were the two of you secretly planning just now?" Jason enthusiastically invited everyone to sit down and turned on the TV. "I was supposed to go live from the office today, but I wanted you all here for my debut. I managed to switch it to a home stream, so promise me you will stay till the end." Franklin glanced around, curious. "Has young Master 2 not come back yet?" "Nope," Jason said without turning around. "He is gone chasing after that girl from yesterday on a trip. I will send him the video after we are done watching." The variety show kicked off quickly, and after a few ads and an opening segment, the scene switched to the familiar alleyway. Welcome everyone to Shawacheng Alley, home to endless street food delights. Today, we are diving into the heartwarming flavors of local street eats. The show featured plenty of mouth-watering food photos, and Franklin could not help but drool. Not long after, it was time for the introduction segment. The guests stood in a line, and when Benjamin looked around, Jason was not there. "Did you mess up the clip? There is no sign of you at all," he said suspiciously. "Wait, three brother," Jason whispered mysteriously. "I am making a big entrance." Michael's gaze flickered slightly. That description felt oddly familiar. Benjamin lunged forward with a dramatic move. Gotcha. Sure enough, he caught Jason sneaking in behind the scenes. The screen continued rolling as the director introduced the final guest. Benjamin blinked. "Wait, the big frog is a guest. Is this some kind of prank show?" Jason froze. "No way, it is a real food show." When he saw the big frog do dozens of backflips, Benjamin's face went rigid. "You?" "Jason, yeah, am I not cool?" Franklin gave a look like he would seen it all before. "Do not panic yet. Things are about to get way crazier." Before he could prepare, the big frog on screen suddenly broke into a loud, off-key warble. As soon as the frog appeared, a few scattered pop-up comments floated across the screen. "Master skill. The frog prince fell from the sky. Do not tell me this is the new guest. I only do my face mask once a month, please. Do not mess with me. Newbies are just more fun. This guy really goes all in." After the initial awkwardness faded, Franklin slowly got drawn into the lively vibe of the variety show. The other guests, including Jason, had plenty of witty moments, and the live chat was full of laughter all the way through. Even the guests could not help but chuckle along. Jason seemed to be driven by some mysterious inspiration, sprinting full speed toward becoming a comedian. Throughout the entire episode, he spent half his time in that frog suit. During the performance segment, guests were asked to show off their talents to help draw customers into the shop. Fearing Jason might pull another sonic attack, the other performers suggested a fun and quirky act instead. Jason agreed. Then he slipped while wearing the frog suit, sliding headfirst down the slanted ramp straight into the crowd's feet. "Benjamin," Franklin could not help but tilt up the corner of his mouth. Jason huffed, turning sharply. "Brother 3, why are you laughing at me too?" Benjamin held back for a moment, then said, "Because I have realized you are actually pretty good at being a celebrity." With his brain as smooth as a pancake, Jason was hooked. "Really?" "Yeah." "He has got all the punchlines. I am the one making the awkward faces, still totally attention-grabbing." Franklin was starving, practically glued to the table, eyes never leaving his food. Michael had a light dinner. Benjamin laughed himself full. Jason was watching his calories, so Franklin ended up eating the most at the whole table. After finishing the main course, Franklin still wanted to have fruit to clear his palate. Michael frowned. "Eating too much at night is not good for your health." "Too full." Franklin, still holding a cherry between his teeth, looked puzzled. "I only ate about half full." Jason narrowed his lips slightly and asked, "Do not you worry about gaining weight?" Franklin said with a grin, "If your heart is sincere, it is 0 calories." Michael glanced at the small but slender waist of his young assistant and spoke slowly and gently. 3 layers of softness in the belly do not build up overnight, only from constant cravings." After eating about 8/10 full, Franklin rubbed his stomach and felt it was actually a bit soft, with no muscle tone at all. Ever since he entered the wealthy household, his meals had risen in quality along with Michael and the others. His job was easy and relaxed. Transportation was always ready outside. Elevators on every floor, there just was not much chance for exercise. Could it really be that he has got 3 layers of belly fat? Franklin quickly shut his mouth. No more, no more. I do not want to turn into a gas cylinder." Michael lowered his head and curled his lips slightly. After dinner, Franklin strolled around the Lee family's garden, killing time, while also trying to work off a few calories, hoping to shrink that triple layer of belly fat down to just 1. "Franklin, the director called me." Jason rushed over with excitement. "He wants me to be a regular on the show." Franklin smiled for him. "That is great. Now I will have something fun to unwind with." Jason's face instantly fell into a pout. Am I really that funny? You and third brother laughed all night. Even big brother could not keep a straight face. Franklin gave him a look of mild envy. As long as you are happy, that is what matters, way better than working a regular job. Jason had business interests under his name, but his older brothers handled everything. He would never known the grind of being an office worker. Is work really that exhausting? If you do not want to go, just stay with me and film. You will meet tons of celebrities. Franklin thought for a moment. I think I will pass. This is kind of a no-win situation. Jason, why? Franklin, his face serious. Not working means money troubles, but working brings mental ones. Franklin sighed. Oh well, nobody stays sane from working. It was getting late now, so Franklin and Jason headed back after a little cat walk. Franklin had become obsessed with the binge-worthy show he watched during meals. After his shower, he flopped onto bed and streamed it at double speed. These shows here were actually pretty well made, especially this crime drama. It was right up Franklin's alley. He ended up watching straight through until morning. The next day, after Michael finished breakfast, he waited another half hour in the living room before the junior butler finally arrived with a slow stroll. Franklin was not looking so good. After burning the whole night catching up on the show and getting stuck right at the most crucial moment, he put down his phone only to find his mind still buzzing. It took him a long while before he finally drifted off. His face looked drained now, eyes puffy, with no spark left in him at all. Michael frowned at the sight of his face, did not sleep well. Franklin rubbed his face lazily and replied, Not that I did not sleep well, just that I did not sleep at all. Michael gave him a quick look over, studying his miserable expression, and guessed, Did you skip dinner? Did not eat enough last night. No, the young man shook his head and let out a weary yawn. I stayed up all night watching a show. He had not expected that reason at all. Michael almost laughed in exasperation. Does the show run away if you do not watch it? Why would you have to finish it right then? No, Franklin insisted, but it drives me crazy, could not sleep a wink all night. Michael snorted. In the end, it is still just the same. He leaned against the doorway and stared off into space. Michael asked curiously, What is on your mind now? Franklin's expression was dead serious. I am wondering how to get 8 hours of sleep in just 3. Franklin was so drowsy, he was practically falling asleep. In this state, he would only spread sleepy vibes around if he went to the office. Plus, Lee Group's been doing great lately, no red flags anywhere. Fine, let the junior manager have a day off. Michael stood up and slowly fastened his coat buttons. Since you did not sleep well, skip work today. Franklin perked up instantly. Are you going to dock my pay? Michael glanced at the dark circles under his junior manager's eyes. No, not this time. Bosses can be kind once in a while. Plus, 2 new episodes drop at 10. After dinner, I will binge watch them and crash straight after. That forgetful junior manager. Then, young master, please take care on your way out. Work hard, young master. As soon as he heard he did not have to work, the junior manager's face lit up. His energy snapped back instantly, his features looking especially clear and fresh. Michael stopped mid-step and stood in front of him. You are this excited just because you do not have to work. Franklin glanced at him, then decided not to share the joy with his boss. Not exactly. I have just been working non-stop for too many days. I haven't had a real break. He had been on duty for 2 straight weeks. With Michael working around the clock, any place could become his office. This intense schedule had definitely taken its toll on Franklin too. In 14 days, he would only managed 1 day off. Michael thought for a moment. I remember you took a day off. 1 day, that is not even a break, it is just a quick breath. He lowered his eyes slightly. I did not really rest either. I have been right there with the team, through thick and thin. Franklin looked up and shot back. You are the boss, overtime's expected. Fine, the little manager had too many odd arguments, always with a clever twist. It was impossible to keep up. Michael did not want to waste time arguing, he just wanted to get to work. Franklin watched Michael walk out the door and could not help but grin widely. Driver Ullin opened the rear door after pulling up to the entrance. Michael, Levi just called. Our overseas partner we have been working with has returned home and wants to meet you to discuss next year's collaboration. With so many projects going on, he would dealt with dozens, if not over 100, foreign business deals lately, and honestly could not recall which one was requesting this meeting. Michael nodded. He had a vague recollection of the man. All right, have Levi set it up. We will. Not you wait. That fraud boss again. Why does a bad guy always show up when we are not even ready? Cannot they just leave us alone and let the story progress normally? Michael froze for a split second, his fingers tightening involuntarily. Though a lot had happened recently, none of it was enough to destroy the Lee family, just some serious damage. And caught up in young Master's unpredictable business tactics, Michael almost forgot. Their family still carried a curse. One step after another, every move leads to bloodied heads and bruises. So what is it this time? In the moment he was still stunned, young Master had already moved beside him. Though clearly reluctant, he finally spoke up. Master, I do not feel sleepy anymore. I would like to come with you. All right. Michael did not refuse. He needed the young housekeeper by his side right now, and he would make up for the long hours later. Since the foreign business partner had scheduled a meeting, Uncle Ullin did not drive to the office, but went straight to a high-end private chef restaurant called Ijinghi Aloyu, which only welcomes IVIP clients. Franklin remembered clearly. It was a major turning point in the story. It marked the beginning of the Lee family's decline. Liam appeared to be a trade merchant dealing in machine tools, but secretly he was an operator from Myanmar who ran fraudulent schemes. After being severely injured in a violent clash, he was saved by Chin Ainingning, the story's main female character, which filled him with gratitude and made him determined to repay her kindness. By chance, he learned that Lee Group had been in ongoing conflict with Ethan, so driven by loyalty to his benefactor. He secretly entered the country on his own to settle things with Ethan and Chin Ainingning. Meeting as business partners was just a cover. It made it easier to kidnap Michael during dinner. In the novel, Michael vanished overseas for 3 months, tortured until he barely looked human. Amatheo went through hell chasing him all the way to Myanmar, but came back with only a brother who had lost both legs and suffered permanent facial scars. From that moment on, Lee Group truly began to fall apart. Thinking back on those events, Franklin's face turned pale. Liam was not like the petty criminals he would dealt with before. Those were just minor trouble. This guy was truly the worst of the bad ones. The story never revealed what happened to him, but thanks to the protagonist's lucky streak, he was probably still running scams somewhere in Myanmar. Having cleared his mind, Franklin turned quickly to Michael. Young Master, could we please stop for a moment? Michael did not ask why and told Mr. Ullin to pull over. What is wrong? The little butler looked seriously worried, and Michael could not help but start wondering, who exactly was this foreigner anyway? What kind of threat could make the usually obsessed gossip hound so shaken? Franklin stammered. Driver Ullin saw that the two seemed to have something private to discuss, so he decided it was best not to eavesdrop and stepped out of the car for a smoke. Finally, Franklin swallowed hard and said in a tense voice, I have a secret. Michael's expression darkened. Was the housekeeper finally going to reveal his secret? Should he act surprised later, just enough to make the housekeeper think he would hidden everything well? They turned toward each other one after another. Michael glanced at him, his voice suddenly softening. Go on. Franklin, actually, I can tell fortunes. It was the best way Franklin could think of to block and protect Michael, using fortune-telling as a cover for his foreigner status, while also making it easier to sneak through scenes without raising suspicion. 2 birds with 1 stone. Believe me, no, I am not a fake prophet. Okay, it sounds crazy, but look at how sincere I am. I am counting on you to trust me now. A sharp, urgent blast rang out nearby. Michael's breathing slowed as he said, Is that so? Then read my fortune today, too. The housekeeper stared at him and pulled out an old trick from decades past. "Your forehead's dark, you are going to face bloodshed." Michael slowly curled his fingers. "Is that so?" Yeah, Franklin nodded fiercely. "I also foresaw that Liam is not a good guy. He is a fraud boss from Myanmar, and this business meeting is just an excuse to kidnap you. There is no fortune teller who can predict specific events so clearly. The old butler really is not lying." Michael's expression turned icy. Seeing him stay silent, Franklin grew worried he did not believe him. "I am telling the truth, young master." Suddenly, Michael looked up. "Then let's call the police." Wait, so even billionaire bosses end up calling the cops when things go south? I thought all those tough guys had secret armies ready to die for them at a moment's notice. So not every big boss is all about being ruthless, after all. Franklin gave a couple of soft clicks of his tongue before snapping back. "Oh, of course I can." Michael stared at Franklin intently, then let out a soft chuckle. "All right, I believe you now." "Franklin, because you asked me to call the police." Michael said coolly, "If you are not afraid of calling the cops, what you are saying is probably true." So that is what he was testing me for all along. No wonder a boss like him would never call the police. The alert had gone off successfully, and Franklin let out a huge sigh of relief, slumping back into the passenger seat with a dazzling yawn. Michael had already stepped out, calling Amatheo to send bodyguards for protection, then reached out to a trusted officer to set up an iron net around the criminals. Half an hour later, a police car silently pulled up beside them, and two detectives, one man and one woman, got out. The man shook hands with Michael first. "Michael, long time no see. Last time you reported the EUA family's illegal organ trafficking. I followed your lead straight to that underground factory. We took down the entire criminal ring last week. Thanks for the intel." "Of course," Michael replied politely. "And there is more. Your tip led us to uncover the corruption and drug use by two senior directors at Lee Group. Thanks to that, our captain cracked open the city's underground drug ring, and we have been awarded a collective first-class merit. The whole detective team wants to thank you properly," the female officer said with a smile. Franklin stared out the car window, completely stunned. A UA family gone. Did Lee Group's top directors get hired straight into the system without taking exams? When exactly did all this happen? Did Michael really do all of this? Franklin shivered, suddenly thinking Michael was the one with psychic powers. How could every bad guy he pointed to get caught so easily? He glanced at the man talking confidently with the officer under the tree, the profile sharp and refined, his figure tall and poised, always seeming calm and composed, no matter the situation. The novel said Michael was deep-minded and cunningly deceitful, but during all the time Franklin had been with him, he would never once felt that way. Was the author-character portrayal wrong, or had he simply never seen through this villain's true face all along? Every citizen has a duty to assist police with information and support. That is just what one should do, Michael said with polite formality. Those matters are behind us, let's drop it for now. What did you want to talk about today? Yes, there is. Michael glanced at the small butler peeking through the car window, 2 eyes and a fluffy head visible, then lowered his voice. There is a scammer from Myanmar working at Ujinghe building, likely a key figure in the fraud ring. Michael had picked up these details while Franklin was going over the case timeline. The facts were chilling. If he had not been strong-willed, he probably would have already given himself away to the little butler. The two officers' expressions turned serious right away. Franklin leaned out the window, craning his neck. Why had Michael suddenly gone so quiet? He could not catch what was being said. Not long after, Michael returned and asked Franklin to move to the back seat. "Master, is it taken care of?" Franklin asked as he climbed into the back seat. Before he even got a reply, the passenger door suddenly swung open. The same female officer, now in different clothes, slid into the car. "Michael, I am your assistant from now on. Do not worry, I will keep you safe." Franklin blinked in shock. "Are you going to be the bait?" His fingers curled involuntarily. nails digging into his thigh, so tense he did not even feel the pain. "Oh, this young man seems quite sharp." The female officer turned to look back, saying, "I am Issue Obi. From now on, I will be Michael's temporary assistant. Do not worry, we will make sure he stays safe." "Franklin," Michael said. Franklin turned around, his eyes full of concern as he looked at him. Even though he knew Michael was just a fictional character, a villain in the story, after all this time together, he could not bear to see someone so clear-minded and kind-hearted end up broken and tormented. Michael should not have to face something like that. Hearing the concern in the young butler's thoughts, Michael spoke again. "Franklin." Franklin's eyelashes fluttered rapidly. "Master." "I am fine," Michael said, his voice softer now. "The detective captain has gone back to the station to gather reinforcements. Ujinghe building will be surrounded. Trust in the police. I will come back safe." Franklin still could not bring himself to relax. He is the one close to the main character, the kind who always has luck on their side. If anything goes wrong today, the Lee family will not have an easy time ahead, hit from both Shen Group and other criminal organizations. Franklin's fingers clenched tight, nerves taut. "Ouch." A low groan reached his ears, Michael's voice strained. "Franklin, I know you are worried, but if you do not squeeze harder, my leg's really going to be ruined." Franklin looked down and realized, without remembering how it happened, he would somehow turned into a pawing hand. His fingers raked across Michael's leg, leaving 5 deep creases in the fabric. No wonder it did not hurt. It was not on him at all. Franklin yanked his hand back instantly. The car sped down the road and quickly arrived at the foot of Ujinghe building. Michael and Issue Obi got out together while Franklin sat still, lost in thought. It was not until Michael and Issue Obi had walked through the main gate that Franklin finally came back to himself. What did Michael mean by his last words? "Squeeze harder, and my leg will really be ruined." "What do you mean, would really be?" Franklin quickly turned his head toward the Ujinghe building across the street, a suspicion slowly forming in his mind. Franklin felt a faint surge of excitement. Michael knew about it, so he would have been extra cautious when dealing with Liam. "Will everything be okay?" Franklin stared at the door without blinking. 10 minutes later, a unit of National Armed Forces surrounded the private kitchen, guns drawn, the sight sending chills down his spine. Franklin started worrying again. The car jolted slightly as Levi, pale-faced, slid into the passenger seat. He would have been told by Michael to leave under some excuse, and now that he was out and saw all those police officers, he was completely dazed. By this point, he still had no idea what was going on. "Am I dreaming right now?" Levi whispered. Franklin did not look up, his eyes fixed on the window. Probably. It felt like he was still dreaming. Everyone else knows there is a tiger in the mountain and turns back right away, but Michael does the opposite, playing bait for the police. Is that really the role a villain should take on? Franklin nervously picked at the car window, afraid Michael would not make it out alive. An hour later, police stormed into the building. Faint gunshots echoed through the air. After a tense standoff, they successfully arrested 2 suspects. Franklin opened the car door and craned his neck toward the distance. "Where is Michael? Why hasn't he come out yet?" A few minutes later, Michael emerged, dusty and disheveled, but otherwise unharmed. Aside from a few minor scratches on his face, he looked perfectly fine. Issue Obi took off his helmet and tossed the bulletproof vest onto the ground. "Michael, thanks for your cooperation. You should head back and rest now. We will come by later to go over the details with you." "All right." Michael came back to the car, dusty and worn from the ordeal, while Franklin stared at him, dazed. "Come on, snap out of it," Michael said, reaching up to ruffle Franklin's hair. These soft tufts were almost fluffy under his fingers. Franklin looked up and asked, "Did you get him?" "Yeah," Michael nodded. "Got him. Matches the police wanted poster exactly." Hearing that, Franklin let out a breath he would been holding. His sharp features were flooded with relief, as if he would just survived something himself. Michael's expression softened. He took a quiet breath and said, "You are safe now, let's go home." Back in the car, once Franklin had calmed down, his attention shifted to something else. "Master," Franklin murmured, "you can hear me, right?" Michael pretended not to understand. "Hear what?" The young butler leaned in, his pale face close to Michael's, lips parting softly. "You can hear my thoughts, right?" Michael narrowed his eyes. "Franklin, did you have a dream last night?" Franklin shot back instantly. "You are not going to deny it." Michael said, "You are reading too much into this." Franklin shot back, "Then how do you explain this?" He boldly reached out and prodded Michael's thigh with his fingers. Michael grabbed his poking hand, the slender wrist delicate in his grip. Michael said seriously, "Because I can read fortunes." Well, turns out he got hit by the boomerang he would thrown himself. "I do not buy it," Franklin said with a sneer. "Fortune-telling's always kind of mystical," Michael said. "It is all about faith." Franklin tilted his head, staring at him. "So you are just going to keep denying it forever?" Michael stayed completely calm. Franklin studied his solemn profile for a moment, then quietly opened Pandora's box. "But I also know all sorts of secrets about the Lee family. I know what is going to happen with the Lee family in the future, how many traitors are hiding in the company, and what moves Ethan will pull later on. And I even know who you will end up with someday." Michael turned to face him, their eyes locking as he saw the small but smug expression on Franklin's face, a clear setup meant to lure him into spilling his secrets. Franklin smiled faintly. "Want to know?" Michael answered with action. "No." He simply looked away, picked up the tablet on his seat, and started working. Franklin was not giving up. "You really do not want to know, not even a little?" Michael kept his composure. "No." "Why not?" Michael briefly looked up from the tablet, meeting Franklin's gaze. "Because I already know who I will be with someday." He admitted it. Michael finally admitted he can hear thoughts. "Got you at last." Franklin suppressed a shiver and asked cautiously, "When did you start hearing them?" Since we have made it clear, Michael decided to be straight about it. "When Jason brought Daniel back to the main house." Franklin's eyes widened. "So early." That means Michael probably heard every single thing he would been muttering to himself. Franklin clutched his chest, startled. Keep it down, keep it down. Even if you whisper with us this close, there is no way he would not catch it." Franklin was completely stunned in the car. Actually, he was not that confused. There had been signs all along. He had not said anything, but things kept turning for the better. Daniel ended up behind bars. All the troublemakers from the branch got fired. A top executive was exposed in a scandal. A UA family's underground organ trade ring got shut down by police, and Amateo suddenly disappeared at his birthday party. All of it, Michael must have been behind the scenes. He cannot believe he only just figured this out. "Well, so that is you, stealing my lucky break." Michael listened to the little butler's inner thoughts, then gave him a slow glance. "Got it all sorted out?" The little butler nodded. "Pretty much." Michael seemed to smile slightly, then called out to the driver in the front seat. "Uncle Ilan, first take us home, then drop Levi off." "Understood," said Uncle Ilan. Franklin leaned forward. "Levi, you are still here." Levi, in the passenger seat, kept trying to fade into the background. The two in the back were whispering away like they did not have a care in the world. So close and familiar it was, as if he was not even there. After years of navigating the corporate world, Levi had learned one simple rule: do not look at what you should not see, and do not listen to what you should not hear. He cleared his throat softly. "I am not really here." Could the person in front of him be a ghost? Franklin leaned forward. "Levi, you are sounding kinda weird." Levi said, "I have always been this strange." He slowly turned his head and shot Michael a concerned glance. "Oh no, your secretary's been freaked out by that earlier scene." Now that the truth was out, Franklin actually felt relieved. No more need to tiptoe around trying to hint at things. He could just come straight out and spill everything to Michael. That was something good, anyway. Franklin let out a big yawn and sank back into his seat, eyes glistening with tears. Only 3 hours of sleep last night. Then this intense morning, no matter how tough your mind is, it cannot keep up forever. He slumped into the plush seat and fell silent. Michael noticed his assistant had gone quiet. Glancing over, he saw that Franklin was already dozing off against the seat. Almost home, sleep when we get there. Franklin curled up lazily, not wanting to move. Just a quick nap. Michael stared at him for 2 seconds, watching the small, sleepy bundle before he finally smirked. Still going to pull an all-nighter. Franklin's eyelashes fluttered, and he cracked one eye open. You are asking me like you would ask if I am going to eat tomorrow. Michael gave a little shake of his head, still up for it. Franklin rolled over, turning his back to Michael and shutting his eyes. The joy of pulling an all-nighter, there is no way you would get it. Michael snorted coldly. You are still pushing through. Levi in the front seat stiffened. Was Michael talking to himself, or had the two of them somehow reached the point where they could read each other's minds? Franklin was almost asleep, but still reflexively replied, Go ahead and dock it. I am a high earner making K a month. I do not care about 100 or Itwa. After the reveal, young Master Franklin grew bolder and more reckless. Saying he was sleeping, well, the car swayed gently, and Franklin never truly dozed off. He snapped awake the second the car came to a stop in the Lee family's courtyard. Yawning wide, he blinked groggily and stumbled out of the car, nearly tripping over the doorframe and face planting onto the ground. Luckily, Michael was quick on the draw and caught him mid-fall. Franklin was yanked up by his arm, then patted his chest a few times to calm himself. Phew, thank goodness. Michael pressed his lips together. Keep this up, and you will not be so lucky next time. Franklin let out a soft chuckle. Young people just love staying up late, right? And I have lasted this long, does not that make me kind of impressive? You do not just pull all-nighters like this. It is not something anyone can handle. Just as he finished, Franklin thought he heard a faint scoff right in front of him. Oh sure, you are amazing at night, but good luck getting up in the morning. The next day was weekend. After resting 3 days straight, Franklin returned to work looking fresh and full of energy, like a crisp little green sprout. Morning, Levi. Sir Levi hesitated. Good morning, master. Franklin wore a friendly smile. Look at you, still not used to it. Say it a few more times for me. Franklin was suddenly grabbed by the back of his neck and lifted up onto his toes, shoved into the office. What is going on? Why are you dragging me? Michael kept a calm expression. You were blocking the way. Oh, so you are just moving a roadblock. Got it. Never seen someone describe themselves like that before. After a weekend off, there was quite a pile of work waiting to be handled. Michael picked out a few files from his desk and passed them over. Take a look. Franklin took them. What is it going to be, short or quick read? Michael, mind sweep. Since the truth was out in the open, and given that young Master Franklin basically had a cheat code for life, Michael just went ahead and used it openly. Franklin got straight to work now, no pretense left. Any project with red flags, he would mark an X and hand it back to Michael right away. The mood stayed pretty relaxed. Half an hour later, Levi walked in. Michael, here, the project proposal submitted by the department. Director Chin has approved it. Please take a look. Michael glanced at it briefly and said, Franklin. The person beside him looked up. Huh? Mind sweep. In Levi's stunned gaze, Franklin took the file, glanced at it quickly, and handed it back just as fast. This project is not going to work. Michael frowned. Why? The partner is a mob boss. This project's just a front for money laundering, and Ethan will expose it later when it falls apart. Michael took the file back. Levi, get the word out, reject the project. Levi stared at Michael, wide-eyed and speechless. Levi. Oh, yeah. Levi took the file, barely hiding his shock, and hurried off. Levi's expression was too obvious for Michael to miss. He pressed a finger against his temple. Franklin. What now? Michael gave him a sideways glance. Do not talk to me in your head. Why not? It is convenient, and I do not even have to talk out loud. Michael groaned, but it makes me look like a lunatic. Oh, no wonder Levi looked so weird earlier. Probably thought their big boss is totally cracked. Hee hee hee. He was about to say more when a roar exploded from outside. Michael, you are a psycho. Outside the door, Levi and 2 security guards were struggling to hold him back, but they could not stop Ethan's furious advance. Ethan stormed into the CEO's office with a twisted face and slammed an action figure down in front of Michael. Are you serious? You are crazy? Ethan was completely thrown off balance, his face twisted in rage as he stormed into the CEO's office and slammed a transformer down in front of Michael. What kind of sick joke is this? We have been locked in that nasty business war, but now you go and mess with my lucky god. Just thinking about it made Ethan furious. He had been praying to the god of wealth with real devotion these past few days, since the new statue had to stay hidden from light for 7 days. He would kept it covered in red silk all that time, and finally, after what felt like forever, he was ready to take a proper look at his precious deity and set out some offerings. But as soon as he pulled off the red cloth, wow, it was not a god. It was this high-tech, joke-filled transformer. And to top it off, the transformer even made an attack pose at him. Realizing what he had been worshipping for days, this ridiculous thing, he nearly collapsed from rage. He thought Michael was totally out of his mind. A complete nutjob. Fuming and unable to hold back, Ethan charged straight into Lee Group's headquarters on his own. Franklin eyed the sizable transformer on the desk and instinctively shrank back. Oh no, this was exactly the trap he had planted for the boss earlier. Michael already knew about it, so he was not surprised at all. He looked up and asked, "You really prayed to it for 7 days?" Franklin felt like he would heard the sound of knives slicing into flesh. Seeing Michael's reaction, Ethan was even more certain this had to be his doing. "It is you. The only one who came by my company that day was you, and you stayed in the office for ages, so that is what you were planning all along." Furious, Ethan grabbed the transformer and shook it hard. "You made me burn incense for 7 days. Does it even understand? And you used my own transformer. Has Lee Group gone bankrupt or what? That they cannot afford a simple toy?" The transformer knocked against the desk, somehow triggering its sound module and letting out another attack noise straight at Ethan. Franklin, man, this is so awkward, so childish. Like a kid throwing a tantrum in front of adults because they did not get their toy. Michael was not bothered at all. There was a little assistant constantly chattering in his ear, making it impossible for him to get mad. The office door swung open again, and Noah came in drenched in sweat, offering Michael a sheepish smile. "Ethan, let's head back for now." Ethan waved him off. "I am not leaving. I will not walk away until Michael gives me an answer. What kind of nonsense is this? A shameless lunatic." "Oh man, that is even more childish." Noah quickly turned to Michael. "Sorry, Michael, we are sorry about Ethan. He is really worked up and acting out of line. Breaking into Lee Group was the last resort. Please do not call the police." Michael did not even consider it for a second. He just treated Ethan like some over-the-top comedian. "Take your Ethan back and let him rest." Noah nodded, then pulled and coaxed Ethan out of the room. "Ethan, we showed up uninvited, already at a disadvantage, and you attacked Michael personally. Let's go back first. We will figure something out later." "What else can we even do? Michael's practically riding on my neck and shitting all over me." Noah spoke gently. "This is Lee Group's territory. We should not push things too far. The security guards are watching after all." "So what if they are watching? Do you think they will eat me alive?" Noah's like a parent dealing with a bratty kid. Franklin sighed softly. Michael looked at him intently. "You two know each other well." Franklin thought for a moment, about 3/4 familiar. Still, Noah was right up Franklin's alley. Original Noah was quiet and honest. Did things step by step without flair like Levi, but he made up for it with meticulous care and unwavering attention to detail. Too bad he later got dumped by Ethan for being too rigid. Just quit cold turkey. Noah's family seemed to be pretty poor, actually. Without that job, life hasn't been easy for him at all. Franklin pondered for a moment, then turned to him. Young master, why do not we go ahead and recruit Noah? Michael, where would we even put him? Franklin said without hesitation, the CEO's secretary office. Great talent should be snapped up right away, otherwise someone else will steal them. Michael gave him a half smile. So, Franklin, are you trying to push Levi out? Franklin froze for a beat. Right, Michael already has Levi by his side. Adding another Noah would definitely make things tight. A company cannot really handle two secretaries at once. And if they end up developing a rivalry down the line, things around the young master would get awfully lively. Ha. Franklin recalled the original story's details and remembered Noah's background. I think Noah is from Shandong, right? Michael, Franklin straightened up and said seriously, then let's send him a set of civil service exam practice papers, might shake up his career ambitions. Franklin was buzzing all morning, then vanished the moment lunchtime came. Even Michael could not catch him. The canteen today had Boston lobster dumplings, Shanghai-style smoked fish, bell pepper beef, and clams with asparagus. Everything Franklin loved, and he was using Levi's card again. After so many times, Franklin even felt a bit sheepish. Levi, next time I will treat you. Franklin, no need to be formal, Levi said. I really liked the kiwifuruit you brought last time. This is what we call. Franklin giggled, payback for payback. Levi paused for a moment. It is just mutual courtesy. Franklin laughed until he was done, then patted Levi on the shoulder. Just kidding. Levi was not convinced. Franklin always has a sharp way with words. After finishing dinner, Franklin slumped back to the top floor office. In the afternoon, Michael had a department meeting scheduled. With nothing to do, Franklin flopped onto the desk and started playing Minesweeper to pass the time. Just then Benjamin walked in and caught a lazy assistant red-handed. Franklin, what are you doing with nothing to do? Franklin clicked the mouse, busy playing Minesweeper. Benjamin turned around, dragged over a stack of files, then sat down in Michael's chair. Read these out loud for me. Another one treating him like an audio book. Franklin glanced at his crossed legs. Is not the young master supposed to be idle too? Benjamin raised an eyebrow. You did not know we spoiled brats all work like this. Well, I really did not know that. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon was when people were at their most lazy, and Franklin just stayed sprawled out. Young master, a good boss does everything hands-on. Look at the eldest brother. Benjamin was not fazed. I am nothing like my older brother. I heard you have got a second-in-command title back at headquarters. You are the one who should be doing more. Franklin said lazily, then you do it, I cannot. Benjamin paused for a few seconds. Seeing the assistant still unmoving, he started painting a picture. Franklin, you cannot run from work forever. Life's about suffering first and then enjoying the sweet reward. Franklin diadupaned, nope, young master. Hardship does not always lead to sweetness, but sweetness. You get it straight away. Let's just slack off together, then, young master. Just then, Michael returned from his meeting and walked into his office to find the two of them locked in an odd tension. Old 3, put your legs down, he said. Benjamin pulled his legs back and started tattling. Brother, your little assistant is way too disobedient. He will not even move when you ask him to do something. Franklin turned around in shock. He is too lazy to even get up himself, and now he is trying to boss others around like a slave, and then goes straight to the eldest brother to rat me out. Brother, I am completely innocent. He glanced at the untouched files on the desk and turned to Benjamin. You did not do a single thing from what I told you earlier. Benjamin pointed at Franklin. Brother, it is all his fault, he would not help me. Michael stared blankly. Do you pay him? Franklin lifted his chin proudly. Exactly. Michael shot a look at the overconfident little assistant. Franklin, go down to the lounge and check something. Franklin turned his head. What for? Michael, there are 2 new self-serve chip machines just arrived. Go check if they work well. The assistant vanished in a flash. Benjamin watched him disappear, leaving only the office door trembling slightly. Michael said, "Get up, there is something I need you to do." Benjamin reluctantly stood up and gave a half-hearted smile. "Brother, I cannot help but feel like you treat Franklin better than me." The assistant happily munching on snacks, while I am the one sweating over work. No idea who is actually the real younger brother. Michael said, "Your second brother is trapped in a mountain area by a landslide. You are going to go help with the rescue." Benjamin blinked in surprise. When exactly was this? Just now. All right then, Benjamin stretched lazily. What can I do? Blood's thicker than water after all. As he reached the door, Benjamin suddenly stopped and turned back. Brother, you are always so nice to Franklin. Michael's fingers twitched slightly as he lifted his eyes. What is it? Benjamin narrowed his gaze, a thought crossing his mind. You are not actually thinking of making him our 5th brother, are you? He lowered his eyes gently. No. Benjamin pouted slightly, gave a nod, then turned and left. At quitting time, Michael caught the errant little assistant in the downstairs break room. Turns out you cannot let someone like that run loose. Spent the whole afternoon off the leash, and now the boss has to come personally to fetch them. Assistant Jing, is Michael really hard to work with? As he stepped outside, he heard chatter coming from inside. Michael raised an eyebrow. He would only been out of the office for a few hours. Had the little assistant really already bonded with the staff that fast? He paused lightly mid-step. Well, let's see just what the little assistant thinks of him. The assistant mumbled through a mouthful. The big boss is really hard to please. Can you give us an example? Is he super harsh during work hours? I am terrified every time I see him, but for some reason over the past month, he does not feel as scary as before. Jing assistant, tell us the details, please. Franklin, what is there to say? Tell us what Michael's usually like. The break room is full of snacks, and there are already several empty chip bags in front of Franklin. He grabs a strawberry mochi and takes a bite. He yells at people something fierce. Franklin keeps going, and he is really good at docking pay too. I always said Michael has a violent streak. Jing assistant clearly goes through hell. Come on, here's another slice of pizza. Eat up and get some strength back. Franklin smiles warmly as he accepts it. In the office, if you want to bond with coworkers, there is really only one way, mindlessly trash the boss. The harder you rant, the closer you get. But as he keeps talking, he starts to feel a chill creeping down his back. Could it be just my imagination? Jing assistant, why do you even stay around Michael and put up with all this? Someone asks. With your skills, you could easily find something better. You are overestimating me, young man. With my college dropout level of talent, the only place that would even take me is Lee Group. Nowhere else would have room for someone like me. Franklin bites into his pizza and sighs. There is just no way around it, he pays too well. He nearly snaps at the assistant, but then he clears his throat lightly, and instantly the chatter in the break room stops. Everyone goes quiet like a group of wary little quail. Michael walked in with a dark expression. All the staff turned pale and quickly made excuses to leave, afraid of being punished if they stayed behind too long. Only Franklin stood frozen in place. Oh no. Michael stepped closer, eyeing the snacks left on the table by his employees, and let out a cold smirk. Enjoyed these treats you got by tarnishing my reputation. Taste good. Franklin cleared his throat nervously. Master, when did you get here? Michael, right at the moment you were gossiping about whether I am hard to work with. Franklin's heart dropped. It was over. That means he heard everything. Michael's, yeah, every word. Franklin touched his chest, saying with mock distress, How can you just listen in on my thoughts? I do not even have any privacy anymore. Michael snorted coldly, tapping the tip of his finger lightly against the table. Oh, now you are playing innocent. He gave a sheepish smile. Master, I was not really trying to speak ill of you, I was just trying to bond with everyone. Michael, so bonding means badmouthing the boss. Franklin shot back, matter of Ifakla. What else builds friendship faster than complaining about your boss? Relax, Franklin said with a gentle smile. My loyalty has always been with you. Michael was not buying the surface-level loyalty and simply said, time to go home. Back at Lee family, Franklin realized Jason had come back too. Since becoming a fixed cast member, Jason had been away on location shooting in the West this weekend, gone for several days without warning, which startled everyone at the Lee family. Young master, you are back. Franklin, it has been ages. Jason looked a little sunburnt, but his eyes were bright. I have missed you being gone this long. Franklin felt touched. You really are thoughtful, young master. Come on, talk to me more. Jason said, I am running out of material. Even the director said I have been playing it too safe this episode. He paused for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, Young master, is your reality show persona based on? Jason blurted out, You. Thanks, but I am not that wild. A soft chuckle came from beside him. He turned and saw Michael with a slight curve to his eyes, as if he would just laughed. Let's change clothes and get going, time's running out, Jason said. Franklin was stunned. Where to? There is a fashion gala tonight, hosted by our director, tons of big names invited. Brother is the biggest investor in this show and is on the guest list too. As for you, Franklin, just go to enjoy some great food. You will be eating like royalty. Wait, did you two not get an invitation? Franklin's eyes lit up when he heard that. Still, the young master was thinking of him after all. As for the invitation, Franklin thought back to what had happened a few days ago. The shock had been so big that no one probably noticed receiving anything at all. Brother, Jason turned toward the man on the sofa. Are you going? Michael's no. If not, I will go with Franklin by myself. Michael stood up. Just give me a minute to change. Franklin was about to say something when Jason pushed him into his room. He did have a few suitable outfits. Back when he first arrived, Jason had bought them using the young master's card. Franklin was not the main character and did not need to stand out, so the clothes did not have to be flashy. After a quick thought, he picked a deep black suit with golden streaks on the shoulders and left chest simple yet elegant. As they stepped out, Jason let out an impressed whistle. Wow, Franklin, you actually look like one of the Lee family. Franklin instantly recalled all those fake air memes he would seen over the years. Is it because I am dressed to impress? Jason shook his head mysteriously. You and the Lee family share the same face level. Got it, you are basically bragging. Still, Franklin was genuinely pleased. Since he would come over, his looks and build were still his own, so being complimented felt completely deserved. Franklin rarely wore formal wear and felt a bit uncomfortable. Is the waist too tight? I think it is hugging me a little too closely. Not at all, this looks way better, Jason said, turning to see Michael coming downstairs. He quickly nudged Franklin forward. Hey, brother, take a look. Is not Franklin looking sharp in this suit? Franklin turned around and met Michael's gaze, a flicker of surprise flashing across his eyes. No wonder he is the lead in this story. Michael really is something special. Put on a dragon robe, and he would be the prince himself. Brother, Jason waved his hand. Why are not you saying anything? Michael snapped back to attention, his throat bobbing slightly. Pretty good. Jason grinned, told you so. The event was held in the grand ballroom of a 5-star hotel in downtown the capital. The three left the Lee family compound and split at the entrance. Jason had to make an appearance with the crew, while Franklin followed Michael through the investors' VIP entrance. The event was huge, with a long list of invitees. A crowd stretched out in front of the main gate, requiring staff to check each invitation one by one. With Michael just showing there, it was enough to get straight through the VIP entrance into the hall. Franklin glanced at the long line next to them and muttered, Young master, are not we kind of bullying here? Walking straight through in front of everyone like this, totally thrilling. Michael led him down the red carpet path, his expression a mix of exasperation and something else. You are actually a college graduate. Yes, yeah. Your diploma's probably inflated, is not it? Franklin shot him a look that said, that is illegal. He would never do anything shady. Michael let out a sarcastic chuckle. Do all college students use idioms like you? Franklin lowered his gaze, slightly embarrassed. Others do not know this is just how I use them. They chatted as they walked into the ballroom. As soon as Michael appeared, he naturally became the center of attention for all the businessmen. Franklin did not care about their back and forth pleasantries. He just wanted to eat and drink. Go have fun, Michael said, seeing he was bored. Just do not overdo it. No worries, Franklin grinned, eager to get started. I will cut 10 pounds first, then I can eat whatever I want tonight. Fine, go ahead and eat. Stay away from the drinks, do not cause trouble, Michael warned. Franklin suddenly burst out laughing. I am not a walking disaster, I will not mess up. Michael smirked. You are not exactly short on trouble, are you? Franklin paused, thinking back to everything that had happened since he arrived at the Lee family. Turns out, he really did have a knack for causing chaos. He would almost forgotten himself if Michael had not brought it up. Franklin was unusually flustered. Fine, I am being so nice to you, and you just will not let me off the hook. Without the butler watching over him, he could not help but worry where Franklin might have vanished too. He meant to help, but it backfired. Franklin ended up causing quite a stir. Franklin left Michael's central district and headed straight for the food table. After all, the party theme was just decoration. Food came first. The banquet sparkled with elegance, and guests arrived in full formal attire, chatting in small groups while sipping wine. As an outsider, Franklin did not recognize any of the stars, perfect chance to focus on eating. Franklin. Jason suddenly appeared out of nowhere, dressed in glittery clothes and with makeup on his face, looking sharp, like he would been hit with 2 layers of a beauty filter. I knew you would be here. Franklin was still wrestling with a plate of amber grapefruit when he looked up. Huh, you need me. You said before you liked Teacher Yuan, he is over there. I can get you a front row fan experience. Franklin followed his gaze, but could not even tell if the guy was round or flat. Probably some celebrity the former version of him once had a crush on. He shook his head firmly. No thanks, young master. Why not? Franklin popped a slice of wine-soaked pear into his mouth. I do not like him anymore. Already, it has been less than a month since you last talked about liking someone. Franklin stated confidently, men's hearts are always changing. His eyes swept across the hall and spotted his older brother standing out like a stork among ducks. Nearby, Ethan had arrived too, creeping around while slipping something into a glass. Franklin. Jason widened his eyes and quickly shoved the person beside him. Franklin nearly choked on a cherry from being jolted, then grabbed a drink and gulped half of it. What is wrong? Ethan's putting something in the drink. Is he trying to harm my brother? Franklin narrowed his eyes and looked over. Sure enough, Ethan was heading toward young Master Lee with a glass in hand. Jason worried. Should we go warn my brother? No need, Franklin grabbed his arm. I will handle it. Jason, wait. You are going to do it. You do it then. The drink he grabbed was surprisingly good, fresh and fruity. Franklin took another sip, drained half the glass, then gently closed his eyes. Master, Franklin screamed inwardly, pouring all his strength into the thought. Ethan tampered with the drink. Do not touch anything he gives you. Franklin tilted his head and asked Jason, what kind of glass did he mess with? Jason's mouth fell open. A highball glass, filled with red wine. Highball glass, red wine. Was the butler aware his thoughts had slipped out? All right, let's keep going. Franklin turned back to look for the fruit-flavored drink he had had before. Jason quickly said, that is a fruit wine, no strong taste, but it is actually pretty potent. You should probably ease up. Jason rubbed his ears as he spoke, feeling a strange tingling in his eardrums. Franklin, who had picked up some drinking tolerance from working odd jobs before, gave a little smack of his lips and said, "Then I will just have 2 more." "Okay." Jason's phone rang. The director was on the line, ready to bring the new recruits out for their debut. Franklin patted him lightly. "Go on, young master, you have got the most impressive figure." Everyone scattered to their tasks, but Franklin, bored out of his mind, drifted back to the food station. He would eaten enough, but he could not resist another sip of that delicious fruit wine. One drink after another, and before long he would completely forgotten Jason's instructions. When he snapped back to reality, Franklin realized he would already drained every last drop from the glass in front of him. He felt a strange itch at his throat and reached up to loosen his tie. Hidden just beneath the collar, a tiny black trumpet slowly emerged from the flesh of his neck. Franklin did not notice a thing, dazed and wobbly. He stumbled to the corner seat and collapsed into it, the world spinning before his eyes. Oh no, he must have been drunk. Still feeling warm, Franklin grabbed a nearby flyer at random and fanned himself, his gaze catching on a name printed on the page. In his collar, the black trumpet flickered faintly. "Sen Umingming, how is she still here? I thought she was involved in tax evasion worth hundreds of millions. Why hasn't she been banned yet?" The whole hall fell completely silent in the next instant. What was that sound? Who is talking? Is it true that Shen Umingming avoided taxes? Really? Are we sure? Joke right. No way someone could get away with stealing that much. In the crowd, Michael stood stunned for 2 seconds before quickly turning around and scanning frantically for the little manager. The guests in the hall began murmuring among themselves, while a strikingly beautiful woman on stage turned pale. Franklin slumped in a corner, squinting at the second name on the program flyer. Fang Wayata. The hall fell utterly silent all at once. Wayata, he is going to perform soon, some energetic dance routine. He must really enjoy it, considering he often takes the stage at underground venues, and people pay top rates just to watch him. I am probably going to make a fortune tonight. The murmurs erupted again, then suddenly there was a loud rustle from somewhere in the hall. A space cleared around someone standing at the center, the male star trembling with fear. But that voice, like a death sentence being called out, kept echoing on. Apidai, 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 apidai. The woman whose name was called bit down hard on her red lips, while those nearby gave her strange looks. It is coming back to me now. This girl's been playing the third wheel between 2 men, even as her own sister lies sick in a hospital bed. She is already pregnant from an affair with her brother-in-law and reportedly planned to team up with him to kill her sister for a huge insurance payout. The woman whose name was called dropped down flat on the floor, limp. Chaos broke loose in the hall. Several entertainment reporters caught wind of a massive scandal and rushed forward with microphones, chasing after 3 ruined celebrities who fled in panic. Jason pushed through the crowd and reached Michael's side. "Brother." Michael's eyes were still darting across the messy crowd, but he could not spot anyone familiar. First, find Franklin, get him out of here. Going public like this, if the targets ever find out it was Franklin behind it, they might go completely off the rails in revenge. That little manager's in serious danger. Got it, I will take care of it right away. Michael and Jason split up to search the hall, while Franklin curled into a hidden corner, still holding out his judgment pen. This one, Yang Azalan, wow, he is quite something. Got involved with his stepmother, really into certain toys, and often tied her up in public view right there in the car. Shut up. I said, shut your mouth. A man exploded in rage, trying to locate the source of the voice, but it was ghost-like, seeming to come from all around, impossible to pin down. Fuming, the man kicked over a dozen tables and chairs. Get out here. You bastard, how dare you slander me? The reporters exchanged glances and rushed toward the parking lot. The man turned pale. No, you all get back here right now. Panic spread through the hall. Those who had done wrong looked guilty, terrified they would be called out next, while those clean of guilt were buzzing with excitement, typing away in gossip groups faster than ever. Among the crowd, a few sharp minds started to catch on. Look at the event brochure, the leakers going through the performance list one by one. People scrambled for the brochures. There is still someone left on the brochure. Oh, it is. Star actor, Ayayu Ujing. A wave of noise erupted from the crowd, shock even greater than with the earlier revelations. The reporters who had just run off came sprinting back, zeroing in on the star actor, raising cameras and recorders, ready to grab a front-page scoop. Franklin was feeling drunk, his vision growing blurry. He shook his head hard, trying to clear it. I use him. Someone clamped a hand over his mouth. A crisp men's cologne wafted toward him from ahead, and a broad chest wrapped around him, safe, solid, reassuring. A familiar voice murmured in his ear, "Franklin, play along. Do not think too much, do not speak, let's get out of here first." Franklin was completely stunned. He still had something to say. But before he could react, Michael grabbed him by the back waist and dragged him away. Everyone in the crowd had been waiting with bated breath. Still nothing came out. They started muttering among themselves. Wait, is this it? No bombshell after all. After all this time, looks like there is no more to come. Looks like the leading man is clean after all. Young Master Ayayu Ujing snapped back to his senses and quickly regained composure, smiling as he raised his glass. I am not sure which friend is pulling a prank here, really gave me a shock. Buried in Michael's arms, Franklin lifted his head slightly, blinking through the haze to make out a shadowy figure. I have been active for over a decade, dedicated to charitable causes, and there is really nothing scandalous to share, please forgive the dullness. Hearing that, Franklin rolled his eyes. Bullshit, you are the worst one, more power, more arrogance. If this were ancient times, you would be a traitor to the throne. I would slap two big ones right on your face. What kind of garbage are you? Think you deserve being a star? He covered his little assistant's mouth, could not stop his thoughts from spilling out anyway. Franklin finished speaking and tossed the brochure aside. The Grim Reaper had already marked the names. The ledger was no longer needed for now. The star lineup for tonight's gala. Star-studded, more like star-empty. After exiting through the side door of the hotel lobby, Michael quickly lifted the person into the car and told Ilin Uncle to leave right away, looking as if they were fleeing from something dangerous. Seeing his urgency, Ilin Uncle sped up even more. The hotel faded into the distance behind them. Michael was not about to relax. He had no idea why his young assistant suddenly started broadcasting his thoughts all over, nor how far that reach might be. He was terrified the kid would mentally spill his true identity, and that would cause a massive scandal, so he just kept pushing them farther away from the hotel. Franklin was not happy about being silenced and started squirming in the back seat. Why would you cover my mouth? Michael gave his cheek a little pinch. Do not talk. I did not say anything. Doubt it, just check. Did my lips move at all? The car was snug and they were too close. The alcohol from his breath slipped out in a soft wave, carrying a sweet, fruity scent. Michael looked down at him. You have been drinking. Head spinning, the young man nodded sharply despite his dazed look. Nope. Still denying it, Michael nearly laughed out loud. I told you not to drink. What kind of trouble did you think you were pulling off, huh? Franklin was dizzy as hell, leaning into the seat cushion and rubbing his face like a sea otter. I did not drink. I am just drunk from the soda. Michael was about to say something when his gaze suddenly caught on something. His shirt collar was all mussed up, the tie crooked, and an intricate little tattoo peeking out from the open neckline. Michael's long fingers gently lifted the warm fabric of Franklin's collar, brushing against soft skin. What is this? Franklin squirmed, chuckling. It is just my nicely defined Adam's apple. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Michael asked. He needed to make sure that broadcasting his thoughts so widely would not harm the young housekeeper. If it did, he would have to bring William over right away, and then sign another confidentiality agreement with him to keep the housekeeper's secret safe. Franklin frowned slightly. Yes. Michael's gaze darkened. Where does it hurt? Franklin pulled his hand away from his neck. It is itchy, giggling, giggling, giggling. He would messed up. He should not have tried having a serious conversation with a tipsy kid. There was a small tattoo at the young master's collar, shaped like a tiny trumpet, suddenly appearing just below his throat, strange and astonishing. The first time he would heard the young housekeeper's thoughts, Michael had wondered how it was possible. He would secretly scoured top research from around the world, but no scientific study suggested that someone could project their inner mind outward through mere training. Now that he would seen the tattoo, Michael only had a vague hunch. The voice projection comes from that little trumpet tattoo. But once he would figured that out, more questions flooded in. Why did the broadcast only work for members of the Lee family? Why Franklin specifically? Where had he even gotten the tattoo? And why had it suddenly gone haywire tonight, spreading sound far and wide? The last question was easy to answer. Michael glanced at the drunken mess beside him. A drunk housekeeper was basically a live speaker system. He wondered if he would go back to normal once sobered up. Michael rubbed his temples, annoyed. His leg buzzed with a phone notification. "Bro, did you find Franklin? I cannot hear anything now." Michael suddenly remembered his younger brother he had left behind. "I found him. I will take him home first, and later I will have Uncle Ulin come pick you up." Jason, got it. Is Franklin okay? Why did he suddenly turn into a super loud speaker all of a sudden? Michael was lost in thought when, right after replying to the message, his shoulders sank under the weight of a fuzzy head that bumped against him with a soft thud. The car arrived at Lee family 40 minutes later. Franklin completely passed out, his breath growing heavier with each passing moment from the alcohol. Michael carried the unconscious young man out of the car, and Elder Ulin quickly said, "Let me handle that, young master." "No need," Michael said without flinching. "Go pick up Jason." Ulin uncle paused, then said, "All right." The little house manager had a huge appetite, but was surprisingly light. No idea where all that food from the past few days ended up. Michael stepped inside the house. The maid Ayanne was cleaning the living room when she turned around and saw Michael carrying someone in. She instinctively thought it was Jason. "Young master, what happened to the little master?" Getting closer, Ayanne recognized Franklin's flushed cheek. "Oh, it is Franklin. His face is so red, did he catch a fever or something?" "No illness," Michael said, "just drank too much. Ayanne, make some hangover soup and bring it to the steward's room." Ayanne, "Oh's okay." She stood there stunned, watching Michael carry the man away. The servants' rooms at Lee family were all located behind the main house, and the steward's room was the largest, complete with its own private bathroom. This was Michael's first time entering Franklin's room, neat and tidy, with a big bed in the center that looked incredibly soft. As soon as Michael laid Franklin on the bed, he blinked groggily awake. "Home already?" "Yeah, right, this is my dumpling bed." Franklin's mind flickered with clarity for a brief moment, kicked off his shoes, scrambled into bed, curled up like a sweet rice ball and sank into the soft mattress, fast asleep. Like he was just some delivery guy. Michael stood quietly at the foot of the bed, and after a long pause, he reached out and gave the red-cheeked earlobe of the rice ball a teasing pinch. "Pup." The person in bed stirred unhappily, slapped Michael's hand away with a swat, rolled over, and went back to sleep. The next day, Franklin woke up to the chime of his phone buzzing nonstop, head spinning, rubbing his temple and letting out a long, low groan. "No way, that drink hit me harder than I thought." Franklin just lay there, stunned for a long while, feeling like he would had this wild dream, the kind with epic scenes, but all he could remember were scattered, fuzzy images, something about doing justice, which was a shame since such an awesome moment did not get recorded. After washing up, Franklin stumbled out the door. He would overslept. Everyone from the Lee family staff was busy doing their jobs around the house, while he was still asleep until well past noon. Franklin felt a little flushed and turned toward the dining room instead. "Franklin, you are awake," Ayanne said with a warm smile. Perfect timing, your hangover remedy's still nice and warm. Just wait a sec, I will bring it to you. Franklin was genuinely touched. Thanks, Ianne. Do not mention it. In the dining room, Michael was eating breakfast with an e-newsletter on finance open beside him. Franklin glanced at the clock and said in surprise, "Young master, you are not going to work today. It is already 11 of the clock." Michael looked up, his gaze briefly landing on Franklin's throat, pale and smooth, the tattoo gone now. He calmly looked away. "I am taking the morning off, working in the afternoon." Franklin nodded in agreement. What a scientific schedule. It would be great if things could stay like this all the time. Ianne brought in the soup, and Michael decided to test whether the little butler's mind voice was still out of control. "Franklin." "Yeah." "Hand me a spoon." "Though." The little butler turned and left right away. Why was not he ranting inside his head? Franklin returned with the spoon, sat down to drink the soup. He would never had hangover remedy before and wanted to taste how salty it was. Michael's Franklin. "Yeah." "Bring me another pair of chopsticks." Franklin gave him a strange look. "You have got some right there, haven't you?" Michael kept a straight face. "They are dirty." Franklin gave him a suspicious stare for 2 seconds, then got up again to fetch a fresh pair. But as soon as he sat down, Michael spoke up from across the table. "And get some salt too." Franklin blinked, then started to show his frustration. "Master, are you a tube of toothpaste or something? Squeeze a little out at once. Cannot you just say it all in one go?" He glanced at Ianne, who looked perfectly calm, her expression showing no sign of having heard anything outrageous. So the mental radio must be working again. Seeing Michael fall quiet, Franklin narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What is going on? Why does it feel like the master's deliberately trying to get himself called out? That cannot be right. After resting at home for half a day, Franklin still ended up tagging along with Michael to hang around the office for some side hustle. But today, Lee Group seemed unusually lively. The whole office buzzed with excited gossip. "Did you guys catch the entertainment news today?" "Yeah, it blew my mind for a whole year. I heard the Whistleblower vanished without a trace. No one can track them down. I just want to know who is out there doing justice." "But these stories do not have proof. Could they be fake?" "Impossible. Haven't you seen none of the people exposed has come forward? That is guilt showing. Api and Yang Azaelan are truly shocking. Rumor has it the reporter actually found the stepmother in a parking lot. Seriously, the biggest shock is actor Ayu Ujeng. I have been a fan for over 10 years. If he is involved in something like this, I will never follow any celebrity again." What is the scoop? Franklin had barely stepped into the office when he got hit head-on by a wave of explosive gossip. "Let me jump in on this too." Michael caught the eager glint in Franklin's eyes and let out a quiet chuckle. "Want to join in the gossip?" Franklin spun around so fast. "Young master, are you joining in too?" "I do not eat," Michael said with a smirk. "I usually just watch the scene unfold." Franklin's mind was blank, a big question mark forming above his head. Could he actually witness a scandal unfolding in real time? How come he was not invited to something this good? Michael said, "You did not check your phone this morning." Franklin, "No." He paused, then pulled out his phone, only to freeze at the dozens of alerts flooding the screen. Sen Mingming has been confirmed to have evaded taxes, with the amount totaling million yuan. The rising male star Fang is actually the head performer at an underground nightclub. Click to watch his dance video. His younger sister, been cheating on her boyfriend with 3 men, and allegedly murdered her sister in the hospital bed. The movie star Ahayu Iu had become involved in a major scandal, with reports suggesting he was taken into police custody. Franklin had no words. Seeing the daze in his expression, Michael spoke pointedly. "What did you think of that?" Franklin scowled and let out a low scoff. "You guys." Michael remained calm, unruffled. Franklin said, Is it a full team up of celebrity meltdowns or what? His fingers scrolled endlessly across the screen. So many juicy rumors, cannot even keep up. There is just too much to handle. Michael gave a look that said it all. You really do not remember anything at all. Franklin paused, then mused. What exactly am I supposed to remember? Michael gave a cryptic smile, tapping the mysterious figure on screen before lightly rapping Franklin's head. All of this? You are the one who spilled it. Franklin nearly jumped, his heart skipped a beat. Me, I did that. Yeah, Michael said. You are starting to get it, right? Out there, if you do not watch your mouth, trouble's bound to follow, beyond just revenge. Someone might even drag you off to study. Michael cleared his throat softly. Be good from now on. Still, I am kind of awesome, Franklin beamed. I exposed 5 troublemakers in one night. He spun around and marched straight into the office. Franklin quickly scrolled through his phone, finishing up that stale gossip, then rushed after him. Young master, how exactly did I leak all this? Michael glanced at the small but flawless neck of his assistant. You turned into a built-in speaker last night. Franklin quickly asked for details, listened quietly, then fell silent for 2 seconds before suddenly unbuttoning his collar and stretching his neck out toward Michael. So, can you check if that tattoo's still there? The smooth, pale skin of his neck was revealed in an instant. Michael's gaze darkened for a split second. Not at all. Not even a trace. Franklin clutched the edge of his collar, leaning forward again. Could it just be faded now? Can you take another look? Click's door opened. President hears the monthly financial report. Levi's calm voice cut off abruptly. His hand trembled, nearly dropped the papers. In a perfectly serious office setting, Franklin was already yanking open his shirt, leaning in like he was tempting fate. Good grief, a forbidden office flirtation scene. A flicker of light danced across his glasses as he smoothly turned. Oops, mistaken room, my bad. Michael snapped back to attention. Franklin. Franklin adjusted his collar, and Michael said, No need to make a scene that will give people a shock in the office. Franklin was fastening his buttons as he replied, Just checking your neck, what is with all the dirty thoughts? Franklin had no idea why his inner thoughts suddenly turned into a loudspeaker, but since he felt perfectly fine, he decided not to overthink it. Thinking back to Ethan's little stunt at last night party, Franklin said, Young master, do you have Noah's address? Michael frowned slightly. What are you planning? The butler spoke in a serious tone. I want Ethan to be completely isolated. Michael let out a sigh. Levi has it. Oh, okay. Franklin drifted away. Probably still shaken from earlier, Levi was not in the executive secretary's office. Franklin had to search all over before finally catching up with him in the lounge. Levi, you got Noah's address. Levi froze when he saw him. Yeah. Franklin held up his phone. Share it, please. His phone buzzed. A moment later, Levi sent over an email address. Franklin insisted. Not a fake one, something I can actually use to track him down in person. Levi blinked, startled. Track him down. Franklin pursed his lips. Just a little exaggeration. Levi snapped back to attention, found the address, and sent it over to Franklin. After hesitating for a while, he could not help but speak up. Franklin, if you are going to be playing around in the office again with Michael, maybe lock the door next time. Playing around. Franklin immediately narrowed his eyes and shot a sharp look over. Oh, so you are the one with a messy mind too, huh, secretary? As he placed the order for civil service exam materials, Franklin went on lecturing Levi. They are both guys, take a look at their necks. Do not wear colored glasses, Levi. Levi seemed to catch something odd. Franklin, have you always seen Michael like that? Franklin shrugged. Yeah, pretty much. Levi gave a slow, knowing smile. Oh, that is nice. Franklin turned his head, but your face does not say the same thing. Franklin stared at him. Your expression's totally blurred out like it is covered in a mosaic. He glanced over casually and noticed Franklin opening the payment page, address filled in as Noah's place. What are you buying for Noah? Franklin, the complete guide to poaching talent. Levi was not convinced. Noah's the most loyal guy around Ethan. No gift is going to get him to switch sides. Franklin tapped his password rapidly. It will work. I am not doing this for me. I am representing the nation when it comes to talent recruitment. Levi leaned in to peek at the payment screen, then nodded in understanding. Franklin, not all people from Shandong are chasing civil service jobs. That is a stereotype. I know. Franklin finished the transaction and snapped his phone shut with a quick motion. Let's send him some study materials to tempt him first, growing up in a civil service hotspot. I just do not believe he will stay unmoved. 3 days after sending the civil service exam passed papers to Noah, Franklin got a reply. Somehow, Noah had found his contact info and could not wait to message him first thing in the morning. Unknown number, Agent Jing. At that moment, Franklin was sitting in Michael's car on the way to work at Lee Group. Seeing an unknown number, he cautiously sent back a reaction emoji. This is Noah. Unknown number. I am the chief secretary of Shen Group. Oh. Franklin suddenly realized Noah was not actually named Noah. He quickly added the guy to his contacts and updated the nickname. Neighbor Noah, you sent me those civil service exam questions, right? So fast, Franklin bit his lip. Franklin, yeah. Neighbor Noah, thanks, Agent Jing. But I am not really into serving the country. I would rather be in the cutthroat world of business. Franklin lowered his gaze, paused to think, then typed carefully. Franklin, did you check them out? A few seconds passed before a reply came. Yeah, I did. Franklin then curled his lips into a small smile. Claiming not to want it, but your body's already giving in. Michael, flipping through a financial news report, glanced sideways. What kind of unhealthy thing are you looking at? Franklin leaned in, sharing his excitement. Noah's totally hooked. Michael glanced over and said, just because you look does not mean it will show up on the test. Franklin settled back into his seat. You do not get it. Once Pandora's box is opened, there is no closing it again. He bent over and started tapping away at the keyboard. Did you do the problems? Noah next door, not yet. Noah next door, but I skimmed through them, nothing too tough. Franklin, I do not believe you. Noah next door, wait and see. I will do a full set for you when I get the chance. Franklin waved his phone in front of Michael's face. See, he has already been taken over by the dark thoughts from that box. Next thing you know, he will be taking the exam. Workplace drama, little business showdowns, easy to handle. Watching the little assistant's eager expression, Michael could not help but softly smile. Master, master, Franklin turned toward the window and patted Michael's leg. Morning breakfast and milk tea seemed like a perfect match. Michael glanced at the hand resting on his leg and reminded him, we are going to be late. Franklin did not care. He started talking right there in front of everyone. What is the worst that could happen? Being late with the boss means it does not count as being late. 10 minutes later, Franklin walked into the office carrying several drinks and generously handed one to Michael. Did you really need all these? Can you even finish them? Michael asked. Not for me, Franklin said. I picked up one for Levi too. He has been really kind to me since I started here. Michael let out a dry chuckle, muttering under his breath. Yeah, getting demoted 10 levels, you really should thank him properly. Franklin quietly retreated to the secretary's station. Michael had not shown up yet, and there was nothing urgent on his plate. Levi was chatting with a few coworkers at the front desk, laughing and joking. His mood seemed brighter than ever. Levi, Franklin said. Jing, Levi paused, then smoothly corrected himself. Assistants here. Franklin gave him a knowing glance, still not quite fluent. Stopped by a milk tea shop on the way and picked up some drinks and treats. Everyone can try them. Franklin was glad he had given in to his craving earlier and grabbed a few small cakes and bread from next door. Otherwise, there would not have been enough for everyone. Thanks, Assistant Jing. This milk tea's got great reviews, and the little cakes are delicious. Assistant Jing, you really went all out. The staff happily tried everything, stuffed some of their own snacks into Franklin's hands, chatted for a bit, then Levi walked him to the door. Franklin noticed Levi was not in high spirits and frowned. "What is wrong, Levi? With your salary, what could possibly be bothering you?" "Not exactly." Levi looked a little troubled. "It is Noah from Shen Group. He sent me a set of questions out of nowhere this morning and asked me to get a feel for the difficulty." Franklin tensed up instantly. "No way," my boomerang ended up hitting Levi. Could Noah from the other side be trying to copy and paste, pulling Levi away too? "That is not happening." Franklin quickly asked, "Did you give it a try?" "Did not do any of them. I do not even understand most of the questions," Levi said. Franklin let out a sigh of relief, his gaze softening with encouragement as he said, "Oh, then it is fine. Go ahead and get back to work." Back in the office, Michael was holding a meeting with several department heads. The door was open, but the atmosphere was tense. Franklin stood outside for a moment. A few minutes later, the department managers emerged as if facing an emergency, their foreheads slick with sweat. Only in moments like this did Franklin remember that Michael was a true boss, intense, highly capable, and notorious for making his team feel the pressure. Franklin lightly tapped on the door. "Michael, can I come in?" His voice was smooth yet cautious, like a kid who had sneaked out to play and was now tiptoeing back, afraid of getting scolded. Michael's expression relaxed for an instant, and the irritation that had been building inside him melted away. "Come in," he said. Franklin slipped quietly to his desk. Michael noticed he came back empty-handed, his brow twitching. "Did you finish all the milk tea and snacks?" His eyes drifted down involuntarily, landing on Franklin's flat little belly, definitely not the look of someone who had eaten it all. "No," Franklin replied. "I shared them with my friends in the secretariat." Michael looked surprised. "How long did you even take? You are already friends." Franklin froze for a second, his mind scrambling to cover up. "We all just get along easily, same interests, same vibe." Michael did not hesitate. "So you bond over complaining about the boss?" No way, Michael could actually read expressions now. Franklin quickly jumped in to prove loyalty. "I swear on my honor, I truly think of you, young master, as noble and charming, full of grace and charm. Just maybe I chimed in once or twice when I heard them muttering behind your back. That is all." A sharp, cold laugh rang out right in front of him. Franklin suddenly realized his thoughts had been eavesdropped again and quickly clutched his chest. That is illegal spying. Michael remained calm. Noise pollution. Playing the victim, really. At that moment, the office door was knocked on, and Levi came in to report. "Michael, there is a small issue at Eshengsha. The artists who were supposed to leave are suddenly sticking together for no clear reason. They claim their contracts are not up yet and are demanding compensation from the company, or they will sue." Michael did not hesitate. "Let them sue." Levi nodded. "Also, Ethan invited you to play basketball this Saturday afternoon." He remembered reading that scene in the novel. Lee family had been hit with one scandal after another, their reputation tanking. Ethan wanted Lee family completely finished, so he set up a dangerous matchmaking scheme for Michael. Franklin stared blankly into space, still lost in thought. The matchmaker was Sofaye, the same one who had tried to drug Michael before. In the original story, Michael had a soft spot for Sofaye because she was connected to the Shen Group. He felt affection by association and planned to reconcile with them. No more interference, no hidden tricks. Ethan pretended to agree, but in the end, he teamed up with Sofaye and completely betrayed Michael. Franklin turned his gaze toward the man beside him. But now Michael had not even met Sofaye yet, who knew if anything would change, and a guy like Michael, this quiet, explosive kind of love struck fool. Do you think he will end up completely dazed and head over heels for Sofaye in the final act? Just what kind of a big goofball does Michael seem to be in the little Butler's eyes? "Got it," Michael said. "Tell Ethan I will be there on time this weekend." As soon as Levi left, Franklin started talking nonstop. "You are really going?" Michael said, yeah. Recently, the Lee Group's projects have been going smoothly, while the Shen Group has had several setbacks in a row. Ethan's been unusually quiet, definitely plotting something big. It makes more sense to strike first than to just wait and defend. Besides, Michael glanced at his young assistant. I guess I have got a bit of an advantage now. Franklin suddenly understood what Michael meant and gave a modest little smile. Young master flatters me. Michael chuckled. The advantage is solid, but it has got quite a few bugs. Franklin paused for a beat. The one who has been acting as the cheat does not want this either. Michael said, that loudmouth hasn't shown up lately. Seems like he only comes alive when you have had a drink. From now on, no alcohol. If anything's wrong with your body, just go see William right away, got it? Yes, yeah. Franklin nodded, then suddenly giggled. Young master, if I were to go to the hospital with this kind of thing, what department should I check in for? He kept brainstorming, counting off on his fingers. Cardiology, ear, nose, and throat, or maybe. Michael said firmly, psychiatry. It will not be long before the weekend arrives. Franklin forgot he was supposed to play basketball with the main guy, stayed up late watching dramas and scrolling through short videos, kept going until dawn before finally falling asleep. He went out in the afternoon still feeling dazed. Ayane noticed his blank, ghost-like expression and brought over a bowl of fresh, squeezed soy milk. Franklin, you do not look well, did you catch a cold? Franklin suddenly felt warm inside. No illness, just stayed up too late. Ayane said, kids should not stay up late, it damages the body. You really need to go to bed earlier. Franklin mumbled back with no real interest, When Michael was ready to come downstairs, he saw two dark circles under Franklin's eyes. Again, stayed up late. Michael said, I will have someone move your bed out of your room this afternoon. Franklin blinked a few times, puzzled. Why would you do that? It is my bed. Michael said, I do not think you need it. It is just taking up space. He grumbled, weekends are for catching up on sleep. I have worked all week. Cannot I stay up late to unwind after work? Michael asked, did you feel relaxed? Franklin paused, shoulders slumping. Not really. After staying up all night, he felt even more exhausted, and his eyes were burning. Ayane, Michael said, turning to her. Starting today, the staff quarters will have internet and electricity cut off at P. Ayane let out a light chuckle. Of course, young master. Knowing he could not win, Franklin muttered to himself and buried his face in his food. Michael listened silently to the little mutterings in his mind, raising an eyebrow. Still not happy. Franklin lied through his teeth. Nope. Michael knew he was lying, watching the little housekeeper slouch with a defeated look, but this time he did not soften up. Cannot you just play during the day? Why ruin your sleep? I wish I could go to bed early, Franklin sighed, looking genuinely frustrated. I must have been a street-lamper in my past life. I am just built to stay up late. That afternoon, the two left the Lee family house. As soon as dinner was over, drowsiness hit. The moment they got in the car, the little housekeeper curled himself into the backseat chair. Young master, can I take a quick nap? Michael looked at him, going straight for it without asking. Franklin shrugged. It is more like diplomacy first than action. Michael almost laughed at his playful tone, but instead of sending him away, he got into the car and told Uncle Ullin to drive to the designated location. Franklin boldly curled up in the backseat and fell straight asleep, dozing off all the way until they reached their destination. When Michael woke him to get out, he was still half asleep. His legs wobbled, nearly taking a face-first dive into Mother Earth. Franklin startled at the sudden drop in speed and snapped fully awake. Thanks, master. Do not mention it, Michael said. I am used to pulling you out of trouble. The golf course was booked by Ethan. As soon as Michael stepped down, a stranger he would never met came over. I am Ethan's assistant, came specifically to pick you up. Michael gave a slight nod. Let's go. Franklin glanced around the empty court, spotting Ethan's silhouette on the distant grass. Is Noah not here? He would plan to rile up Noah's exam prep spirit in person. The assistant said. He had something else today, took the day off. Franklin let out a low whistle. Noah, you are not still hiding at home grinding practice tests, are you? They arrived at the course, and Ethan was striking a stylish shot with a caddy by his side. Franklin squinted. What is this? Did not even make it. Franklin's here too. Ethan turned around, leaning on his club like a cane. Michael never leaves you behind. Guess you are officially one of the inner circle now. Michael kept calm. Ethan seems awfully interested in everyone around me. We have worked together for so long, keeping an eye on your circle is not unusual. Ethan said. Besides, people like Franklin, I personally find them quite impressive. Michael gave a gentle smile. That is true, especially when it comes to business tactics, really original. Do not ask, just know he is emotionally rattled. Let's play a few holes first, then we talk, Ethan said through gritted teeth. Michael took the club from the caddy. Sure. Franklin could not play golf, nor did he understand the difference between this high-class sport and ping-pong. After watching for a while, he moved under the shade of a tree to cool off. The entire hillside was reserved, with no one in sight far away. Franklin was bored out of his mind when his phone suddenly buzzed several times in a row. Neighbor Noah, Jing assistant, I told you, these questions are not hard at all. Neighbor Noah, image. Noah had sent over a scanned copy of the civil service exam paper. Paper 1 scored, paper 2 got. Neighbor Noah, out of total I scored. Does that prove what I say? Franklin's eyes widened in shock. What is keeping you stuck at home on a weekend grinding real exam questions? My neighbor Noah. Franklin, Noah, wow, so cool. Actually, I did not do too well on this set. I got distracted halfway through. I helped Ethan with a last-minute report, and if I go over one more practice test made by Liam, my score should be even better. Michael and Ethan finished their round, shot off some casual talk, exchanged flattery, then finally got down to business. I heard Lee Group, planning to enter the high-tech sector, wonder if you have still got enough funds. Ethan asked with a smooth smile. Michael kept his expression calm. Still okay. We are not quite at the point where we need to worship Superman yet. Ethan's grip tightened on the club. He took 2 quick breaths, suppressing his anger, then said, If you need help, our Shen group can lend a hand, just friendly support. Michael replied, No thanks, but to show my appreciation for Ethan's heartfelt generosity, I will send you a bag of fresh bamboo shoots tomorrow. Michael gave a faint smile. I heard the Guan Yu statue at Shen group got moved out. No, Ethan said with a tight smile. It has been sent in for maintenance. Oh, too bad, Michael said. I have got a statue of Alayu Ubi at my place. I am not great at praying to it. Maybe I can pick your brain, Ethan. Ethan could not hold back. Is this really funny? Michael replied, Not bad. It is still nowhere near as good as teasing the little manager. Ethan threw down his cue. Michael, I hope you are still laughing next month. He spat out the threat with a glare and stormed off, tossing aside his hat and gloves. Franklin hurried over. Young master, is it done? Yeah. Franklin watched Ethan's furious retreating back. Something had clearly pushed him too far. The man was radiating rage, smashing through flowers and trees all the way, occasionally glancing back at Michael with a venomous stare, mouth moving. Franklin could not catch what he was saying, but from the lip movements alone, it was not pretty. Franklin murmured, He has lost his cool. Michael said nonchalantly, I just reminded him of some recent business war victories. That explains it. We made a plan to play, but the guy who invited us just bailayed halfway through. Franklin glanced at the silent field. So we are just heading back like this. Yeah. Franklin was stunned. We drove all the way here and that is it. He just walks off. Where is Sofaye? What about the arranged match? You are not keeping your promise, hero. Michael glanced at him. Not entirely without payoff. Ethan's making moves against the Lee group. It should start showing results next month. I will look into it thoroughly once I am back. Franklin, just make sure to dig deep. After all, there are too many criminals hanging around you. Michael put down the cue stick, not wanting to argue about this topic anymore. If you want to play a bit longer, go ahead. It is Ethan's treat anyway, no cost to us. Franklin glanced at the court and shook his head. I am still more interested in food. Michael smirked. It is only food you care about. Franklin pursed his lips, playing it cool. Well, not bad. Michael, modesty overdone. He started walking in a direction. Franklin looked toward the distant car. Are not we heading back? Michael kept going. The fish here is great. Since we are already here, might as well try it before we leave. Franklin swallowed hard. Then I definitely have to try it. They changed course toward the restaurant. Halfway there, Franklin spotted a restroom and asked Michael to go ahead and order. Michael was not too sure. You know your way. Of course, Franklin pointed to the signpost by the roadside. I am not lost, I just follow the arrows. Michael chuckled and headed toward the restaurant to wait for him. After finishing up in the restroom, Franklin followed the directional signs until he reached a fork in the path, only to find no next sign in sight. No more signs, then I will just go by instinct. 20 minutes later, Franklin stood in front of a bamboo grove, staring blankly at a shoot peeking through the dry leaves. It had already been 20 minutes since he left the restroom. He would been circling this area for ages. Michael waited in the restaurant without seeing him, finally pulling out his phone to send a message. Where are you? Little Butler, send location. Michael opened it and saw the location was off by more than a kilometer from the restaurant. Going further would take him past the main road surrounding the court. He went silent. Michael, what are you doing in the bamboo grove? Franklin stared at the bamboo shoot ahead. You will not believe this, but I ran into a ghost walk. That little Butler got such a stubborn mouth. Michael lost. The young master really knows him well. Franklin crouched among the bamboo leaves and typed back. You might not believe me, but I have run into a ghost walk. Michael, you are not even directionally challenged. Just follow the signs. There are so many little paths here, all twisting and tangled, and the signs are not clear enough. Ethan rented this whole place. The path goes on for ages with no one around. Of course it is easy to get turned around. He typed back stubbornly. Cannot blame me entirely. There was no road at first. With so many people walking all over, I just did not know which way to go anymore. Michael, stay put. A question mark slowly appeared above Franklin's head. Was the young master really coming to pick him up himself? A few minutes later, Michael followed the GPS and stepped into the bamboo grove. His gaze swept across the area, and there he was, his lost little assistant crouched in the weeds by the roadside, looking like a freshly sprouted mushroom. What are you doing just standing still? Michael walked over and heard a jumble of sounds, overlapping audio clips mixed with the faint tolling of a distant bell. His assistant was crouched on the ground, scrolling through short videos. Classic online scams designed to grab attention. Leave a comment for good luck, and you will be rich by tomorrow. The assistant believed it wholeheartedly, typing slowly and carefully. Bless me, Buddha, let me become a millionaire with no worries about food or money. Michael stepped forward and pulled the mushroom from the ground. What kind of brainwashing videos are you watching? You actually believe this? Franklin shot back. Better safe than sorry, better to believe it could happen. Michael did not hold back. You sleep during work hours, stay up all night after work, and when you are free, you just loaf around. Then you want to get rich. Cannot make it hard on yourself, so now you are blaming the Buddha. Franklin pressed his lips together. Just a simple wish from ordinary people like us. Michael straightened him up, then frowned at the spot where he had been crouching. Why were you sitting here? Franklin did not hesitate. I was waiting for you. Michael's gaze softened as it rested on his gentle eyes. Why did not you find a place to sit down? Franklin said, I was afraid you would not be able to find me. Michael's fingers stilled, his lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes darkened. That is not really necessary. Franklin thought it over. True, GPS is not that precise. As long as he stayed within the area, there was no reason to stay still like that. Franklin bit his lip. You are right, I guess I have been stuck in my own head. The faint depth in Michael's eyes vanished, and he let out a barely audible sigh. Let's go. Why did he sigh? Did I say something wrong again? He tilted his face up toward Michael. A gentle breeze swept through the bamboo grove, and sunlight poured down in thick, overlapping rays, suddenly brightening Michael's features, dark eyes shimmering with a quiet glow. Franklin froze for a moment, then finally remembered what he wanted to say. Sir, you really did not have to come all the way to pick me up. Just send me a location and I can find my way on my own. Michael glanced at him. You are sure? Franklin, yeah. Michael softly said, You said the same thing before. Oh, so that is why he came, just in case I got lost again. It startled him. Michael had been looking at him just like he looked at a little cake. With those dark eyes, there was something else hidden beneath the surface that Franklin could not quite read. Almost like a butcher eyeing his next cut, he nearly thought Michael was about to sell him off and count the cash. But now he felt relieved. Master is such a caring employer for his staff. He let out a quiet sigh. Foolish Butler. Franklin and Michael had just returned from the countryside when they ran into Matthew and Benjamin, who had been missing for several days. Matthew had lost a lot of weight. His cheeks were sunken, a patchy beard of dark stubble on his jaw, and he looked utterly drained. Franklin peeked around Michael's shoulder. What in the world is going on now? There was no such scene in the original script. Brother Matthew whispered, dazed. She will not forgive me, she will not accept me. Franklin pulled his head back in. Oh, heartbreak. Michael shoved the head that was poking forward back behind him. Where is Charlotte? Benjamin sighed. Charlotte originally went up into the mountains for inspiration, and Second Master chased after her all the way there. He ended up upsetting her so badly she now wants to stay and teach locally. Nothing will convince her to come back. On his way home, he was caught in a landslide and buried for several hours. That is how he ended up like this. Older brother, Michael said calmly. First go home to wash up and rest. We will talk when you wake up. Matthew hung his head, silent as ever. Eventually, Benjamin had to carry him back to the room. Michael grabbed the person hiding behind him. What are you running from? Second Master's in a bad mood, Franklin said. Michael raised an eyebrow. So, what does that have to do with anything? Franklin replied smoothly. I am full and glowing with energy. I did not want to make Second Master feel worse. Michael let out a quiet chuckle. Older brother is not that petty. Franklin nodded in agreement. Yeah, he was practically exhausted right now. He had been out all day and had seriously worried his dumpling bed might have been moved by Michael. As soon as he got back, he rushed to check, and there it was, exactly where he had left it. Franklin finally relaxed, changed into clean clothes, and dove face first onto the bed. He was completely satisfied. Dinner started half an hour early because the other two young masters had returned. Matthew still looked utterly miserable, so Ianne specially made a pot of black chicken soup. Every dish on the table was meant to help him recover. But Matthew had no appetite at all. He moved like a sloth just going through the motions. Michael came back full from eating out with Franklin. The little steward always had a good appetite and loved everything he ate, so much so that Michael could not help but eat more than usual, and before he knew it, he was stuffed. He sipped some soup from his bowl but did not touch anything else. Benjamin had dug through wilderness soil for hours by hand. He was starving. Seeing Michael stop eating, he asked curiously, Big brother, why are not you still eating? Not to your taste. Not really, Michael said. We ate out with Franklin and came back full. Benjamin let out a snort. You sure he was full before he came back? Michael turned to look toward the far end of the table. Dinner tonight was especially lavish. Franklin had piled his plate high with fried chicken wings, sour plum ribs, and braised corn, then scooped out a bowl of tender, slow-cooked black chicken soup and started eating without looking up. The Lee brothers were raised with elite training and strict standards for posture, so even during meals they sat upright with elegant grace, carefully chewing each bite while holding their utensils properly. Not like the junior housekeeper, who was digging into his bowl with his head down. Jason kept adding more food to his plate. Franklin, take it easy, there is plenty more. It is like they have got completely different stomachs. Enough, enough, young master. Franklin wrapped his arms around the bowl to stop him. I cannot eat another bite. Jason sighed with lingering desire. I was worried you would not get a chance against third brother, so I rushed in and grabbed these for you. You really are my good little brother. Franklin touched. Next time, young master, I am stuffed. Benjamin watched Franklin with amused interest and let out a soft chuckle. Franklin, you are even more like someone fleeing hunger than second brother. After finishing the meal, Franklin was completely full, slumped back in his chair, slowly relaxing. Michael handed him a few hawthorn slices for digestion. You never learn, you only remember to stop when you are stuffed. Franklin chattered back. Well, I have got to be full and satisfied before I even think about dieting. The weekend was over, back to Monday again. Michael and Franklin had just stepped into the office when Levi stormed in like a whirlwind, his voice tense. Michael, I have figured it out. Franklin flinched. Wow, what a big deal, shouting at that volume. Michael lifted his chin slightly and asked, What did you find? Levi beamed. Ethan really did try to set a trap for us at Lee Group, but this time he is probably going to fail. Levi did not keep them in suspense. He quickly laid out everything he would uncovered over the past few days. After listening, Franklin nodded. So Ethan went after those troublemakers at Eshenshai who had not even been officially released from their contracts yet. Michael's expression brightened as he raised an eyebrow. He had been worried about keeping that unofficial prison shut for good, feared he would have to wear the warden's hat forever. But now, surprisingly, Ethan had volunteered to take it over. Levi said with excitement, Exactly. He lured them away with high salaries and even paid 3 times the contract penalty fee to Eshenshai. What a saint! Franklin blinked in disbelief. All of them. Levi nodded firmly. Yes, every single one. The artists who were being let go by Eshenshai had been causing a fuss at the branch office for ages, refusing to leave. But the new management team had proven surprisingly capable, keeping the whole thing under wraps with no leaks. No one knows why Ethan set his sights on Eshenshai, probably trying to cut off their roots completely. With no way out at Eshenshai, those artists would jump at any chance. And since Ethan wanted to annoy Michael, he took them all in without hesitation, collecting every ticking time bomb into his own team. The whole thing sounded too wild. Franklin turned and could not help but laugh at Michael. So how much money are we looking at? Michael did a quick mental calculation. Hundreds of artists, 3 times the severance fees. Even if it is conservative, that is in the tens of millions. Franklin was stunned. Brother. Levi added with admiration. Ethan's really a hero, sacrificing his own for the greater good. Franklin gave Ethan a silent tribute for a second. With the joke over, Michael turned serious and reviewed the report handed to him by Eshenshai. Let's keep this quiet for now. Once Ethan finishes poaching talent, he will definitely have more tricks up his sleeve. Levi said, Got it. After Levi left, Franklin was still stunned, unable to snap out of it. Young master, would not just taking this money be a bit too rude? Michael turned toward him. What do you mean? Franklin hesitated. Maybe we should send Ethan a thank you note instead. Otherwise, I just would not feel right about keeping the money. He let out a low chuckle. All right then, go ahead and prepare it with Levi. But Ethan was impatient. He did not wait for Franklin's team to finish the thank you note before the real attack kicked off. The defected artists went public, painting Eshenshai in a bad light and manipulating public opinion into calling it a ruthless entertainment company, exploiting its signed talents, deliberately burying them, running secret backstage deals, even profiting from artist terminations. The news sent shockwaves across the entire internet. It was not just one case. Dozens of relatively well-known artists joined forces to file complaints, and netizens were furious. already tearing apart Shengshai's official Weibo account piece by piece. The fire was starting to spread toward the company headquarters. Franklin held his phone, watching the online chaos unfold. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Levi said, of course not, Shengshai's already prepared, just leave it to us. Sure enough, soon after, Shengshai launched its counterattack by reaching out to several big expose accounts that dropped the dirt on the defected artists, every detail backed up with solid proof. Franklin swiped through his screen. Where did all this come from? Levi said Michael had someone dig it up, originally for the contract terminations. Never expected Ethan would go and do something so reckless. We just handed him the bomb. Franklin giggled uncontrollably. Levi, you are really funny now. Levi said modestly, after hanging around Franklin long enough, you pick up a few things. Franklin's gaze sharpened for just a second. Clearly he was trying to keep up with Franklin's brilliance. Levi, you are such a sharp and dependable secretary. With the leak account joining in, things went from hot to absolutely wild online. Everyone was celebrating like it was New Year's Eve, way more chaotic than that time with the 5-star downfall group. In just a few short hours, the list of defected celebrities filled half the sky, and comments flooded in. I have never seen so many stars fall at once. Has the world ended? The 5-star downfall from a few days ago was already shocking enough, but now there is some kind of downfall. Come on, let's see who just had their die-hard fan heart broken again. Let's do a live stream of the downfall. Count me in, I will pay to watch. So Shen Group went through all that trouble just to hire a bunch of criminals. What a lucky era. This bomb almost blew up right in our own backyard. Ethan, are you asleep? If not, get up and share your thoughts. Franklin scooted over to Michael's side, cradling his phone with glee. Young master, quick, take a look. Your little criminals are nailed to the shame pole. Michael snapped back. Franklin, they are not my criminals anymore. Franklin let out a slow "oh," then added, they are Ethan's now. He suddenly remembered something and turned to Michael. Does this mean a lot more work for Officer Xu from last time? Michael said, or maybe even some commendations. After all, online rumors that sound plausible are not enough. Real proof needs the police. And Michael had already reported them long before. Franklin was gleefully scrolling through the wild online reactions when suddenly a commotion erupted outside the office, faint shouts of Ethan's mad rage piercing through. After munching on gossip all day, the staff could not resist gathering to watch the show. Franklin stood on tiptoe, peering from afar. Ethan was raging out of control, his mind seemingly shattered, and 2 strong security guards struggled just to hold him down. Michael, get your ass out here. What the heck does sending me a thank you letter even mean? You are seriously losing it. He turned his head, scanning the area around him. Michael steadied his frantic head with a firm hand. What are you looking for? Levi, Franklin said. When did he send that thank you note? Right now, Michael said. Ethan, fired up by the thank you letter, acted like a wild dog running amok through Lee Group, screaming insults at Michael. Franklin asked, are not we going to go help? Michael gave a faint, sly smile. What is the point of going over there? Franklin pointed toward the chaos. Looks like the security team cannot even handle Ethan in this state. Michael stayed calm. If that is really the case, then we should just fire the whole security squad. Not long after, the head of security stepped in personally and smoothly escorted Ethan out with a mix of politeness and firmness. Franklin fretted. I really worry about the good guys on security getting hurt by Ethan. Michael reminded him, do not worry, Levi still got our back. Franklin blinked. You mean they are going to have a brawl? What I mean is, Levi's got excellent crisis management skills. Michael snapped, his voice rising in frustration. Franklin let out a soft "oh." Seeing Levi always reminded him of Noah next door. Ethan was running wild at Lee Group all by himself. No one to keep an eye on him or calm him down. Had Noah skipped out again? Or was he off on another vacation? Suddenly it hit him. Noah, you are not still holed up at home doing practice problems, are you? With a bit of curiosity, Franklin pulled out his phone and sent a quick message. Franklin, Noah. Are you in today or taking the day off? Noah next door took a vacation. That would explain it. Last time Ethan caused trouble at Lee Group, Noah was the one holding him back. Now that Noah's off, with no one keeping an eye on him, Ethan's running amok all over the place. Just as he was thinking, his phone buzzed again. Noah next door, a Jing assistant, the questions you sent me have a problem. Franklin, what kind of problem? Franklin bit back a smile. Probably too easy, lost in the problems, cannot pull himself away. Noah from next door, I found some serious errors in the answer explanations for a few problems. I called the book selling agency to point them out, and they actually refused to admit it. Franklin hesitantly, so. Noah from next door, I have already arrived at their physical office. I am about to give them a piece of my mind. Franklin's eyes widened, good grief. Noah actually dared to confront them in person. What is wrong? Maybe Franklin's stare was too intense. Michael turned his head. Your look tells me you have gotten into trouble again. Nope, Franklin said, smoothly sliding his phone into his pocket and pressing his lips together. His tone was low and deliberate, but I might have led Noah down a one-way road. A whole morning spent gossiping, zero real work done. Franklin felt a little guilty about his high salary. Just look at Levi, he is running around like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, I am lounging around like a fish on dry land. Franklin tidied up the messy snacks scattered across his desk, shoved them into the drawer, fired up his computer, then turned to look at Michael with wide, hopeful eyes, like a kid waiting for homework from their teacher. Franklin, Michael said without turning around. He could feel the little assistant's eager gaze like a spotlight. Franklin tilted his head up obediently. What are you staring at? Just waiting for the young master to assign me work. Michael raised an eyebrow. You are not praying to the gods anymore. Franklin shrugged casually. I am doing both. I am worshiping Buddha and building my career at the same time. Cannot let either side fall behind. Just as long as you keep your feet on the ground, Michael said, a faint twitch at his lips. Praying to gods is just fooling yourself. True success comes from hard work after all. Franklin paused for 2 seconds, then lit up. So I am taking the next 2 days off. Michael brushed past the topic and glanced through the files on his desk. There is nothing suitable for you right now. Franklin leaned forward, peering at one file folder with a standout color. Not even one? I think this one suits me just fine. Say it is suitable without even looking inside. Michael gave a faint smirk. Levi has better instincts than you do. Franklin smiled lightly, then softly corrected. We should probably stop putting Levi down. Wait, am I part of your little act too? Levi's reaction was way too obvious. Michael snapped back to attention. What is it? Levi pushed down his inner jolt and replied calmly. Michael, the executive meeting starts in 10 minutes. Michael nodded, stood up, and pulled on his coat. The two were about to head out for the meeting. Franklin poked his head over his small desk, eager-eyed. What about me? Michael fastened his button, looked down at him briefly, then said, Stay behind and watch the place. Fine then. After finally trying to do something serious, the universe will not even give me a chance. I guess I really am just built for praying and staying lazy, hehehe. Hearing those defeatist words, Michael paused mid-step. Then it hit him. He still needed Franklin's help with something. He pulled a stack of files from the secure cabinet. These are all the personnel records from headquarters. Take a look. Franklin took them. Look at what? Read their fortunes, Michael said casually. See who might end up betraying us from within. This whole boss and chauffeur dynamic, I am starting to lose track of what is really going on. These files had been pulled from HR by Michael a few days ago. He would wanted to show them to Franklin all along, but the online scandal had put it off. Michael knew there were too many people around him with ill intentions, each one eyeing Lee family like a predator. If it had not been for Franklin's sudden arrival, No one could say what the family would have become by now. Franklin finally understood what Michael meant. "Got it, Michael. I will take good care of this." Michael thought back to the trouble young master had caused in the past, his tone hinting at something deeper. "Better be." Franklin stiffened. "Young master, just what kind of troublemaker do you think I am?" Michael let out a soft laugh. "What do you think yourself?" "You are right, he really is a trouble-prone butler." The office was now empty except for him, and Franklin settled in calmly to do his work. Downstairs in the conference room, all headquarters' top executives had arrived. As Michael approached, they all stood up at once to greet him. Michael nodded. "Sit down, no need for small talk. Finance department, report on last quarter's revenue." Of course, a middle-aged man stood up. At the same time, upstairs, Franklin began reviewing personnel files. "Where should I start?" "How about you? The finance department handles the most money." Michael's eyes flickered, landing on the man speaking confidently before him. "According to the data, real estate revenue from last quarter increased by..." Oeng Etingshen, the finance department manager. "Oh right, this guy's a major red flag. His daughter is Ethan's lover, and while he looks honest and steady on the surface, behind closed doors he is a two-faced traitor. Is that accurate enough? He has been secretly siphoning company funds, painting perfect reports, while already buying a huge villa in a non-extradition country. Just waiting for the Lee family to collapse, then he will vanish to enjoy his golden retirement. What a scoundrel, strike him out." In the conference room, the man finished his report with a calm expression and smiled. "That concludes our finance department's quarterly update. Please advise, Michael." The office was deathly quiet. The man sitting at the head of the table wore a grim expression. The finance department manager stood awkwardly in place, mentally reviewing the numbers from earlier. Everything was correct. He would double-checked 3 times. There should not have been any telltale signs of trouble. "Manager Oeng," Michael said. Oeng Etingshen gave a careful smile. "Mr. Michael, please go ahead." Michael looked up, his gaze deep and unreadable, yet his tone remained calm. "I heard you bought a villa overseas and acquired some assets. I am curious. When are you planning to move abroad?" Oeng Etingshen's face turned pale in an instant. The room erupted with shock, and executives began murmuring among themselves. The situation came out of nowhere, and Oeng Etingshen was completely unprepared, stammering nervously. "Lee, Michael, you are just joking, right? How could I possibly afford a villa overseas? Let alone set up assets. Even if they sold me, I would not be worth that much." Michael let out a dry scoff. "All the funds of Lee Group are in your hands. Did not you ever quietly skim a little?" A wave of shock crashed through Oeng Etingshen's mind. He knew it, Michael knew. His mind went blank, panic over prison overwhelming him, but still he held firm. "Michael, I am an employee of Lee Group. How could I ever misappropriate company funds? Without proof, you cannot just accuse me like this." Michael stared silently at the man unraveling before him, inwardly sighing at the waist. "So, did I get it wrong? You are not Ethan's father-in-law." A low rustling began to spread through the meeting room. Oeng Etingshen's heart skipped a beat for an instant, cold sweat pouring down as he collapsed to the ground. Michael spoke coldly. "Levi, bring up the security team from downstairs and contact Captain He at Shawacheng Police Department." Levi had been frozen in the corner for far too long. This was supposed to be a top-level meeting. How did it suddenly turn into an adultery showdown? And they caught a high-ranking, corrupt official too. Levi quickly gathered his composure, immediately contacted security, and 5 minutes later, the head of security arrived with a team to escort Oeng Etingshen away. The entire meeting room fell completely silent. Michael looked at the familiar faces around him, people who worked alongside him every day, yet secretly colluded with outsiders to undermine him. Why? He kept asking himself. His conduct had always been above reproach. He never scolded his subordinates, never took out his frustrations at work, and never delayed salaries. Why did everyone around him seem to harbor such intense ill will toward him? Michael's breath grew slightly heavier as he gently closed his dark eyes. Upstairs, Franklin started muttering to himself again. Let's start with the department heads. I have always said, shoot the horse first, catch the thief before his leader. So many departments to choose from, let's just pick a chicken, a little rooster. Whoever it lands on, that is who I will call. You are up, lucky one from R&D. Michael pushed down his rising emotions and spoke calmly. R&D. The one called upon was a female executive, her lips painted red and hair in voluminous curls, dressed in a sharp, professional suit. Still reeling from the shock of manager Owing being taken away moments ago, she took several seconds to come back to herself. She stood up, opened her PowerPoint presentation, and nervously said, "Yes, Michael, I will go ahead and give you my report now." As Michael listened to her go through the data, his attention gradually drifted toward Camille's muttered commentary. Echenlialii, this person is truly disturbing. She has constantly bullied her team, squeezed every last penny from their bonuses, and stuffed her barely high school-educated relatives into every single department of the league group. And it gets worse, she is mentally twisted, humiliating and exploiting her staff. During a team-building event, she made a recent college graduate crawl beneath her feet to drink from her glass, driving him so ashamed that he quit on the spot, and then immediately joined the Shen group. This guy was no ordinary talent. His hacking skills were next level. Ethan used that edge to expose every hidden scandal inside the league group. How could someone be this cruel? His expression darkened, and he raised his hand to stop. Echenlialii looked confused, but a sense of unease crept over her. Michael. Michael pinched the bridge of his nose. Has anyone new left R&D recently? Echenlialii was caught off guard by the unrelated question, but felt a wave of relief inside. No. Michael nodded. Echenlialii still wanted to continue her report when a calm, distant voice spoke beside her. Next time, have the entire R&D team come in for the briefing. Echenlialii froze for a moment, then quickly replied. Michael, they are all tech-focused individuals who rarely go out and are not very good at speaking in meetings. Are they unable to speak, or do you just never let them? Michael, what do you mean by that? Echenlialii paused, her voice tight with surprise. Nothing much, Michael said, his voice low. R&D is not your personal dictatorship. My employees are not slaves for you to abuse. Echenlialii's expression shifted, her breathing becoming uneven. How did Michael find out about what she had done behind the scenes? Who reported her? Michael, Echenlialii hurried to explain. This must be a misunderstanding. Oh, really? Michael scoffed. What is the connection between the people you have planted in the company and yourself? Michael had no proof, but after years at the top, he knew how to read people, pulling out key details from Franklin's words with precision. He did not even need evidence. Just a few well-placed questions were enough to unravel anyone. And the more he saw this, the colder it made him inside. He would always treated these people fairly. Levi snapped out of his shock. Michael. Notify all R&D department staff. Starting today, Echenlialii has been removed from her position. Employees who were previously treated unfairly by her may seek free legal action through the company's legal affairs office, continuing until a favorable outcome is achieved. Levi nodded. Got it. I will send the message right away. Legal department. Michael's voice made the lawyer jump. Michael. Any trouble with the lawsuit? The man gave a slight shake of his head, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he looked at Echenlialii. No problem. I will handle this case myself. Michael stared at him for a few seconds, then sent Franklin a message. Is there anything wrong with the head of legal affairs? No problem at all. Jianlin is a very honest lawyer. He volunteers to defend people in hardship every year, has great reputation in society. Too bad he got framed and smeared by Ethan later, lost his license, and never set foot in a courtroom again. Michael let out a quiet breath. Good thing he was not completely isolated. This top-level meeting had 8 department heads attending. Right at the start, 2 of them collapsed, the rest grew uneasy, wondering if they would slipped up too. Michael swept his eyes across the room and spotted 3 people trembling the worst. Administration, production, sales. The 3 named turned pale instantly. Michael let out a cold snort. No need for the little assistant to check. These fools were dumb enough on their own. Without Michael even saying a word, Levi grimaced and called security to escort them out. 2 managers remained at the end. They glanced over the empty tables, a man and a woman who looked surprised but managed to keep their composure. Their expressions gave nothing away. Not bad for staying calm. If Michael could not hear Franklin's thoughts, he might have actually let these 2 off the hook for now. Lee Group's HR officer Oyuamayan. This woman really stands out to me. She and Song Akenshin, the procurement department manager, are a pair of ruthless recruiters. Oyuamayan scouts for suitable candidates among employees who were rejected or let go by Lee Group, then sells each person to illegal companies for yuan, forcing them into unfair contracts that trap them for life. Meanwhile, Song Akenshin handles the logistics using Lee Group, procurement resources and channels, openly sending people straight into danger. Does that count as a criminal offense? Just then, Levi knocked on the door. Michael, Deputy Director Issue has arrived. Straight-backed and composed, Issue Abai stepped into the meeting room and greeted Michael. We meet again, Michael. Why do you always seem to be surrounded by individuals involved in serious misconduct? We have already reached capacity at the city detention center. Unless you personally reported them, I might start wondering if you are actually behind all these cases. Michael let out a wry smile. I did not want to cause trouble for you guys either. It is what we police are supposed to do, Issue Abai said. We also want to thank you for the leads you provided. No favoritism, no cover-up. Everyone is equal before the law. By the way, Chief, he asked me to pass along a message to you. Chief, Michael blinked in surprise. Oh, I had not told you yet, Issue Abai smiled. Chief, he has been promoted. He is now the Deputy Director of the District Bureau, and today is his official appointment ceremony. Michael offered a quick congratulations and asked, What did Chief he want me to know? Issue Abai glanced around and whispered, He said, if things get too tough, maybe you should try praying to a temple god. Your aura seems to attract troublemakers. I am just telling you this in confidence. Chief, he definitely does not believe in superstition. Seeing Michael chatting warmly with a female officer, Oyuatayan and Song Akenshin exchanged glances and stood up. Michael, since you still have something to attend to, we will head back to work now. Never mind, Michael said flatly. You 2 go with Officer Issue right away. Issue Abai frowned. What is going on with these 2? Human trafficking. Issue Abai was stunned, nearly reaching for his weapon. How many criminals does your company even hide? It is like they have collected every entry in the criminal codebook. He did not want it either, yet every criminal seemed to be drawn straight to him. Oyuamayan was visibly worried. Michael, you are not serious, are you? Song Akenshin chimed in. My conduct and Mr. Oyu's professionalism have been clear to everyone in the company. Michael, if you are suggesting we 2 were involved in illegal activities, do you actually have proof? Michael said yes. He looked at Issue Abai. Officer Issue, Levi will hand over the evidence to you shortly. Upon hearing this, Song Akenshin and Oyuamayan both turned pale, instinctively stepping forward as if wanting to flee the enclosed room immediately. But Issue Abai blocked the exit, leaving them with no way out. In a panic, Oyuamayan accidentally revealed part of the truth. We did not kidnap anyone, we are all adults, and they agreed willingly. Shut up, Song Akenshin shouted angrily. Issue Abai's expression turned sharp. What is the point of yelling? Want to see who can shout louder? Come on, follow me to the police station. I will let you make all the noise you want. Issue Abai nodded at Michael and left with the group. The conference room was left in silence. The high-level meeting was going smoothly. 8 people had arrived, but now only Jianlin remained. The empty chairs and tables spoke volumes about the unfair treatment Lee Group had faced. To anyone who did not know what happened, it might as well look like Lee Group was on the brink of collapse. Even Michael, so strong and composed, could not help but feel a pang of sorrow now. The pain of being abandoned by everyone around him was not easy to bear. "Michael," Levi whispered, "the board already knows about today's events. They are demanding an immediate explanation from you." "There is nothing to explain," Michael said. "Just share the facts with everyone." Well, Levi hesitated. With 7 top executives let go all at once, how are we supposed to move forward with Lee Group? Michael rubbed his temples. Pick suitable replacements from the lower-level staff or promote someone from a branch office. Give me a list by tomorrow. Levi understood. After the noisy crowd dispersed, Michael stayed alone for a while. Only then did that faint undercurrent of fear slowly fade. He loosened his tie and let out a soft sigh, then headed back upstairs. The top-floor office. Franklin was alone, staring at hundreds of employee files, his head throbbing from the effort. When reading the novel, the author only focused on the key figures around Michael. Most background characters were not detailed, so Franklin could only rule out possibilities roughly. After going through a few main departments, he was already feeling worn out. Franklin stretched his arms, felt thirsty, walked to the water dispenser, poured himself a glass. Just as he lifted it to drink, his arms suddenly went numb and tingly, probably from an awkward position earlier, a cramp setting in. The cup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. Franklin stared at the scattered pieces in silence. In the novel, every single thing around the boss was worth 6 figures or more. How could someone like him afford to break it? Will my paycheck even cover this month's deduction? Life's tough, the steward sighed. Franklin grabbed a broom to clean up the floor. Some shards flew under the coffee table, its rosewood base too low for the broom to reach. He rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward, gripped the edge of the tabletop with both hands, spread his legs apart, and struck a wobbly horse stance. Then pushed hard, forcing his legs to slowly splay into a split. Click, the office door lock turned and footsteps entered. Franklin's heart skipped a beat as he clung to the table and twisted around. Michael's gloom instantly melted into sudden amusement at the sight of his young steward, in such a ridiculous position. The gods had been harsh on the Lee family, but at least they sent Franklin to him. "What are you doing?" Franklin, covering up the evidence. Franklin shoved the broom behind his back to hide the wet spot on the floor, but Michael still spotted the broken pieces. "Did you mess up?" Franklin gave a nervous shake of his head. "No." Michael let out a low chuckle, the cloud in his heart lifting. "Then what is this?" Franklin hesitated for a moment. "The river god's drinking cup." Michael's Franklin quickly grabbed the 2 cups on the table, bracing himself. "Young master, which one do you want, the gold cup, the silver cup, or the broken one on the floor?"